Citrus University Night. Dormitory 404, Boys Building. Yu Sheng lay on his bed in a spread eagle pose holding his phone, his expression indifferent. Tisk. Another video of a lovey-dovey couple. He frowned and swiped past. Being single for nearly 20 years, he couldn't stand this online dog food. Yu Sheng had a delicate face with a hint of femininity in his features. Despite his modest height, he had attracted a few girls who took the initiative to show interest. Unfortunately, he was taciturn around girls, always awkwardly silent. As time passed, he remained single through his sophomore year. He glanced at the empty seat of Shun Luchuan, the only one in the dorm who had a girlfriend currently out walking with her. I also want a sweet romance. Yu Sheng whispered to the ceiling. From the adjacent bunk, Zhao Hengyu burst out laughing. Come on, weren't you just saying a few days ago you wanted to get 8-pack abs to attract a sugar mommy? Changed your mind that fast. That was a joke, can't you take it seriously? Yu Sheng's face flushed. With his thin arms and legs aside from his face, the only thing that might attract a sugar mommy was his special trait. I have a distant relative studying abroad. Wanting to set you up. Gushun from the opposite bunk suddenly chimed in. Compared to the sunny outgoing Zhao Hengyu, Gushun was a bit more rough-looking. Isn't that relative a man? Yu Sheng said casually. He's very open-minded now, Gushun said seriously. He can accept someone who looks like a woman. Get lost, get lost. Yu Sheng twisted his mouth. Stop teasing me. Gushun laughed, a crooked idea, forming a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Seriously, Yu Sheng, I have a great idea to help you find a girlfriend. Want to try it? Yu Sheng looked up at him. What good advice could a fellow single dog possibly have? Gushun, not offended, smiled and said, I suggest you try cross-dressing. You're so pretty, your voice is androgynous. In women's clothes you'll drive those. Zhao Hengji's eyes went wide, exclaiming, Brother G, you really have ideas. Yu Sheng frowned, not hiding his displeasure. You're a pervert. If you want to wear it, do it yourself. Facing his scolding, Gushun showed a look of enjoyment. That feels great. Can you curse me again? What? Whoa, Brother G, you have this fetish. Zhao Hengyu was shocked again. You've been hiding it well. I call it a hobby. Gushun laughed lewdly. Except for Yu Sheng, I wouldn't enjoy being cursed by anyone else. Brother G, you're unbeatable, Yu Sheng said after a long pause. Normally he would have had a sharper retort, but this time, he was truly speechless. Why, Gushun asked. Because you're shameless. Don't you know that? Just then the dorm room door was pushed open, hitting the wall with a bang. What's this about shamelessness? What happened? Shen Luchuan said as he entered the room. At 185 centimeters, he could easily see Yu Sheng sitting on the bed looking embarrassed. He looked at Gushun grinning on the adjacent bunk, then at Zhao Hengyu winking and laughed. Are you guys teasing Yu Sheng? Hey, it's not teasing, it's friendly interaction, Gushun argued. Exactly, don't you think Yu Sheng is cute? What's wrong with teasing him? Zhao Hengyu chimed in. Shen Luchuan stroked his chin as if deep in thought, then said with a straight face, not as cute as my wife. The silence of the three single dogs was deafening. Why aren't you talking? Shen Luchuan asked, knowing the answer. Brother Shen, Zhao Hengyu decided to change the subject. Yu Sheng wants to fall in love. Any advice? Shen Luchuan glanced at Yu Sheng, spreading his hands. With a face like that, does he need my advice? Exactly, Gushun agreed. If I were a girl, I'd go for someone like Yu Sheng. Really? Zhao Hengyu joined the discussion. I think Brother Shen's looks are more. Then let Yu Sheng become a girl. That way he'll be popular, Gushun said carelessly, then suddenly shouted, he'll trade 100 years of being single for Yu Sheng to turn into a girl. Why don't you change yourself? Yu Sheng asked irritably. Me. Gushun pointed at his own oily face, then looked at Zhao Hengyu. Choose one. Who do you want to change? Don't ask questions you already know the answer to. Yu Sheng silently tightened his blanket, wrapping himself more securely, regretting starting the conversation. The air conditioner in the dorm was set very low, blowing cold air. His thoughts began to drift. Actually, the cross-dressing Zhao Hengyu and Gushun mentioned, he had experienced it. Unlike families that favor boys over girls, his parents loved girls very much. Since childhood, they raised him like a little princess, dressed him in little skirts, and some relatives even called him little girl. But these were all things his parents told him. Yu Sheng himself had no memory of it. After starting elementary school, his parents stopped dressing him in skirts, but the feminine name bothered him a bit. The name had been decided before he was born regardless of gender. It was Sheng. It was said that his mother Qin Xiaolan had asked a fortune teller to name him. Who knows what kind of charlatan, he was a complete fraud. Night fell. Shen Liuchuan, Zhao Hengyu, and Gushun were chatting about someone's public confession on the sports field. Yu Sheng tried to listen, but his eyelids grew heavy and he fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he found himself in an antique room. In a corner of the room stood a bed made of rosewood. Through a hazy gauze curtain, Yu Sheng could see a woman with a graceful figure sitting on the edge of the bed. The woman had jet black hair piled high, revealing a jade white neck. A few strands of hair hung on her cheeks, showing her soft beauty. The woman gently raised her hand, parted the curtain, and called softly, "Come here, master." Her voice was melodious, but to Yu Sheng's ears it sounded completely different. The voice seemed to carry a magic like a seduction, every word tugging at his heartstrings. Yu Sheng's throat moved involuntarily. He stepped slowly toward the bed, and at that moment he could think of nothing else, only the gentle, captivating beauty in his arms. In his sinking consciousness, the woman leaned close to his ear, her red lips parting, breathing softly. "Master, are you willing to become me?" "Will? Huh?" Yu Sheng froze, pushing the woman away. No, I don't wanna. The woman paused, a trace of disappointment in her eyes. Why not? After becoming me, you can wear beautiful dresses, enjoy praise, show tenderness, and be cherished. Yu Sheng shuddered. That would make me a girl. How would I find a girlfriend? The woman laughed softly. Who says girls can't find girlfriends? Huh. Yu Sheng's face was full of shock, his mind blank. The woman took the opportunity to embrace him, their figures gradually overlapping. System binding. The next morning at 7:20 m.m., Yu Sheng rubbed her sleepy eyes, letting out a cute yawn. Before her mind fully woke, a sly voice rang in her head. Host, you're awake. The surgery was a success. You're a girl now. What was that sound? Yu Sheng's body trembled. It's me, the system itself. As a veteran web novel reader, Yu Sheng quickly accepted the system. She buried her head under the blanket and asked familiarly, Tongzi, do you have a newbie gift pack? Give it to me. Already given to the host. Given. When? Yu Sheng stopped mid-sentence. What did Tongzi say at the beginning? A girl. She suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing something. Trembling, she reached down to touch her lower body. Sure enough, it was empty and flat. Factory settings not even tested, and it's been returned for modification. Yu Sheng roared in her mind, Tongzi, give me back my happiness for the rest of my life. This system's operations are irreversible. Please accept reality and be a good girl. The system's tone remained annoyingly. If you don't change me back, it'll send Earth's coordinates to the Trisolar ants. Go ahead. Then it'll jump off a building. Detected jumping probability 0.03, bluffing confirmed. Yu Sheng fell silent, losing all her weapons. Waking up to find her little Yu Sheng of many years gone, there was no one to reason with. But as the saying goes, if you can't fight it, enjoy it. So Yu Sheng pulled open the collar of her pajamas and glanced down with a hint of it. The light in her pupils dimmed. Small. The kind of curve that wouldn't be noticeable under clothes. At that moment, Zhao Hongyu, after washing up, saw Yu Sheng still in bed, so he patted the bed rail. Get up, class is starting. You were the first to sleep, why are you still not up? Yu Sheng stayed under the covers. I'll sleep a bit more, you go first. Her voice was muffled, but she instantly grew tense. Her voice had changed. The originally neutral tone became soft, no longer androgynous. Slept so long, and still not enough. Zhao Hongyu asked casually. Gushun poked his head out of the bathroom. Vimi 50, I'll help you answer the roll call. Shin Liuchuan, the only one in the dorm with a girlfriend, saw Yu Sheng always hiding her head under the blanket. So he asked caringly, why are you always hiding under the covers? Are you feeling unwell? No one seemed to notice the abnormality in Yu Sheng's voice. I'm fine. Despite that, Yu Sheng still lowered her voice. She sat up casually, saying, you guys go ahead, let me snooze a bit more. He'll skip breakfast today. Gushun, brushing his teeth, walked out of the bathroom, squinted at Yu Sheng, and said with a mouthful of foam, have you gotten a bit paler? That's how everyone looks when they just wake up. Zhao Hongyu cut in. Look at him in the middle of the night. Gushun. Shin Liuchuan, really? I'm fine, just didn't sleep well. Yu Sheng felt a bit scared, wrapped herself in the blanket, and lay back down. The three exchanged glances and didn't insist. After Gushun, the slowest one, finished washing up, he told Yu Sheng not to force herself to go to class if she felt unwell, and then the three left the dorm together. Bang. The dorm door closed. It must be Brother G who made Yu Sheng angry last night. He doesn't want to see you. Nonsense, Yu Sheng isn't that petty. Let's hurry to the cafeteria, or we won't get seats in the back. The voices faded. Yu Sheng kicked off the blanket and sat up, muttering, no one noticed my voice changed. Nonsense, that's the system's newbie gift pack. Cognitive interference filter. The system suddenly chimed in. It makes everyone think your voice was always like this. Since you have this ability, why not make everyone think I was always a girl? Yu Sheng questioned the system, remembering it had seduced her in her dream. It was definitely not a good thing. What fun would that be? Said the system. Watching the host slowly reveal their true identity is the real joy. Fine. Yu Sheng gritted her teeth. Thank you for your gift pack. You're welcome. Being turned into a girl is a built-in benefit of this system, the system explained eagerly. Yu Sheng stuck out her pink foot, climbed down the bed ladder, slipped into slippers, walked into the bathroom, and looked at the only mirror in the dorm. Even with preparation, she was startled. The mirror showed that her height hadn't changed, still 167, but her figure was slimmer. The pajamas hung loosely on her, and her skin had become fairer and more delicate, like a freshly peeled egg, smooth and translucent. Her eyes were pure and bright, willow-shaped eyebrows, a small nose, delicate features combining into a beautiful painting that was hard. Yu Sheng slowly extended her hand, touching the face of the girl in the mirror. The girl in the mirror reached out in response, their fingers pressed. Beautiful. Yu Sheng sighed. Then with a click, she locked the bathroom door, her fingers sliding down the neckline, unbuttoning her pajamas one by one. As the clothes fell, a chill crept over her bare skin. Her slender waist, tempting collarbone, and slight curve were all revealed before her. A shiver ran down her spine as her fingers brushed, and the girl in the mirror blushed. Yu Sheng thought for a moment, her fingers hooked onto the waistband of her pajama bottoms. Might as well. What's wrong with giving herself a treat? 2 minutes later, after calming down, Yu Sheng put her clothes back on and washed up as usual. For now, she would not explore the water magic. After all, she was in a male dormitory building. After leaving the bathroom, Yu Sheng decided to skip morning class and interrogate the system. But then the system's voice rang. Host, do you want to what mission? Yu Sheng felt a sense of foreboding. To help the host adapt to the new identity, please attend class on time and live normally for 12 hours. Reward: random talent reaches beginner level X1. Failure: the system will take over the host's body to work at a maid cafe. Note: income belongs to the system. Also, not doing the mission counts as failure. Yu Sheng. What a shameless system, not serious at all. Before stepping out, Yu Sheng went to the bathroom to examine herself in the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection closely. She noticed that her features remained the same, yet each bore subtle transformations: softer brows, longer lashes, fuller lips, as if she had undergone a delicate cosmetic procedure. By the way, system, do you have a status panel? Yu Sheng asked curiously. Since subjective concepts like appearance and aura are hard to quantify, no, there isn't one. Trash. Yu Sheng muttered a curse and made her way out of the dormitory. The dorm area was far from the teaching block, so she needed to hurry. The students along the way were all in a rush, and few paid her any attention, which eased her mind. Entering the lecture hall through the back door, Yu Sheng immediately spotted Gushun and the other two. They were seated in the last row with a window seat left vacant to Gushun's left. Yu Sheng took the seat beside him. Seeing her composed expression, they assumed she had simply slept in and didn't press further. Gushun, however, turned to glance at her profile and quipped slyly, "Yu Sheng, it's a real shame you never try wearing a dress. Don't even think about it." Yu Sheng shot him a glare. "You're wasting your potential," Gushun said with a feigned look of regret. "Worry about your own lonely old age instead of my potential." "What do you mean?" Gushun looked puzzled. "No personal attacks, okay? Figure it out yourself." Yu Sheng smirked. Last night, Chicken Bro had a freak moment and swore he'd trade a century of singleness for her to turn into a girl. Now it seemed to have come true, though she wasn't sure. But if it was based on modern human life expectancy, Chicken Bro would be repaying that debt into his next life. "Can't you just tell me?" Gushun asked again. No. Class hadn't started yet, and the teacher hadn't arrived, so they chatted idly. Shen Luchuan had stepped out of the classroom to have a phone call with a female classmate sitting in the row ahead. Overhearing their conversation, turned curiously to glance at Yu Sheng. After a brief moment, she silently turned back. "With such a delicate peach blossom-like face, you're telling me he is a boy. Then what am I?" This was a joint public class for several cohorts, a new course this semester. The girl wasn't in the same classes as Yu Sheng and the others aside from this one, so they didn't know each other. Gushun didn't dwell on the topic further. He found the assigned teacher's lectures unbearably dull and would rather they all play a game together. Less than half a month into the semester, the four of them in room 404 had unanimously decided to slack off, at least for this class. Soon the bell rang. Shen Luchuan slipped in through the back door, just as a female teacher in a floral dress stepped onto the podium from the front. Under the slightly surprised gaze of the students, the teacher smiled and said, "Class teacher is occupied with something, so I'll be substituting today. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Lu." As she spoke, Gushun perked up, his attention sharpening. After a brief introduction, the lesson began. Teacher Lu tapped on the empty desks at the front. "Handsome guys and pretty girls in the back, please move forward." "Ah, no way. Please, we're fine back here." Amidst the groans, the last 3 rows of students, including the 4 from room 404, reluctantly shifted to the front. Their plan to team up and play games was dashed. Teacher Lu looked at Yu Sheng and said with a smile, "Classmate, why are you sitting here?" "Huh." Yu Sheng was baffled. "Should I not be sitting here? Where else should I go?" As if reading her thoughts, Teacher Lu pointed to the row of girls behind. "There's an empty seat over there." "Oh." Yu Sheng was even more confused. "Teacher, he is a boy." Before she could grasp why the teacher said that, Gushun had already figured it out and explained for her. "Oh." A flicker of surprise passed through Teacher Lu's eyes as she cast another glance at Yu Sheng. She had thought Yu Sheng was being isolated or something. It was simply that Chicken Bro was too beautiful, making it hard for Teacher Lu to believe Yu Sheng would willingly sit next to him. Facing the teacher's questioning look, Yu Sheng nodded promptly. "I see." Feeling apologetic for judging by appearances, Teacher Lu blurted out, "I'm so sorry, classmate, you're just too pretty." "It's fine." After this brief interlude, Teacher Lu continued the lesson. Though she was just a substitute, she was unexpectedly conscientious. But her teaching was equally dull, and Yu Sheng couldn't resist pulling out her phone. Teacher Lu noticed, but said nothing, perhaps indifferent or too embarrassed to scold her. Yu Sheng searched various social platforms for what to do if you turn into a girl. Just 5 minutes later, she put her phone away. Internet users were indeed unreliable. Comments like "let your bros have some fun first, what a lucky break," and "swing the hoe, AG students still have to work" were all just jokes, with few taking it seriously. Just then, Teacher Lu picked up the class roster and said, "Now I'll ask a female classmate to answer this question." Yu Sheng felt a sense of dread. Since childhood, her name had been mistaken for a girl's countless times. She prayed silently that her name wouldn't be called. But fate didn't favor her. After scanning the roster, Teacher Lu settled on her name. "Which classmate is Yu Sheng? Please answer this question and let everyone get to know you." Just as she feared, some students who knew Yu Sheng burst into laughter. "Teacher thighs is Yu Sheng." Gushun pointed to Yu Sheng on his left, laughing uncontrollably. Zhao Hengyu and Shen Luchuan were no better, losing all composure. Hearing this, Teacher Lu glanced at the gender column on the roster and noticed it read male. "I'm truly sorry, Yu Sheng. Your name made me think you were a girl." They'll call on another female classmate to answer. Yu Sheng strongly suspected the system had foreseen this situation and made her attend class. If she had stayed in the dorm lying around, she'd probably be scrolling through short videos in a sprawled-out pose. Well, more like a big shape. The system has failed me. Time slipped by, and the day's classes quickly came to an end. After the evening session concluded, Shen Luchuan bid farewell to the trio and exited the school gates. His girlfriend studied at Hanyao University, near Ganji University, and they would stroll together every evening. Yu Sheng, on the other hand, decided to wander around the track to clear her mind, opting not to return to the dormitory with Xiao Hongyu and Gushun. The freshmen's military training had no evening drills, so Yu Sheng leisurely made her way to the track. The sky had darkened completely, and the floodlights on the field cast a soft water-like white glow. The girl's legs appeared even fairer under the lights, but Yu Sheng had no interest in admiring them. After all, most of their legs weren't as attractive as her own. Though absurd, it was undeniably true. They say men's legs are more worth looking at, but after Yu Sheng became a girl, her legs seemed even more captivating. Those legs were pale and slender. Even she wanted to touch them. Yu Sheng walked slowly along the rubber track, savoring the pleasant sensation of the evening breeze brushing against her face. After a while, she sat down on a chair at the side of the rostrum. A few chairs away, about 8 or 9 seats over, several boys sat down one after another, glancing at her and whispering among themselves. Yu Sheng frowned. What were they discussing? The system chimed in. They say you're good-looking and seem innocent, easy to coax with a few sweet words. Another says your waist is slim and your legs are long, wondering how they feel to touch. Enough, stop, Yu Sheng interrupted, feeling a bit nauseated. Just then a commotion arose from the center of the field. Yu Sheng's attention was drawn to a crowd quickly gathering on the lawn. She stood up and walked over to see. It turned out a boy was about to make a public confession. He was busy arranging candles into a heart shape on the grass and lighting them one by one. Then, holding a bouquet of red roses, he stood in the center of the heart, the candlelight illuminating his expectant face. The leading lady had yet to arrive, but the murmurs of the onlooking students had already begun. Wow, so romantic. I wonder if the girl will say yes. Which one from Kuan University can tell us who he's confessing to? No electronic candles. Captain Lu confessed just yesterday and is at it again today. Brave. He failed yesterday, so today's another try. Feels a bit persistent. Just standing there. No talent show. Yu Sheng listened stunned. She vaguely recalled her roommates chatting last night about someone confessing publicly on the field. She silently pulled out her phone and opened the campus forum. Soon she found a post titled "Shocking. Late night romantic confession on the field. Who is the leading lady?" Clicking into the post, she saw a picture. A boy with tousled hair stood in the middle of a heart-shaped ring of candles, holding flowers, awaiting the leading lady. Yu Sheng glanced from the picture to the scene. It was an exact replica. According to the post, the boy was Lu Wenhao, captain of the school badminton team, who had participated in various competitions and was somewhat famous on campus. As for the girl being confessed to, she hadn't shown up at all. The poster listed several possible candidates. From badminton club members to Lu Wenhao's classmates and even the counselor and dorm matron. A wild mix, all based on pure speculation and subjective guesses. What a blatant clickbait. Yu Sheng put away her phone and continued to watch the excitement. News spread quickly, and the crowd grew denser, gathering in a dark mass on the field. Such a dramatic public confession drew everyone in, eager to watch or simply enjoy the gossip. Some among the onlookers couldn't resist asking who the target was, but Lu Wenhao remained tight-lipped, keeping everyone in suspense. Yet even after Yu Sheng circled the field several times out of boredom, the leading lady never appeared. The candles Lu Wenhao had bought were of good quality, still burning, but most of the crowd had already dispersed. Whether the girl didn't want to show up or feared the awkwardness of a public rejection, it was clear she wasn't coming. It seemed Lu Wenhao would fail again today. Notably, he had held the roses the entire time without lowering his arms. Truly impressive arm strength for a badminton player. Finding no more excitement, Yu Sheng decided to grab a bubble tea and head back to the dorm. But just as she took a few steps, she heard a soft voice from the side. "Excuse me, wait a moment." Yu Sheng paused and turned with a puzzled look. The speaker was a tall boy with a slightly shy face, still in his camouflage uniform, marking him as a freshman. He wasn't one of those obnoxious guys. Yu Sheng looked at this unfamiliar face, her mind blank, except for one thought: who are you? Before she could speak, seeing her cold expression and silence, the boy nervously thrust a plastic bag toward her, said "for you," and ran off without looking back. So shy, Yu Sheng muttered, glancing at the bag she had instinctively taken. It was a common supermarket plastic bag filled with snacks. She looked around, but the boy had vanished. Lu Wenhao, however, still stood rooted to the spot, as if waiting for the candles to burn out. "What's this about?" Yu Sheng shook the bag. It was heavy, packed with items. Suddenly, a sticky note fluttered out from among the snacks. She picked it up and read the elegant handwriting. "Hello, excuse the intrusion. The moment I saw you, I felt a strong connection. Here is a bag of snacks. Hope you like them. If possible, could we exchange contact info and get to know each other better?" In the bottom right corner was a string of numbers, likely his contact. This handwriting looks like a girl's. Never expected it from a guy. Yu Sheng praised the beautiful script, but her expression suddenly shifted. No way. The slow-do catch, and Yu Sheng finally realized. She had perhaps been head on. The boy had probably been scared off by her poker face. Yu Sheng wasn't a stranger to being approached, but with her routine of 3 fixed points, it rarely happened. Some of those who approached actually asked for Shen Lichuan's contact info. Mostly girls, but occasionally boys too. A question suddenly struck Yu Sheng: did he see her as a girl? And then there was that elegant handwriting. Yu Sheng dared not think further. She shook her head vigorously, casting aside those troubling thoughts. Some things were better left unexplored, lest they bring unnecessary worry. As for the bag of snacks, she'd keep them for her roommates. Back when Shen Lichuan was single, people often sent him gifts, even anonymously, making returns impossible. The dorm mates would then step in to help eliminate them. Leaving the field, Sheng stayed true to her original plan and headed straight for the nearby bubble tea shop. Upon arriving at the milk tea shop, Sheng ordered a QQ nai nai how he dao miepu tea and found a vacant seat. Tossing her snack bag onto the table, she noticed a girl sitting alone in the corner. The girl had eyebrows like crescent moons and eyes as limpid as autumn waters. Even just sitting there, she was a captivating sight. Sheng recognized her. Like her, she was a sophomore. The reason she remembered so clearly was nothing special, just that some meddlesome person on the campus forum had hailed Su-yi as the campus beauty queen. Among the school's few exceptionally beautiful girls, she was bound to leave an impression. The students near Su-yi, whether standing or sitting, would glance at her intentionally or not. After all, who doesn't admire a beautiful woman? Just looking at her was a feast for the eyes. Shortly after Sheng got her milk tea, the 12 hours finally passed, and the system's voice echoed in her mind. Detected that the host has completed the task. Random talent extraction in progress. Congratulations, host. You have drawn piano performance level beginner. As the system's voice faded, countless figures of piano players appeared in Sheng's mind. These figures, male or female, old or young, played various piano pieces over and over again. Sheng felt as if she herself were playing, quickly mastering some techniques and nuances of piano performance. It seemed that the system, though frivolous, was still somewhat useful. Thinking this, Sheng took a sip of her milk tea, her gaze drifting unconsciously towards Su-yi. But unexpectedly, Su-yi, who appeared to be casually resting her chin on her hand, seemed to have a sixth sense for hostility, and suddenly turned her head to look back. Sheng's heart leaped, abruptly caught off guard as their eyes met. She wanted to look away, but then she saw Su-yi pick up her own milk tea and walk straight over. To be honest, Sheng was a bit panicked. She had never encountered such a situation before. Su-yi strode over to the opposite side of Sheng's table in just a few steps, but she stood beside the seat, neither sitting down nor accusing, merely placing her milk tea on the table. Sheng couldn't fathom Su-yi's intent, and her anxiety only grew. Just as she was about to speak, Su-yi pointed at the snack bag and asked, "This bag of snacks, did a tall guy in a camouflage jacket give it to you?" Sheng was startled, quickly replied yes, and then asked curiously, "How did you know?" Su-yi took the bag, pulled out the sticky note from inside, and placed it in front of Sheng. "The handwriting on this. By the way, you've read the content, right?" "Yeah, good. The handwriting on it is actually mine. That guy asked me to write it at the convenience store. Rarely do I get approached not for a pickup line, so I even help polish some of the wording." "I see," Sheng murmured. No wonder the handwriting looked feminine. Hearing Su-yi say this, Sheng didn't find it narcissistic at all. After all, she was a perfect model of beauty. What puzzled her, though, was the guy's thought process, thinking his own handwriting was ugly, so he asked the girl to write it for him. "What do you think of the content on the sticky note?" Su-yi asked with a serious look of gossip. "I'm a guy," Sheng said with a straight face. On her ID card, her gender was male, and as long as she insisted on being male, she was male. Really? Really? Hearing this answer, Su-yi suddenly smiled. "I must have been mistaken." Then she sat down directly across from Sheng and pressed on, "So this bag of snacks." She trailed off, but the implied meaning was clear. Sheng defended herself. "That guy handed me the bag and then ran off. I couldn't even return it. Isn't there a phone number here?" Su-yi pointed at the sticky note. "If you feel bad about it, you can transfer the money to him or ask him to come pick it up." "That's true," Sheng realized belatedly. Su-yi let out a sudden sigh. All that handwriting was for nothing. "Yeah." A moment of silence followed. Su-yi didn't say anything more, but she didn't leave either. Instead, she played on her phone, holding the straw between her lips, occasionally taking a sip of her milk tea. Feeling the covert glances from the surrounding classmates, Sheng was utterly uncomfortable, caught between staying and leaving. Yet that didn't stop her from sneaking a peek at Su-yi's impressive figure. Then she took out her phone to search for piano tutorial videos, both to distract herself and to test her own skill level. Although Sheng had never played the piano before, watching the performer's fingers dance across the keys in the video, a familiar sensation surged within her, as if her fingers already possessed muscle memory. Hearing the piano sound, Su-yi lifted her eyelids, thought for a few seconds, and tentatively asked, "Can you play a?" "What? Oh, I can play a little," Sheng said, casually, pretending to be nonchalant. She had only intended to subtly show off, but Su-yi's eyes sparkled as she asked, "What level are you at?" I've never taken a grade exam, so I'm not sure," Sheng replied vaguely. "Maybe around level 4 or 5. The beginner-level piano skill given by the system was for amateurs, roughly equivalent to level 4 or near level 5 of the Central Conservatory of Music, but still lacking some extended techniques. Hardly worth mentioning in the eyes of a professional. Hearing this, Su-yi took a sip of her milk tea and suddenly extended an invitation. "The welcome party for new students is the day after tomorrow. Would you be interested in playing a piece on stage with me?" Sheng was caught completely off guard. She had never heard that Su-yi could play the piano. After deliberating for a long moment, she managed to stammer, "Why me?" Sheng had to admit she was somewhat tempted, but Su-yi must have had a reason for inviting her out of the blue. It's a long story. Su-yi hadn't invited Sheng on a whim. She was a member of the student council, and it was tradition for the council to present a performance at the welcome party every year. But this year was plagued with problems. No one was willing to take on the task. The student council was a group, so the performance needed at least 2 participants. In desperation, they pushed forward the only 2 members who could play the piano. However, fate had other plans. There were originally 2 female announcers, but one had to step down due to a personal matter, and Sui's partner having experience as a host was pulled in as an emergency replacement. Thus, she was stressing over finding an outside helper. She had planned to go to the public practice room tomorrow and randomly ask a willing classmate. But now a piano-playing classmate was right in front of her. If it worked out, it would save her the trouble. Well, to make a long story short, the student council's welcome party performance needs at least 2 participants, and I urgently need a partner to perform on stage with me. Sui glanced again at the sticky note that hadn't been put away yet, and said earnestly, "Look, we're already fated to meet. If you help me out, I'll treat you to a meal. What do you say?" Yu Sheng had intended to put up a front, but after a few sentences from Sui, she couldn't hold out for even 3 seconds before replying. "Alright, I've been wanting to play the piano anyway." "Great, then let's go to the practice room tomorrow to rehearse." "Is Ada? Okay, no problem." Today was Friday, and Yu Sheng had no plans for the weekend. "By the way, let's exchange contact info," Sui said, tapping on her phone screen. "That way we can notify each other promptly if anything changes." Yu Sheng nodded, opened WeChat, scanned Sui's QR code, and they exchanged names. Staring at the name Sui in the chat window, Yu Sheng felt that Sui wasn't as aloof as the rumors suggested. It wasn't until the screen went dark that she suddenly realized. Wait, so it's settled. But she had never even been on a stage, let alone performed. Damn, that was rash. Well, after adding her as a friend, Yu Sheng hesitated. With such a tight schedule, can we make it? Counting tonight, there were only 2 days left. The program list was probably already finalized. Well, after adding her as a friend, Yu Sheng hesitated. With such a tight schedule, can we make it? Counting tonight, there were only 2 days left. The program list. She comforted. Others only have 2 weeks to prepare, and freshmen can only practice at night. They won't be too strict about the quality of the program. A quick practice session should be enough. Oh, Yu Sheng had no choice but to brace herself. Sui took a sip of her milk tea and added, "There's a rehearsal on Sunday afternoon, so we actually only have a day and a half to practice." Oh, Yu Sheng surprisingly felt it was okay, or at least the rehearsal would let her get familiar with the stage. "If you have a piece you want to play, you can tell me. We can still change it tomorrow morning." Sui didn't say it too bluntly, as the piece she had chosen with her original partner was too difficult for Yu Sheng's skill level. "Oh, stop saying oh all the time." "Oh, okay." Sui suspected Yu Sheng had lost her mind. After finishing her milk tea, she left, saying she needed to arrange for a practice room. Yu Sheng looked at the sticky note on the table, searched for the number on a certain energy-stealing app, and transferred the money back for the snacks. She hoped the other party wouldn't be too surprised when they saw the gender of the transfer account was male. Of course, it would be best if it wasn't a look of delight. After transferring the money and finishing her milk tea, Yu Sheng went straight back to the dormitory. Zhao Hongyu and Gushun had just finished a game and were on the settlement screen. Seeing her return, Zhao Hongyu immediately started complaining, basically saying that Brother Ji played poorly and calling for her to join. Gushun retorted angrily, blasting Zhao Hongyu for having negative scores 3 games in a row. It was obvious who was dragging the team down. Yu Sheng was in no mood to game. She casually placed the snack bag on her desk and called out, "Take a break, everyone. Come have some." Hearing this, the 2 noticed Yu Sheng had brought back a bag of snacks and gathered around. Zhao Hongyu unceremoniously grabbed a bag of chips and asked while eating, "What good thing happened tonight to make you so happy?" Gushun guessed, "Did you find some money?" No, looking at you, you're even more excited than finding money. Did a beauty confess to you? By the way, Yu Sheng, you really missed out by not walking with us tonight. We ran into Campus Beauty Sue on the way. Campus Beauty's aura, her figure, her looks, absolutely unbeatable. When it came to beauties, Gushun's attention was instantly diverted without Yu Sheng having to explain. "We've seen her before, haven't we?" Yu Sheng expressed confusion. "Why weren't you this excited before?" Gushun replied, "Before we were far away, like a million miles. This time we brushed shoulders with her." "What's the difference?" "A huge difference. When it's too far, I can't see clearly." Yu Sheng had nothing to say. She remembered Gushun had mild nearsightedness and usually didn't like wearing glasses, saying it gave everything a beauty filter and made all the girls on the street look prettier. Zhao Hongyu was much calmer compared to Gushun, but still gave his opinion. "Sue is even prettier in person than in photos." "Did you guys go ask?" Yu Sheng's lips curled up. She asked on purpose. "How would I dare?" Gushun sighed. "Campus Beauty Sue is famously aloof. If I got rejected in public, how embarrassing would that be? Lots of people have been rejected. You're not the only one." Yu Sheng shook her head slightly. "You talk big usually, but when it comes down to it, that's different." Gushun retorted, "Campus Beauty Sue is like a star in the sky. You can only admire her from afar, not touch her. If you met her, would you dare to ask for her WeChat?" "I wouldn't dare either." Yu Sheng could barely hide her smile. She wouldn't dare to ask, but Sue dared to give. Both of them were going to the welcome party. She wondered what their expressions would be when they found out she and Sue were performing together on stage. Yu Sheng felt like she was about to make a grand impression without prior notice. "Since you don't dare, either why are you laughing at me? Don't talk while eating, just eat your food." After saying that, Yu Sheng crossed her legs and headed to the bathroom. Perhaps because she had turned into a girl, her ability to hold her urine had greatly diminished. After a cup of milk tea, she had only felt a slight urge, but now it was urgent. Entering the bathroom and closing the door, Yu Sheng prepared to draw her gun and shoot, but when she reached out, she found nothing. As a biological female, she obviously couldn't urinate standing up. Yu Sheng began to miss little Yu Sheng. Being a girl was such a hassle, being a guy was better. You could just stand and take care of business. After urinating, Yusheng realized an important problem. She hadn't brought any paper. As everyone knows, if you don't hide paper, it disappears without a trace. So there was no paper left in the bathroom. Yusheng reached into her pocket hoping to find a forgotten tissue. Instead, she pulled out a sticky note. After Sue had taken it out earlier, she had casually stuffed it back into her pocket. Staring at the delicate handwriting on it, Yusheng fell silent. Well, it wasn't wasted after all. After coming out of the bathroom, Yusheng climbed onto her bed and lay face down on the soft blanket. Zhao Hongyu was back to battling with Gu Shun in the canyon. Hearing the noise, he turned to look. Seeing Yusheng lying motionless like a statue, he asked, "Yusheng, want to join for a couple of rounds?" "I'm tired. You guys play." Yusheng pulled out her phone and saw a message from Sue sent a few minutes ago. Sue found a practice room. It belongs to a piano major classmate. Sue, she's not at school this weekend, so we can secretly borrow it. Sue, it's in room 312 of the arts building. Yusheng, okay. Sue replied quickly. Sue is Ada. Okay, or should we push it back a bit? Yusheng, no problem. Yusheng thought to herself, just treat it like an early morning class. Sue, see you tomorrow then. Yusheng, see you tomorrow. Yusheng wanted to ask Sue why she didn't find a piano major classmate to help, but in the end she didn't ask. Perhaps piano majors all had strict schedules and couldn't spare time to prepare and participate in the welcome party. At the same time, she was a bit surprised at Sue's efficiency. In just about half an hour, Sue had not only found a practice room, but also a private one. The school's practice rooms, whether single or communal, had usage and opening hour restrictions, while private rooms were more flexible and independent with better soundproofing and privacy, making them more conducive to focused practice. Yusheng logged out of WeChat, thought for a moment, then opened it again and clicked on Sue's Moments to take a little peek. Sue's most recent post was from the start of the semester. A photo of the school gate taken from a low angle with the sky as the back. The caption was just 3 words: school starts. Aside from some student council promotional posts, Sue posted very infrequently, sometimes going months, without a single update. Her content was mostly about food and fun. No selfies, no poetic captions, and no clips of her playing the piano. Just a certain shop on the off-campus food street, a pizza delivery, ordered on a weekend, a new stall in the school cafeteria, succulents on the dorm balcony, hanging out with roommates, group dinners. These posts were full of everyday life. No wonder the campus wall and forums had never had any rumors about Sue playing piano. Just as Yusheng was getting into it, Gu Shun suddenly grabbed the bed railing and poked his head out. "What are you sneaking a look at with no sound?" "Very suspicious." Yusheng glanced at Gu Shun and shielded her phone against her chest. "Go play your game properly. Distracting yourself mid-game, isn't that just screwing over your teammates?" "Exactly, don't just idle under the tower." Zhao Hongyu yelled at the right moment. All right, I'm coming." Unable to see Yusheng's phone screen, Gu Shun had to give up. Before jumping off the chair, he couldn't resist adding slyly, "Be moderate, take care of your health." Saturday, the sun rose as usual. The once proud little Yusheng had lost contact, no longer able to hold her head high. On usual weekends, Yusheng would choose to sleep in for the entire morning, but today she arrived at the art building before 8 o'clock. This was Yusheng's first time setting foot in the art building. The corridor walls were adorned with many framed paintings and photographic works. Gazing at the various pieces and famous quotes on the walls, she felt somewhat like a country bumpkin who had just arrived in the city. Ascending to the 3rd floor, Yusheng spotted from a distance a petite girl squatting at the entrance of what seemed to be practice room 312. As the distance closed, she discerned the girl's appearance. The young girl had shoulder-length hair, long eyelashes, and a slightly chubby face, with baby fat appearing quite adorable. She was currently nibbling on a steamed bun in small bites. Yusheng glanced at the sign on the door, confirming it was indeed 312. Noticing Yusheng's puzzled expression, the girl quickly swallowed the food in her mouth and asked Yusheng, "Yes, do you know me? Bao mentioned your name last night." "Bao? You mean Sue?" asked Yusheng. The girl nodded vigorously. "Yes, her." "Then where is she?" Yusheng pointed at the slightly ajar door. "She went to the restroom. You can go in first, the door is unlocked." "Oh." Without further ado, Yusheng pushed open the door to the practice room. The entire room was about 8 square meters, not cramped. In the corner stood a black upright piano with a stack of sheet music on the lid, its body gleaming like a mirror. Post-it notes were stuck on the walls filled with the practice room owner's schedule. Yusheng stood and casually played a few notes just to satisfy her hands. The primary performance level granted by the system was very solid. She could rely on the suddenly acquired experience to play fluently. After all, before last night, she was a complete novice who barely understood music theory. This feeling of becoming strong, without any effort, was truly delightful. Yusheng suddenly felt that if the price of soaring to success was becoming a girl, it was not unacceptable. She did not have to wait long. Sue and the young girl soon entered the practice room together. Sue was wearing a plain shirt today, paired with high-waisted straight-leg trousers, the hem of the shirt tucked into the waistband, outlining her slender waistline, making her look capable and neat. While Yusheng was marveling inwardly, Sue with her palm facing the girl introduced to Yusheng, "This is my roommate, Chen Yushu. She insisted on coming to join the fun, and I couldn't stop her." "What do you mean join the fun?" Chen Yushu put her hands on her hips and lifted her chin. "I'm here to cheer you on, okay? Just don't cause trouble," Sue said in a displeased tone, then turned to Yusheng. "Do you have any idea what piece to play, eh?" "No." Yu Sheng was greatly embarrassed as she had only thought about practicing and had completely forgotten about this. Choosing a piece for the welcome party was a delicate matter. Firstly, the length of the piece couldn't be too long, had to fit the time limit of the program, otherwise only excerpts could be played. Secondly, the piece itself shouldn't be too classical or obscure, otherwise it would only raise the bar for appreciation and risk killing the atmosphere. Additionally, if they wanted to play it safe, they shouldn't pick a piece that was overly flashy. How about you play Croatian Rhapsody? Shen Yushu suddenly suggested. This piece is so fiery the atmosphere will definitely heat. I don't know how. Yu Sheng scratched her head. The Croatian Rhapsody was not something her mere half-step to the 5th level could touch. Su Yi ignored Shen Yushu and said, how about Dream Wedding? It's moderately difficult and a well-known piece. That's too common, no novelty. Shen Yushu interrupted again. You shut up. Su Yi shouted, and Shen Yushu shrank her neck, not daring to speak again. Fine. Yu Sheng was concise. She didn't care what piece they played as she mainly wanted to try out her newly acquired skill. Seeing that Yu Sheng had no objection, Su Yi sat on the piano stool and casually asked, have you practiced the forehand version? Su Yi's original intention was a two-piano performance where they would each practice separately and then play in sync. But if Yu Sheng knew the forehand version, the two could practice cooperation, which would show some effort for the program. Forehand playing meant two people collaborating on the same piano. Yu Sheng naturally knew it, and she replied, I have practiced it. Then we can try forehand playing. If we cooperate well, at least no one will say it's unoriginal. Shen Yushu. All right. Yu Sheng nodded and also sat on the piano stool, but sitting next to Su Yi gave her a strange feeling. Shen Yushu, watching from the side, couldn't help but speak up. Yu Sheng, are you shy? No, I'm not, Yu Sheng insisted stubbornly. Then do you have a problem with Yi Bao? No, I don't. Then why are you sitting so far away from her? Shen Yushu looked scornful. You move any further out and you're, but will be hanging in the air. Embarrassed, Yu Sheng moved a bit inward. A bit closer, Su Yi said softly. Yu Sheng shifted inward again. Not enough. Yu Sheng moved even closer, her shoulder almost touching Su Yi's. At such close distance, she could smell the faint, elusive fragrance on Su Yi. Yu Sheng even became cautious in her breathing. Su Yi, on the other hand, was very calm, showing no change in expression on her face. Hey. Shen Yushu, who had earlier been smiling and urging them to get closer, stared in disbelief. What are you two doing so close? The distance between Yu Sheng and Su Yi was close enough for whispering. Forehand playing requires being closer. Su Yi explained, it makes cooperation easier. Yu Sheng remained silent, staring at the black and white keys, thinking these keys were really keys. Shen Yushu folded her arms in front of her chest and pursed her lips. A man and a woman alone so close together, what kind of decency is that? Su Yi shot Shen Yushu a glare. Shushu, don't talk nonsense. He. Shen Yushu immediately backed down, waving her hand. You two play. If you need help, I'm always on standby. The two wasted no time. Yu Sheng sat on the left to play the accompaniment, and Su Yi on the right to play the main melody. They first practiced their respective parts individually, then attempted to play together. Using a metronome as an aid, they played together at a very slow tempo to familiarize themselves with each other's playing dynamics and rhythm. Because some of the keys used were close together, the two, whose coordination was initially unfamiliar, occasionally bumped into each other's hands near middle C while moving. Is this speed okay? Su Yi asked Yu Sheng. It's okay. There's a rehearsal tomorrow afternoon, so time is tight. Let's first practice the core sections until they're smooth, at least ensuring overall fluency. All right, Yu Sheng responded. Then Su Yi asked Shen Yushu to record their piano playing with her phone on the side so they could review and identify issues for improvement. They practiced and rested in intervals, and the morning quietly passed. Their coordination had indeed improved through practice. Su Yi's skill level was higher, thanks to her accommodating and matching Yu Sheng's playing rhythm and dynamics to some extent. After they played through once more, Shen Yushu put away her phone, rubbed her sore arms and wailed, I'm so tired and hungry. Let's go have lunch first, she said. Lunch was taken at the Central District cafeteria near the academic buildings. The food there was quite good, and even on weekends a fair number of students came to eat, so it wasn't deserted. Su Yi and Shen Yushu sat across from each other, while Yu Sheng took the seat to Su Yi's left. The three ate in silence, with no one speaking, only the chatter of fellow students echoing around them. This feeling was strange. Yu Sheng and the other two had only just met after all. They were collaborators, and paid ones at that, perhaps not even friends. Yet having practiced the piano together all morning, it would have seemed distant to eat separately at noon, but together they had little to talk about. Shen Yushu also appeared to be on the verge of speaking, as if she had something to say to Su Yi, but swallowed her words when she saw Yu Sheng present. Thus, after a round of mutual flattery about each other's piano skills, an awkward silence settled in. Yu Sheng, paying no mind, buried her head in her meal. She couldn't claim to be a gourmand, but she was always enthusiastic about eating. Even the heavy blow of transforming into a girl hadn't affected her appetite yesterday. Perhaps feeling the silence was too heavy, Su Yi's gaze fell on Yu Sheng as she spoke. Let's go try on the performance outfits later to see if they fit. If anything's off, we can still make adjustments in time. Su Yi had already tried on her gown. Her words were mainly for Yu Sheng's sake. Yu Sheng's shoulders seemed a bit slender, and she worried the suit's shoulder width might not be suitable for her. Okay, Yu Sheng replied, her mouth full of food, the words muffled. In truth, she was also uncertain. When a male played the piano, they wore suits or tailcoats, but how would she look in those now? The student union storage room held many performance costumes, but after lunch the three didn't head to the administration building where the union was based. Instead, they returned to the arts building. On the first floor of the arts building, there was a dressing room converted from a dance studio with gowns and suits hanging on racks, saving them the trouble of shuttling between the two buildings. The dressing room was empty. Chen Yushu rushed eagerly to the rack the moment she entered, her eyes full of anticipation. She had never seen Su-yi in a gown before. Yusheng, how tall are you? Chen Yushu sorted through the suits on the rack, seemingly selecting a size suitable for Yusheng. 167. Yusheng felt a bit embarrassed. As a girl, this height was passable, but despite her female body, she still harbored a male heart. You're not as tall as Ibao. Chen Yushu set her gaze sweeping over the row of suits. The difference was obvious to the naked eye. There was no need to emphasize it. Yusheng looked at Chen Yushu, who probably wasn't even 160 centimeters tall, and felt indignant. Little lowly, so rude. Try these two first. Chen Yushu took down a size 165 and a size 170, handing them to Yusheng. Then she looked at Su-yi with pleading eyes. Ibao, hurry up and try on your gown too. I've already worn it, no need to try again. Su-yi refused with a smile. Please just wear it one more time. Chen Yushu insisted, pouncing towards Su-yi. She wrapped her arms around Su-yi's waist, nestling into her embrace like a kitten, murmuring pleas of please, I beg you, and oh. Yusheng was almost stunned by the scene. She doubted she could ever utter such cajoling words in her lifetime. Were interactions between girls always this intimate? Why did it feel a bit exciting? Alright, if you want to act cute, go find Qingqing. Su-yi said, unmoved, gently pushing Chen Yushu away. She turned to Yusheng, want a shirt to get a better sense of the overall look. Yusheng collected her thoughts, holding the two suits in front of her. Her face instantly fell. No need, seems there's no point in trying them on. The size 170 suit had shoulders far too broad, making her frame appear petite. The sleeves were too long, and the hem extended past her hips. The size 165 one, though smaller overall, still had slightly dragging sleeves, and length just less exaggerated. It was clearly unsuitable for a stage performance. Su-yi watched lost in thought. She had anticipated Yusheng's suit might not fit, but hadn't expected it to be this extreme. The disharmony was evident even before actually putting it on. Su-yi pondered, then a spark of inspiration hit. What if we try a women's suit? Would that be better? A women's suit. Yusheng repeated the words, suddenly realizing that was women's clothing. She was going to perform on stage. If any acquaintances saw her, it would be a massive social death. She could already imagine what Zhao Hongyu and Gukun would say. Probably something like, your mouth says no, but your body says yes, and so on. Yusheng quickly declined, but there don't seem to be any women's suits here. In fact, the dressing room did have women's suits, just not many on the rack. They had all been taken, but there were some in the wardrobe. However, Su-yi caught the implication in Yusheng's words, and didn't press. After a moment's thought, she said, then what should we do? How about we all wear casual clothes? It's not a very formal occasion. Sure, casual clothes are more comfortable. Yusheng readily agreed. The two had settled it, but Chen Yushu wasn't having it, muttering. How can you do that? What's wrong now? Su-yi asked her. Performing on stage requires formal attire, otherwise it's disrespectful to the stage and the audience. It's just a welcome party, not as serious as you make it out to be. It is. As the two bickered, the dressing room door opened, and a girl with voluminous wavy hair walked in. Qingqing, why are you here? Su-yi looked at the newcomer and introduced her to Yusheng. Yusheng learned her name was Lu Xiqing, Su-yi's roommate, and the vice president of the student union. This was the first time Yusheng matched a name from the student union aside from Su-yi to a face. After all, the union changed its members frequently, and she rarely bothered to. Lu Xiqing looked at them and said with a smile, tomorrow's the welcome party, so I came to check if the makeup supplies are complete. What are you all discussing? Chen Yushu stepped forward, leaning in closer, and tattled, Cheng Jie Bao, as the student union's representative wants to perform in casual clothes. Casual clothes are fine, Lu Xiqing replied somewhat dismissively. It doesn't matter. With that, her gaze locked onto Yusheng. She knew this was the pretty boy who could play the piano, the one Su-yi had mentioned. With a face like that, Lu Xiqing pointed at Yusheng, changing her tone playfully, but on the condition that he puts on a women's gown for Yusheng. Since women's formal attire is predominantly dresses, Lu Xiqing's intention was clear. She wanted Yusheng to wear a dress. In other words, it meant cross-dressing. Yusheng was utterly speechless. Who would make such a request right off the bat? Even if she didn't have to perform on stage, she absolutely couldn't accept it. Su-yi was also curious about what Yusheng would look like in a dress, but seeing Yusheng's troubled expression, she still spoke up in her defense. Stop messing around, Qingqing. It's awkward to make a guy wear women's clothing. She deliberately emphasized the word guy. Exactly, Yusheng quickly agreed. Then you two should perform in formal wear instead. It's better to keep it formal. Lu Xiqing smiled. Although she was the vice president of the student union, she couldn't force members to wear specific outfits for the gala. But if she requested standard formal wear, it would seem more justified. Formal wear doesn't fit Yusheng well. Su-yi spoke up again. Chen Yushu glanced at them as if pondering something, and suddenly whispered in encouragement. Yusheng, just give it a try. A dress suits you perfectly. You'll look, Yusheng was dumbfounded. Just moments ago, Chen Yushu had insisted that Su-yi wear a dress for the performance. Now that the opportunity arose, she was giving it up. This girl looked harmless and adorable. How could she have such a twisted taste? With that thought, Yusheng subtly moved a step closer to Su Yi and firmly refused. No way. I'm not wearing women's clothing. Give up on. But Chen Yushu persisted, continuing to persuade. It's really not a big deal to wear women's clothing. Times have changed. Look at those pretty cross-dressing boys on short videos. Yusheng was completely at a loss for words. Is this how you persuade someone? Lu Ziqing, seeing Yusheng fall silent, thought she was actually considering it and decided to try winning her over. What if Yusheng really had that inclination but was too embarrassed to show it? Think it over. If you agree, I'll help you with a favor within. A favor? What favor could I possibly need? Yusheng was about to refuse when something struck her and she swallowed her words. Maybe she did need a favor. Given her current identity as a girl, she definitely couldn't stay in the dormitory for long. She would have to move out sooner or later. But she faced a small dilemma. Applying for off-campus housing required parental consent. She didn't know how to explain her reason for living off-campus to her parents, nor was she ready to confess the truth of becoming a girl. And the school's approval process was strict. Forging a consent form would likely fail. Sneaking out wouldn't be a big problem. The school only strictly inspected freshmen's dorms. For other grades, inspections were rare. Occasional checks could be handled by her roommates. However, since Lu Ziqing offered to grant a favor, she might as well ask her to use her authority as vice president of the student union to ensure the dorm inspectors turned a blind eye. That would be more secure. Can you help with anything related to dorm inspections? Yusheng confirmed. Lu Ziqing sensed it was a go and replied, yes, I keep my word. Yusheng was torn, as if two little figures were fiercely battling inside her. One said, absolutely no cross-dressing. That's too embarrassing. Another reminded her, but if you get Lu Ziqing's help, the off-campus living problem will be solved. While Yusheng was indecisive, the system suddenly activated. Host, don't hesitate. Let me make the decision for you. Hehe. System mission issued. Please choose one of the following tasks to complete. Task 1, wear women's clothing and present yourself before Zhao Hengyu Gushun and Shun Luchuan. Task 2, wear women's clothing and present yourself before Su Yichun Yushu and Lu Ziqing. Mission time limit 1 day. Failure will result in mandatory execution of Task 1. Mission completion reward 2,000 yuan rental funds. Did I even have a choice? It seemed like options were given, but it was still a single choice. After complaining, Yusheng looked at the last line on the mission panel and asked in confusion, what does rental funds mean? Is the system going to pay my future rent? Yes, but this money can only be used for rent. System, you finally did something decent, Yusheng praised. Remember to give more rewards like this in the future. 200,000 was no small amount. Even if it could only be used for rent, it would still be quite useful. And spending the system's money on her own affairs gave her a sneaky sense of getting an advantage. Seeing Yusheng still deliberating, Lu Ziqing wasn't in a hurry, but Chen Yushu grew impatient again, coaxing in a spoiled tone. Oh, don't be so stubborn. Just wear it once. It won't hurt. Easy for you to say, Yusheng feigned anger. What if someone sees me? How can I face anyone? Lu Ziqing immediately caught the subtext and quickly walked to the dressing room door, locking it. She turned back and smiled at Yusheng. Feel safe now. No one else will see. Why are you so practiced at this? Yusheng couldn't help but hold her forehead. After a long pause, she finally forced out the words then. Which one should I wear? Even though she was getting money from the system, she still felt like a duck being herded onto a shelf. Hearing this, Lu Ziqing and Chen Yushu quickly walked to the clothing rack and excitedly began picking, afraid Yusheng would change her mind. They held up one dress to compare, then another to examine. How about this pink one? It must be adorable. Chen Yushu picked up a pink dress. Lu Ziqing shook her head, too girly. It might look a bit odd on Yusheng. I think this black one is nice, simple, elegant, and full of. While Lu Ziqing and Chen Yushu were arguing over which to choose, Su Yi gently patted Yusheng on the shoulder and asked curiously, what's so important that you'd make such a big sacrifice? Something important. Yusheng couldn't explain clearly. Su Yi didn't mind, they're just bored. If you don't want to wear it, just say so. It's not like you have to do this to get help. Boo-hoo. Yusheng felt Su Yi was like a little angel. Unfortunately, she had no choice. Never mind. Yusheng shook her head with a bitter smile. In the end, Lu Ziqing and Chen Yushu settled on a white knee-length dress with an elegant hemline, which looked very beautiful. More importantly, the dress had no puffiness at the chest, making it perfect for Yusheng's flat figure. This one, go change into it. Chen Yushu handed the dress to Yusheng and urged her. Yusheng took the white dress and walked slowly toward the changing room, her steps as heavy as if filled with lead. Entering the changing room and locking the door, Yusheng took a deep breath. How did things come to this? Shame often accompanies embarrassment, and Yusheng wanted to escape, but couldn't flee this tiny changing room. Yusheng, are you ready yet? A voice called from outside. Yusheng looked at the straps in her hand, feeling the bareness of her back, and couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating smile. She couldn't put it on, not at all. She had tried many times, but simply couldn't thread the straps through the small loops on the back of the dress. She really wondered who came up with such a genius design, completely ignoring how troublesome it would be for the wearer. After calming herself down, she said helplessly, I'm not ready yet. I'm not very good at putting on this dress. The straps won't go through the loops on the back. Let me help you. Before Chen Yushu and Lu Ziqing could speak, Su Yi offered, it's really hard to tie the straps by yourself. Okay. Yusheng had no other choice. She couldn't tie it herself, so she had to rely on others. I can help too, Chen Yushu said belatedly. However, Yusheng didn't respond. She just opened the door a crack and let Sui slip in. Between the lesser of two evils being seen by two people versus one she naturally chose. Chen Yushu, disappointed that she hadn't gotten the first look at Yusheng in the dress, pouted reluctantly. Lu Xiqing, on the other hand, was not so eager. In the changing room, Sui gazed at Yusheng, slightly lost in thought. The form-fitting dress outlined Yusheng's figure. Her slender waist, slightly exposed collarbone, and the smooth, well-proportioned legs under the skirt were all eye-catching. Although Yusheng's face was flushed with shyness and embarrassment in Sui's eyes, she had a unique charm. Sui's heart rate involuntarily quickened. She had never imagined that a boy dressed in women's clothing could be so stunning. Feeling a bit embarrassed under Sui's gaze, Yusheng handed the straps to Sui and said, "Sorry to trouble you, I really can't manage it." With that, she turned around, presenting her back to Sui. Since the straps were not yet tied, a large expanse of her smooth, fair back skin was fully exposed to Sui. "It's fine, no trouble at all. It's normal that you don't know how to put on this kind of dress." Sui steadied herself, switched the straps from her left hand to her right, and began to tie them from top to bottom. Her fingers would occasionally brush against Yusheng's back like a feather's touch, causing a tingling sensation. Yusheng lowered her eyes, a blush creeping up to her ears. She was so embarrassed she wished she could crawl into a hole. As the straps passed through the last loop, her figure became even more accentuated. Sui tied the remaining straps into about, tucked it into the dress, and said softly, "Done." "Well, thank you. Turn around." "Huh, be good." "Okay." Bewildered Yusheng complied, turning around once. The skirt rippled like waves. Sui nodded with satisfaction. "No problem. Get mentally prepared to face them." Click. Sui opened the door and went out, then closed the door behind her to let Yusheng compose herself first. Chen Yushu and Lu Xiqing both involuntarily slowed their breathing, staring at the door. Both were eager to see Yusheng in the dress. With a face like hers, she would look good in anything. After about a dozen seconds, a small, delicate hand grasped the doorframe, and then half of a body emerged sideways. The white dress finally made its appearance. Yusheng poked her head out from behind the door, her lips slightly pursed, her face shy. Beneath her beautiful willow-shaped eyebrows, her eyes darted away like a frightened fawn afraid to meet anyone's gaze. The dress cinched waist highlighted her waist, which was so slender that it could be encircled by two hands with not an ounce of extra flesh. The legs beneath the skirt were as white as jade, seeming to emit a soft glow under the lights. Chen Yushu's mouth slightly opened, and she said excitedly, "Yusheng, you look so perfect in this outfit. Why not change your shoes too?" Yusheng was still wearing sneakers, which clashed completely with the dress, looking utterly mismatched. "Forget about the shoes, Yusheng definitely can't wear them," Sui advised. The dress was meant to go with strappy high heels, but Yusheng probably wouldn't even be able to walk in them. "Then just take off the sneakers," Lu Xiqing said with a raised eyebrow. "Otherwise it ruins the overall aesthetic." Yusheng clutched the hem of her dress, feeling like a lamb surrounded by wolves, having no choice but to obey. She obediently took off her shoes, her toes wrapped in socks, digging into the floor as if trying to carve out a 3-bedroom apartment. "Shame, too shameful." "That looks much better, but it's a bit flat." Lu Xiqing scrutinized Yusheng. "Let's add a wig." "What?" Yusheng blurted out. "Nobody said there would be so many extras to— Why are you still standing there? Do you need me to carry you to the chair?" Lu Xiqing was becoming playful. Yusheng had said that helping out was related to dormitory inspection, and she must have been planning to bend the rules. For this, she would be taking a certain risk, so she had to make the most of it. "No need." Yusheng, ignoring the fact that she was barefoot, hurried over to the chair in 3 steps, and sat down, secretly resolving to refuse directly if there were any more requests. This kind of encroaching behavior must be nipped in the bud, otherwise it would be terrible. Lu Xiqing pulled out a jet-black, glossy long wig from a prop box and ran her fingers through the strands. "This wig is of good quality, it will look great on you," Lu Xiqing said as she placed a hairnet over Yusheng's hair, then gently put— "Perfect." Lu Xiqing pressed her right hand over her heart and teased, "My heart is beating so fast. Do you want to feel it?" "No, no, no." Yusheng saw Lu Xiqing reaching out to grab her hand and quickly leaned away to avoid it. Sui watched Yusheng being teased, looking all shy and bashful, and suddenly understood why some boys like to tease girls. Lu Xiqing seemed very satisfied with Yusheng's reaction, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she withdrew her hand. Yusheng thought, is it really that exaggerated? She hadn't looked in the mirror all this time, too embarrassed to face herself, but now a bit of curiosity arose. She raised her eyes to the mirror and her expression froze. In the mirror, her hair flowed like a waterfall, her eyebrows like distant mountains. The white dress, light and soft in texture, shimmered with a gentle luster. Even just sitting quietly, she exuded an air of elegance. If her short hair made her look somewhat boyish and hard to tell her real gender, then now with long hair, she was undoubtedly full of femininity. The dress plus the wig, such an amazing effect. Yusheng felt that if she were brought before her roommates now, they probably wouldn't even recognize her. "Look at the camera, Yusheng." Just as Yusheng was lost in thought, Chen Yushu pulled out her phone and aimed it at her. "No, no, you can't take a—" Yusheng snapped back to reality and hurriedly reached out to block the lens. "If this got out, how would it be any different from streaking in public?" "Oh, don't worry, I promise I won't share it." Chen Yushu vowed solemnly. "That still won't do. Delete it now." Yusheng felt that Chen Yushu at that moment was just like a scumbag coaxing his girlfriend into filming those kinds of videos. She said she wouldn't share it, but she might show it off to her friends the next day. Chen Yushu was sitting in the chair next to her. Yu Sheng tried to snatch the phone, but Chen Yushu leaned back, causing her to miss. Alright, I was just joking. I didn't take any pictures. Chen Yushu covered her mouth and chuckled, turning the phone toward Yu Sheng. To reassure her, she opened the album and scrolled through a few photos, all of which were of Lu Xiqing. Indeed, there were no pictures of her. Yu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but think that Su-yi was considerate after all, never teasing her from start to finish. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being on Chen Yushu, Su-yi took out her phone, opened the camera, and aimed it at Yu Sheng. After being watched like a monkey in a zoo for a while, Yu Sheng finally managed to change back into her own clothes. Of course, the ribbons of the gown were still untied by Su-yi. Lu Xiqing hadn't forgotten her promise, so she asked Yu Sheng if she wanted a privilege for returning late at night. Unexpectedly, Yu Sheng replied, "No, I'm moving off campus in a couple of days, and the dorm inspection is quite troublesome." Lu Xiqing was taken aback. This was even more drastic than coming back late. Su-yi was a bit puzzled. Since Yu Sheng wasn't a freshman, moving out didn't require secrecy. She spoke up, "You can apply for off-campus accommodation." Yu Sheng said, "It's useful to keep the bed space." Alright, Lu Xiqing didn't refuse, as handling both matters was similar. "But if you get caught, don't rat me out." After settling it, Yu Sheng told Lu Xiqing her dormitory location and went back to the piano room with Su-yi to practice. Chen Yushu wanted to follow, but Lu Xiqing stopped her. "You're not performing, so stay and help me." "Su-yi always helps me, but..." Chen Yushu dragged out her tone, a bit reluctant. "What's with the You're lazy whenever I ask for help. If you hadn't wanted to see Yu Sheng in that gown, would I have taken this risk? How is it me who wanted to see?" Chen Yushu retorted, unconvinced. "It was you, Sister Cheng, who made her wear it. I was just teasing him." Lu Xiqing glanced sideways at Chen Yushu. "If you didn't want to see, why were you so eager to persuade Yu Sheng?" "I was just backing you up," Chen Yushu said. "Then now help me check the cosmetics. If the gown isn't dirty, hang it back up with a wide-shouldered hanger so it won't get damaged. Someone will come to pick it up tonight." Yu Sheng and Su-yi practiced piano all afternoon, taking a break for dinner. Su-yi was quite satisfied with their current level of course. She wasn't a perfectionist. For a relatively informal occasion, like the welcome party, playing the piece smoothly was sufficient. At 7 in the evening, as the city lights began to glow, Su-yi said, "Let's stop here for tonight. We're making good progress. A bit more practice tomorrow morning should be enough." Su-yi noticed that Yu Sheng's fatigue had become apparent in the afternoon. She figured that since Yu Sheng usually slept in on weekends, the intense practice today had left her physically and mentally exhausted. Naturally, Su-yi couldn't bear to let Yu Sheng push herself further. Alright, Yu Sheng nodded. Excluding meal and rest breaks, they had practiced for a full 7 hours. This was already a professional-level intensive session. Continuing would strain their fingers. As they left the piano room, Su-yi locked the door and asked, "What are you planning to do now? Go straight back to the dorm?" "Something like that," Yu Sheng replied thoughtfully. "He'll grab a milk tea and head back." Su-yi's eyes lit up. "Perfect, I'm going too. Let me treat you." Yu Sheng was a bit surprised. Yesterday, Su-yi had offered to treat her to a meal, and now another free milk tea seemed too much. She demurred. "No need, let's just pay separately." "Why be so distant?" Su-yi raised an eyebrow. "Consider it compensation for practicing the forehand piano piece with me. Practicing a forehand piece is usually more tiring than solo practice." Seeing Yu Sheng hesitate, she continued, "It's just a cup of milk tea, not something valuable." "Alright," Yu Sheng relented. "He'll treat, no need to return the favor. Just wear a dress for me again sometime." "Huh, better not. Just kidding. Still going to that shop near the playground." The campus wasn't large, so a casual stroll took about an hour. Under the moonlight, Yu Sheng and Su-yi walked toward the playground and soon arrived at the milk tea shop. Su-yi glanced at the crowd gathered at the entrance, then looked at Yu Sheng. "What do you want to drink?" Yu Sheng had no particular preference for milk tea and found it hard to decide. She simply replied, "You decide." How about red bean milk tea? I haven't had it in a while." "Sounds good to me." Without further ado, Su-yi took out her phone to scan the QR code and placed the order. After ordering, Su-yi noticed Yu Sheng staring pensively toward the playground. "What are you thinking about?" "How about that public confession on the playground last night? I wonder if he'll try again today." "You mean Lu Wenhao?" Su-yi said knowingly. "He confessed after evening classes yesterday. Today's the weekend, so it's hard to say when he'll show up." "Do you know who he's pursuing?" Yu Sheng turned to Su-yi and asked casually. Su-yi stood slightly behind her, their shoulders brushing apart. To be fair, Su-yi was tall with stunning features and a well-proportioned figure that made her stand out in any crowd. "Why so curious about who he's chasing? Worried he might confess to your girlfriend?" Su-yi teased. "No, I don't even know who he's confessing to, and I don't have a girlfriend." "I see. So what kind of girl do you think Lu Wenhao is pursuing?" Yu Sheng began to analyze seriously. "Lu Wenhao isn't bad-looking and is good at badminton. The girl he's after must be quite outstanding too. More specific. Like pretty good grades or talented in something." Yu Sheng said, scratching her head as she struggled to think of more. "I know who he confessed to," Su-yi said, looking like she was holding back a laugh. "Who?" Yu Sheng asked, full of curiosity. Indeed, girls were always well informed about gossip. Prying into privacy isn't right. "The girl doesn't want to be known, so I can't say." Su-yi played coy. "But if you cooperate well with me for the performance, I might consider telling you." "Alright." Yu Sheng had no other choice. Though a bit disappointed, at least there was hope. Soon the milk tea was ready. Iced drinks. Su-yi handed one cup to Yu Sheng. Having practiced piano all day, neither wanted to sit down, so they planned to take the drinks back to their dorms. The dormitory buildings at Citrus University were arranged in a semi-enclosed layout with a common hall connecting 2 dorm buildings on each side. 3 large buildings formed the enclosure. Directly opposite the entrance hall of a male dorm was that of a female dorm separated only by an asphalt road. Yu Sheng was in Building 8, and Su Yi in Building 9, their dorm halls directly facing each other. They walked together to the intersection. Should we push back tomorrow's practice time? Su Yi asked. You look pretty tired today. No need, I can handle it. All right, Su Yi replied, noting Yu Sheng's surprising drive. With that they parted ways. After bidding farewell to Su Yi, Yu Sheng quickened her pace and made her way back to the dormitory building. The dorm supervisor, a middle-aged man, stood guard at the entrance tonight. From the look in his eyes, Yu Sheng could vaguely guess that he probably thought she was a girl. Although the school forbade girls from entering the boys' dormitory in practice, student council members were often short-staffed, and girls were occasionally assigned to conduct inspections in the boys' dorms. The dorm supervisor wouldn't bother verifying everyone's identity, so Yu Sheng managed to go upstairs without trouble. Upon reaching room 404, before even entering she could hear Zhao Hongyu and Ge Shun duo-queuing in a game. Opening the door to her surprise, Shen Luchuan was also in the dorm. It was truly a rare sight. Usually at this hour Shun would be strolling with his girlfriend. Not going to accompany your girlfriend tonight? Yu Sheng asked Shen Luchuan with a smile. Can't stick together every day, a distance creates beauty, doesn't it? Shen Luchuan explained briefly, then glanced at the milk tea in Yu Sheng's hand and asked, bought it from that shop near the playground? Yeah. Did Lu Wenhao confess today? I didn't go to the playground. Yu Sheng shook her head. He'll just check the form later. As Sui had said, Lu Wenhao confessed after evening classes yesterday. Since today was the weekend, who knew what time he would choose if he wanted it? That was also the reason Yu Sheng chose not to go watch the commotion. Shen Luchuan just asked, casually nodded, and said no more. At that moment, the duo finally noticed Yu Sheng's return. Ge Shun questioned. Yu Sheng, where did you go today? You didn't reply to my message. Ge Shun said it casually, not really insisting on knowing where Yu Sheng had been, otherwise he would have mentioned her in the group chat. Messages. When Yu Sheng hadn't used her phone much today, but she had checked it occasionally and hadn't seen their messages. Just around noon, Zhao Hongyu said. Even Shun, who was with his wife, replied. His tone carried a hint of reproach, as if to say, even he with love in his life didn't neglect friendship, but you ignored everything. Let me check. Yu Sheng returned to her seat, took a sip of milk tea, and looked at her messages. Opening WeChat, she noticed several, all from a group chat named Dad and his 3 good boys. Since she had muted notifications, Yu Sheng hadn't noticed them. Entering the chat, she scrolled to the first unread message. Zhao Hongyu, Yu Sheng, Shun, where did you 2 go? Ge Shun, did you 2 sneak off to have fun? Ge Shun confessed quickly. Shen Luchuan replied 20 minutes later. Shen Liuchuan, I'm out shopping with my wife. Shen Liuchuan, Zhao Hongyu, then where is he? Shen Liuchuan, I got up around 8 in the morning, and he was already gone. Zhao Hongyu, what could he be doing up so early? Shen Liuchuan, I'm not sure. Ge Shun, will ask him when he gets back. Shen, go ahead and do your thing. The messages were indeed sent at noon, when Yu Sheng was forced to cross-dress. Ahem. Yu Sheng coughed to hide her embarrassment. I had important business early in the morning. Why do you care so much? What important business, so mysterious? Zhao Hongyu turned to look at Yu Sheng, his eyes narrowing slightly. In short, it's none of your business. Yu Sheng, unaware that Zhao Hongyu was staring at her, answered dismissively. Yu Sheng. Zhao Hongyu called out, stood up, walked over to her, and fixed his gaze on her. What's up? Yu Sheng felt puzzled. Zhao Hongyu didn't answer, but reached for the back of Yu Sheng's neck. Yu Sheng quickly slapped his hand away, looking wary. What are you doing? His sudden physical contact made her think she might have to bolt out the door. Meanwhile, Ge Shun, still battling in the game, glanced at Zhao Hongyu and yelled, the base is gone. Get back to defend. And you called me a quitter yesterday. But Zhao Hongyu remained unmoved. With a serious expression, he looked at Yu Sheng and said earnestly, don't move. There's something on your neck. Yu Sheng was skeptical, but let him reach behind her neck. Then she saw him pull out a long black strand of hair. Zhao Hongyu smirked knowingly. What's this? Yu Sheng's wariness turned to shock, her pupils dilating as if an earthquake had struck. Her hair wasn't this long. It must have come from a wig. Or maybe from Sui. After all, they had been sitting close playing the piano all day. I don't know. Yu Sheng played dumb. How could this guy have such sharp eyes to spot a single strand of hair? After the crystal exploded, Ge Shun got up and came over. What is it? Zhao Hongyu pinched the strand between his thumb and forefinger and showed it to Ge Shun. Look, I found it on Yu Sheng's neck. Ge Shun stared at the hair for a full 2 seconds, then said with feigned indignation, damn Yu Sheng, what the hell did you do? Spill it now. A strand of hair doesn't prove anything. Yu Sheng's voice faltered. It proves a lot, Zhao Hongyu interrupted. Which girl were you with today, eh? Yu Sheng was waiting to make a splash at the welcome party. Explaining now would ruin it. Ge Shun, silence means confession. Just as Yu Sheng was agonizing over whether to tell the truth, Zhao Hongyu pointed at the milk tea on the table. I've never seen you drink red bean milk tea before. Did she buy it for you? Tell us who bought it. Ge Shun chimed in like a lackey. Both suspected Yu Sheng was hiding something. I bought it myself. Yu Sheng argued. I always pick flavors randomly. What's the big deal? The baseless detail Zhao Hongyu noticed had in red beans have a special meaning though. Shen Liuchuan, still sitting in his seat without joining the huddle, suddenly recited a poem. A red bean lies in a carved die longing deep within. Do you not know? You've all studied it, Or at least no gather more red beans for they best stir longing. Red beans symbolize love and yearning. Zhao Hongyu and Gushun exchanged knowing smiles. How do you explain that? Explain what? Yusheng said helplessly. You're overthinking it. Red beans also symbolize friendship. It was just Su Yi's casual gesture, and these guys were reading too much into it. Gushun, then tell us honestly who were you with today? Su Yi, fine, keep your secret. In the female dormitory room, 520 Su Yi returned while sipping bubble tea, finding Chen Yushu and Lu Xiqing sitting side by side engrossed in a drama. When they saw her enter, they abandoned the show and immediately approached Su Yi. What do you think about Yusheng cross-dressing? You defended Yusheng at first, but after she put on that gown you didn't seem to hold back from staring. Yibao, you sat so close to Yusheng, if he suddenly turned his head wouldn't he be able to kiss you? One thought Yusheng was a cross-dressing master, terrifying indeed, while the other finally voiced the question she had held back during lunch. Ignoring their teasing, Su Yi glanced around the room and asked, where's Nan? Lu Xiqing shrugged. Yusheng said she's been slacking off for half a month and decided to get back on track. She's gone to the library. I see. Su Yi nodded in understanding. Yusheng was a quiet girl, studious and a relentless overachiever. Her hard work meant leaving the dorm early in the morning to study at the library and returning just before the dormitory gates closed. In short, for most of the time the dorm was merely a place for her to sleep. Yibao, will you go practice piano tomorrow? Chen Yushu asked her. Of course, tomorrow afternoon I still. Su Yi paused mid-sentence as if recalling something and asked dejectedly, Qingqing, have you finished your homework? University homework was generally sparse and some professors didn't assign any for the entire semester. Moreover, it was only the beginning of the term, so the workload was minimal. But Su Yi felt a headache coming on at the thought of practicing piano in the morning, rehearsing in the afternoon, and performing in the evening. Although the homework didn't have to be completed by the weekend, she didn't want to pile this week's assignments on next week's. At times like these she had to rely on the power of teamwork. Yibao, I've finished my homework. You can copy mine, Chen Yushu said with a grin. Su Yi shot her a glare. Wait until you transfer to our major. In the dorm, Lu Xiqing and Yu Xiaonan were in the same major, while Chen Yushu had been placed in their room to make a 4-person unit. Lu Xiqing returned to her desk, grabbed 2 or 3 textbooks and exercise books, stacked them together, and handed them to Su Yi. Yu Xiaonan has already finished hers. You can copy mine since I copied hers. All right. Su Yi didn't take them, but pointed at the table, signaling Lu Xiqing to put them down. What are you afraid of? Lu Xiqing chuckled as she placed the books and notebooks on the table. Your hands are dishonest, Su Yi said with feigned disdain. I've changed, Lu Xiqing replied earnestly. I don't believe you. Really. Besides, if you hold the notebooks, I won't have a chance to do anything. Sweet talk. How can you say that? You're ignoring the facts. I don't care. Su Yi wasn't convinced. She pulled out a chair, sat down, and instead of starting to copy, she fiddled with her phone. Aren't you going to write now? Lu Xiqing asked. Su Yi took a sip of her bubble tea and said indifferently, I'm tired. All right. Lu Xiqing nodded. Su Yi had been practicing piano all day, racking up several hours aside from breaks, so it was natural she felt tired. However, Chen Yushu misinterpreted, thinking Su Yi meant she was mentally exhausted. And the only thing that could mentally exhaust Su Yi was the trouble with Lu Wenhao. Chen Yushu fumed, remembering how Lu Wenhao had asked someone to contact her yesterday, asking her to get Su Yi to come to the playground. She had already clearly declined on Su Yi's behalf. So she indignantly said, Lu Wenhao hasn't given up, has he? That guy has absolutely no self-awareness. How can anyone be so annoying? Sigh. Su Yi let out a soft sigh, unsure why the topic had suddenly shifted to this, but she responded, Lu Wenhao thinks highly of himself, he won't give up easily. Su Yi had only exchanged a few words with Lu Wenhao while organizing the school's badminton competition, and for some reason, he had suddenly staged a public confession. It was nothing short of arrogance. However, since Lu Wenhao hadn't named anyone, he couldn't use crowd pressure, so Su Yi simply ignored him those 2 times. Chen Yushu pouted, then had a brainstorm. Why don't you tell him you're a lesbian, Yibao? I can reluctantly play along with you. That way Lu Wenhao will back off. No. Lu Xiqing reached out and pulled Chen Yushu into her arms. Su Yi slowly looked up, giving Chen Yushu a dumbfounded stare. Do you think he'll believe that? Why wouldn't he? Chen Yushu puffed out her chest defiantly. Su Yi shook her head. Terrible idea, not reliable. Lu Xiqing stroked Chen Yushu's chin and started offering advice. The way I see it, Lu Wenhao is doing this because he thinks you're still single and he has a chance. Just tell him you have a boyfriend. Su Yi sighed helplessly, suddenly having a boyfriend. Who would believe that? That's easy. Just find someone to pretend. Find whom? Su Yi pressed. Yeah, find whom? Chen Yushu echoed. Although the school had no official campus belle, Su Yi was undoubtedly the most attractive by looks, and many considered her the campus beauty. Yet few pursued her, most deterred by the icy demeanor she deliberately projected. Only a few overly confident, even arrogant individuals harbored unrealistic fantasies. Su Yi bit her lip, showing a worried expression, and let out a long sigh. Let's talk about this later. Finding someone to play the role of boyfriend was absurd. Another terrible idea. Moreover, making a public confession on the playground for several consecutive days disrupted normal teaching order. No matter how thick-skinned Lu Wenhao was, he would have to lie low for a while. Hiss. The bubble tea was quickly finished, the straw-sucking air. Yusheng stood up, stretched her aching limbs, then walked to the balcony, gathered her laundry, and returned to the dorm. Nothing better than a hot shower to relieve fatigue. On her way to the bathroom, Yusheng glanced at the trash, realizing she had been foiled by a single strand of hair today. Lu Xiqing had said the wig was of good quality and not prone to shedding, so Yusheng suspected that hair belonged to Sui. However, she had later told the truth, but Gushun and the others didn't believe her, so she couldn't be blamed for keeping it secret. Anyway, everything would be revealed at the freshman welcome party. Smiling silently, Yusheng shuffled into the bathroom in her slippers and quietly removed her clothes. The bright mirror reflected her captivating figure. On Sunday morning, Yusheng once again spent her time in the practice room with Sui. However, this time, Chun Yushu was absent throughout, leaving only the two of them to play their melodies in tranquility. At noon, the rehearsal before the official performance came to an end. Sui called out to Yusheng, who was about to leave. "Are you in such a hurry to have lunch? There's still one more thing to take care of." Yusheng paused at the door of the practice room. "Besides tonight's welcome party, is there something else?" Sui stepped out of the practice room, motioned for Yusheng to follow, locked the door, and said with a smile, "Come with me." Oh, Yusheng had no idea what Sui was up to, so she could only follow along. The two left the arts building and made their way to the administrative building. Entering the student council office, Yusheng spotted Lutz as the vice president of the student council. Staying in the office during mealtime showed a commendable dedication. Noticing them, Lutz Xiqing casually asked, "Not practicing anymore? Don't you want to familiarize yourselves a few more times? We're well prepared. Over-practicing might be counterproductive." Sui took a form from the desk on the left side of the entrance and handed it to Yusheng. "Fill this out." Yusheng took it and read aloud the black title at the top, Student Council Recruitment Registration Form. Her tone carried a hint of doubt, as if she felt she had been tricked into something. "You're representing the student council in the performance, so you need to be a member first," Sui explained. "Just fill in your basic information. I won't assign you any tasks, and you might even earn some credit. Plus you can quit anytime. Is this appropriate?" Yusheng finally recalled that she was performing on behalf of the student council. But no interview, and she was being let in so casually. With Xiqing here, why wouldn't it be appropriate? Sui glanced at Lu Xiqing. "Just fill it in." Lu Xiqing nodded. Lu Xiqing was essentially the one managing all student council affairs. As for the official president, after the National Day holiday, he would step down and let Lu Xiqing take over the title. "This is practically forcing me to pull strings," Yusheng muttered under her breath. "Others would kill for this opportunity, but don't get it." Sui handed Yusheng a pen. "Fill it in quickly." Yusheng began to write, thus joining the student council in a daze. "Here, take this." Sui handed Yusheng another piece of paper. Yusheng looked at it. It was a printed program for the evening party. Lu Xiqing kept Sui to help with some work, so Yusheng left first. She hadn't even been added to the student council's work group, which seemed to confirm that they had no intention of assigning her tasks. Watching Yusheng's retreating figure, Lu Xiqing suddenly spoke up. "Aren't you considering Yusheng?" "Considering what?" Sui asked, puzzled. "A boyfriend," Lu Xiqing said. "I think Yusheng looks pretty good, quite likable." "Why bring that up all of a sudden?" Sui looked surprised. "Where are your thoughts going?" Lu Xiqing chuckled. "I meant asking him." Sui was momentarily at a loss for words. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xiqing continued laying out her idea. "Look, you'll be performing on stage with Yusheng tonight. Afterward, if you tell Lu Wenhao that you two are a couple, the credibility would be greatly enhanced. He'll probably believe it soon. Asking someone to act as a boyfriend is too absurd." Sui still thought it unreliable. "Besides, making such a request is really awkward. If you're not sure, you can take your time to think it over. Anyway, now that Yusheng is in the student council, if you want to find him later, you'll have plenty of excuses." On the other side, Yusheng decided to go back to the dormitory and order takeout, so she walked while reading the program list. The performances were diverse, including dancing, singing, skits, and everything in between. The student council's performance was scheduled as the finale, the second to last act. To Yusheng's surprise, the program listed the performers as student council members without specifying names. This made her even more curious about what her roommates' reactions would be when they suddenly realized she was the one on stage. Returning to room 404, Yusheng deliberately touched the back of her neck to confirm there were no stray hairs. Still not reassured, she shook her clothes before opening the door and entering. Shen Luchuan was not in the dorm as usual. According to him, he was going to the neighboring Han Bird University tonight to watch their welcome party. Unlike the university-level event at Citrus University, Han Bird University's welcome party was organized by individual departments. But both universities required the event to be completed within 2 weeks, and today was the deadline. Zhao Hengyu and Gushun had already gotten out of bed, looking as if they had just woken up. They were browsing through takeout options on their phones, debating what to have for lunch. If Yusheng had joined them, it would have been a typical weekend scene in room 404. Gushun glanced at the door, confirmed who it was, and said, "Yusheng, have you had lunch? Help us hit the discount threshold." "Not yet. Order whatever you like," Yusheng replied. "By the way, why are you two up so late again? Playing games until late?" "Last night Brother G said we'd go to bed after one win, but we ended up playing until after 3. Zhao Hengyu shrugged, taking over the conversation. "How come you're back so early today? It's only noon." "What does so early mean?" Yusheng silently complained, then responded, "I told you I have something important to do. You'll find out soon enough." After a few casual exchanges with the two, she put down the program list and went straight into the bathroom. The welcome party was tonight. Even though she would be performing in casual clothes, she still needed to wash her hair to look presentable. Otherwise Sue-yi would look gorgeous, while she had messy hair which wouldn't be fitting. While washing her hair she noticed that after becoming a girl her hair seemed thicker and of better quality. It was lustrous black and not fine or soft, looking very healthy. Was this a perk of the transformation? It was better than nothing she supposed. As she was thinking this the bathroom door was suddenly knocked on and Gushen's voice came from outside. Yushin, what are you doing in there? Let me in, I'm about to burst. Damn it brother G, are you doing this on purpose? I'm washing my hair, and you need to use the bathroom. What were you doing just now? I was thinking I'd order takeout first, and then go to the bathroom. Go to hell. Everyone has emergencies. They'll help you rank up in the game this afternoon. In the afternoon, because the freshmen had a military training performance, the rehearsal started early to avoid time conflicts with the freshmen participating in the rehearsal. It wasn't a joint rehearsal, but a batch-based one. This afternoon was the final rehearsal for dance and instrumental performances, and there were many pretty girls. Indeed, the girls who danced were different. Their legs were really nice to look at. Yusheng enjoyed the eye candy. She also glanced at Sue-yi. Sue-yi's legs must be beautiful too, but unfortunately Sue-yi never wore shorts. Since it was a university-level event, there were 4 hosts, 2 men and 2 women, all exceptionally good-looking. Yusheng didn't stare too long. If she wanted to look at faces, she'd rather look at Sue-yi a few more times. The rehearsal order followed the program list exactly. The poetry recitation being the last act had already been rehearsed during the language arts rehearsal. Therefore Yusheng and Sue-yi's performance was the last one in this rehearsal. They only went on stage after most people in the auditorium. Fortunately, the process went smoothly. They nailed it in one take, which was essentially a dry run. After the rehearsal, the freshmen's military training performance was still ongoing, so Sue-yi dragged Yusheng to watch for a while. Watching the freshmen perform military boxing and march in formation, Sue-yi suddenly remarked that they had been through the same ordeal last year, getting thoroughly drilled. When Yusheng subconsciously picked up on the keywords and her face turned pale, Sue-yi immediately spat at her. You're incorrigible. Time flew by, and it was 6 o'clock, leaving only 1 hour before the 7 o'clock welcome party. Yusheng and the 2 roommates had dinner together in the cafeteria. I heard this year's freshmen are really good-looking, Gushen said with a lecherous grin. For tonight he had specially put on the glasses that usually collected dust on the shelf. I wonder how many pretty girls there'll be tonight. No matter how pretty, they're not yours. Just watch the show and stop daydreaming. Zhao Hongyu shot him down. Yusheng ate in silence, then Sue-yi sent a message. Sue, you want to put on makeup? Yusheng, no, I'm not used to it. The makeup artist had been there during the afternoon rehearsal, but Yusheng had declined the suggestion since she had already decided to perform in casual clothes. Makeup seemed less important. Sue-yi, a light makeup would be fine. It would make you look more energetic under the stage lights. Sue-yi, alright then. You're about to go on stage tonight. Are you mentally prepared? Yusheng, to be honest, I'm still a bit nervous. Sue-yi, relax, I'm sure you'll do great. Sue-yi, just imagine the audience as cabbages when you're up there. Yusheng will try. Sue-yi, see you tonight. After dinner, the 3 of them arrived at the grand auditorium. The evening party did not require all freshmen to attend in person, which left seats for the upperclassmen. Of course, the seats were relatively far back, or off to the sides. Since Yusheng was performing second to last, and didn't need to put on makeup, she leisurely sat down in the audience with Zhao Hongyu and Gushen. Fortunately, the party did not have a lengthy and tedious opening speech by leaders. It went straight to the point. 2 male and 2 female hosts walked to the center from both sides. While the female host is really good-looking, Gushen said excitedly. Hosts are always good-looking, aren't they? Look, those 2 male hosts are quite handsome too. Zhao Hongyu was speechless. Yusheng, what do you think? What can I think? They'll just watch while sitting. Preferably give me a watermelon to eat while watching. During the afternoon rehearsal, Yusheng had already seen all the hosts. There were 2 female hosts, one a freshman and one a sophomore. Sue-yi told Yusheng that the sophomore was her originally scheduled partner, so Yusheng took a few more looks. As Gushen said, both female hosts were very attractive, but compared to Sue-yi, they were still far behind. After the opening remarks, the party officially began. The opening act was a dance performance with several girls in miniskirts dancing energetically to dynamic music on stage. On both sides of the stage there were hanging electronic screens dedicated to receiving real-time text bullet comments sent by the audience after scanning QR codes. In the audience, a group of lecherous guys, including Gushen, started a meeting. Wow, that figure is amazing. Damn, those legs are long. Feels a bit hot. Yusheng silently gave a thumbs up in her heart. This program was good, all high-quality long legs. Although short-skirt hot dances can be seen on short videos, watching live and online are ultimately different experiences. First, the atmosphere is different. Second, the girls' legs really are long with no exaggeration. After the first act ended, thunderous applause erupted from the auditorium, and the atmosphere became lively, truly making a good start. Of course, the applause was largely thanks to the support of lecherous guys like Gushen. The party continued smoothly, and the subsequent programs, there were singing skits and even magic performances. Some were of very high quality while others were quite poor, but everyone showed great tolerance. After all, preparation time was limited. It wasn't until the party was nearing its end, after the 5th-to-last act had begun, that Sue-yi sent a message urging Yusheng to go backstage quickly as their turn was imminent. Excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom. Yusheng stood up and said to Zhao Hongyu and the others. See, I told you a couple of days ago to take care of your health. You've worn out your kidneys, haven't you? Gushen said. Alright, actually I'm going on stage to perform. Yusheng stopped pretending and came clean. Unfortunately, no one believed the truth, and Gushun looked disdainful, just bragging. The three of them were sitting in the aisle seats. After Zhao Hongyu and Gushun moved aside, Yusheng left the audience. Entering the backstage to Yusheng's surprise, there were quite a few people. She had thought the party was almost over, and there would be few performers left, but she spotted Su-yi sitting quietly on a chair at a glance, and quickly walked over. Su-yi had put on light makeup. During the performance, she would sit on the outside while Yusheng would be on the inside where not wearing makeup wouldn't matter much. Still nervous? Su-yi asked. Nervous? Yusheng nodded. Of course she was nervous. The closer to going on stage, the faster her heart beat. After all, she had never performed on stage before. In previous cultural activities, she had always been a spectator. Not to mention performing, even speaking, the biggest public speech she had ever given was only on the classroom podium in front of the whole. It's okay. When we play, I'll be on the outside and you on the inside. Just pretend only I'm listening and play relaxed. Okay, Yusheng replied somewhat dully. Do you think the party is good? Su-yi asked again. Honestly, most of the programs were dull and uninteresting, but Yusheng chose a high EQ response. It's pretty good. The people are good looking, or the programs? Su-yi asked with a smile. Both are good. Honest. There was a singer with a flat voice, not pleasant, and a skit with poor line delivery, like reciting a textbook. Not as good as the dance. There were quite a few dance programs in the party. During the afternoon rehearsal, Su-yi noticed that Yusheng had watched a lot. Right? Su-yi suddenly brought this up, leaving Yusheng at a loss. Puffed. Su-yi stopped teasing her, relax for a bit. Yusheng sat down on the chair next to Su-yi. Soon the sound of the host announcing the next act came from the stage, and a group of people backstage poured out in a mighty surge. While a performance was going on stage, the next performers had to wait in the passage connecting the stage and backstage. Yusheng knew that once that group went on stage, their turn would come. Among that group, just now there's one playing a cross-gender role, Su-yi suddenly said. Cross-gender? Yeah, a girl dressed as a boy. Can't tell, right? Yusheng was almost startled by Su-yi's words. In a sense, she was also a girl disguised as a boy. It was just that she still considered herself a boy inside. Yusheng shook her head. I didn't pay attention just now. Based on the vague impression from the program list she saw at noon, she vaguely remembered that the act before theirs was a short play similar to a costume version of Dragon King's son-in-law. With a few modifications, it could meet the time requirement of the party. Soon the students performing the short play went on stage, and Yusheng and Su-yi also stood at the passage. Su-yi patted Yusheng on the shoulder and pointed to one of the people on stage, saying, Look, that's the girl disguised as a boy. Where? Right there, the one standing in the front. Su-yi's arm reached over Yusheng's shoulder and pointed again. Yusheng looked in the direction Su-yi pointed. The girl had her hair tied up, wore ancient costume, with sharp facial features, and eyebrows slanting upward like sharp swords, giving off an imposing and heroic aura. As the classic background music started, the girl spoke sharply at a fast pace. For 3 years the 4 great families have covered the sky with one hand, acting arbitrarily, treating me like an ant, and trampling me at will. Today I shall strike with thunderous force, making the 4 families understand that past contempt will be repaid. As soon as she spoke, exclamations arose from the audience. Not because the lines were stunning, but because this classmate who looked like a boy turned out to be a girl. The originally somewhat quiet auditorium was ignited again. Wow, is this actually a girl? I totally didn't notice. Amazing Mulan is right beside me. So handsome, sis, you slay me. The party was a school-level event with a packed program, so skits and short plays were compressed to 8 minutes. This time limit was neither long nor short. It was enough to go through a routine of being belittled, humiliated, showing strength, slapping faces, calling for reinforcements, slapping again, begging for mercy and destruction. The short play ended amidst warm applause. Yusheng's hands trembled slightly. They were about to go on stage. After the performing students left the stage, the female host, who was Su-yi's original partner, gracefully stepped into the center of the stage with a microphone and spoke with heartfelt emotion. Just now we enjoyed a delightful performance. Now please welcome 2 students from the student council to present a piano piece, Dream Wedding. As the female host spoke, several staff members transported a grand piano onto the stage. Yusheng tried to calm herself, but her heart pounded wildly as if it would burst through her chest. The sounds around her became muffled and indistinct. Let's go. Yusheng vaguely heard Su-yi say something beside her, and when she came to her senses, she was already on the stage. It was not until Su-yi quietly reminded her that Yusheng snapped back to reality, and they bowed together toward the front. On the electronic screen, comments flew by in a frenzy. Isn't that the school beauty, Su? The student council actually sent her this year. Obviously some upperclassmen in the audience recognized. What? Can I still join the student council now? May I timidly ask who is the short-haired girl beside her? That's a guy who I saw him in class the day before yesterday. Be careful. He might have something bigger than you. Fortunately, Yusheng couldn't see the screen, or she would have lost control of her expression. Taking a deep breath, she followed Su-yi. During rehearsals, the piano's direction had been fixed, so she successfully sat on the inner side. Su-yi's demeanor was confident and composed, and with her form providing some cover, Yusheng felt a bit more at ease. One advantage of playing the piano over singing or other performances was that one didn't have to face the audience. This way she wouldn't be flustered, not knowing where to let her gaze fall. They gently placed their hands on the keys and began their performance. Yu Sheng emptied her mind, immersing herself completely in the music, forgetting the audience below. The melodious notes flowed like water, and the audience instantly fell silent with only a few whispered conversations. It is said that Dream Wedding has multiple versions of backstory, the most famous being the tale of a young man and a princess. The story is simple. An ordinary young man, due to the disparity in their status, could not be with the princess. The young man buried his love deep within, left his homeland, and wandered for 6 years, yet he could never forget the princess. Upon his return, he died protecting the princess at her wedding to a neighboring prince. In his dying moments, the young man seemed to envision his own wedding with the princess. Based on this tragic story, Dream Wedding is often colored with a sense of sorrow when appreciated. But both Yu Sheng and Su-yi were inexperienced in matters of the heart, lacking a profound understanding of loving without being loved in return. Thus, in their interpretation of the piece, they expressed more romance and longing than sorrow. In the audience, Zhao Hongyu and Gushin sat dumbfounded, as if unable to believe their eyes. Bro, that person on stage looks familiar. It's Yu Sheng, isn't it? No way, didn't Yu Sheng go to the restroom? Gushin tried to deceive his own mind. Didn't he just say he was going to perform? Zhao Hongyu pointed at the stage. Look, the clothes are the same. But when did Yu Sheng learn to play the piano? Su-yi can play too. Did you know that before? Gushin suddenly recalled that last night Yu Sheng said he was going to find school beauty Su, and it wasn't just a brush off. Damn it, I'm so envious. Naturally, Yu Sheng was unaware that someone was gossiping behind her back. She was still passionately performing on stage, having long forgotten any thoughts of showing off. Though neither she nor Su-yi wore extravagant attire, they exuded an imposing presence while seated at the piano. Throughout the performance, the two coordinated with remarkable precision, making no mistakes, and the result was exceptionally pleasing. After the climax, the melody gradually softened, becoming gentle, leaving a lingering aftertaste. As the piece ended, the hall erupted in applause. Stepping off the stage, it wasn't until they returned to the backstage that Yu Sheng felt a sense of relief. This time the backstage was much emptier. The male and female freshman hosts were both resting. The last program would be announced by the sophomore male host, and they only needed to wait for the program to end, then go on stage together to deliver the closing remarks. But Su-yi's original partner was nowhere to be seen. You did very well. Su-yi looked at Yu Sheng and praised, not at all like a first-time performer. You performed excellently too. Yu Sheng's eyes flickered, feeling a bit shy at the compliment. She felt that tonight she had performed beyond her usual level without any mistakes. By the way, which day next week are you free? I promise to treat you to a meal. Let's find a time. Su-yi said with a smile. At the same time, Su-yi's original partner and female host along with Chun Yushu and Lu Xiqing walked in. What? Su-yi, you're treating someone else to a meal? The female host, whose name Yu Sheng didn't know, looked quite shocked. Her eyes tilted upward, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkled with life. Even without expression, they would carry a hint of allure. Yes. Su-yi appeared quite calm. Otherwise, why would someone help me for no reason? You've never even treated me to a meal. The female host put on a hurt expression. Has your love faded? Have you changed your heart? Alright, I'll treat you next time too. Su-yi laughed. Chun Yushu then chimed in. With your beauty, Ibao, do you really need to use material temptations? What do you know? Lu Xiqing shot a sharp glance at Chun Yushu. Do you know what a feast for the eyes means? Oh, Chun Yushu drew out the last note. The female host also seized the opportunity to complain. I never expected you to abandon me for the embrace of a stinky man. You guys never serious? Su-yi couldn't help but hold her forehead. Yu Sheng said nothing, not even having time to object to the female host calling her a stinky man right in front. She had just figured out the deeper meaning of a feast for the eyes. What a fast-paced joke. Don't be mad. Chun Yushu took out several lollipops and handed them out, including one for Yu Sheng. Here, have a candy. Thanks. You're welcome. Chun Yushu laughed carefree. Just keep eating candy, be careful of cavities. Lu Xiqing wrapped an arm around Chun Yushu's waist and remarked, have you gained weight lately? There's some flab on your waist. Chun Yushu wrapped her arms around Lu Xiqing's waist, pressing her cheek against the other's body, rubbing and nuzzling. Then after pondering for a moment, she said earnestly, Chungjie, your waist is still so slender. Yu Sheng felt a tickle rise in her throat. Was this something she was allowed to see? They were being far too inconsiderate of others. But lovely, I love watching. Before long, the sophomore male host came to call the three hosts away from the backstage. The evening party was about to end. Su-yi took out her phone to check the time, and quickly said to Lu Xiqing and Chun Yushu, it's getting late, we should head back now. In fact, it was only just past 9, neither early nor late. For many night owls, this was the perfect time to go out and have some fun. Su-yi said this mainly to prevent Lu Xiqing from unleashing any more shocking remarks. She then turned to Yu Sheng. Are you free on Tuesday afternoon? Yes. Yu Sheng stood up and walked outside without even having a chance to exchange polite words. Monday morning. With no early class today, Yu Sheng could sleep in and make up for the lost sleep over the weekend. However, a piercing alarm clock shattered the dormitory's tranquility. Opening her sleepy eyes, Yu Sheng cursed inwardly, who the hell is so inconsiderate, but then realized it was her own phone ringing. Damn, she had set the alarm earlier to get up early for the piano room and forgot to cancel it. Yu Sheng helplessly turned off the alarm, rolled over wanting to go back to sleep, but the disturbance had completely banished her drowsiness. She simply threw off the covers, got up. Rolling over, she climbed down the bunk bed ladder, pulled the curtain open a crack, and looked out. The sky was clear and bright, the sunlight not harsh with sparse clouds on the horizon glowing a soft gold. A beautiful day. Yu Sheng turned around, grabbed her water cup from the desk, and took a big gulp. After returning to the dorm last night, Ge Shun and Zhao Hongyu kept pressing her about her relationship with Sui. But no matter what Yu Sheng said, those two just played dumb. Then the two showed Shun Luchuan the video of her and Sui playing the piano. Shen Luchuan remarked, with this level of breath coordination, it's hard to believe you only practiced for a day and a half. At that, Zhao Hongyu and Ge Shun seized the opportunity, throwing out phrases like heart-to-heart connection and soul resonance, a whole string of little words, completely ignoring Yu Sheng's contemptuous look. Shaking her head, Yu Sheng put down the cup and instinctively began to take off her pajamas to change clothes. Suddenly she paused and hurried into the bathroom. Yu Sheng looked at herself in the mirror, then touched her long fair legs, and couldn't help sighing. Hiding in the bathroom to change clothes every day was not a solution, as she needed to rent a place as soon as possible. Determined to act, Yu Sheng finished dressing, returned to her seat, and took out her phone to look for an apartment. Since she was spending the system's money, she didn't feel a bit of pain comparing different locations near the school. Distance was her primary consideration. After some comparison, Yu Sheng finally settled on 2 apartments. One was less than a 20-minute walk from school with a favorable location, the other was farther away but still reachable within 20 minutes. Yu Sheng made an appointment with the landlord of the closer apartment for Friday afternoon to view it. If she didn't like it, she would then consider the other. As her stomach growled in protest, Yu Sheng put away her phone. Since I'm already up, I might as well have breakfast. The freshmen were off today and didn't have classes, but the cafeteria was still crowded with people. Yu Sheng found a stall with a short line, bought a bowl of pumpkin porridge and a tea egg, then sat down at an empty table in the corner. Based on her experience, this bustling situation wouldn't last long. Most freshmen were still following their high school routines, eating breakfast on time every day. But as time passed, without strict scheduling constraints, breakfast would become an optional affair. If they had an early class, they ate, if not, they skipped it, and some students, even with early classes, would only eat 2 meals a day. Yu Sheng ate her breakfast while listening to the chatter of classmates around her. In just a few minutes, she overheard plenty of juicy gossip. For instance, some freshman player had already changed multiple girlfriends in just half a month since school started. Another example, a club president had an ambiguous relationship with a faculty advisor. Or a couple fighting in the library only to discover that both of them had been cheated on. Yu Sheng listened with great interest until she heard this conversation. Hey, did you know that handsome guy who played the piano at last night's welcome? Really? Who told you that? I saw it on the school forum. You know his face. It should be. Yu Sheng's face darkened with irritation. Last night, besides her and Sui, no one else played the piano. It was obvious who he referred to. Who the hell is spreading rumors? She pulled out her phone, opened the campus forum, and started searching. But she was too late. The post had However, although she didn't find the post the girl mentioned, she did see one titled 3 Strikes. Why did the badminton team captain stop his public confession? Over the past 2 days, Yu Sheng indeed hadn't heard any news of Lu Wenhao continuing his confessions. She clicked into the post. The poster's main point was that Lu Wenhao's candlelighting on the playground involved fire safety issues, so the school authorities had stopped him. It seemed a bit forced, likely clickbait. It reminded her of the post she saw a few days ago. Shock. Late-night romantic confession on the playground. And the protagonist is actually her. This also reminded Yu Sheng that Sui had promised to consider telling her who Lu Wenhao's confession target was after they performed together. He didn't mention it last night. She didn't know if he had forgotten or just didn't intend to tell her. Yu Sheng was thinking about whether to take the opportunity tomorrow afternoon to probe when the system's cringy voice suddenly rang out. Host, a new mission is coming. Yu Sheng immediately felt resistance. System, what kind of trick are you up to now? To help the host better understand the differences in male and female behavior, please observe and identify 5 common female body language gestures among those around you in daily life. The mission is time limited to 3 days. Completion reward, 100 ways to act cute. If you fail the punishment for the first mission. Host, you still remember it, right? What use would I have? Yu Sheng muttered silently. Might as well give me some gold coins. That was a special consideration given the host's current inconvenience in the dormitory. In the future, financial support won't be provided easily. Oh, Yu Sheng responded coldly. Body language. Just some little movements, right? She turned to look at the girls eating breakfast around her. That's simple. They'll find you some in no time. Friendly reminder, observation of strangers doesn't count, the system prompted. Yu Sheng frowned. System, your mission clearly says women around you. Women around you refers to women who have some connection with the host and are relatively familiar, the system explained. Yu Sheng ate her breakfast gloomily. Where could she find familiar women at school? As for women with connections, there were the female classmates in her class. But over the entire semester, she might not have exchanged even 10 words with them. They were hardly familiar. University was different from high school. Seats and classrooms were not fixed, and most of the time students moved in groups with their dorm mates. Therefore, not to mention between male and female classmates, even among the same gender, interactions with students from different dorms might not be that close, often remaining at the acquaintance level. System, Yu Sheng had a sudden inspiration. Can I observe myself? No. In the afternoon, Yu Sheng sat idly in the classroom with her 3 roommates, waiting for the class to end. The instructor droned through the slides on the podium, while the students below busied themselves with their own affairs. It was a boring elective course, and few students bothered to pay attention. Sheng secretly fretted over the task of observing the women. She had already tried, but her female classmates didn't count. After all, she had been in the same class for a year and still couldn't even recall some of their names. How was she supposed to complete this? Sheng toyed with the idea of giving up and accepting the punishment. Just then the system suddenly popped up, lest the host forget. This system reiterates, should the task fail, this system will take over the host's body and work at a maid cafe. You damn system, you just want me to fail so you can exploit me for free labor, right? Sheng remembered the system, saying that all earnings from the work would belong to it. Not at all. If this system controls the host's body to work, that is this system's rightful labor income. Before long the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Without a moment's hesitation the instructor announced, well, continue the unfinished content next class. Thus the afternoon's lessons came. Shen Luchuan stood up and left the classroom directly. The three of them, including Sheng, could guess he was going to see his girlfriend again. Sheng, let's play some games together when we get back, Zhao Hengyu suggested. No thanks, Sheng declined with a wave. I have to go out. You have something again? Zhao Hengyu asked suspiciously. Yeah, I'm going shopping. Is that a problem? Just then Gushin stood up and patted Zhao Hengyu on the shoulder. Don't you get it? Sheng and Shun are birds of a feather now. Oh, I see, Zhao Hengyu said with a look of sudden realization. You don't see a thing. Sheng frowned. Hey, you're secretly enjoying this, Gushin said, hooking his arm around Zhao Hengju's shoulder. We'll head back first. The two walked away with mischievous grins. Sheng was speechless. Those two always had to put on that act. Shaking her head, she walked out of the classroom. She did have something to do. She needed to buy shoes. Her clothes and pants were still wearable, just a bit loose, so there was no need to buy new ones. But her shoes were uncomfortably loose, making as Sheng headed toward the stairwell, she happened to run into Shen Luchuan coming out of the restroom. She teased him, Shen, touching up your Shen Luchuan usually went to the restroom to spruce up before meeting his girlfriend. Why are you alone? Where are those two? He asked Sheng. I'm going off campus to buy some things. They went back to the dorm, Sheng replied honestly. Shen Luchuan nodded. Going through the north gate. The area outside the north gate was the most bustling, so Sheng naturally went that way. Shen Luchuan was also heading out through the north gate, so they walked together toward the campus exit. To be honest, with Shen Luchuan standing at 185 centimeters, Sheng felt a certain sense of pressure walking beside him. She wondered how tall his girlfriend was. Just then Shen Luchuan suddenly spoke up, my wife is waiting for me at the school gate. This seemingly random remark left Sheng momentarily confused, but she quickly understood. Shen Luchuan had been in a relationship for only a short time, and his girlfriend studied at the neighboring school. He never posted about his love life on social media, so the three roommates still had no idea what she looked like. So we'll be the first in our dorm to meet your significant other? Sheng asked him. Yeah, I suggest you prepare yourself mentally, Shen Luchuan said with a light laugh. She might be a bit different from what you imagine. Prepare mentally. Sheng was puzzled by his words. Was Shen Luchuan's girlfriend temperamental and hard to handle? As the two of them drew closer to the north gate, Sheng's curiosity grew. She had no doubt about his girlfriend's looks. Even if she wasn't breathtakingly beautiful, she couldn't be far off. After all, Shen had mentioned just a couple of days ago that his girlfriend was adorable. When they reached the school gate, before Sheng could spot which one was Shen Luchuan's girlfriend, a little bean, who looked just over 150 centimeters tall, greeted them. The little bean glanced at Sheng, then sidled up to Shen Luchuan, took his arm, and said in a clingy voice, let's go quickly. Sheng looked at the adorable height difference between them and the little bean's face. Anyone would wonder whose child she was, and finally understood why Shen had. The little bean's height was indeed unexpected, even shorter than Shen Yushu. For a moment Sheng suspected Shen Luchuan was luring a minor. But the truth was that the little bean was a college student at the neighboring Hanyao University. What was her name again? Sheng vaguely remembered Shen Luchuan mentioning his girlfriend's name. It was something like Chu Ju. What a cute little girl, but with such a domineering name as Chu Ju. As Sheng pondered, Shen Luchuan reached out with his other hand and ruffled Chu Ju's hair. She immediately puffed up angrily and slapped his hand away, her clear voice ringing out, don't touch my head. Touching head stunts growth. Oh, give it a rest, Shen Luchuan said, barely suppressing a smile. What potential for growth do you have left? None of your business. Let's go. All right. Shen Luchuan replied with a smile, taking Chu Ju's small hand. We'll be off now, he said to Sheng, the subject naturally shifting from I to we. Tisk, the sour smell of love. Okay, by Sheng forced a smile and waved. Parting ways with the two lovebirds, she walked to the bus stop by the street, and there was a large shopping mall near the school, and she planned to go there. The bus was almost empty at this hour, so Sheng took a seat by the window. After gazing at the street scenes for a while, she pulled out her phone and opened the group chat titled Dad and His Three Good Sons. She wanted to share what she had just witnessed. Since Shen Luchuan didn't mind her knowing what his girlfriend looked like, he probably wouldn't mind her telling the other two roommates. But after careful thought, Sheng abandoned the idea. Posting in the group chat now would only invite trouble. Zhao Hengyu and Gushin would definitely steer the conversation toward her. Sheng put away her phone and closed her eyes to rest. The bus passed stop after stop, and soon she heard the announcement for the Target Mall. This was the first time since her transformation that she had been in a public place outside the school. Hopefully she wouldn't be mistaken for a girl. With a nervous heart, Sheng stepped into the mall. Since it was a weekday afternoon, the shoppers were sparse, neither deserted nor bustling. Most customers were young faces, likely students from this university or the neighboring one. At this hour, apart from a few professionals with irregular schedules, only college students could spare the time. Sheng took the escalator to the second floor and casually entered a shoe store. There were no other customers inside. The male shop assistant immediately approached with overwhelming enthusiasm, saying, "Welcome. Are you looking for men's or women's shoes? Or do you have a specific style in mind? I can help you find the perfect pair." Sheng estimated the assistant was over 180 centimeters tall, not much shorter than Shin Luchuan. Dressed in a white shirt, his physique was clearly honed by exercise, with muscle lines subtly visible beneath the thin fabric. She couldn't help but admire the store owner's shrewd business sense. While other shops hired pretty girls to attract pervy customers, this one took the opposite approach, recruiting millennial handsome guys to lure female shoppers. Of course, Sheng hadn't entered for that reason. Her heart remained utterly unruffled as she cut to the chase. "Do you have canvas shoes?" Canvas shoes were versatile, matching any style of clothing, a lazy choice. "Yes, we do." The assistant led her to the canvas shoe section and said, "Take a look. Which one do you like?" Sheng glanced over the display shelves. The shoes were a chaotic array of colors and styles, densely packed. Prices ranged from affordable 2-digit figures to branded 3 or even 4-digit numbers. Sheng wasn't one to squander her own money. After comparing prices, she finally picked a pair of men's high-top canvas shoes to try on, and the size she requested was one number smaller than her usual. The assistant nodded, but his gaze still flickered with confusion toward Sheng. Seeing her choose men's shoes, he guessed she might be buying them for someone else, a boyfriend perhaps. But when he heard the size, which was almost beyond the typical men's range, he leaned more toward the idea that Sheng was buying them for herself. Noticing his hesitant expression, she understood his thoughts and said flatly, "Bro, I'm a guy." The assistant looked young, probably in his 20s, so Sheng addressed him casually. "Oh, I see. I thought you were." Well, men with this size are indeed rare. Whether shocked by the revelation or warmed by the casual "bro," the assistant switched from "you polite" to "you informal." This made Sheng feel more at ease. Otherwise, the constant polite address, though courteous, created a sense of distance. "Do you have this size?" Sheng asked. "We do, but it's very uncommon." The assistant paused. "I suggest you try unisex. Unisex shoes generally have a wider size range and can be worn by both men and women. They might be more comfortable for you." Sheng repeated the word. She didn't usually pay much attention to shoe styles, and this was the first time she'd heard of unisex canvas shoes. They're called canvas shoes, but they're actually skate shoes. The assistant was confident in his judgment. "Let me pick a pair for you to try." "All right." Sheng gave in. "Unisex it is. No harm in trying. At least they aren't women's shoes," she comforted herself. The assistant deftly retrieved a pair of the right size and similar price from the stockroom, handed them to Sheng, and said, "Try them on. If they don't feel right, you can pick another style." Sheng took the shoes. Embarrassed to kick off her own shoes in front of someone, she bent down and removed them by hand. After slipping on the new pair, she stood up and took a few steps. They felt much better. "How do they feel?" the assistant asked eagerly. "They'll take these." Sheng just wanted to get it over with. "Great choice. These shoes suit you perfectly. Our quality is top-notch. Wear them with confidence. If you have any issues, feel free to come back anytime." The assistant's sales pitch flowed like a scripted NPC dialogue. After paying, Sheng left the store with her shopping bag. Suddenly the system spoke up. "Host, since you're already at the mall, why not buy some underwear as well? I'm as flat as a board. What would I need that for?" Sheng touched her unremarkable chest through her clothes. "And don't talk to me without permission." The system fell silent, obedient. Then Sheng added, "System, you don't need to assign me tasks anymore." "That's not possible," the system replied. "All right, you can shut up now." Sheng mimicked the system's tone and headed for the escalator. She didn't plan to linger in the mall. It was still early, and she had enough time to take a nap in the dorm before dinner. However, just as she stepped onto the escalator to leave, she suddenly caught sight of something. From the escalator, looking down at the first floor, she could clearly see a grand piano placed in the mall's atrium. Surrounding it was a retractable barrier with several security guards keeping watch. When she entered the mall, the storefronts had blocked her view, but now from above she could take it all in. An itch arose. An itch in her hands. Last weekend, Sheng had been practicing Wedding in a Dream with Sue E with no chance to play anything else. Now seeing this piano, she couldn't wait to try it. She suppressed her eagerness, rode the escalator back to the first floor past several brand stores, and arrived at the atrium. To be honest, she felt a bit uncertain. Last semester there was no piano in the mall. It must have been brought in recently for a commercial event or some other purpose and might not be available for customers to use. Sheng approached the nearest and most approachable-looking staff member and asked, "Annie, can I play this piano?" "Yes, you can." The Annie grinned. The piano was for brand promotion, but it was valuable, hence the barrier. She moved the barrier aside and said, "As long as you can play, you're welcome to." With the affirmative answer, Sheng didn't hesitate. She set her shopping bag aside and sat on the piano bench. After a moment's thought, she chose to play a piece related to animation. Thanks to the system's extensive music library, she felt confident even with non-classical pieces like anime soundtracks. No one in the mall was paying attention, so Sheng began. She played with abandon, completely unaware that someone was approaching her on the escalator. The melody of a piano piece echoed through the mall. Sue E rode the escalator all the way down to the first floor and quickly walked to the atrium. When she heard the piano earlier, she had leaned over the glass railing to look down and felt the figure playing was familiar. Initially she harbored some doubt, but now she was certain. The pianist was Sheng. Taking advantage of the brief pause between pieces before Yu Sheng began the next one, He stepped forward and tapped her shoulder. The security staff initially intended to stop but seeing how beautiful she was, they let it slide. Yu Sheng was pondering what to play next when she felt a tap on her shoulder. She thought perhaps the aunt had changed her mind, but when she turned around, she met Su-Yi's radiant smile. Su-Yi. Yu Sheng blurted out, never expecting to run into Su-Yi at a mall. Su-Yi clenched her right hand into a fist and lightly shook it in mock anger. Well, that piece must be well beyond level 4, right? Were you just humoring me before? No, not at all. Yu Sheng was momentarily frozen by the adorable gesture. I was just trying it out. Oh. Su-Yi didn't dwell on it, and instead asked, what was that piece you just played? It sounds familiar, but I can't quite recall the name. The piece had a Chinese translated title, Tonight Love is Infinite, but after a moment's thought Yu Sheng opted for the English name. Can you feel the love tonight? The interlude from The Lion King. Yes. Great taste. What else can you play? Play a few more for me. Okay. Since things had come this far, and she had a rare chance to play the piano, satisfying her own itch was more important. Yu Sheng proceeded to play several more pieces. These pieces and the experience she had inexplicably acquired had been performed countless times. Yet playing them with her own hands still evoked a unique sensation. Beautiful, like lofty mountains and flowing water, the melody lingers in the air. Su-Yi praised with great enthusiasm, then turned to the staff. Don't you think so? Absolutely. Wonderful. A group of middle-aged aunties and uncles chimed in with exaggerated agreement. Watching the back and forth, Yu Sheng smiled shyly, stood up, and prepared to take her leave. Hoisting the shopping bag with the shoe box, she suddenly remembered something, and said to Su-Yi, want some milk tea? My treat. So sudden. Su-Yi was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and agreed. Sure, I'm actually a bit thirsty. That evening Yu Sheng had said she would return the favor if given the chance, but Su-Yi thought it was just polite talk. She never expected Yu Sheng to still remember. The mall was not short of milk tea shops. There were several on the first floor. Yu Sheng chose the nearest one, and Su-Yi followed along, playfully adding, rather than treating me to milk tea, don't you want to try cross-dressing again? You're, well, quite talented in that area. I don't want to. Faced with the topic of cross-dressing, Yu Sheng's refusal was adamant, determined to nip that idea in the bud. Seeing Yu Sheng's serious expression, Su-Yi dropped the subject. The two entered the milk tea shop, and Yu Sheng gestured for Su-Yi to pick whatever she wanted. I won't be polite then. Su-Yi smiled. After Su-Yi placed her order, Yu Sheng took out her phone to scan the QR code, and she had no desire for milk tea herself, and didn't plan to buy any. While waiting, the female shop assistant suddenly looked at Yu Sheng and asked, little sister, aren't you having any? What? Su-Yi couldn't help but laugh. I don't feel like drinking right now. Yu Sheng twitched the corner of her mouth, but didn't object to being called little sister. Always having to insist on her gender was exhausting. The shop assistant, puzzled by the scene, didn't press further. Once the milk tea was in hand, Su-Yi immediately inserted the straw and took a sip. She was indeed thirsty. Yu Sheng noticed Su-Yi lightly biting the straw and thought of the system task. She tested the waters, uncertain since she and Su-Yi had known each other for such a short time. Tongzi, does Su-Yi count as a new? The system suddenly malfunctioned. She counts, but not entirely. Speak plainly. For now she can only be considered a temporary person nearby. What? She can be regarded as an observation target. Then biting the straw counts as body language, right? Yu Sheng mused. Oh, and the fist shake too. That's a non-aggressive gesture, not like punching someone. The system didn't respond verbally, but instead brought up the task panel. On the panel, the number after body language had changed from 05 to 25. At this rate, 3 days would be more than enough to complete the task. Yu Sheng's mood relaxed a little. Let's head back to school. Su-Yi suddenly spoke. Okay. Yu Sheng responded instinctively, then realized something was off. Huh? Aren't you going back? Su-Yi asked. Yes, I am. Then it's convenient. Su-Yi said calmly. I'm heading back too. Yu Sheng was happy to go together. She had nothing to lose, so she didn't refuse. They waited for the bus at the stop near the mall, and soon returned to school. Su-Yi finished the last bit of milk tea in a few gulps and tossed the plastic cup into the trash can along the sidewalk. She glanced at the milky white shopping bag in Yu Sheng's hand and asked casually, what did you buy? Shoes. Yu Sheng replied without changing expression. Oh. Su-Yi nodded and changed the subject. Have you found a place yet? Almost. I'm going to see an apartment in a couple of days. How's the distance? Su-Yi pressed. If it's too far, commuting will be troublesome. It's near the school. Good. Rent for apartments near the school varied. Yu Sheng didn't specify which one, and Su-Yi didn't ask. Instead, she was more curious why Yu Sheng, who could apply for off-campus housing and move out openly, chose to do it secretly. After all, Yu Sheng wasn't a freshman. The school had no rules restricting him from living off-campus. The excuse of keeping the dorm bed seemed a bit forced. Su-Yi could only guess that Yu Sheng was worried her parents wouldn't approve of her living off-campus, or that they had already refused, which was why she did. Yu Sheng had been walking toward the dormitory all along, but only then noticed Su-Yi was still beside her. She asked, aren't you going to the student union office? No. Su-Yi shook her head. Now that the freshmen's military training and the welcome party are over, the student union is not so busy anymore. Just some trivial transitional tasks. I only go occasionally to help Chung. I don't stay in the office every day. Oh, so you're going back to the dorm? Yes. Su-Yi said. Yu Sheng nodded, and the two continued walking toward the dormitory building. On the square before the university library, temporary sunshades were set up one after another, bustling, with people coming and going. The freshmen's military training had ended just yesterday afternoon, and today the club recruitment activities were kicking off. The square was quite spacious. Looking around, one could see a variety of clubs, including the painting club, the dance club, the guitar club, the calligraphy club, and the Hanfu club. As she passed through the square, Sheng glanced around, and suddenly noticed a boy in suspenders dribbling a basketball near the basketball club. Really? They would use any trick to recruit new members. Seeing Sheng's curious expression, he said, "Want to take a look?" Sure. Sheng agreed readily. During her freshman year, she had never bothered with club recruitment. She hadn't even come to the square. Now witnessing the battle of 100 clubs felt quite novel. The two strolled leisurely while the recruitment slogans of various clubs rose and fell around them. Others do academics. We do weekly hot pot and barbecue gatherings. Guaranteed to gain at least 10 pounds by graduation. Come join the food club. Hey, do you know the speed at which cherry blossoms fall? It's 5 centimeters per second, but the speed to fill out the registration form must be the speed of light baka. Amid the shouts, Sheng noticed a club surrounded by a crowd. From the banner on the sunshade, she learned it was the anime club. She remembered that Gushun had joined the anime club last year, but had hardly ever participated in any club activities. According to Gushun, for him, the biggest event of the anime club was just sharing memes in the group chat. Curious, Sheng approached and saw several cosplayers in costumes of various game and anime characters standing in front of the sunshade. Sheng seldom watched anime except for the most popular ones, so her knowledge was very limited. Although the cosplayers were exquisitely dressed, she had no idea whether they were faithful to the original characters. In her opinion, when it came to cosplay, the basketball club was the real deal. After a quick glance, she lost interest and focused her gaze on the only 2 male cosplayers in Chinese-style attire. One of them wore a black outfit, gripped a long sword tightly, and had eyes as cold as a frozen pool, a typical chivalrous swordsman. The other was dressed in a blue scholar's robe with flowing sleeves, a jade flute tucked at his waist, and a warm smile on his face. The two stood side by side, forming a sharp contrast. Who are they? He suddenly asked Sheng. I don't know. Sheng shook her head. You were looking so intently, I thought you knew, he said. I was just looking casually. Sheng scrutinized the 2 cosplayers from head to toe, from their faces to their shoulders to their waists, and then to a certain unmentionable part. Ahem. Suddenly, a painful memory crossed her mind. People often realize the importance of something only after losing it. Sheng considered herself fairly adaptable. If someone else had encountered such a situation, they might have banged their head against the ground in despair. At that moment, standing beside her, caught the attention of a female recruiter from the anime club. Hey, you two, would you like to join our anime club? Our club activities are very rich. The recruiter was petite with a pink wig, though it was unclear which anime character she was cosplaying. Faced with the girl's invitation, politely declined. I don't know much about anime, or I might not fit in. Me neither, Sheng, trying to swindle my registration fee. No way. It's okay, you can have a lot of fun even if you don't understand anime. The recruiter spoke with a distinct anime vibe, unwilling to give up, and added, don't worry, I want to ask you questions like, why do humans? This girl didn't usually browse the campus forum, so she didn't know Sui. But she did know that if she could recruit a beauty as stunning as Sui into the club, just having her as a mascot would be wonderful. Forget it, we're sophomores. We might not have much time for club activities. Sui declined again. Then she pushed Sheng to check out other booths. Not far away under the badminton club's tent, Lu Wenhao watched the 2 figures with some interest, but after a moment of thought he decided to stay put and mind the recruitment booth. Ganji University had a considerable number of clubs. Sheng and Sui wandered around looking here and there until they arrived at the photography club Sunshade. A male student in charge of recruitment gave a lengthy introduction. Sheng knew that the photography club probably had just a few cameras shared among dozens of members, so she found it boring and turned her gaze to other booths. After the photography club student finished his long-winded introduction, Sui led Sheng to the tea art club's booth. She watched with interest as the club members demonstrated exquisite tea-making skills. The other person placed tea leaves, poured water. The movements were smooth and natural, truly elegant. After visiting several clubs in a row, Sheng began to feel tired, her head growing heavy. She called softly, Sui. Sui turned to look at Sheng, noticing her voice sounded weak. What's wrong? I'm going back first. I didn't sleep well last night. I'm so tired I can't hold on. Sheng felt a little embarrassed. Although it was Sui who had suggested visiting the clubs, it was actually Sheng who wanted to come, and now she was the one leaving early. Sui, however, was unconcerned. Let's go together then. We've seen enough anyway. As she spoke, she walked out of the square, and when they stepped out of the square, Sheng's heart suddenly tightened, and she forced herself to stay alert. She spotted a familiar figure. He was walking toward the square. Why was this guy out here instead of staying in the dorm? Sheng complained, inwardly worried about being seen. She didn't know why, but she felt a sense of guilt. Perhaps it was because she kept saying that she and Sui weren't in that kind of relationship, yet she was always seen with Sui in various places. Fortunately, Zhao Hongyu was focused on the square and didn't notice them. The two walked to the intersection in front of their dormitory buildings. Sui reminded her, you're sure about tomorrow afternoon, right? I still owe you a meal. Yes, I have no classes all afternoon tomorrow. Anything you'd like to eat? Sui asked. Anything is fine. Then he'll decide. Okay. Sheng remembered the matter about Lu Wenhao, and didn't want to wait until tomorrow to ask, so she directly inquired, who exactly is the person Lu Wenhao confessed to? Want to know? Yes. Hearing this, Su Yi smiled, then suddenly leaned in, bringing her eyes level with Yu Sheng's. Yu Sheng could even see her own reflection in Su Yi's pupils. She instinctively tensed up and leaned back slightly. Su Yi chuckled softly, staring into Yu Sheng's eyes, and whispered, "She's right in your eyes." Back in the dormitory, only Gushun was present. He was engrossed in watching an anime series. Catching a glimpse of the shopping bag, he confirmed that Yu Sheng had gone to the mall, and casually remarked back, "Already." Yu Sheng took out the shoe box and placed it on the table. Only then did she notice the faint red marks left on her delicate fingers by the shopping bag. The items weren't heavy, yet carrying them for a short while had already left such marks. Yu Sheng sighed, inwardly kicked off her shoes by stepping on the heels, and climbed onto her bed. Gushun teased back on the bed, "Already? You've only been out for a short while. Are you tired?" "I'll just lie down for a bit," Yu Sheng replied as she pulled the covers over herself and took out her phone. Her fingers swiped across the screen, unconsciously her mind preoccupied with the news she had heard just minutes ago. The person Lu Wenhao had confessed to was none other than Su Yi. This was completely unexpected. When she had asked about it on Saturday evening, Su Yi had looked as if she was trying to suppress a laugh, and Yu Sheng had assumed it was because Su Yi knew some inside scoop that others didn't. Unexpectedly, Su Yi was the very person involved. Recalling that night when she had praised the object of Lu Wenhao's confession right in front of Su Yi, Yu Sheng was filled with embarrassment. She felt as if she was nailed to the cross of social death. However, from the fact that Su Yi had neither shown herself nor responded, it was clear that she was not fond of such ostentatious gestures and had no feelings for Lu Wenhao. Confessing in public, unless one is absolutely certain of the other's agreement, is nothing but an attempt to use the crowd as leverage. After a bout of random thoughts, drowsiness surged in like a tidal wave. Yu Sheng opened a video app and searched for English listening practice, hoping to further lull herself to sleep. 3 consecutive days of forced awakening had indeed taken a toll on her. Learning that Yu Sheng was about to sleep, Gushun got up, walked to the window, and considerately drew the curtains. Then she put on her headphones to avoid disturbing Yu Sheng with any sound from her device. The dim light and quiet environment intensified Yu Sheng's drowsiness, and she soon fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up, it was already dinner time. Yu Sheng slowly opened her eyes, feeling much more refreshed. She poked her head out from the head of the bed and saw Gushun still watching anime, but this time a series unsuitable for minors. The dormitory still had only the two of them. It was normal for Shun Luchuan not to be back, but Zhao Hongyu had gone to the square to join the festivities. Surely he should have returned by now, given how long it had been. Before Yu Sheng could ask, Gushun, who had just finished an episode and was leaning back in her chair stretching, noticed her and said, "Ew." He said he'd bring us food, so no need to run to the cafeteria tonight. "Since you were still asleep, I asked him to get the same meal you had last time." Yu Sheng took out her phone and scrolled through it, and indeed found the chat history in the group. "Why is he suddenly bringing us food?" Gushun shrugged. He said he didn't feel like going out again tonight, so when he passed the cafeteria, he bought some food and brought some for us too. "That's unusual. Speak of the devil and he appears." The sound of a key turning in the lock came from the dormitory door. The door swung open, and Zhao Hongyu walked in, carrying 3 takeout containers with 2 books tucked under his arm. Zhao Hongyu put down the books, kept 1 meal box for himself, handed 1 to Gushun, and placed the last one on Yu Sheng's desk. Gushun waited until he had finished this series of actions before asking, "What did you do this afternoon? Why are you back so late?" "Went to the square, of course." Zhao Hongyu glanced at Gushun. "You were too lazy to go, so I had to go myself. What's so interesting about club recruitment that you could hang around for so long?" Gushun said, noticing the 2 books Zhao Hongyu had brought back, and suddenly understood. "You joined a club?" "Yes." "Which club? Are there many girls? Any good-looking ones?" Gushun fired off questions like a machine gun. While Zhao Hongyu answered, Yu Sheng got off her bed, and as she ate, she listened and learned that Zhao Hongyu had joined the literature club. The reason was simple. Not because Gushun thought the literature club had many girls, but because Zhao Hongyu wanted to enrich. Now that Yu Sheng was frequently out and Shun Liuchuan, due to his schedule overlapping heavily with his wife, Chu Ju's rarely stayed in the dormitory on afternoons without classes. Zhao Hongyu was also getting restless. "Then why did you bring those 2 books back?" Gushun asked again. "Did a girl give them to you?" "I borrowed them from the library." Zhao Hongyu looked at the side of the 2 books, which clearly had shelf number labels. "I need to broaden my knowledge base. The kids in the literature club have a huge reading volume." "You're that serious?" Gushun looked suspicious. "Have you taken a fancy to a girl from the literature club?" "No, not from the literature club." Gushun quickly interjected. Zhao Hongyu ignored him. "Gushun, say something." Zhao Hongyu remained silent. "No way." Gushun sensed something was off. Then under the cross-examination of both him and Yu Sheng, finally Zhao Hongyu claimed that in the library he had seen a girl studying quietly and was instantly captivated. A case of lust at first sight. Yu Sheng asked him. "It was love at first sight. So you spent the whole afternoon staring at that girl in the library?" "I was reading." Yu Sheng found that this guy had a pretty stiff mouth. Then it was Gushun's turn, who felt Yu Sheng wasn't getting to the point. "Alright, you say you were reading, so be it. Since you're interested in her, did you get her contact info?" "No." Zhao Hongyu shook his head. "But I know her name." "What?" Gushun was frantic. "Spit it out." "Yu Xiaonan. She's also surnamed Yu." Gushun turned to look at Yu Sheng, who was busy devouring her meal, and Yu Sheng turned around. "No, it's the Yu of Yu Ji," Zhao Hongyu corrected. How do you know so clearly? You even know which character it is. Haven't you added her on WeChat yet? Gushun fired off another string of questions. I saw her leave a book on the table when she went to dinner, and the book had her name written on it. Pretty sneaky, huh? Zhao Hongyu fell silent again. Gushun felt he had asked enough, and turned to ask Yusheng how she had met Sui. He was asking on Zhao Hongyu's behalf. At the bubble tea shop, Yusheng said, pausing her eating. I've explained it many times, there's really nothing between Sui and me. I mean, how did you start talking to her? Gushun asked seriously. There must be a beginning to her asking you to perform together. She approached me herself. Yusheng replied, thinking. Why? Maybe it was fate. So you have her WeChat? Yes. How did you get it? She offered to add me. Gushun looked helplessly at Zhao Hongyu, his expression as if saying, I'm useless, can't help you. Tuesday. No classes in the afternoon. Apart from Shun Luchuan being lovey-dovey with his girlfriend, as usual, even Zhao Hongyu had gone to the library to study. Only Yusheng and Gushun remained in the dorm. It was still early for dinner, but Sui had already sent a message urging Yusheng to head out. Yusheng went to the bathroom to wash her face, tidied her clothes, and walked out of the dorm. Gushun called out, you're going out too. Someone's treating me, Yusheng said. School bell, Sui. Gushun guessed correctly. Yes. Was it that obvious? Then amidst brother Jis' lament of being left alone in the room, Yusheng left the dorm. Arriving downstairs, Sui was leaning against the wall, her toes tapping the ground, already waiting at the building entrance. She was wearing a loose cream-colored knitted cardigan over a white shirt paired with black straight-leg pants. The golden sunlight cascaded over her, making her appear gentle and captivating. Let's go. Sui waved at Yusheng. Amid the few students coming and going, Yusheng suddenly felt many eyes on her. After responding, she followed Sui out of the school only to find Sui holding her phone, hailing a taxi. Where are we going for dinner? Yesterday they had agreed that Sui would decide where to eat, so Yusheng didn't ask further. She thought that since they were both students, a simple meal at the street food stalls outside campus would suffice. No need to make it too formal. But judging by Sui's manner, things seemed more complicated. Ancient Street, Sui replied briefly. In fact, Xinjiang City had an extensive subway network that could reach Ancient Street, but it required transfers. Sui found it troublesome and opted for a taxi. Isn't it a bit far? Yusheng hesitated. She knew Sui was referring to the distinctive Ancient Street in the northern part of the city. But the school was quite a distance from Ancient Street. Why go all the way there to eat? It's not even 4 yet. Are you in a hurry to eat? Sui asked her. Not in a hurry, but if we're not eating, what else can we do? We can stroll around there first and eat later. Stroll around. That meant shopping. Yusheng rarely went shopping. For instance, yesterday, when she went to the mall, she just bought shoes and left without spending time browsing the stores. This all stemmed from her childhood experiences of being voluntarily forced to accompany her mother or cousin on shopping trips. In short, it was exhausting, boring, and every second felt like an eternity. Seeing Yusheng fall silent, Sui said, not happy about it. No. Yusheng replied immediately. Since Sui was treating her to dinner, she might as well go shopping. Spending more time with Sui would also help her complete the system's task sooner. The two arrived outside the school, stood by the street, and soon hailed a taxi. The driver seemed new to the job and wasn't talkative, driving silently to the destination. Although it was a weekday, there were plenty of visitors at Ancient Street, crowds of people bustling and lively. To protect the ancient cobblestone roads and other structures, vehicles were prohibited on Ancient Street. Yusheng and Sui walked together. Stepping onto the street, the first thing they felt wasn't antiquity, but a strong commercial atmosphere. Lining both sides were numerous shops selling cute trinkets that caught Sui's interest. She looked at this touch, that her eyes sparkling like stars, full of girlish delight. Yusheng followed silently. In just over 10 minutes, the annoying system task was down to the last item of physical contact. Not far away, a young couple was taking photos with a man holding a camera, circling them to find the right angle. So many couples, Yusheng nodded. She guessed that if it were evening with red lanterns lit, there would probably be even more. As they passed by, the photographer also wanted to take a picture of them. But they declined. Sui didn't even take selfies. However, she did take many photos of the Ancient Street scenery. They continued strolling, passing a Hanfu shop, where a mannequin dressed in Hanfu caught Yusheng's eye. The shopkeeper noticed her gaze and immediately called out, Miss, we have many different colors and styles inside. Would you like to come in and try? Yusheng looked at Sui. She didn't want to wear it herself, but if Sui put it on. As if reading her mind, Sui raised an eyebrow and said, want to see me in it? No. Not at all, Yusheng denied hastily. Then let's go. Sui shrugged and walked past the Hanfu shop. Despite the shop, Yusheng glanced at Sui's back, then at the shopkeeper, and hurried to catch up. She silently berated herself for denying so quickly just now. But on second thought, even if she had said yes, Sui would probably have refused anyway. As Yusheng was thinking this, Sui suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled her toward a corner ahead. There's a sugar painting stall ahead. Let's go check it out. Huh. The moment her wrist was caught, Yusheng was stunned. She felt only a slightly cool small hand gripping her wrist. That coolness seemed to carry a hint of electric current instantly spreading through her entire body. Yusheng instinctively wanted to pull away, yet she didn't want to break this sudden closeness. Sui didn't turn around until Yusheng called out, then let go with a slightly. Yusheng's wrist was exceptionally slender, barely able to be encircled, with a warm jade-like touch that felt pleasant. Sui smiled and explained, sorry, I thought I was hanging out with my roommate. It's fine. Yusheng looked at the wrist Sui had held, where a faint warmth seemed to linger. The two arrived at the stall of the old man selling sugar paintings. Sui asked, "Boss, what can you make?" "Depends on what you want. Even complex ones can be done slowly." The old man pointed to a rotating disc beside him, which had various animal and cartoon character patterns. "If you can't decide, just spin it." Sui nodded and reached out to spin the pointer on the wheel. This kind of wheel was usually for kids, but Sui seemed to enjoy it. The pointer whizzed past one pattern after another, finally slowing down. "What is this, a peacock?" Sui asked, puzzled. The wheel looked old, its patterns faded and indistinct. The old man chuckled, "It's a phoenix." "Can you make a phoenix?" "Of course." Sui looked at Yusheng. "Do you want one too?" "Sure." Yusheng wouldn't dampen Sui's spirits. "2 phoenixes then, boss." "No problem." The old man's hands moved skillfully, sugar syrup dancing on the board, and in no time, he made 1 phoenix. Handing it to Sui, he immediately started on the second. Sui didn't eat hers right away, but watched intently as the old man drew the second phoenix. As they watched, they noticed something odd. The second phoenix seemed different in posture and appearance from the first. "Boss, these 2 phoenixes don't look the same." "Right," the old man finished and handed the second phoenix to Yusheng. He pointed at the phoenix in Sui's hand. "Yours is Feng." He paused, then turned to Yusheng. "Yours is Huang." In ancient legends, Feng and Huang were 2 mythical birds. Feng was male, Huang was female, and Feng Huang, as a whole, symbolized auspiciousness. Yusheng knew that the old man's move was purely for showing off his skills, accompanied by some good wishes not meant to imply anything. Otherwise, Feng would have been given to her, not Sui, because no one would mistake Sui for a boy. Without dwelling on this, the two turned the corner and continued walking. The ancient street wound and twisted, looking long, but actually it was less than a kilometer. Compared to a proper ancient town, there weren't many places to visit. But Sui looked left and right, stopping and starting, and it could take several minutes to walk a few dozen meters. It must be said that girls seemed to have endless enthusiasm and stamina for shopping. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Yusheng felt a bit tired, so she simply trailed behind Sui, playing stalker. She didn't know where they were in the ancient street. The winding path made it impossible to see the end. The only consolation was that when Sui ate the sugar painting, she lifted a strand of hair to keep it from getting on the food. This action allowed Yusheng to successfully complete the system task. Pouting, blinking, tilting her head, stomping her feet, she now had all the cute tricks down pat. Until a little past 5, the two arrived at a souvenir shop near the exit of the ancient street. It was called a souvenir shop, but Yusheng thought it was no different from a general store, just adding special markings to everyday items. Small items like postcards and fridge magnets all featured patterns of the ancient street buildings. "This is so pretty," Sui said, picking up a silver bracelet and looking at Yusheng. "What do you think?" Yusheng turned her gaze to the silver bracelet in Sui's hand. The bracelet was delicate and finely crafted, polished, very smooth, with a miniature silver phoenix pendant that glittered. "Yeah, it's quite nice," Yusheng said sincerely. "Then try it on." "Me?" Yusheng's tone carried undisguised surprise. This was clearly a women's bracelet. She thought Sui wanted to wear it. "Yeah, I feel it would suit you." "I don't want it." Yusheng waved her hand in refusal. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt Sui was deliberately teasing her. This feeling was subtle, but real. Sui's attitude was unnaturally natural, as if they were close girlfriends out shopping. "All right." Sui didn't insist, and slipped the bracelet onto her own wrist. "Help me fasten it, please." Sui extended her right hand, the bracelet dangling loosely over her pale wrist. "Okay." Yusheng reached out and carefully picked up the clasp. Sui gazed at Yusheng, focusing on her face. After Yusheng fastened the bracelet, Sui turned her wrist, and the small phoenix pendant swayed gently with the movement. "How does—" Yusheng looked carefully. Sui's wrist was slender, the extension chain swaying in circles, and the cute pendant added a touch of playfulness and liveliness to her. Yusheng wanted to say, "It suits you perfectly," but what came out was, "It's beautiful." "Good, let's look at other things." The store had a wide variety of items, most of which were delicate and cute, more appealing to women, and nothing caught Yusheng. Sui, on the other hand, bought the silver bracelet and a few other small items, which made the shopkeeper's brows relax and smile spread. After leaving the souvenir shop, there was only a short stretch of the ancient street left, with the exit visible at a glance. The two walked slowly, and Sui suddenly spoke. "Are you afraid of me?" "No, not at all." Yusheng was bewildered. "Why do you ask?" She certainly wasn't afraid. At most, she felt a bit constrained being with Sui. After all, Sui exuded charm all the time. Moreover, Yusheng was now a girl, and no matter who stood beside her, she would worry about being found out. Sui glanced sideways at Yusheng. Most of their conversations were initiated by her. "Then why are you always silent?" "I don't know what to say." Sui sighed and said earnestly, "If you don't talk like a piece of wood, how will you ever win a girl's heart?" At this mention, Yusheng felt a pang of pain. Putting aside the question of winning a girl's heart, the biggest problem now was that she had been turned into a girl by the wicked system. How could she date? Dating a boy was impossible, though she couldn't accept someone else entering her body. But dating a girl? Would she have to wait until they were dating, then take off her pants and say, "Actually, I'm a girl"? Yusheng thought for 2 seconds, figuring that a girl would understand girls better, so she asked directly, "So what kind of girls do you think they like?" Sui wore a smile, a sly glint in her eyes, and said half jokingly, "The kind that listens and goes along with everything." "That sounds like a slave." "Isn't that better? What's good about it?" "Anyway, you don't talk much, just nod and agree." Yusheng was at a loss and quickly changed the subject. "You're not rejecting Lu Wenhao's confession because of this, are you?" Sui frowned. I'm not even familiar with him. And confessing in public like that is just to show tacky and deliberate. It was precisely because she had seen too many insincere approaches and confessions that Sui felt quite fond of Yu Sheng, who was simple. Having achieved the goal of changing the subject, Yu Sheng nodded and said true. Soon the two reached the main street outside the ancient street. Sui took out her phone and checked the time. It's about time, let's go eat. Great, Yu Sheng quickly agreed. After walking so long her leg, she had endured so much for this meal. How about hot pot? Sui asked. No problem. All right. Sui nodded and asked again, was there a hot pot place in the ancient street? I didn't notice. Yu Sheng guessed there might be, but she wasn't sure. Forget it, we're already out. Let's see if there's one nearby. Yu Sheng continued to follow Sui. The two walked on the bustling street, occasionally seeing a few couples hand in hand. They were probably students from a nearby school out foraging for food after class. Yu Sheng watched this scene and couldn't help but think of her, shopping, eating. And if they added a movie, it would be the standard couple's date itinerary. Sui, who was walking ahead, suddenly paused and said, come walk beside me, don't follow behind like a shadow. Oh. Inside the hot pot restaurant, Sui, holding the ordering tablet, scrolled through the screen while asking Yu Sheng, sitting across from her, can you handle spicy food? I can. Sort of. Compared to someone who couldn't live without spice, Yu Sheng was only a light taster. She had only been fond of spicy snacks like spicy sticks when she was a child. She agonized for a long time and ended up choosing or between can and can't. Faced with this ambiguous answer, Sui didn't hesitate at all and directly ordered a dual flavor broth. Then she went on a wild ordering spree. Whether meat or vegetables, expensive or cheap, she ordered everything, making Yu Sheng feel the pain in her wallet. That must cost a fortune. Yu Sheng advised, ordering too much, we won't finish. What do you want to drink? Sui felt it was enough, so she stopped ordering and scrolled down to see drinks. Spotting alcohol, she casually asked, how about some wine? I don't drink. Yu Sheng shook her head. When Yu Sheng was a child, her cousin once took her to drink beer. At that time, she found the taste bitter and unpleasant and couldn't understand why anyone would like it. Sui didn't drink either, so they both ordered soft drinks and then went to the seasoning station together. Yu Sheng seldom visited hot pot restaurants, and faced with the array of condiments, she was completely lost. Just as she was about to pull out her phone to copy an online recipe, she saw Sui's effortless operation. So she stealthily followed suit. Sui added minced garlic, sesame oil, and sesame seeds, and Yu Sheng followed, until Sui added a spoonful of chili peppers. This Yu Sheng did not imitate. Yu Sheng thought she was being very discreet, but Sui suddenly turned her head, looked at her small bowl, and teased. You could add a little less, but copying my recipe and being picky. I didn't. Yu Sheng weakly denied, a strange sense of embarrassment rising within her. Maybe our tastes are similar. If I had known, I would have just asked you to make 2 portions of seasoning. Is that so? Sui's eyes were full of amusement. After they finished preparing their seasoning and returned to their seats, the orange juice and coconut milk they had ordered were already on the table. The waiter served the dishes one by one, and Sui took off the bracelet she wore on her wrist. Soon the table was filled with various meats along with some bean products and vegetables. The broth had also boiled, bubbling and gurgling. The waiter enthusiastically offered to help them put the ingredients in the pot, but Sui declined. She could do it herself, and it was more convenient to decide when to cook and for how long. Yu Sheng, on the other hand, had no particular preference for how long different foods needed to be cooked. She liked to dump all the ingredients into the pot at once and fish them out when she wanted to eat. After pretending to cook a few items, she was about to put this idea into practice. Don't be so hasty, each ingredient requires a different cooking time. Sui stopped her. If you cook everything together, some will be overcooked while others are still undercooked. As she spoke, she demonstrated by gently swishing the ingredients in the pot with her chopsticks. For tripe, 7 up and 8 down is enough. Cook it too long, and it becomes tough and loses its texture. And for beef slices, just swish them until they change color, that's the most tender. Also, halfway through, Sui paused and asked, want to give it a try? Yu Sheng tried as Sui instructed, then dipped it in the seasoning she had almost perfectly replicated. The taste was indeed good. So her previous eating method had been too crude. How is it? Sui asked. Isn't it better than your own random way? It didn't sound like a question, but more like a statement. Yu Sheng felt she should compliment her, but despite racking her brains, she couldn't think of any words to praise a girl. She had learned many elegant phrases, but when it came time to use them, none came to mind. It felt like writing an English essay in an exam. She had accumulated plenty of so-called advanced vocabulary, but when she put pen to paper, it was a collection of elementary school words. So she only blurted out 2 words, amazing. These are just common hot pot tips. Sui smiled. You don't eat hot pot often. Not very often. Then you can try it more in the future. Sui said, taking a sip of coconut milk, and stopped demonstrating, planning to teach while eating. Although they ordered a dual flavor pot, Sui didn't hog the spicy broth. She chose mild spiciness, so Yu Sheng also dipped her chopsticks in it. And she ate quite happily. Sui also got a better understanding of Yu Sheng's tolerance for spicy food. Once they started eating in earnest, their conversation dwindled. The steam from the hot pot rose and swirled, making both their cheeks faintly flush. Even with the air conditioning on, beads of sweat appeared on Sui's forehead. But she was in the middle of enjoying her meal, so she just wiped it with the back of her hand, without deliberately using a tissue to maintain elegance. This scene reminded Yu Sheng of the times she went out for skewers with her roommates. Everyone was casual about wiping sweat without much. Since Yu Sheng didn't drink, they often teased her, telling her to sit at the kids' table. Unlike Sue-yi, who after learning she didn't drink still spoke in a tone of praise. Suddenly a drop of sweat rolled down from Sue-yi's forehead. It slid along her cheek, down her neck, and disappeared into the collar of her shirt. Sue-yi seemed to feel it, lifted her hand and tugged at her collar. Clatter! Yu Sheng, caught off guard, dropped the cold meatball she had just picked up back into her bowl. Seeing Yu Sheng frantically trying to pick up the meatball, Sue-yi was a bit puzzled. She pulled out a tissue and handed it to her, saying, "Wipe it." "What? Oil splattered on your face." "Oh." Yu Sheng took the tissue. "What were you thinking about just now, eh?" Sue-yi asked, biting her chopsticks. "Nothing, just that your hot pot cooking method is very practical and tastes good." "Then eat." Sue-yi picked up a piece of shrimp paste from her own bowl and offered it to Yu Sheng. "Come, open wide." Yu Sheng's eyes widened, staring at the chopsticks and shrimp paste suspended in front of her, completely at a loss. "You just put it in my bowl." "All right." Sue-yi revealed a triumphant smile and placed the shrimp paste into Yu Sheng's bowl. But even so, Yu Sheng still hesitated to pick up her chopsticks. If Sue-yi feeding her was fake and a tease, then the chopsticks that had just been in Sue-yi's mouth were real. This was undeniable. There might even be saliva on it. Yu Sheng thought about whether to swirl the shrimp paste in the seasoning to dilute it. But that would make it seem like she was disgusted by Sue-yi. Glancing at the composed Sue-yi, Yu Sheng steeled herself, picked up the shrimp paste, and put it into her mouth. It seemed a bit sweet. The shrimp paste itself had a faint sweetness. It probably wasn't an illusion. Since they were in no hurry, they took their time with the meal and only left the hot pot restaurant after a leisurely feast. The early autumn night carried a hint of chill, the temperature markedly lower than during the day, free of summer's oppressive heat. Yu Sheng and Sue-yi strolled along the streetlights casting a dim yellow glow that painted their shadows on the ground. As they passed each lamp, their silhouettes stretched, then shrank, and sometimes converged together. Instead of hailing a taxi, they followed Sue-yi's suggestion and decided to take the bus back. Sue-yi had chosen a cab in the afternoon to maximize their shopping time, but now in the evening the duration of the trip no longer mattered. Slow is not always a flaw. Taking the bus, a relatively leisurely mode of travel, allowed them to better appreciate the city's nightscape. Yu Sheng naturally had no objection. Sue-yi had paid for both the afternoon taxi fare and the evening hot pot. Yu Sheng didn't make a fuss about splitting the hot pot bill, but Sue-yi insisted on covering the taxi cost alone, refusing to let Yu Sheng contribute half. Yu Sheng feared that if they took a taxi, Sue-yi would insist on paying, as she felt embarrassed about constantly relying on someone else's money. Soon they arrived at the bus stop and came to a halt. The stop had a bench grimy and stained as if someone had spilled coffee on it, leaving mottled blotches. Wanting to sit, Yu Sheng pulled a tissue from her pocket and vigorously scrubbed at the stains. Having learned from last time, when she had no tissues, she now always carried some. Sue-yi leaned against the signpost, watching Yu Sheng busily work. Yu Sheng bent slightly to wipe the bench, her body facing Sue-yi. The collar of her shirt hung open, revealing the delicate collarbones beneath her clothes, clearly visible. More exposed than when she wore that partially revealing gown earlier. The collarbones traced graceful arcs like two shallow crescent moons resting on Yu Sheng's porcelain-like skin. Each time she moved her hand to wipe the bench, her collarbones rose and fell gently with the motion, displaying a dynamic beauty. Such collarbones. Who knew how many coins they could hold? Sue-yi watched for a couple of seconds, but ultimately her conscience prevailed, preventing her from peering further inward. She remarked, "You even wipe a public bench. Quite civic-minded." "Just a habit, so I can sit myself." Yu Sheng pulled out another tissue and continued cleaning. "Isn't it too much trouble?" Sue-yi asked. "Better than standing all the time," Yu Sheng said. Counterintuitively, standing was more tiring than walking. As a fragile college student who saw stars when standing up after squatting too long, she naturally chose to sit. Yu Sheng cleared a small clean area, spread her legs, placed her hands on her knees, and slowly sat down. "Move over, make room for me, Sue," he said, walking to the edge of the bench. "He'll sit too." "Okay." Yu Sheng didn't mind Sue-yi benefiting from her efforts. She shifted her small bottom to free up some space. "Pull your legs in." Due to the limited clean space after Sue-yi sat down, Yu Sheng drew her legs together and rested her half-clenched fists on her knees. Her sitting posture now looked very demure. Sue-yi reached into her pocket, took out 2 mint candies she had snagged from the hot pot place, and handed one to Yu Sheng. "Oh." Yu Sheng obediently took the mint candy. "Full from dinner?" Sue-yi asked as she tore open the candy wrapper. Full indeed. Among Yu Sheng's few hot pot experiences, this meal was the most satisfying. She touched her slightly swollen belly. "Stuffed, my stomach's all bloated." It's grown a full size." "Good to hear." Sue-yi nodded and popped the candy into her mouth. Yu Sheng also unwrapped hers and asked, "How long does the bus take to get back?" "Depends on the route," Sue-yi said calmly. "Anywhere from over an hour to an hour and a half, but including walking time, it's always..." Seeing Sue-yi's confident demeanor, Yu Sheng didn't bother checking her phone. Buses near the ancient street ran frequently, and within a few minutes one arrived. "The bus is here," Sue-yi called out. "Is this the right one?" Yu Sheng asked. "Of course, unless you think I'm trying to trick you." The bus stopped smoothly, the front door opened, and Sue-yi stepped on first. Yu Sheng followed. There were few passengers. They found seats near the back with Sue-yi by the window. "Does this bus go directly to school?" Yu Sheng asked again. "No," Sue-yi said. "We'll need to transfer once at the same stop." Even the subway required a transfer, so a direct bus was even rarer. As the bus started and accelerated, the scenery outside shifted continuously, light and shadow intertwining. Su-yi rested her chin on her hand, enjoying the night view for a moment, then turned her head slightly to look at Yusheng's face. Yusheng's skin had a natural rosy glow, tender and delicate, as if it could yield water at a touch. It must feel wonderful to pinch. At 9 in the evening, Yusheng returned to school. They managed to catch the required transfer route without missing their stop, boarding the wrong bus, or encountering any mishap that would delay them past curfew. Thus the cliché scenario of hurriedly searching for a hotel late at night, only to be told only one room is left, forcing them to share, never befell them. Everyone was in the dorm. As soon as Yusheng entered, she felt several pairs of eyes fixated on her. Finally decided to come back. Shen Luchuan asked with a smile, a line usually reserved for his own buddies. Yusheng. Yeah. Gokuin wasted no time in interrogating her. You said you were going to eat so early in the afternoon, but you didn't show up until dark. What kind of exotic delicacy took that long to prepare? He sniffed the air, went for hot pot. Yeah, the place was pretty far, spent most of the time on the road. Yusheng avoided mentioning the shop, but Gokuin suddenly said no. What's wrong? The smell's off. Gokuin wagged his finger. Top notes of beef tallow and Sichuan pepper-based notes of mushroom broth. You ordered a yuanyang pot. Damn, Zhaoheng, you spoke for Yusheng, bro. You should change your name to Hound. How can you sniff that out? Gokuin ignored him and continued, different tastes forcing one pot, accommodating each other. Stop right there, Yusheng cut him off. It was just a meal. If he went on, they'd surely start twisting the word yuanyang again. Yusheng was quite tired after shopping with Su-yi in the afternoon, so she ducked into the bathroom with a genuine "I'm going to shower." After washing up, she lay on her bed, wrapping herself in the blanket until only her head was visible. Now that the performance was done and the meal was over, the only pending task was moving out. However, she wasn't in a hurry to tell her roommates. She would wait until she had found a suitable apartment and everything was settled before informing them. On Friday afternoon, Yusheng had arranged with the landlady to view the apartment at 4 o'clock. After her afternoon classes ended, she returned to the dormitory to rest for a while before heading out. As 4 o'clock approached, the sun hung slantingly in the sky, still radiating a warm glow. The apartment was located in Mingzhu Mansion, just over 10 minutes walk from the school. Yusheng exited the school gate, scanned the code to rent a shared bicycle, and pedaled vigorously with her fair legs, heading toward her destination. Despite its somewhat rustic name, Mingzhu Mansion was a genuine mid to high-end residential complex. Situated in the university town and close to the commercial street, its rent was relatively high. Apart from nearby university students, the complex housed quite a few men and women as well. The buildings in the complex were entirely unlike the mottled facades of older neighborhoods. They were brand new and spotless, showing no signs of age, with their exteriors sparkling under the sunlight. After parking the bike, Yusheng gazed at the buildings from a distance and made her way to the complex entrance. Through the gate, she could glimpse the neatly trimmed greenery inside, at least presentable on the surface. Yusheng looked around, but saw no woman who might be the landlady at the entrance. She stepped into the shade of a tree, ready to make a call, just as the landlady's call came through. The landlady was a brisk young woman, direct and quick-spoken, saying she had a sudden meeting and would arrange for someone else to handle the apartment viewing, but the time would be delayed by half an hour. Before Yusheng could say anything, the landlady hung up. Yusheng was more than a little annoyed. Even though the landlady did sound quite rushed, how could she be so brazen about standing someone up? The complex was not open access with a strict entry system. Without resident authorization, Yusheng couldn't get in herself. Adhering to the maxim, since you're here anyway, she decided to wander nearby to kill time. Yusheng walked along the street outside the complex, where the trees were lush and green, and the breeze carried the aroma of food. Following the wind's guidance, she arrived at a nearby snack street. At the entrance stood a carved archway, looking quite impressive. Close to the residential buildings, there were no looping loudspeakers on the street, and since it was a weekday afternoon, only a few passersby were around, making it quite quiet. As Yusheng strolled slowly, pondering what to eat, a man suddenly shouted enthusiastically to attract customers, "Pretty lady, try our skewers. Pure lamb, authentic, flavor-free." Yusheng was actually dressed rather masculinely, but the man with his keen eye wasn't fooled by appearances. Yusheng quickly waved her hand to decline. She was about to view the apartment soon, and eating barbecue would leave her smelling of smoke, which wasn't quite appropriate. But after the man, led with "pretty lady," others also started calling out, and they all assumed Yusheng was female. "Young lady, how about a jianbing? Made fresh, absolutely delicious. Sweetie, want some spicy hot pot? Our new store is open, 20 off everything." Both restaurant owners and street vendors were very enthusiastic, but Yusheng declined them all. Normally, she could take such addresses with equanimity, as she had been called such things before. But with all the shouting, some passers-by in the distance turned to look at her, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. She secretly resolved to patronize the shop of anyone who could call her by a title she liked. Continuing along the road, before long Yusheng heard another shout. "Classmate, our sugar-roasted chestnuts are really good, still warm. Buy a bag to snack on as you walk." Yusheng paused, turning to look to her right. By the street was a stall selling sugar-roasted chestnuts, and the Annie vendor was looking at her with a Yusheng decisively bought a bag to try for no other reason than a sudden craving. She took out her phone, scanned the code to pay, and a message from Su-yi popped up. "Su-yi in class. You should know what's up. Su-yi, you know about the freshman icebreaker activity, right? Su-yi, the one where a whole class of freshmen get together to play games." Yusheng Yusheng naturally knew, having experienced it in her freshman year. This activity was said to be about games, but its purpose wasn't just player, it was to help newcomers get to know each other and integrate into the group. But Yusheng personally thought it wasn't very effective. Tomorrow night there's a class that still needs a male student to oversee the activity. Each class activity was usually led by one male and one female student, but Yusheng didn't want to get involved unless went with. Just as she was pondering a refusal, sent another message. The other female lead is Song Shihan. Yusheng who? Yusheng don't know her. My original partner, the female host of the welcome party. Found it both amusing and exasperating that even if she had forgotten to introduce Song Shihan to Yusheng, the girl had introduced herself by name during the hosting. Looking at the message on the screen, Yusheng understood. That girl. The one who in her presence had called her a stinky man. Yusheng, no, I don't even know the procedure. Yusheng had little memory of her own class icebreaker activity from freshman year. It had come and gone, and she had forgotten it. That's easy. Come to the office now, familiarize yourself with the process, and we can rehearse tonight. This activity counts as volunteer hours, which can add to your comprehensive evaluation score. Yusheng, but I have class tonight, and am not on campus right now. Yusheng, am out looking at an apartment, and the landlady stood me up for half an hour. I don't know how long the viewing will take. As she explained, Yusheng couldn't help but vent a little. Alright then. Understood that Yusheng was politely declining, so she didn't mention that they could rehearse tomorrow during the day. What are you doing now, killing time? Yusheng, yet eating sugar-roasted chestnuts. In the student union office, Sui's eyes lit up. She happened to be craving some sugar-roasted chestnuts and was thinking about when to buy a bag. If it's convenient, bring a portion for me. Yusheng, sure. Yusheng readily accepted such a small request. Great, will be in the student union office all afternoon. Yusheng exited the chat interface and put her phone back in her pocket. Eating sugar-roasted chestnuts while strolling, half an hour quickly passed. Yusheng had roughly figured out the locations of nearby supermarkets and other facilities. Since it was close to school, she already had some familiarity with the area. Presumably because the location was truly excellent, even with high rent there were no vacant single rooms. The apartment Yusheng was to view was a fully renovated 2-bedroom unit. Living alone, the monthly rent was naturally not cheap. But since she was spending the system's money, she didn't feel bad about it. Returning to the main entrance of the complex, Yusheng instinctively scanned the nearby women, looking for the someone else the landlady had mentioned. After looking around, and still finding no one, she once again stood in the shade to wait. Before long a voice came from beside her. Are you the one Sister Wang said would come to view the apartment? Huh. A man's voice. It sounded somewhat familiar. Yusheng looked puzzled, turning her head toward the sound. The speaker was over 1.8 meters tall with muscle lines faintly visible beneath his thin clothing. The very male model shop assistant she had encountered in the shoe store a few days ago. Bro, your scope of business is pretty broad. If you were moonlighting at a nightclub, we could just call you model brother. Yusheng, not knowing the landlady's surname, waited for the male model to approach, pulled out her call log, and asked, Is this the number? The male model glanced at it, and said, Yes, that's correct. Having received the affirmative answer, Yusheng followed the male model into the residential complex and arrived at Building 2 Unit 1. The first floor was a stilted level. The male model swiped his access card to open the passage door and walked straight toward the elevator lobby. 2 elevators stood in the same lobby. The advantage was convenient commuting. Residents could choose freely, but the downside was the large shared area, though that was clearly not Yusheng's concern. Perhaps because they had met before, the male model, seizing the moment while waiting for the elevator, spoke familiarly. My sworn sister had an urgent matter at her company and couldn't get away, so she asked me to come. If she's so busy, why does she handle the rental and sales of properties herself? Yusheng expressed her confusion. Logically, such matters could be entirely entrusted to an agency or subordinates. Yet the landlady chose to do everything personally, only asking for help when she couldn't spare the time. Truly puzzling. The male model glanced around, and after confirming no one was nearby, said in a furtive tone, This place is close to the university, and my sworn sister likes young people. Wait, is this a legitimate sworn sister? Yusheng cut in bluntly. Yusheng was direct. The male model's words combined with his physique made it hard not to speculate. Of course she's legitimate, the male model said helplessly. She's the daughter of my mom's best friend. We've been sworn siblings since childhood. The shoe store was bought by her for me to practice on, and she only comes in person when she has free time. You just happened to catch her today. I see. Yusheng understood. So your sworn sister takes good care of you. No wonder the landlady had asked him to help. He was family, someone she could trust. Yes, she's a good person, just a bit of a worrywart. The elevator descended to the first floor. The doors opened, and they stepped into the car riding up to the 15th floor. The male model walked to the door of 1501, unlocked it, pushed it open, then stepped aside to make way. Just take a quick look. Yusheng nodded. The male model led her inside. After passing the entrance, he began his spiel. You see, the living room, dining area, and kitchen are all open plan. No partitions, so it looks especially spacious, and the lighting is excellent. There's an enclosed balcony here with a washing machine perfect for drying clothes or storing odds and ends. The male model chattered on. Yusheng listened silently, observing. To the left of the living room was the bathroom, a guest bathroom compact and equipped with only basic functions. Flanking the bathroom were the secondary bedroom and the master bedroom. The master bedroom was larger, featuring a bay window and an ensuite bathroom that the secondary bedroom lacked. A master bath considerably better than the guest one. It had a wet-dry separation layout, a mirror cabinet, a double sink, and most surprisingly to Yusheng, even a bathtub. So are you? After viewing the apartment, they returned to the living room, and the male model asked, "If it doesn't suit you, my sworn sister has a few more units here. You can take a look, but those have separate kitchens. This one was remodeled by the previous tenant without permission." Remodeled without permission? Yusheng mused. Why didn't you ask them to restore it? My sworn sister thought it was nice as is, the male model said. And besides, they were willing to pay compensation higher than the restoration cost. Money really does make people capricious. Yusheng actually thought the remodeling was well done, as she had come precisely for the open plan living dining kitchen design. Mainly the open space felt very from her tour just now. The apartment was very clean, and all the furniture, water heater, washing machine, air conditioner, TV, sofa, was complete and in place. The furniture is exactly what I see, right? Yusheng confirmed. When she had been searching for apartments online, she had found two that she liked, planning to check this one first, and then consider, because that other apartment was farther from the university, and although taking the subway would get her there in under 20 minutes, it still wasn't as convenient as this one. Deep down, she hoped to secure this current place, saving herself the trouble of going to see the other one. Seeing Yusheng's interest, the male model immediately replied, "Yes, every brick, every tile, every appliance. What you see is what you get. Feel free to move in with just your luggage." The male model's sales pitch was quite professional. Yusheng thought that with his enthusiasm, limiting himself to running a shoe store was a waste of talent. They'll be moving in within the next couple of days. Can you handle the contract? The male model had authorization. Aside from a few steps like signing the contract, he could indeed make decisions. He pulled a rolled-up contract template from his pocket, spread it out on the coffee table, and said, "Take a look first. If there's anything you want to adjust, let me know. I've already communicated with my sworn sister, and she'll sign it after she's done with work today." Yusheng nodded slightly and began to scrutinize the contract carefully. Seeing no pitfalls, she asked, "A long-term lease is fine, right? Do you need to ask your sworn sister?" Yusheng's implication was whether a long lease would interfere with his sworn sister's hunting. "Of course it's fine," the male model said, waving his hand. Whether he misunderstood or not, he added, "My sworn sister won't make a move on you." It was rather unusual for a tenant to send an electronic contract to the landlord. After Yusheng finished, she followed the male model out and left the residential complex. The male model went straight back to the store. Before parting, he gave Yusheng 3 keys for the main door and the 2 rooms. It wasn't that he trusted her that much. The complex had strict access control, so giving her the keys made no difference. As for the access card, she would need to wait until the contract was signed and then go to the property management office to register her information. Yusheng put away the keys and pulled out her phone to notify Lu Ziqing. Although the chances of a dorm inspection on the very night she moved out were slim, she worried that if she didn't say it now, she might forget later. When she opened WeChat, Yusheng suddenly realized she didn't have Lu Ziqing's contact on it. Taking the initiative to ask for a girl's contact information was nothing short of miraculous for her. Yusheng switched to the chat with Su, intending to ask her to pass on the message, but then she thought better of it and exited. She would be bringing sugar-roasted chestnuts for Su tonight anyway, so she could tell her then. In the evening, the golden pupil, gazing down upon the earth, gradually sank westward, painting the sky with a riot of colors. After finishing dinner at a restaurant near the residential area, Yusheng bought a bag of sugar-roasted chestnuts from the snack street, and then returned to school. She sent a message in the dormitory group chat asking the roommates to bring her textbooks before stepping into the administration building. Arriving at the student union office door, Yusheng opened it a crack, peeked inside, and found no one there. Su-yi was absent, probably gone for dinner. Yusheng pushed the door open and planned to place the chestnuts on Su-yi's desk. When she had come earlier to fill out forms, Su-yi had handed her a pen from the desk on the right side of the entrance, so that must be Su-yi's spot. The small ornament on the desktop confirmed Yusheng's guess. It was the very one Su-yi had purchased at the souvenir shop in the ancient street. Setting down the bag of sugar-roasted chestnuts, Yusheng took out her phone to inform Su-yi via WeChat. Just then a voice came from the doorway. Did the house viewing go smoothly? Did the landlord show up on time later? Yusheng looked toward the door to see Su-yi turning on the office light, while closing the door behind her. Yeah, the landlord sent someone else and didn't delay again. Only viewed one apartment. Su-yi asked again. You're back quite early. Have you had dinner? I ate before coming back. Yusheng said, I only looked at one, and it met my expectations, so I secured it right away. Oh. Su-yi sat down in her chair, lifted the bag with both hands, opened the opening and glanced inside. It was the sugar-roasted chestnuts. Yusheng had bought a caddy's worth, and it felt heavy in hand. Su-yi spoke. How much? They'll transfer you. As the saying goes, money spoils friendship. Yusheng waved her hand. No need. She wasn't pretending to be generous, as she wanted to use the chestnut money to offset the taxi fare from that afternoon. Su-yi had paid for the taxi, and she paid for the chestnuts. Thus they'd be even. Su-yi didn't insist on being precise either. She grabbed a handful of chestnuts and handed them to Yusheng. Let's share. I just had dinner, so I can't eat this many. Yusheng was about to head to the classroom to reserve seats, but seeing Su-yi's small hand suspended in midair, she had no choice but to open her palm to receive them. Su-yi released her grip, letting several chestnuts fall into Yusheng's hand. Then she pulled over a chair, patted its back, and beckoned. As she peeled chestnuts, she asked Yusheng, since you've settled on the apartment, when do you plan to move out? Tomorrow or the day after? Yusheng hadn't decided herself. The lease started on Sunday, but the contract explicitly allowed one free day early. Tenants could move in a day early without rent, so both tomorrow and the day after were viable. Any later wouldn't do. Delaying came with risks. So soon. Sooner or later I have to move out. Yu Sheng peeled a chestnut, popped it into her mouth, and chewed. Better to do it earlier. Su-yi thought for a moment, then I suggest you move on Saturday. Why? Moving on Saturday gives you more time. Su-yi offered her reasoning. See, if you move on Saturday, you can rest on Sunday, organize things, and if you forget anything, you'll have time to. If you move on Sunday, you'll have class the next day, rushed and tired. That makes sense. Yu Sheng found Su-yi's point reasonable and thorough. Then he'll move tomorrow. Please help me inform Lu Xiqing. Su-yi nodded, pulled over a wastebasket lined with a trash bag beside her, and tossed the chestnut shells in. Since the wastebasket was on Su-yi's side, Yu Sheng couldn't reach it while sitting. The two chairs were close together, leaving no room for the basket between them. Su-yi took a tissue from the desk, spread it flat in front of Yu Sheng. Put the shells here for now. Okay. Yu Sheng glanced inadvertently at the tissue box and noticed the silver bracelet Su-yi had bought the other day lying right next to it. The bracelet wasn't stored in a jewelry box, suggesting Su-yi had worn it in the past couple of days. Yu Sheng had initially thought Su-yi bought the silver bracelet mainly as a souvenir, not necessarily for wearing. After all, following the hot pot dinner that evening, Su-yi hadn't put it back on. Besides, not everyone liked to adorn themselves with gold. Noticing Yu Sheng's fleeting glance, Su-yi looked at the bracelet on the desk and said, "Wearing a bracelet is just a novelty. After a couple of days, I can't be bothered. It's a hassle to fasten, and I can't always ask someone to help." Yu Sheng nodded in understanding, at a loss for words. Su-yi silently studied Yu Sheng's hand, fair with slender, lustrous fingers and a wrist as delicate as a lotus stem. She genuinely thought the bracelet would suit her well. Unfortunately, Yu Sheng had already made it clear back in the ancient street that she didn't want to wear it. The two continued to enjoy the sweet chestnuts. Su-yi chatted idly. "I was just craving sugar-roasted chestnuts this afternoon, and you happened to buy them. Do you like sweet things?" Yu Sheng had bought the chestnuts purely because the vendor aunt had addressed her as classmate, a gender-neutral term, and because she didn't dislike sweets. But she certainly wouldn't reveal that. So she said, "Not really. I just haven't had them in a long time and happened to see them and wanted to try." As she spoke, she had just put a chestnut in her mouth. To speak clearly, she shifted it to one side of her cheek, making her cheek puff up. Su-yi found it increasingly adorable and couldn't resist wanting to pinch it to feel the texture. She called out, "Yu Sheng, moi, can I pinch your cheek?" "What?" Yu Sheng froze for a second, wondering if she had misheard. What a strange request. "Can I pinch your cheek?" Su-yi repeated verbatim. This. Yu Sheng was grateful Su-yi hadn't just reached out directly, or she wouldn't have known how to react. Meeting Su-yi's eyes, which seemed to speak, she explicitly refused. "No." "Stingy," Su-yi said. Was this about being stingy or not? Yu Sheng's emotions churned as she stared at Su-yi in disbelief. Where had your aloof possessed? She refused again. "Anyway, it's a no." "Then maybe next time," Su-yi said with feigned regret. If anyone ever said Su-yi was aloof again, Yu Sheng would argue with them. Time was running out and class was about to start. She quickly said, "Class is starting soon. He'll be off. Go ahead." Su-yi waved her hand. Yu Sheng wrapped up the tissue with the accumulated chestnut shells, stood up, walked around Su-yi, tossed it into the wastebasket, and headed for the door. However, at that moment, the door opened from the outside. As the door creaked open wider, two figures came into Yu Sheng's view. One of them, with a cascade of wavy hair, cradled a stack of documents in her arms. None other than the vice president of the student council, Lu Xiqing. The other was not Chen Yushu. She too held a pile of papers, appearing gentle and refined. Lu Xiqing paused at the sight of Yu Sheng, then glanced at Su-yi before uttering the same question. "What are you two up to?" "Just helping Yu Sheng bring a bag of sugar-fried chestnuts, that's all." Su-yi tidied the chestnut shells scattered on the desk, unfazed. Catching Lu Xiqing's inquiring look, Yu Sheng answered honestly, "Yes." Lu Xiqing stepped closer, surveyed the remnants on the desk, and raised an eyebrow. "Why would he suddenly bring you food?" "Yu Sheng happened to be off campus, so I asked him to grab some." Su-yi shook the paper bag, the chestnuts rustling inside. "There's still plenty. Join us." "Oh, is that so? Why wouldn't it be?" As the two bantered, the demure girl walked to the window and placed her documents on Lu Xiqing. During this, she scrutinized Yu Sheng a few times before speaking. "I've left the files on your desk. I'm off now, Xiao Xia." Lu Xiqing flashed an okay hand sign. Qingqing's sister Cheng Xiao Xia. Yu Sheng's urge to mock was instantly ignited. Everyone had their own nickname for her. "Aren't you going to say goodbye to me, Nan Nan?" Su-yi smiled. "All right, bye, Xiao-yi." With that, the gentle girl called Nan Nan left. "Well," Yu Sheng turned to the two. "They'll be going too." "Sure, go ahead. Don't be late." Su-yi waved her hand. Yu Sheng acknowledged and stepped out of the office, closing the door behind her. The door clicked shut. Lu Xiqing's gaze drifted to the window, a hint of envy in her tone. Just after lunch, and Yu Xiaonan is already off to the library. Nan Nan is diligent. Su-yi took out a few chestnuts. "Here, try these sugar-fried chestnuts. They're quite sweet." Lu Xiqing put down her files, accepted the chestnut, and playfully brushed Su-yi's palm. "Oh dear." Su-yi let out a coy whine. "Stop tickling me. Didn't you say you changed?" Old habit, old habit." Lu Xiqing repeated twice, then pointed to the two chairs behind the desk, changing the subject. "What were you two really up to?" "We were eating chestnuts. I couldn't exactly make Yu Sheng stand while eating, could I? Su-yi chuckled. "You seem rather..." Lu Xiqing raised an eyebrow. Given Yusheng's shyness, she doubted Yusheng would voluntarily sit down and eat with Sui. Not at all, it's just basic courtesy. But you've never asked a guy to bring you something before. Lu Xiqing spotted the loophole. This is different. Yusheng needed something from us, so I took the chance to make him run an errand. Sui remained unruffled. If you say so. Lu Xiqing glanced at the bag of chestnuts again. Is that why Yusheng came to Yusheng said he plans to move out tomorrow. Sui left it at that, saying no more. I understand. Lu Xiqing calmly peeled a chestnut. Covering for her was no trouble at all. The school rarely assigned the student council to inspect senior dorms, and even if they caught Yusheng returning late, she could simply erase the record. After all, the late return registration form ultimately passed through her hands to the student affairs office. She then complained, Yusheng looks obedient, but isn't the least bit honest, plotting to move out on the sly. That's because you gave him the opportunity. Sui laughed. Who was it that wanted to see him in a dress and promised to grant any request? That was a spurofeminine whim. Yusheng's plan to move out was premeditated. Lu Xiqing smiled. How can you be sure it was premeditated? Lu Xiqing leaned against Sui's desk. If it wasn't premeditated, would Yusheng suddenly decide to move out of the dorm for no reason? Well, you're not exactly honest either. Sui said leisurely. As the vice president of the student council, you're helping a student move out secretly. Why are you defending Yusheng? Lu Xiqing narrowed her eyes. I only said you could ask him to play your boyfriend. You're not actually falling for him, are you? Don't talk nonsense. Sui shot Lu Xiqing a glare. Unfazed, Lu Xiqing picked up her files and returned to her own desk. In her view, if Sui truly wanted to pursue someone, be it a guy or even a girl, she could win them over. When Yusheng arrived at the classroom, her 3 roommates were already there. As soon as she sat down, Gushin questioned, What were you up to this afternoon? I had something to do. Who believes you? Gushin's face was teasing. Every time you say you have something to do, you're actually running off to see the campus beauty Sui. Yusheng was speechless. Her own roommate had zero trust in her. She defended herself. I really did have something to do. I planned to. Before she could finish, Gushin cut her off. Something to do something. I think you and Sui have something going on. Makes sense. Shen Luchuan said. 1. Zhao Hengyu added. Yusheng opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Were these 3 ganging up on her? But it turned out not to be the case. Before long, Gushin shifted his aim to Zhao Hengyu, asking if had figured out how to get Yu Zionen's WeChat ID. Zhao Hengyu couldn't answer, so he turned to Shen Liuchuan, who was chatting with Chu Ju on WeChat. Brother Shen, how did you get your wife's WeChat? Shen Luchuan put down his phone and spread his hands. My wife added me. The group fell silent again. By the way, Brother Shen, what does your wife actually look like? We've never seen her. Gushin suddenly asked out of curiosity. Shen Luchuan chuckled softly, as if recalling something amusing, and glanced at Yusheng. Yusheng has seen her. At the time, my wife almost thought I was cheating on her. Yusheng's mouth twitched. She seemed to understand why Chu Ju had been holding Shen Luchuan's arm and urging him to leave quickly. Damn. At Shen Luchuan's words, Gushin and Zhao Hengyu instantly perked up, both staring at Yusheng. When did you run into her, and you didn't even tell us? Dude, you discovered enemy intelligence and dared to withhold it. Who told you 2 were teasing me? Yusheng then spent a while describing Chu Ju's appearance. The core of it was just 5 words: college student chibi. Shen Luchuan snickered on the side. When the 2 asked him, he only nodded, not bothering to defend Chu Ju. Once they had nothing more to say, Yusheng seized the opportunity to bring up the real matter. I'm moving out tomorrow. You're moving out. Class had already started, and Zhao Hengyu lowered his voice. Why, oi? Gushin asked her as well. It must be because you're always teasing Yusheng, and he can't stand it. Shen Luchuan teased with a smile. Listen to me. Actually, one of my ancestors once helped a wounded immortal who left a token of gratitude. The token was accidentally activated a couple of days ago, and the immortal's descendant came looking for me to offer assistance. Yusheng rambled on with a straight face, and naturally no one believed her. But since she had made up her mind, they didn't press for reasons or try too hard to dissuade her. Yusheng neither stated clearly nor hinted, so the message was obvious: 4 big words. No comment. You go see school beauty Sue every day? After moving out, won't it be less convenient to visit her? Gushin suddenly asked. I don't go see her every day. Yusheng retorted. Okay, fine. Gushin gave a mischievous smile. Need us to help carry your luggage tomorrow? No need. Are you living alone or with a roommate? Shen Luchuan suddenly posed the soul-searching question. He had once thought about renting a place off campus with Chu Ju so they could be sweet and lovey-dovey without Sheng. But Chu Ju couldn't bear to leave her roommates, so he dropped the idea. I'm living alone. Yusheng replied, not catching the deeper. Really? Zhao Hengyu asked her. Absolutely true. Yusheng nodded solemnly in affirmation. Gushin thought about how once Yusheng moved out tomorrow he would lose a major source of amusement, so he couldn't resist being cheeky. Yusheng, you're moving out tomorrow, right? Obviously. So since you haven't moved out yet, how about we have some fun? What fun? Yusheng had a feeling he was about to be cheeky again. Gushin gave a sly grin, clearly unable to suppress his laughter at the thought of what he was about to say. He enunciated slowly. No way. Veins bulged on Yusheng's forehead. She couldn't believe Brother Ji was still hung up on that. She lifted her leg and kicked Gushin squarely in the shin. Yusheng hadn't even used any force. Gushin reached down to brush the dust off his pants, his face full of a smug grin. Why are you rewarding me? Yusheng fell silent. This guy was beyond saving. The evening class had 3 sessions, and since the instructor taught consecutively, without a break, it ended a bit earlier than usual. As soon as Sheng returned to the dorm, she began packing her luggage. The landlady had already signed the electronic contract during the evening class, so by packing now, she could take it easy in the morning. Sheng liked to travel light. She hadn't brought much when the semester started, but adding the things she had accumulated in the dorm over the past year, she still managed to fill a large suitcase. Even so, there were some odds and ends left that couldn't fit, so she'd have to carry them by hand. As for toothbrush, towel, and the like, she didn't pack them. She still needed them for tonight and tomorrow morning. To avoid taking up dorm space, Sheng zipped up the suitcase and pushed it under the desk. Staring at the much emptier desk, she felt like she had forgotten something. After pondering for a while, Sheng finally realized that besides the student union's room inspections, the dormitory manager and advisor occasionally dropped by for inspections. By then she would have moved out, and they would see a bare bedboard. Unless it was the night before winter or summer break, no matter how much her roommates tried to cover for her, no one would believe that spot was still occupied. Better buy a new set of bedding. As Sheng thought this, her phone screen lit up. She picked it up and saw it was a message from Sui. Sui, are you done with class? Sui had been too busy teasing Sheng that evening, and only now remembered there were some things she hadn't asked. Sheng Sui, is the place you rented reliable? Don't get ripped off. Sheng shouldn't be, I think. Sheng didn't know much about renting, but she wasn't stupid enough to get scammed easily. She had done some homework after scheduling the viewing. She checked whether the water and electricity were working properly, and whether the furniture was complete and functional. Sui, you can't be too sure. There are plenty of tricks these days. Sheng, what should I do then? Sheng, want to come with me tomorrow and help me check it out? Somehow Sheng sent that message, her heart racing a little faster, not knowing what she was nervous about. Sui, sure. Sui, what time are you moving tomorrow? Sheng, probably around 10. Sheng, depends on when I wake up though. Sui, okay. Sui, got a lot of luggage. I can help you carry stuff like the quilt or something. Sheng, not much. Sheng, they'll buy the quilt once I get there. Sui, why? Sheng explained her reasoning again. Sui, so that's how it is, and that's how it's going to be. Sheng, you get it now? Sui, got it. Sui, you're quite meticulous. Sui, meticulous. It's not just about being meticulous anymore. It's sad. Sheng, by the way, the house is in Mingzhu Mansion, not far from school. I plan to walk there. Sui, no problem. Sheng will call you when I wake up tomorrow. In room 520 of the girls' dorm, Sui was about to reply, see you tomorrow, when Lu Xiqing suddenly leaned in. Who are you chatting with? Quick as a flash, Sui slammed her phone screen off, face calm and voice steady. Sheng asked me for help with something. What kind of help, eh? Lu Xiqing wanted to probe further, but Chen Yushu poked her head out from behind the bed curtain, saving Sui. Bao, where's my quilt? Chen Yushu had just finished showering and climbed into bed only to find her blanket missing. You took it downstairs to air it out in the sun at noon. Sui looked at her puzzled. Didn't you bring it back? I forgot. Chen Yushu slapped the bedboard, annoyed. Gotta make another trip. What a hassle. Doesn't Sui have an extra quilt? Lu Xiqing reminded Chen Yushu. Why don't you borrow hers? No, I don't want Yubeo's quilt. Chen Yushu scrambled down from the bed. I want yours. It'll warm your bed for you, Qingjia. Oh. Lu Xiqing said playfully, lifting Chen Yushu's chin with her thumb and forefinger. Does my little one want to be favored by me tonight? The two were goofing around behind her, but Sui fell into thought. When she registered for school last year, she didn't take the school's bedding and brought her own instead. But she arrived at school before her shipped quilt did, so she had to buy a temporary one from the supermarket. Last semester she thought she wouldn't need it and planned to take it home, but she was too busy and forgot. Sui unlocked her phone and continued typing a message to Sheng. Sui, I have an extra quilt here. Sui, I have an extra blanket here. I don't have any use for it, and you happen to need it, so we'll give it to you. Looking at the message on the screen, Sheng's thoughts raced. Sui probably meant that her blanket could be left in the dormitory, so he could take his own blanket away tomorrow. Sheng, okay, thank you. Although there was a certain romantic undertone to the act of giving a blanket, Sui didn't mind, so Sheng accepted it. Sui, come over to my building now and pick it up. Sheng, okay. Sheng put away her phone and walked down the hallway outside the dormitory. Seeing her about to leave, Gushin asked, what are you going to do? Something. Late at night, going to see the school beauty Sui again. Sheng went down the stairs, exited the dormitory hall, and walked straight toward the opposite dormitory hall. Sui's dormitory was in building 9 on the right side of the opposite hall, only about 100 meters away, taking less than a minute or two. Arriving at the entrance of the dormitory hall connecting building 9 and building 10, Sheng looked left and right, but didn't see Sui. Taking out her phone, she noticed another red dot on WeChat. Sui, the bag for the blanket is missing. Sui, wait a moment to look for it. Sheng, no problem, take your time. In room 520, Sui placed a pink blanket with a kitten pattern on a chair and began rummaging through boxes and cabinets to find the storage bag for the blanket. What are you doing? Lu Xiqing asked curiously. Guai and I can squeeze together, it's fine. I'm taking it to Sheng. Sui thought it over, felt there was nothing to be ashamed of, so she told the truth. She wasn't doing anything dishonest, as she had a clear What? Chen Yushu asked in astonishment. Bao, you're giving away such a personal. Stop. Before she could finish, Sui interrupted Chen Yushu's speech. I want use this blanket anyway. I'll tell you when I get back. Then bring my blanket up to Bao. Sleeping on a cramped bedboard would be torture. Sheng didn't have to wait long. Sui came downstairs shortly. She spotted Yu Sheng standing by the edge of a flower bed at once. Approaching, she shoved the blanket into Yu Sheng's arms and said, "I can't find the storage bag for the blanket. Carry it back as is." "Oh." Yu Sheng held the girlish pink blanket, flared her nostrils slightly, and a scent of laundry detergent entered her nose. Sue-yi keenly noticed her subtle movement and said with a smile, "The duvet cover was washed at the end of last semester. It won't smell weird." The fact that it was washed meant Sue-yi had likely slept under this blanket, at least the cover had been used. Yu Sheng's mind wandered. Yu Sheng stared down at the blanket, and an image suddenly invaded her mind, refusing to leave. Even the scent of laundry detergent became ambiguous. Seeing her silent, Sue-yi took half a step closer, raised her hand, and waved it in front of Yu Sheng's face. "What are you daydreaming about? Don't tell me you're disgusted by a blanket." "No." Yu Sheng shook her head guiltily. "I just think the kitten pattern is quite cute. If you think it's cute, then keep it." Sue-yi waved her hand magnanimously. "Then, he'll head back." "Wait." Sue-yi called out to Yu Sheng. "I gave you a blanket. Shouldn't you show some appreciation?" Thanks." "Who asked for your thanks?" Sue-yi laughed. "Bring your face closer." "Huh." Yu Sheng warily stepped back, her voice carrying a hint of resignation. "Can I show appreciation in some other way? Just this once?" Sue-yi's voice was gentle as she raised her index finger and held it in the air. "Not even once. If I don't pinch your cheeks, I won't be able to sleep." Hearing this slightly coquettish remark, Yu Sheng's heart struggled. Sue-yi had repeatedly asked to pinch her cheeks. Maybe she should just give in. After all, it would only be this once. With that thought, Yu Sheng resignedly offered her face. "Be gentle." Looking at the delicate face so close, Sue-yi froze, caught off guard. She hadn't expected that after just a few more words Yu Sheng would actually bring her face closer. But backing down wasn't an option. Sue-yi glanced around. At that moment, there were few people entering or leaving the dormitory gate. "Then I'm going to do it." With a sly smile, she slowly extended her hand toward Yu Sheng and pinched her cheek. The touch was softer than expected, like squeezing cotton. With a slight pressure from her fingertips, she could feel the subtle elasticity beneath the delicate skin. Compared to Chen Yushu's chubby little face, the feel of Yu Sheng's cheek was no less impressive. This made Sue-yi wonder, was this really a boy? She reached out and pinched Yu Sheng's other cheek, as well, the sensation just as pleasant. After letting Sue-yi pinch her several times, Yu Sheng couldn't help but say, "But can we stop now?" Yu Sheng stood obediently like a punished schoolchild, letting Sue-yi pinch her cheeks. This only made Sue-yi bolder. "Not yet." Sue-yi used her thumb and index finger to pinch a small piece of Yu Sheng's face and pulled it outward. The corner of Yu Sheng's mouth lifted slightly, and her cheeks quickly flushed crimson, whether from the pinch or from embarrassment. "I'll be gentle," Yu Sheng protested. Sue-yi realized she had been a bit rough, and feeling the warmth from her fingertips, she quickly let go. "Okay, that's enough. You said you'd be gentle." Yu Sheng freed one hand to rub her flushed cheek. "All right, no more next time." Sue-yi looked at the red mark her pinching had left on Yu Sheng's face and awkwardly changed the subject. Are you moving out to live alone?" "Yeah, I'm living in a 2-bedroom apartment by myself." Yu Sheng shrugged helplessly. There were no single rooms available. "The monthly rent must be expensive, right?" "It's pretty pricey, but comfort is the most important thing." "That's true." After a few exchanges, Sue-yi noticed that the red mark on Yu Sheng's face had faded a bit, so she felt relieved. If Yu Sheng's delicate face were disfigured, she would blame herself. Just then a student passed by, constantly eyeing Yu Sheng and Sue-yi with curiosity. In her eyes, one person was holding a blanket with flushed cheeks, while the other was staring intently at the former's face. Normally Sue-yi wouldn't mind being stared at, but now she felt a bit uneasy. She urged, "Don't just stand there. Go back quickly." "Okay." Yu Sheng felt equally uncomfortable. Sue-yi turned and walked quickly into the dormitory hall. "See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Yu Sheng walked back, holding the blanket, her face still tingling with a burning pain. "Pinch and run. How?" After Sue-yi returned to the dormitory, Chen Yushu looked around and asked in confusion, "Didn't you say you'd bring my blanket up?" Carrying the quilt into the dormitory lobby, Yu Sheng was suddenly stopped by the dormitory superintendent and pulled aside. Come, put that down first." The superintendent asked, "What are you doing with the quilt?" "Nothing much." Yu Sheng, bewildered, placed the quilt on the front desk, muttering to herself in confusion. "Can't I even bring a quilt into the dormitory building?" Still saying nothing, the superintendent replied with an "I've seen through you" expression. "You're pretty bold, aren't you? Planning to spend the night in the men's dorm?" Usually some girls would tell him he'll just drop something off and be right out, and as long as it wasn't too late, he'd turn a blind eye and let them go upstairs. But bringing a quilt was going too far. At the superintendent's words, Yu Sheng suddenly understood, though she still had to hold her ground. "Am a guy with such delicate skin? Where do you look like a guy?" The superintendent clearly didn't believe her. He squinted, scrutinizing Yu Sheng, and noticed the red mark on her face left by Sue-yi's pinch. "Oh my," the superintendent exclaimed, his tone softening. "What happened to your face? Did your boyfriend hit you?" "No, no one hit me." "Then how did you get that red mark?" Unable to see her own face, Yu Sheng had no idea how severe the red mark was and couldn't defend herself at all. Seeing her like this, the superintendent was even more convinced she'd been hit. Disappointed, he said, "He hits you, and you still rush? You've misunderstood, sir. A young lady must respect herself, you know." "I don't have a boyfriend, sir. If he doesn't cherish you, just stay far away. It's his loss." The superintendent, having a daughter of his own, was fully immersed in his role. The two were on completely different wavelengths. Seeing the situation spiraling in a strange direction, Yusheng didn't bother to argue further. The superintendent was getting on in years if she didn't want to upset him and cause any health issues. She decisively pulled out her phone to call for backup. Both Gushun and Zhao Hengyu were in the dorm. Apart from Tuesday afternoon, Zhao Hengyu hadn't been to the library much since his schedule didn't align with Yuzionen's. And Gushun, upon hearing that Yusheng had been mistaken for a girl, eagerly volunteered to help. He shuffled downstairs in his slippers and said to the superintendent, "He just looks like a girl. A man with a feminine appearance, you know." Gushun explained, then pulled Yusheng's student ID from his pocket, which she had left on the desk. "Sir, look, this is his student ID with a photo on it." The superintendent, half convinced, took the student ID and scrutinized Yusheng up and down, comparing back and forth. Fortunately, Yusheng's facial features weren't drastically different from before, and with her open demeanor after some explanation, the superintendent finally believed them. But he insisted on knowing who caused the red mark on Yusheng's face. Yusheng had to fabricate a story saying her girlfriend had pinched her to quell the superintendent's overwhelming. Yusheng felt the superintendent was a bit hypocritical. Why didn't he advise them to break up? Ha ha ha. As soon as they returned to the dorm, Gushun burst into loud laughter. He hadn't gotten to see the fun of Yusheng in women's clothing, but this spectacle seemed just as good. "What's so funny?" Yusheng shot him a glare. Gushun laughed even harder. Yusheng ignored him and put down the quilt. Zhao Hengyu noticed the quilt and asked curiously, "Where did this quilt come from?" "Yeah, where from?" Gushun also looked curious. Had wanted to ask since he saw Yusheng carrying that girly quilt before going upstairs. "Su-yi gave it to me," Yusheng said bluntly. "Bullshit," Gushun replied, full of disbelief. "The campus beauty Su-yi is so aloof, this quilt doesn't match her style at all. Believe it or not." Yusheng touched her cheek and headed to the bathroom to check the pinch mark. Just as Zhao Hengyu was about to ask, Gushun spoke up. "But seriously, how did you get that red mark on your face?" "Su-yi pinched it." "Had a fight?" "No." Yusheng's eyes darted and she smiled. "In your words, she was rewarding me." "Bullshit." Gushun pursed his lips, sat down in his chair, and went back to watching his anime. Entering the bathroom, Yusheng stood before the mirror examining her face. The mirror reflected a faint reddish mark. Fortunately, there was no bruising, it wasn't serious, and would probably fade on its own in a few hours at most. Looking at the mark, Yusheng felt compelled to speak her mind. As she walked out of the bathroom, she typed a complaint to Su-yi. "Yusheng, you said you'd be gentle, but you used so much force. Yusheng, you didn't even tell me you left a red mark." The dorm superintendent thought I'd been beaten. Su-yi saw the message, her eyes curving into crescents, as if she could hear Yusheng's plaintive tone. "Su-yi, I clearly remember you nodding in agreement." "Su-yi, you even said pinch as you like, didn't you tell me to use force?" "Yusheng, I never said pinch as you like, don't twist my words." Yusheng thought to herself that she wasn't some strange masochist with a twisted inclination. No matter how beautiful Su-yi was, she couldn't just let herself be manhandled. "Su-yi, oh dear, your face felt so good, I couldn't help myself." Su-yi hadn't expected Yusheng's face to be so delicate. She had only tugged once without holding on, and it left a mark. "Yusheng, but you still shouldn't have used so much force." "Su-yi, I didn't really squeeze hard." "Does it hurt a lot?" "Yusheng, a little." "Su-yi, want me to rub it for you?" Yusheng pursed her lips. After a moment she replied. "Yusheng, no need, it's almost gone." "Su-yi, then he'll come to your dorm now, or he'll miss the chance." "Su-yi, room 404, building 8, right?" "Yusheng, don't." "Yusheng, really no need." "Su-yi, just kidding, don't panic, I won't do anything to you." "Su-yi, did the dorm superintendent say anything?" "Yusheng, nothing much." "Yusheng, he let me go upstairs quickly." Yusheng was lying through her teeth. "Su-yi, that's good." "Su-yi, have you packed all your luggage?" Yusheng, yeah, almost done. And so they chatted for a while longer. Yusheng also showed Su-yi the contract to check for any omissions. "Su-yi, go to bed early tonight." Yusheng, okay. "Su-yi, tomorrow I'll treat you to breakfast as an apology." Yusheng, sure. Su-yi habitually typed "see you tomorrow" in the chat box. Thinking it over, she had already said that downstairs earlier, so she deleted it and typed again. "Su-yi, good night." Yusheng, good night. Night fell. The red marks on her face had faded. Yusheng slipped into the bathroom and spent half an hour taking a shower. After so many days, she had gradually grown accustomed to her current body. At least she no longer felt her heart pounding at the sight of herself. But her showers were taking longer and longer. After changing into pajamas, making sure to turn off the water valve properly, Yusheng left the bathroom and began busying herself again. She stepped onto a chair, took her own quilt off the bed, and stuffed it into a storage bag. Then a pink quilt with a kitten pattern was placed on the bed. Su-yi pinched her own cheek. Was it too much to sleep with her quilt, for one? Yusheng climbed into bed and curled up under the quilt. Thinking about Su-yi's behavior today, she felt a surge of shyness and couldn't help crossing her legs. She slept without dreams. The next day at 8:30 in the morning, when Yusheng woke up, Gushun and Zhao Hengyu were unexpectedly already out of bed. Zhao Hengyu had even put on his shoes. Shen Liuchuan, on the other hand, had left the dorm early. Every weekend, without fail, he woke up at dawn to go spend time with Chuju. Yusheng strongly suspected that Shun's so-called distance creates beauty was just an excuse after they had been too clingy and needed a break. "Why are you two up so early?" Yusheng asked while texting Su-yi. "Don't you usually sleep till noon on weekends?" Of course, she herself was no different. Gushun sat down on his chair, turned on his computer, and replied with a grimace. "I suddenly remembered I have a makeup exam this afternoon. I can only cram now." He couldn't understand. Everyone else slacked off in class too, so why was he the only one who failed? I'm going to the library. Zhao Hongyu walked to the dorm door and announced his departure, which served as a response to Yu Sheng's question. Yu Sheng nodded. Going on the weekend too? Gu Shen exclaimed in surprise. What if your Xiao Yu isn't there? Yu Sheng got goosebumps feeling as if that was calling her. Can you use a different nickname? Fine, then I'll call her Xiaonet. I'm going to read. Zhao Hongyu said indifferently. It wasn't uncommon for someone to go to the library specifically to see a certain girl, and besides he did genuinely study. The environment always has an invisible power of shaping. Whether Yu Sheng and Gu Shen believed him or not, Zhao Hongyu walked out the door. Yu Sheng climbed down from the bed, went to the bathroom to change clothes, brush her teeth, and wash her face. Then she began organizing the rest of her luggage, or rather becoming a master of space management. She had already packed everything except her toiletries. Now she was trying to cram as many items as possible into the suitcase so she could carry. Leaving so early, Gu Shen asked her, "Can't bear to part with me?" Yu Sheng retorted, "A little. I haven't seen you in a dress yet." Yu Sheng regretted asking that retort and continued packing. After a while, Gu Shen silently turned off his computer and closed his textbook, looking dejected. Seeing this, Yu Sheng laughed. "Can't study anymore. It must be the dorm's problem," Gu Shen said either to himself or to Yu Sheng. "There's no studying atmosphere here." With that, he suddenly realized he could go to the library. Yu was there too. And he could also see what Yu Xiaonan looked like, the one who had Yu so captivated, if she happened to be in the library. The more Gu Shen thought about it, the more he liked the idea. He said to Yu Sheng, "I'm going to the library to study for a while. Are you sure you don't need my help carrying your luggage to the school gate?" "No, go ahead." Soon after Gu Shen left, Yu Sheng received a message from Su-yi. "Su-yi, breakfast is ready, come down and get it." "Su-yi'll be at your dorm building in a moment." Yu Sheng went downstairs. Within half a minute, Su-yi appeared holding a cup of soy milk and 2 buns. So that's what treating her to breakfast meant. She had thought they were going to the cafeteria. Su-yi stepped closer to examine Yu Sheng's cheek. Seeing that the red marks had faded, she let out a sigh of relief and handed over the breakfast. "Here, if it's not enough, we can buy more later." "It's enough." Yu Sheng quickly took it. On ordinary weekends, she didn't eat breakfast, so this was plenty to get by. "Have you finished packing?" Su-yi asked her. Yu Sheng had said last night that it was almost done, so she figured it was ready. "Not quite," Yu Sheng replied, feeling a bit embarrassed to keep Su-yi waiting. She simply suggested, "Why don't you come up and wait? My roommates aren't here." Su-yi wasn't timid. Seeing that the dorm supervisor wasn't around, she agreed happily. Back in the dorm, Yu Sheng offered her chair to Su-yi and commandeered Gu Shen's chair for herself. "Eat first," Su-yi said. "It'll get cold." Yu Sheng picked up the 2 buns Su-yi had brought, took a bite of each, one with red bean paste filling, the other with pork filling. She suddenly realized that not only had she taken Su-yi's quilt for free, she had also scammed a free breakfast. Su-yi didn't think much of it. After giving her instruction, she got up and began looking. Among the 4 dorm occupants, only Shen Luchuan had a bed curtain. Su-yi looked up and saw an anime-themed pillow on Gu Shen's bed. Then she looked at Yu Sheng's bunk and saw her own quilt messily spread out on the bed. She stood on tiptoes, stretched her arm to touch the quilt, and felt a trace of lingering warmth. "Did you sleep with my quilt last night?" Su-yi asked. I packed my own quilt last night. Anyway, you were going to leave this one in the dorm, so it saves me the trouble of doing it today." Yu Sheng didn't answer directly, but she had effectively admitted it. "You didn't do anything naughty with my quilt, did you?" Cough. Yu Sheng took a sip of the soy milk and almost choked. "No. Was my quilt comfortable to sleep with?" "Very comfortable." Su-yi's quilt was fragrant and soft. Too bad it had been washed, so it wasn't the original scent. "Right, The 2 chatted a bit more, then stopped talking, and the dorm fell silent. A few minutes later, the dorm door suddenly opened, and Gu Shen returned stepping inside. Gu Shen had been wearing slippers when he left. Thinking he should dress a bit more formally for the library, he came back to change his shoes. The moment he stepped inside, he saw Yu Sheng sitting on his chair munching on a bun. He was about to ask Yu Sheng, "Why are you eating breakfast?" when he caught sight of Su-yi sitting on Yu Sheng's chair. Gu Shen froze on the spot, eyes wide, looking back and forth between the 2. Thighs. Am I back at a bad time? He had only been gone for a moment. How did there suddenly be an extra person here? Yu Sheng and Su-yi also heard the door open. Their gazes simultaneously focused on Gu Shen. No one spoke, and the atmosphere turned awkward. Gu Shen pondered whether he should pretend he hadn't seen anything and just leave or say something. Su-yi noticed Gu Shen's discomfort and asked, "Should I step out for a moment?" "Oh no, I'm going to the library right away. I just came back to get something." Gu Shen waved his hands, repeatedly grabbed a textbook from the desk, secretly shot Yu Sheng an admiring look, and hurriedly left the dorm. Yu Sheng watched this scene, then turned to look at Su-yi, momentarily at a loss for words. What a big misunderstanding. In no time, Yu Sheng finished 2 steamed buns, then grabbed the soy milk and gulped it down until it was empty. She snatched her pajamas hanging on the back of her chair, crouched down, and stuffed them into her suitcase. Then came another bout of rearranging. This time the combination was so successful that not only did she fit everything she would have had to carry by hand into the suitcase, but there was also enough space left for toiletries. Seeing this, Su-yi put his phone back into his pocket, twisted around to sit sideways, and waited to leave. Yu Sheng remained in a crouching position, looked up at Su-yi, and said, "I'm going to the bathroom to get my toiletries." Su-yi was wearing a pair of light blue jeans today, the curves of her legs clearly outlined. Although they were long pants revealing no skin, Yu Sheng's automatic aim still couldn't be turned. You see, ever since she became a girl, she had lost interest in other girls' legs except for the long-legged dancers on short videos. Only legs of Su-Yi's quality could capture her gaze. Compared to looking at her own, it was indeed more satisfying to look at others. Need any help? Su-Yi looked down at Yu Sheng from above, her gaze suddenly sharpening, her expression turning serious. No, Yu Sheng said, thinking she had been caught sneaking a peek, and quickly stood up. I can do it myself. Luckily, she had been looking at her legs, not any other party, otherwise it would have been too awkward. Wait a moment, Su-Yi said, unwilling to let her go easily. She pushed off her knees and stood up directly. What's wrong? Yu Sheng felt a bit nervous. Su-Yi shouldn't be looking for a reckoning over this, should she? Su-Yi took a step closer, her gaze fixed on Yu Sheng's neck, and asked curiously, I noticed your Adam's apple isn't as prominent as other boys. Why is that? Normally Su-Yi wouldn't stare at someone's neck, but from her downward angle, just now she realized that even when Yu Sheng tilted her head up, there was no visible protrusion of an Adam's apple. My Adam's apple has never been prominent. It might be natural, Yu Sheng said, remaining very calm. On one hand, her worry had been a false alarm, on the other, it wasn't uncommon for a boy to have an inconspicuous Adam's apple. Back when she was still his Adam's apple wasn't prominent, it was only visible when he looked up. Likewise, some girls also have prominent, but Su-Yi said, tucking her hair behind one shoulder and craning her neck, revealing her fair throat as if waiting for a wolf's bite. But when you look up, your Adam's apple seems just like mine, completely invisible. Su-Yi's pose was alluring, inviting fantasy. But upon hearing this, Yu Sheng's heart tightened, and she had no mind for wild. Since her Adam's apple had never been prominent even before, and it hadn't changed after becoming a girl, she herself hadn't realized that it was now invisible even when she looked up. Unexpectedly today, by a twist of fate, Su-Yi had pointed it out. Different people have different constitutions. Yu Sheng recited the classic internet saying, trying to brush it off. When in doubt, just blame individual differences. As for whether such individual differences actually existed, she herself wasn't sure. If Su-Yi saw through her, she would have no way to explain. She couldn't just say she had been affected by some unknown, irresistible force. Even if she did, no one would believe her. Is that so? Su-Yi asked with a smile, finding it curious, and commanded Yu Sheng, tilt your head back again. Knowing there was no escape, Yu Sheng gritted her teeth and directly tilted her head back, revealing her slender neck. Su-Yi leaned and closed, her gaze sliding from Yu Sheng's chin down to her neck, examining it carefully. The skin there was delicate and fair, the lines smooth and natural, and the area where the Adam's apple should be was flat, without a single bump. Can't see it at all. Su-Yi straightened up and joked, let me touch it. Huh? No. Yu Sheng took a step back, creating distance, then turned and scurried toward the bathroom. I'm going to get my toiletries. If she let Su-Yi discover that even touching it wouldn't easily reveal an Adam's apple, she would be exposed immediately. Seeing this, Su-Yi's eyes curved into crescents, and she took out her phone again to search on Yahoo for the reasons why a boy's Adam's apple might be invisible. She was still curious. For a fleeting moment, she had suspected Yu Sheng was a girl disguised as a boy in college, but thinking about it carefully, that only happened in TV dramas. Soon she found a relevant answer. The respondent listed 3 possible causes: obesity, genetics, and endocrine disorders. Obesity went without saying, it could be ruled out. As for genetics being inborn, the respondent posted a picture of a male celebrity looking up at the sky, stating that the star's Adam's apple was completely invisible, yet it didn't affect his handsomeness in the slightest. Seeing this, Su-Yi understood it was a normal condition, but she still chose to read the entire answer. The third point was endocrine disorders. Certain illnesses could affect hormone secretion, leading to underdeveloped Adam's apples. The respondent gave an example of a cat Hoi from the White Elephant country. Su-Yi was stunned by what she read. Then she thought of Yu Sheng's feminine face and how her arms and legs were smooth and hairless. No. Su-Yi shook her head violently, realizing how absurd the thought was. But a smile slowly crept across her lips. In the bathroom, Yu Sheng turned on the tap, splashed her face with cold water, and calmed herself down. Looking at her own wet face in the mirror, she couldn't help but complain inwardly. Where did Su-Yi pick up this habit of touching everything at the slightest provocation? It's terrifying. After her silent complaint, Yu Sheng began to pack up. She didn't have many toiletries. She set aside shampoo, a towel, toothpaste, and so on, and then started looking for her facial cleanser. That's right, she was searching. The sink in room 404 was cluttered with bottles and jars. Facial cleanser, volcanic mud mask, lotion, face cream. An endless array. Most of these miscellaneous messy skincare products were bought by Chu Ju for Shen Luchuan. Yu Sheng, after being goaded by her roommate into buying a facial cleanser, didn't use it often. Over time it got mixed in with this pile, and she herself wasn't sure exactly where it was. She finally found the facial cleanser when Su-Yi suddenly called out, startling her so much that her hand trembled, nearly dropping what she was holding. Yu Sheng, you're not a crossdresser, are you? What kind of talk is that? Of course not. Yu Sheng, clutching her toiletries, walked out of the bathroom to see a mischievous grin on Su-Yi's lips. She immediately understood that Su-Yi was joking again, which also put her a bit at ease. Under normal circumstances, no one would ever think about her having undergone a gender change. Even if they occasionally noticed something off, they would subconsciously find an excuse to rationalize it rather than making wild guesses. Seeing Yu Sheng come out, Su-Yi said nothing more. She knew in her heart that jokes had to be kept in check. If she went too far and crossed the line, it would be hard to smooth things over. Let's go. Yu Sheng walked over to her suitcase and put everything inside. The dormitory building of Ganja University was equipped with elevators, but the residents of room 404 habitually took the stairs. The reason for this could be traced back to a rather peculiar decision made by the school administration. For reasons unknown to the students, the elevator entrances on the second, third, and fourth floors were sealed with iron grills, and the corresponding buttons could not be pressed normally. Only during the start of the semester and the end-of-term holidays were they opened for use. Yu Sheng lived on the fourth floor, and to save some effort she had to first drag her suitcase up to the fifth floor via the stairs, then take the elevator down to the first floor. Leaving the dormitory and arriving at the stairwell, Yu Sheng strained with all her might, heaving her suitcase up step by step. Fortunately, Sue-yi had helped carry her blanket, or she wasn't sure she could have moved all her belongings at once. Seeing Yu Sheng struggling, Sue-yi suggested, "How about you give me the suitcase and take the blanket instead? I'll manage on my own." Yu Sheng bit her lip tightly as if touched on a sensitive spot. The suitcase wasn't light, but in her former self, she wouldn't have struggled. She now truly understood the disparity in strength between men and women. "All right then," Sue-yi said, not insisting, and quickly overtook Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng followed suit. With each step she lifted the suitcase, her arms ached, her hands trembled slightly, and her knuckles turned white from the strain. Fortunately, she only had to climb one floor, and with gritted teeth, she could persevere. Reaching the landing at the stairwell corner, Yu Sheng paused, briefly panting lightly. Sue-yi looked back at her. "Why are you stopping? Can't handle it." "Of course I can," Yu Sheng retorted. "Then why did you stop?" "Just catching my breath." "Oh, done catching it yet?" Sue-yi asked with a sly smile. Yu Sheng remained silent and continued her. As they walked, Sue-yi kept chatting with her. "Is it really that heavy? You're so weak." Yu Sheng suddenly felt that Sue-yi was quite mischievous. She didn't answer, but with a surge of determination and heavy steps, she finally mounted the last step to the fifth floor and hauled the suitcase onto the platform. Yu Sheng sighed in relief, shook her sore wrist, and stubbornly said as usual, "It's not heavy at all. I'm doing just fine." "Oh really?" Sue-yi cast her a sidelong glance. "Then why were you panting just now, eh?" "I wasn't panting," Yu Sheng denied adamantly. Sue-yi paused for a moment, then said unexpectedly, "You know the sound of your panting is quite pleasant." Yu Sheng couldn't believe her ears. Her eyes widened in shock. "Watch your wording. We're in the dormitory building. Someone might hear. What's there to fear? I'm just stating an objective fact." Sue-yi realized her words were ambiguous, but she kept a smile on her face. Besides, who would be on the stairs above the fourth floor? Thump thump thump. As if on cue, footsteps echoed from the stairs above. "See, that's what happens when you make a casual statement." Yu Sheng's heart leaped. Before the descending student could reach the corner, she hurriedly fled toward the elevator. Sue-yi's smile froze instantly, and she silently followed. They reached the elevator narrowly, avoiding the student who had inexplicably opted for the stairs instead of the elevator. Yu Sheng pressed the button and the floor indicator light jumped from 6-0, descending rapidly. Stepping into the elevator, Yu Sheng looked at Sue-yi and said, still shaken, "Don't say things that can be misunderstood. You're the one who took it the wrong way." Even though Sue-yi knew Yu Sheng was soft-hearted and thin-skinned, she dared not make such risque jokes for now. When the elevator reached the first floor, Yu Sheng stepped out and immediately spotted a familiar figure at the stairwell, the dormitory uncle. He was carrying a tool bag and walking toward them. Apparently some dorm had reported a repair, and the uncle had handled it himself without troubling the maintenance staff. Both of them froze at the sight of the dormitory uncle. Could it be that the student who had come down the stairs just now was? They wanted to escape, but he was already close and recognized Yu Sheng. "Are the injuries on your face all right?" he asked in a loud voice. "Yes, they're fine," Yu Sheng nodded. "Are you taking the suitcase somewhere?" "I'm going home for the weekend." "Oh, is your home near here?" "Yes, it's in the province." "Where?" "Donshio." "Oh, that's convenient for going back." After a brief exchange, Yu Sheng felt relieved, certain that the uncle hadn't overheard any suggestive conversation. Just as they thought they were safe, the uncle suddenly beckoned to Sue-yi and said seriously, "Young lady, come over here for a moment." They exchanged glances. Oh no. Based on the uncle's behavior last night, Yu Sheng could guess that he would either earnestly advise Sue-yi not to sneak into the male dormitory or tell her to stop telling risque jokes. With a sense of unease, Sue-yi followed the uncle to the front desk. The uncle first took a sip from his thermos, then said earnestly, "Young lady, I know you young people are in a relationship and occasional squabbles are normal. But no matter what, violence is never right, don't you think?" "Huh?" Sue-yi blinked, utterly confused. She had already prepared to explain that things weren't as he thought. Seeing her reaction, the uncle thought she was pretending to be clueless. He pointed at Yu Sheng, who was hesitating by the lobby entrance. "This student told me last night that the red mark on his face was pinched by his girlfriend. I didn't mistake the person, did I, eh?" Sue-yi turned to look at Yu Sheng, her eyes seeming to say, "Didn't you say the uncle just let you go upstairs without saying much?" Yu Sheng could only offer an awkward but polite smile. "Was it you who pinched him?" the uncle asked again. It was me, Sue-yi hung her head, looking flustered, and now it was her turn to stammer. Seeing that Sue-yi didn't deny it, the uncle softened his tone. "You see, your boyfriend is so slender. He can't take much rough handling. If you lose control and something happens, it'll be too late for regrets. Don't you think so?" You're right, uncle." Sue-yi nodded obediently, her tone sincere. "It's my fault. He'll be more careful in the future." Sue-yi didn't argue with the uncle, but simply agreed with him, and the matter was quickly resolved. "See, that's better. Peace and harmony are good. The dormitory uncle didn't intend to lecture at length, he just believed that hitting was wrong. Seeing Sue-E's good attitude, he didn't say much more, only adding, "Next time you need to help carry luggage, just let me know. No need to sneak in." Okay. Sue-E breathed a sigh of relief. Once outside the dormitory building, she immediately confronted Yu Sheng. "What's this all about? I never expected you with your innocent look to secretly take advantage of me." "I didn't." Feeling wronged, Yu Sheng detailed the events of last night to clarify. Sue-E laughed after hearing the story. "You can't blame the dormitory uncle. It's no wonder he thought so. You have such a pitifully innocent face." The school was only a 10-minute walk from Mingzhu Mansion. However, including the distance from the school gate, it was not a short distance. Yu Sheng pulled her suitcase, and when her arm grew tired, she switched the suitcase to the other hand. After switching hands several times, she finally arrived at the destination. Thanks to Sue-E carrying the quilt all the way, otherwise the quilt would have been piled on the suitcase, and Yu Sheng estimated her arms would have been ruined. Arriving at the entrance of the residential complex, Yu Sheng presented her ID card and rental contract registered, and the security guard let them in. Once inside, the first thing she did was to find the property management to register an access card. "The environment here is nice, the greenery is so well maintained, the property management must be reliable," Sue-E said, sincerely looking at the various green plants arranged in an orderly manner along the paths. "I heard the property fees are quite high." Yu Sheng nodded lightly, saying this without any pressure since she wasn't the one paying the fees. The property management office was not far from the main gate, and they arrived shortly. "Do you have your ID card?" the staff member asked while opening the access card registration system on the computer. Yu Sheng handed over the ID card she had been holding in her hand without putting it back into her pocket and replied with a smile, "Yes, I have it. Thank you for your trouble." "No trouble at all." The staff member took the ID card, scanned it on the device, then looked at Sue-E. "And you?" "I'm not a tenant." Sue-E shook her head. "I'm just helping to move the luggage." "Oh," the staff member cast a few more glances at the two beauties. "What's your relationship?" "Classmates." Sue-E was about to answer truthfully, but suddenly caught a glimpse of the youthful portrait on Yu Sheng's ID card. Her eyes twinkled, and she smirked. "She's my younger sister." Yu Sheng wanted to say something to protest, but in the end she gave up the struggle. Sue-E was helping carry the quilt and also checking the apartment, so she wouldn't argue with her. It was absolutely not that Yu Sheng was intimidated. "It's fine, both are pretty." The staff member didn't pay much attention, simply taking it as a joke between classmates or friends. He took out a blank access card and placed it on the reader writer ready to write data. It wasn't until he double-checked the identity information that the staff member noticed the gender column on the screen clearly read male. He looked up at Yu Sheng, then at Sue-E, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Young people these days really know how to have fun. He thought this was a new trick he hadn't seen before. "Is something wrong?" Yu Sheng asked, puzzled by his strange look. "Nothing." The staff member withdrew his gaze. "The validity of the access card is synchronized with your lease term." "Oh," Yu Sheng nodded. After writing the first card, the staff member followed the same procedure, took out a second card, and began the registration process. "These two access cards, one for your daily use, the other as a spare." Next, the staff member also wrote the access permission into Yu Sheng's phone and explained the procedure for reissuing the access card. The entire process took only about 10 minutes. It was quite efficient. On the way to the building, Yu Sheng said to Sue-E helplessly, "Don't make such jokes." She now realized the meaning. The staff member's earlier look was probably because he saw the gender on her ID card didn't match what Sue-E said. "Humph," Sue-E said smugly. "You caused me to get scolded by the dormitory manager this morning, so this is your punishment." They reached the building entrance. Yu Sheng swiped the access card to open the door and walked straight in. They had already tested both the access card and the phone at the property office, so no further testing was needed. Taking the elevator to the 15th floor, Yu Sheng walked to door 1501 and reached into her pocket for the key. The door lock was a smart lock supporting fingerprint and password. But Yu Sheng hadn't had time to ask the landlady for the password, and the male model hadn't mentioned it yesterday either, nor had she been allowed to register her fingerprint, so she had to use the mechanical key. Yu Sheng groped in her right pocket, but didn't find the key. She groped twice more, still nothing. "You didn't forget to bring the key, did you?" Sue-E couldn't help asking. "No, I didn't forget," Yu Sheng said with certainty. She patted both pockets, but didn't feel the key, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I remember putting the key and ID card in the same pocket." Sue-E, quick and nimble, reached into Yu Sheng's left pocket before she could react. "Maybe it's in this side." Feeling Sue-E's small hand groping around in her pocket, Yu Sheng froze. Was this also part of the punishment? Before she could say anything, Sue-E had already pulled out the key. "See, what did I tell you?" Sue-E shook the key. "You forgot which side you put the key in." Yu Sheng thought for a moment, then recalled. When she had put her phone and ID card back into her pockets at the property office, she had swapped their positions. The phone, which should have been in the right pocket, went into the left, blocking the key, and also blocking her hand that should have touched the key, while the ID card was placed in the right pocket. Sue-E turned around and inserted the key into the lock to open the door, while Yu Sheng took the opportunity to pull up her pants. The pants were already loose on her now, and with Sue-E's actions tugging at them, they inevitably slipped down a bit. "The living room is quite big," Sue-E said as she opened the door and walked inside, noticing the decoration was also nice. It's an open concept living dining kitchen," Yu Sheng replied, carrying the quilt and suitcase inside. Since the kitchen was open plan without separate partitions, and with the balcony connected to the indoor space, the entire area did look quiet. Sue-yi nodded, walked to the balcony, opened the window for ventilation, and took the opportunity to check the condition of the doors and windows. She had promised to help Yusheng inspect the place, and she hadn't forgotten. After a brief survey of the room, she turned to Yusheng and asked, "Are all the units here like this?" "Only this one has the open," Yusheng said. "Apparently the previous tenant modified it illegally." "Oh," Sue-yi understood, waving her hand. "You rest first, I'll do the inspection myself." Following the principle of not causing trouble, Yusheng didn't stand on ceremony and directly sat down on the sofa. Sue-yi, on the other hand, busied herself. Compared to Yusheng's earlier cursory inspection, she examined much more thoroughly. She checked everything from whether the cabinet hinges were loose to whether the table and chairs wobbled. She looked very professional. Yusheng felt bored just sitting there, as she had just moved in and had nothing to entertain Sue-yi, so she told Sue-yi she was going out to buy water and left the room. There were convenience stores and supermarkets near the residential complex, so there were no commercial facilities planned inside. As Yusheng walked on the sidewalk outside the complex, she suddenly remembered there was a bubble tea shop nearby. She paused, and when she took another step, she had already changed direction. Mineral water can't compare to the aroma of bubble tea. Sue-yi spent nearly half an hour inspecting the house, noting that the furniture was quite well equipped. The master bedroom boasted a double bed measuring 1.8 meters wide, offering ample space, along with an air conditioner, built-in wardrobe, nightstand, desk, and rocking chair. The second bedroom was slightly smaller, featuring a single bed, also with an air conditioner and built-in wardrobe. Additionally, appliances such as a refrigerator, washing machine, and water heater were all provided. Returning to the living room, Sue-yi saw Yusheng lounging lazily on the sofa and chuckled. "Didn't sleep well again last night. Just a bit tired." Yusheng sat up, gestured toward the bag on the coffee table, and called out, "Come have some milk tea." Sue-yi's eyes lit up. "Didn't you say you were buying water?" "I passed a milk tea shop on the way," Yusheng said. "Was just about to call you." Sue-yi walked over and sat on the sofa, picking up the unopened cup of milk tea and glancing at the other cup with a straw already inserted. "This one's for me." Yusheng replied, taking a sip of her own milk tea. "You're quite thoughtful. Worth my help in checking out the place." Sue-yi tore open the straw wrapper, inserted it into the lid, lifted the cup, and took a big gulp, squinting her eyes in satisfaction. Although the inspection hadn't drained her physically, she was parched. The icy, refreshing milk tea felt like rain after a long drought. Instantly, delicious. Sue-yi set down the milk tea, glanced at the damp bag, then reminded Yusheng, "Next time you buy milk tea for a girl, remember to ask if she wants it iced." "Why?" Yusheng blurted out, her mouth faster than her mind. Realizing her slip, she added, "Ah, so today you." She glanced at Sue-yi's lower abdomen. Sue-yi rolled her eyes. "I'm not about to make things hard for myself." "Fair enough." Yusheng rubbed her nose. "Awkward." Fortunately, Sue-yi moved past the topic. "I've checked the house. Water and electricity work fine, furniture's intact. Everything good to hear." Yusheng breathed a sigh of relief, sinking lazily into the sofa. A thought struck her. "How come you're so I've rented before, so I had to know a thing or two." Sue-yi leaned back. "But I wouldn't say I'm an expert. Just have some experience." "So you've rented before?" Yusheng looked enlightened. "Yeah." Sue-yi continued, "But I only rented one place throughout my 3 years of high school. I renewed the lease a few times and never had any issue." "Why did you rent? Was your home far from school?" Yusheng's curiosity had veered off to the distance between home and school. "I'm quite far." Sue-yi smiled and elaborated. "The main reason was that the 8-person dorm was too cramped. I wanted a relatively private space, so I chose to rent." 8-person dorms are indeed cramped," Yusheng agreed, then made small talk. "Did you live alone or share?" "Alone. Close to school. School district housing. So it was very close." "Yeah." Sue-yi couldn't help but press her forehead, exasperated by Yusheng's mechanical questions. "You sure know how to pick. Living alone in a 2-bedroom apartment. Life's going to be comfortable." "I hope so. At least it'll be more convenient for daily life." Yusheng had never rented before and wasn't sure if she'd adapt. But the thought of having a little nest to herself excited her. "And more convenient for mischief, you mean?" Sue-yi teased. "How could that be?" "Hard to say. You might be hiding some dark secrets." As she spoke, Sue-yi lifted her left leg to cross it over her right knee, but paused mid-motion, then lowered it. Yusheng thought Sue-yi was self-conscious about crossing her legs in public, but then she lifted her right leg and placed it over her left knee. It seemed Sue-yi wasn't wearing socks, or perhaps ankle socks, as the movement pulled up her pant leg, revealing a pale ankle. Yusheng glanced at it once. Twice. "Guilty as charged." Sue-yi leaned forward slightly. "Check out your tongue." "Not at all." Yusheng snapped back to reality. They sat on the sofa for a while longer. After finishing the milk tea, Sue-yi made no move to leave and boldly prepared to binge-watch shows on the living room TV. Compared to a phone or computer screen, the TV's large screen had obvious advantages, and the sound system was often better. Sue-yi fiddled around, got it set up, and leaned back comfortably to watch, acting as if she owned the place. Yusheng watched a bit of the show and found it was a suspense drama. "You like this kind of show?" She was surprised. In her stereotypical view, girls tended to prefer historical romances or love stories. Occasionally, to relax. Sue-yi kept her eyes glued to the screen. Suspense. Relax. How did those two? Yusheng wanted to ask more, but seeing Sue-yi so engrossed, she decided not to disturb her. She stood up, grabbed the suitcase from the corner, and prepared to unpack. Remember to take off your shoes when you go into the room, Sue, he suddenly reminded her. Don't dirty the floor. When she entered, she had noticed the house was spotless. The landlord must have had it cleaned. But since there were no slippers, they had worn their shoes into the living room. However, when she went to inspect the rooms, she had removed her shoes to keep. Okay, Yusheng replied. She hadn't planned to wear shoes inside anyway. If the room got dirty, she'd have to clean it. As for the living room, she'd mop it when she had time. Just as she thought that, Yusheng suddenly stopped in her tracks and belatedly looked at Sue E's white sneakers. What are you looking at me for? Feeling her gaze, Sue E pulled her legs back. Need help with your luggage. She said it half jokingly. If Yusheng really needed it, she wouldn't, as long as Yusheng didn't mind her seeing her personal belongings. No, it's fine. Yusheng continued toward the hallway. Tisk, what a loss. A complete loss. Why had she gone to buy milk tea just now? Don't misunderstand. She only regretted missing out on a beautiful sight. In the hallway, Yusheng hesitated between the master bedroom and the second bedroom, then unhesitatingly chose the master bedroom. Entering the room, she looked at the king-sized bed, with only a mattress 8 meters wide, and thought of the narrow, cramped bed at school, where she had to slowly shift to turn over. She sighed. What a miserable life she'd been living. Around noon, Yusheng finally finished packing her luggage and tossed the suitcase into the second bedroom. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the second bedroom would henceforth serve as a storage room. Those odds and ends that were too bothersome to keep yet too wasteful to discard could all be stored there. Since Yusheng lived alone, the spare room would otherwise remain empty, and this way it could be put to good use, fulfilling its purpose to the fullest. When Yusheng returned to the living room, Sue E was still engrossed in her drama, her body sunk into the sofa, exuding an utterly defenseless and languid posture. Noticing Yusheng emerge, Sue E asked casually, all packed? You haven't brought the bedding in yet. Sue E pointed to the storage bag in the corner. I left the sheets and your quilt in the dorm, remember? Yusheng shrugged helplessly. Without sheets, I can't make the bed. He'll go buy some at the supermarket later. The apartment was fully furnished and ready to move in with a mattress provided. Oh, Sue E recalled, then what else do you need? Make a list so you don't forget anything and have to run back and forth. Having suffered from such oversights before, Sue E kindly reminded Yusheng. I don't think there's anything else I need. Yusheng paused, then added, maybe I can get another trash can. That's it. Sue E gave Yusheng a strange look. After you decided to move out, didn't you do any research at all? Yusheng had mentioned moving off campus last weekend, so she had at least a week to prepare. Yet now she seemed completely clueless, not even knowing what essentials were needed for renting a place. What research? Yusheng didn't understand why Sue E was asking. As for research, she had looked into some rental tips. You know, a checklist of must-have items for moving into a rental. Something like that. I haven't seen that. Seeing Yusheng's bewildered expression, Sue E sighed and explained earnestly. Living off campus isn't just about moving your dorm stuff to the new place. There's a lot more to prepare. Yusheng, with perfect timing, wore a look of innocent confusion. Is that so? Of course. Sue E turned back to glance at the open kitchen in the spacious living room and began counting on her fingers, for example, kitchen supplies. Pots, pans, bowls, chopsticks, cutting board, kitchen knife. You have to buy all those. Plus salt, sugar, soy sauce, vinegar. That's at least a dozen kinds of condiments. What if I don't cook? Yusheng asked. I wasn't even planning to buy a pot. She figured she could just order takeout or eat at the school cafeteria, so there was no need to use the kitchen. That way she wouldn't have to worry about kitchen fumes filling the living room, solving the problem at its source. Is it that you don't want to cook, or you don't? Sue E raised an eyebrow. Don't want to, Yusheng answered decisively. Cooking takes too much time. Yusheng did know how to cook, and was actually quite talented at it. But it had been a while since she last stepped into the kitchen. Even if she could avoid making disastrous dishes, she would still need some time to get back into the groove. Hearing this, Sue E shifted her weight, straightened up, and said earnestly, even if you don't cook often, I still recommend you at least buy. Why? What if you occasionally want to boil some dumplings, tanyuan, or heat up milk? Having a pot makes it convenient. Think about it. You can't rely on takeout for every meal. It's neither healthy nor economical. Besides, on rainy days when you don't want to go out, having a pot means you can always make something hot to eat, way better than just waiting for delivery. Even an electric pot can be used for boiling or hot pot. Sue E's little mouth kept chattering away, and Yusheng couldn't get a word. So buying a pot is important, you know. Oh, Yusheng said thoughtfully, nodding solemnly. Is there anything else I need to buy? Definitely plenty more. Sue E couldn't be bothered to list everything. She glanced at the time. It was almost mealtime, so she simply said, forget it. After lunch I'll go with you to buy everything. Alright. Yusheng somehow felt that Sue E's fussing resembled a mother hen chasing after her chick. She couldn't help asking, are you afraid I won't remember? There's too much stuff, I'm afraid you won't be able to carry it. Well, she had walked right into that one. Having decided to go to the supermarket after lunch, Sue E turned her attention back to the drama that was still playing and hit pause. Compared to watching on a phone or computer, watching dramas on TV was in a way a whole different level of experience. Seeing Yusheng still standing there, Sue E patted the empty spot beside her on the sofa and beckoned. What are you standing there like a statue for? Come sit for a while. Yusheng hesitated for a moment, but eventually walked over and sat down on the sofa. However, she didn't watch the TV show. First, mystery dramas were often brain-bending and not easy to follow, especially since she didn't know the earlier plot or the relationships between characters. Second, such dramas often contained suspenseful and horror elements. Yusheng wasn't afraid of murder cases per se, but she worried she might start imagining things afterward. It was probably similar to how people who watch horror movies think there's someone under the bed, in the closet, everywhere. Aren't you watching? Su-yi noticed she had taken out her phone and asked. I don't like watching it. Scared? Not scared. Bang. As soon as Yusheng finished speaking, a sudden thud of something heavy hitting the floor came from the TV, making her jolt. That's a Su-yi suppressed a smile and didn't press further. The episode ended quickly and the ending credits rolled. It was time for lunch. Su-yi picked up the remote and turned off the TV. Noticing the sudden silence, Yusheng looked up. The screen was dark, reflecting both her and Su-yi's figures. Yusheng picked up the plastic bag containing the remnants of the milk tea and headed out with Su-yi. As they entered the elevator, Su-yi suddenly asked, What do you want to eat? Yusheng shook her head. I don't know. Didn't you buy sugar-roasted chestnuts near here yesterday? You don't even know where the restaurants are. I just don't know which one to choose. Yusheng actually knew perfectly well where the restaurants were. Yesterday she had spent half an hour wandering around the neighborhood, familiarizing herself with the layout of the shops. No opinions, Su-yi pouted. Just follow me. I know a nice restaurant nearby. The neighborhood was not far from the school, so it came as no surprise to Yusheng that Su-yi had familiar restaurants here. After disposing of the trash, she stepped out of the complex and followed behind Su-yi. In fact, along the street outside there were numerous eateries like barbecue joints and sushi shops. Yusheng thought it would be fine to grab a quick lunch nearby, but she dared not voice her opinion. It was noon, and the sun blazed fiercely in the sky. Sunlight filtered through the branches of the roadside trees, shattering into golden specks in the gaps, casting a dappled glow over Su-yi. In the interplay of light and shadow, even the fine down on her face was clearly visible. Traffic flowed endlessly on the motorway, and the pedestrian path was far more crowded than when they had left the campus that morning. Saturday streets were always this lively, bustling, not only with students, but also with the unfortunate members of the single-day-off club. Occasionally passers-by cast appraising glances their way, and Yusheng instinctively took half a step back, hiding behind Su-yi. She disliked being scrutinized, detested that feeling of being examined. And for some reason, hiding behind Su-yi seemed to offer her a sense of security. Perhaps it was Su-yi's striking appearance that drew some of the attention away from Yusheng. Su-yi led Yusheng through a maze of twists and turns, crossing several intersections before ducking into an alley. The restaurant Su-yi had mentioned was located in the middle of the alley. The shop was small, and due to its secluded location, it was quiet and empty of customers at that moment. As they reached the entrance, Su-yi politely asked the middle-aged woman inside, Aunt Wang, are you open for business now? Su-yi was a regular at this establishment and knew the ins and outs of the place. The shop focused its operations online, catering mainly to the student population of the surrounding universities. It offered carefully curated set meals, making it convenient for students to place quick orders. However, the offline menu was far more extensive, with individual dishes that were not only generous in portion, but also very affordable. Su-yi preferred the flexibility of dining in and occasionally brought her roommates along. The woman called Aunt Wang, who was the owner of the restaurant, looked up at the door upon hearing Su-yi's voice. Recognizing who it was, she said warmly, Oh, it's Xiao-yi. Yes, we're open. Come on in. As she spoke, her gaze kept appraising Yusheng beside Su-yi. The girl had such a sweet, innocent face, truly endearing. Once they were seated, the owner confirmed that Yusheng was with Su-yi and couldn't help asking curiously, And who is this? Usually Su-yi came to eat with a few female classmates, but today she brought along a girl with delicate features, which was a first. She's sort of my classmate, Su-yi said without taking the opportunity to tease. We go to the same school. Oh, so what would you like to eat today? The owner's gaze flickered back and forth between Su-yi and Yusheng. Yusheng assumed that Su-yi surely knew the best dishes to order, so even though a menu was on the table, she didn't rush to speak. Instead, she turned her attention to Su-yi. Noticing Yusheng's glance, Su-yi recalled that they had similar tastes during previous meals, so she began ordering directly. Give us a serving of sweet and sour spare ribs, a stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, and a plate of garlic stir-fried water spinach. That's it. All right, the owner replied, then turned to Yusheng and asked, Anything else you'd like to add, dear? No. Yusheng waved her hand. 2 people eating 3 dishes was more than enough. The owner acknowledged with a nod and disappeared through the partition curtain into the kitchen. Su-yi pulled out a napkin and began wiping the table while asking with amusement, Did you hear what Aunt Wang called you just now? I heard. What did she call you? Just, dear, Yusheng said, feeling a little embarrassed saying it herself. She took you for a girl. Why didn't you correct her? Su-yi pressed on. Like last time when we bought bubble tea and the clerk called you little sister, you didn't argue, either did you? I'm used to it. After these past few days, Yusheng had come to terms with it. After all, everyone was just a passerby. There was no point in arguing about whether others saw her as a boy or a girl. If she had still been her former male self, she might have insisted on clarifying. She remembered during her freshman orientation, a senior had mistaken her for a girl and offered to carry her suitcase. Brother G and the others had teased her about that for a long time. Used to it. Su-yi suppressed a smile, pushed the napkin box toward Yusheng, and tapped the table with her finger. Why the tone of utter resignation? Do you get mistaken often? Yusheng shrugged helplessly and pulled out a napkin to wipe the table as well. Not often. Just occasionally. But every time I have to explain, it takes forever, so unless it's necessary, I just let it go. You're pretty easygoing, Su-yi laughed. But if Aunt Wong knew the truth, she'd probably be flabbergasted. Then let her keep misunderstanding. It's no big deal. Yu Sheng had already accepted the address dear, so telling her now that she was actually a boy would not just surprise her, it would shock her. While the kitchen was busy cooking, a few more tables of customers trickled in, both men and women, presumably seeking to avoid the crowds and enjoy some peak. It was peak delivery time, and the shop's online orders were pouring in non-stop. But the dishes Sue-E ordered were prepared quickly, as she was a regular, so they were. The owner brought over the garlic stir-fried water spinach and the shredded pork with green peppers. The sweet and sour spare ribs will be a little longer. You can start eating first. Okay. Yu Sheng first tried the shredded pork with green peppers. The peppers were a mix of sweet peppers and Hangzhou peppers, so the spiciness was perfectly tolerable. She also sampled the garlic stir-fried water spinach. The garlic aroma was strong, and the water spinach was crisp and tender, slightly salty, refreshing, and not greasy. Yu Sheng ate heartily. The dishes at this restaurant were all home-style cooking, and they were indeed as delicious as Sue-E had said. By the time the sweet and sour spare ribs arrived, the rice in her bowl was nearly gone. Seeing this, the owner smiled, wiped her hands on her apron, and came over to add another half bowl of rice for her. Sue-E didn't have seconds, and finished her meal faster, soon putting down her chopsticks. She didn't touch her phone, instead propping her chin on her hand and watching Yu Sheng eat. Noticing that Sue-E had already finished, Yu Sheng unconsciously sped up, her cheeks puffing out as she chewed, her pink lips pursed and glistening with oil. Take your time, no rush. Watching Yu Sheng focus intently on her meal, Sue-E couldn't help but smile. Just then the phone on the table. Yu Sheng picked up her phone and saw it was a message from Gushen. Gushen teacher, are you currently accepting applications for the piano crash? Well, after adding her as a friend, Yu Sheng hesitated. With such a tight schedule, after witnessing that scene this morning, Gokuen didn't head straight to the library. Instead, he went to the cafeteria for breakfast. Sue-E, the campus belle, had delivered breakfast to his dormitory, which somewhat stirred him. But it didn't matter. No one bought him breakfast, so he could buy it himself. With mixed emotions, he entered the cafeteria and encountered Zhao Hongyu, who was still leisurely eating his breakfast. After pouring out his grievances to Zhao Hongyu with embellishments, they finished breakfast and went to the library together. Gokuen wasn't the type to study with peace of mind. He hoped the library's atmosphere would motivate him to put in some effort. As luck would have it, Yu Xiaonan also came to the library on the weekend, and Gokuen finally saw what the girl Zhao Hongyu had taken a liking to look like. Yu Xiaonan had fair skin and was the type who seemed ordinary at first glance, but grew more appealing and beautiful the longer you looked. This made Gokuen mutter inwardly that Yu was indeed smitten by her appearance. When Zhao Hongyu was alone in the library, he could read quietly, but with Gokuen beside him, he couldn't focus. At noon, they chatted on their phones, rambling on until the topic turned to Yu Sheng. Gokuen, tell me, how did Yu Sheng manage to hook up with Sue-E? Normally Yu Sheng was as reclusive as the two of them, rarely leaving his room. Gokuen couldn't understand how they suddenly got connected. The gentle tone Sue-E had used that morning filled him with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Zhao Hongyu, because Yu Sheng can play the piano, and he happened to seize the opportunity. Zhao Hongyu, opportunity favors the prepared mind. You've heard that right. Zhao Hongyu, can you play the piano? Gokuen, no, but I can learn. Zhao Hongyu, learning isn't the point. For your situation, I suggest you look into how to get a new head. Gokuen, what? Am I not handsome? Zhao Hongyu, not handsome. In fact, you're so ugly it's aggressive. Gokuen, but my mom says I'm quite handsome. Zhao Hongyu, she's lying to you. Gokuen. Zhao Hongyu, stop staring at Yu Xiaonan, or she might think you're a creep. Gokuen was surprisingly thick-skinned in the face of Zhao Hongyu's mockery. He still intended to learn a musical instrument as a defense for emergencies. What if he actually needed it one day? Of course he didn't plan to spend too much time learning. Something quick and easy, just enough to show off, would do. Gokuen, I'm sincere. Sincere. Yu Sheng couldn't believe it at all. Gokuen was a classic case of I want to learn this, I want to learn that. A 3-minute passion patient. He wanted to learn everything, but never stuck with anything. Yu Sheng can't teach you. I'm too shallow in knowledge to be competent. Yu Sheng's own piano skills were limited. He was still in a phase of learning, far from qualified to teach. Gokuen, teach me, and he'll send you lewd pictures. Yu Sheng, you can send pictures. Teaching is out of the question. Besides, you already master one instrument. Gokuen, what instrument? I don't know about that. Yu Sheng, drums. Gokuen, I've never learned any drums. I don't know how. Yu Sheng, no, you do know how to beat a retreat. Gokuen, Yu Sheng, that's it. I'm eating. See you. Having dismissed Gokun's idea, Yu Sheng put down his phone and wolfed down his food. Who were you chatting with just now? Sue-E saw Yu Sheng typing vigorously earlier and asked curiously. My roommate, Yu Sheng said with a mouth full of food, slurring his words. The one you saw this morning. Oh, mentioning roommates reminded Sue-E of something. Yu Xiaonan often complained that the school's supermarket didn't carry a full range of products, so she had to buy some brands online, which meant she couldn't use them immediately. Since she was going to the supermarket later, she could bring some things back. She picked up her phone and sent a message in the group chat. Sue-E, I'm going to the supermarket later. Do any of you need me to bring anything? She had to treat everyone equally. Asking only Yu Xiaonan would seem biased. In the library, Yu Xiaonan stood up to go to lunch, but sat back down when she saw the message. Yu Xiaonan, aren't you going to spend more time with Yu Sheng? Sue-E had no intention of hiding things. Her roommates all knew she had helped Yu Sheng move his luggage. Yu Xiaonan knew she meant the supermarket off campus. Sue-E, what are you thinking? I'm just helping out. Yu Xiaonan am not listening. You are in the same room together. Hasn't there been any substantial progress? Su-yi. Yu Xiaonan, what's wrong? Su-yi, be normal. Yu Xiaonan looked gentle and delicate, but she often said shocking things. Yu Xiaonan, sigh, what a waste of excitement. Su-yi, what excitement? What are you so excited about? Yu Xiaonan, I'm excited for Yu Xiaonan, think about it. If you could catch such a cute guy like Yu Sheng, press him into the sofa, and try on shirts, sweaters, and JK skirts one by one. A real-life dress-up game, how thrilling would that be? Su-yi glanced at Yu Sheng, who was still devouring his food, and imagined the scene Yu Xiaonan described. It felt quite exciting. Su-yi, do you still want me to bring you anything? Su-yi, if you do, then stop talking nonsense. Yu Xiaonan, yes, yes, yes. The group chat exploded with messages, even bringing out Lu Cece and Chen Yushu, who had been lurking. After figuring out what they wanted, Su-yi was about to exit the app, but Yu Xiaonan was still itching to talk, and started venting in the group. Yu Xiaonan, oh, by the way, I have to get this off my chest. This morning a creepy guy kept sneaking glances at me, at least a dozen times. It totally ruined my concentration. Yu Xiaonan, I'm just an ordinary girl. What do you think he sees in me? Ayu, who's she chatting with? Spotting Yu Xiaonan typing on her phone from afar, Gokuin nudged Zhao Henjia's shoulder. The library was still quiet, but fewer people were around, so he spoke in a low voice. Do you think she might have a boyfriend? Should I ask for you? I've got thick skin anyway, so I don't mind getting scolded. Yu Xiaonan, he's looking at me again, she complained in the group. The creepy guy she referred to as Gokuin. In truth, it wasn't entirely her fault for misunderstanding. After confirming that she was the reason Zhao Hengyu had come to the library on the weekend, Gokuin became curious and stole a few more glances. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached the conclusion that she was more attractive over time. Messages scrolled furiously on the screen. When Yu Xiaonan complained that the guy was wearing slippers to the library, he suddenly thought of something and asked Yu Sheng, your roommate was wearing slippers when he went out this morning, right? Yeah. Yu Sheng replied, startled, not understanding why Su-yi brought it up. Gokuin indeed hadn't changed his shoes. Oh dear, Su-yi smiled. He might have been misunderstood. There's no misunderstanding, he's a pervert. Yu Sheng stated with absolute certainty. After exchanging messages with Su-yi, she asked Gushun again, confirming that he was at the library with Zhao Hengyu. It was basically settled that the pervert referred to Gushun. However, Yu Sheng had no intention of defending him. After all, Brother Ji only went to the library this once, and probably wouldn't go again, so it wasn't a big deal. From what Su-yi said, Yu Sheng also learned that the quiet girl she saw yesterday afternoon was Yu Xiaonan, and she was Su-yi's roommate. It was quite a coincidence that the girl Zhao Hengyu had his eye on at the library turned out to be Su-yi's roommate. But Yu Sheng had no interest in playing matchmaker. She only mentioned that Gushun was sitting with her other roommate. That way, when Su-yi brought it up to Yu Xiaonan, at least Yu Xiaonan would know. After all, since she saw Gushun, she must have noticed Zhao Hengyu too. As for any further developments, that was none of Yu Sheng's concern. After this little interlude, lunch finished, and Yu Sheng and Su-yi went to the same shopping mall as before. The mall had a large chain supermarket with a wide variety of goods. Since it was a rest day, the supermarket was crowded with people, many of them young faces, mostly students. Su-yi seemed to have a mental list prepared, moving efficiently and quickly filling her shopping cart. Yu Sheng couldn't help but click her tongue in admiration. Having rented before really made a difference. Some things Su-yi asked about that Yu Sheng hadn't even thought of. Soon the items requested by Lu Citing and the others were also bought. Lollipops were clearly Chun Yushu's request, while the conditioner and the special laundry detergent for underwear were a mystery. Yu Sheng couldn't help but marvel at how refined girls' lives were. Some things she had never even heard of. Then Su-yi led her to the fruit section to pick up some fruit for Yu Xiaonan and the others. But as they walked, Yu Sheng fell half a step behind Su-yi. Not because she was tired, but because many people were staring at her. Or rather at both her and Su-yi. Off-campus people who didn't know Yu Sheng mostly wouldn't take her for a boy. Two graceful girls walking side by side surrounded by peers naturally drew maximum attention. However, what surprised Yu Sheng was that among those looking at her besides boys, there were also many girls. In fact, girls sometimes love looking at beautiful women more than boys do, though compared to the subtlety, when looking at the opposite sex they are bolder when looking at their own. Some people turned their heads 3 times in a few steps, while others simply gave a standing ovation with their eyes. This persistent, unabashed staring made Yu Sheng very uncomfortable. She felt like an animal in a zoo, every move scrutinized. In contrast, Su-yi remained completely calm. Outstanding looks always attract attention. Growing up, too many people had cast furtive glances her way, as she had long grown accustomed to such scrutiny. They stopped in front of a pile of apples in the fruit section. Su-yi picked up a rosy apple and turned to ask Yu Sheng, do you know how to pick them? Not really, Yu Sheng shook her head. I usually just grab whatever. When picking apples you can weigh them in your hand, Su-yi said, demonstrating. Among apples of the same size, the heavier ones usually have more moisture. Brother, why have you been so down these past few days? At another corner of the supermarket, Qian Gui's asked Lu Wenhao with a puzzled look. Hearing this, Lu Wenhao's eyebrows nearly knitted together. He shot Qian Gui's a glare. It's all because of that terrible idea you gave me. Now my reputation on campus. Do you know people point fingers at me when they see me now, eh? Lu Wenhao's public confession had been instigated by this guy. After those 2 confessions, although no one knew who he was confessing to, he had been branded as a persistent pest. Some even speculated that he had confessed to 2 different girls, denouncing him as fickle and unfaithful. As the saying goes, never 3 times. Lu Wenhao dared not attempt a third time. At the time, Qian Gui's, noting that Lu Wenhao had no experience with girls, had volunteered to help analyze the situation. According to his analysis, everyone who approached Su Yi for contact information had been rejected. He concluded that Su Yi had extremely high standards, and to catch her eye, one had to do something different. So the genius Qian Gui suggested Lu Wenhao take an unconventional approach, confess publicly with a grand spectacle. And after Lu Wenhao's first failure, he urged him to try a second time to show determination. Lu Wenhao thought the campus reaction had been okay at first, with many guessing who his confession was for. Had been fooled by Qian Gui's reasoning, and in a moment of impulse tried again, only to end up in this situation. Don't be mad, brother Hao, Qian Gui apologized sheepishly. Today it's my treat. He'll pay for everything. After Lu Wenhao's expression softened a bit, Qian Gui's continued. To be honest, after these 2 failures, I looked up some strategies online a couple of days ago. The internet says that aloof beauties have seen too many similar courtship scenes. To move them, you have to break the routine. Brother Hao, see, isn't that exactly what I analyzed back then? I think it's a viable path, we just chose the wrong direction last time. Shut up. Lu Wenhao wanted to sew the guy's mouth shut, and pushed his shopping cart toward the checkout counters. Now the opinions of others were secondary. The most important thing was that his image in Su Yi's mind must have plummeted. He needed to think of a way to salvage it. Brother Hao, Qian Gui suddenly called out softly. What now? Isn't that the school beauty Su? Qian Gui pointed at a figure picking fruit nearby. How is she with that sissy boy? Lu Wenhao was stunned and followed Qian Gui's gaze. Sure enough, he saw the 2 of them. Although they hadn't attended the welcome party, they had seen video clips others recorded, and knew that a handsome boy had performed piano with Su Yi that night. That sissy seems to have a special relationship with Su, even shopping together. Qian Gui nudged Lu Wenhao with his elbow. Could they be? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. Lu Wenhao frowned. That guy is effeminate. Who would take a woman as a boyfriend? Actually, Qian Gui himself wasn't sure, since they'd never seen the 2 together before. He probed. So what's your take, brother Hao? Obviously he must be Su Yi's new male bestie. After selecting the fruits, Sheng and Su Yi proceeded to the checkout counter. The cashier skillfully scanned each item and calculated the total. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Sheng pulled out her phone to pay. However, Su Yi motioned for her to put the phone away and took out her own, suggesting, let me cover the cost first. Later you can calculate based on the receipt, deduct the amount for Chengcheng and her friend's items, and transfer the rest to me. That works. Sheng thought for a moment and agreed readily. Without Su Yi's help, she would have missed buying many things, that doing a bit of arithmetic was no trouble at all. Yet in some eyes, Su Yi's act of paying took on a different meaning. At the adjacent checkout counter, Lu Wenhao noticed that Su Yi was the one paying, and muttered under his breath, how shameless, letting a woman pay. Brother Hao, how can you be sure those items aren't for Su Yi? Qian Gui expressed confusion. Can't you see they bought things like trash bins and pots? Lu Wenhao ground his teeth. Su Yi lives in the dormitory, these must be for that guy. That makes sense. Qian Gui pondered with his shrewd little mind for a moment, but dared not mention that Su Yi might be going to use. Seeing Su Yi actually display her payment code, Lu Wenhao turned his head away, unable to watch, fearing he would anger himself. How utterly shameless, spending Su Yi's money. Lu Wenhao's heart churned violently. He simply couldn't fathom how that guy could so complacently use Su Yi's money, and Su Yi herself seemed completely unbothered. Helpless, he could only suppress his emotions. There were important matters to attend to later. After settling the bill, Su Yi and Sheng each carried 2 shopping bags and headed toward the supermarket exit. Just then a voice called out from behind them. What a coincidence, Su Yi, you're shopping at the supermarket too. Both of them halted in their steps and turned to see Lu Wenhao and Qian Gui also holding shopping bags. Sheng felt a bit puzzled. Were Lu Wenhao and Su Yi that familiar with each other to be greeting? Meanwhile, Su Yi's gaze she usually had no impression of her suitors, but Lu Wenhao was so absurd that she remembered him clearly. It was utterly bizarre that Lu Wenhao, who had only exchanged a few words with her in real life, while organizing a badminton match, would publicly confess his feelings. Something on your mind, Oi? Su Yi's voice was icy, as if emanating from deep within a glacier. Although she wasn't sure of his intentions, she could roughly guess they were far from innocent. In such situations, she always had to put on an aloof demeanor. It was a test of her acting skills. I came to apologize. Lu Wenhao's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice a little hoarse. What happened before was too impulsive on my part. I caused you trouble. Su Yi said nothing, merely giving a faint in acknowledgement. That he came to apologize was unexpected, but she knew she couldn't afford to show him any kindness. Otherwise these types would bask in even the slightest warmth and think they still had a chance. Yet faced with Su Yi's indifference, Lu Wenhao was not discouraged at all. He pulled out a bottle of oolong tea beaded with condensation from his shopping bag, clearly just taken from the supermarket's refrigerated section. Proffering the drink, he said casually, I bought too many, it'd be a waste not to finish them. This is for you. Sheng beside him nearly laughed out loud. How could one buy too many drinks? A blatant attempt to cover up. No need. Su Yi glanced at Qian Gui beside Lu Wenhao. Keep it for him. I don't like this drink. Qian Gui quickly chimed in. Su Yi, just take it, or YTLL be wasted otherwise. I don't need it. It's fine, you can give it to someone else. Su Yi frowned slightly, growing impatient with their back and forth. Lu Wenhao kept holding the bottle aloft, the cold air condensing into droplets that trickled down his fingers. Watching this scene, Yu Sheng recalled the incident on the sports field that night, and thought to herself, this guy was really stubborn. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Just as Lu Wenhao was about to back down, Yu Sheng suddenly spoke up. "Can I have that drink?" "For you." Lu Wenhao's expression stiffened. This bottle was specially bought for Su-yi. How could he let someone else have it? "Didn't you buy too many?" Yu Sheng continued to feign ignorance. "Give it to him just to avoid waste, right?" Su-yi caught on quickly and played along, tilting her chin toward Yu Sheng. "Oh, fine, take it." After a moment's hesitation, Lu Wenhao stiffly handed the bottle to Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng hooked the shopping bags over her wrist and reached out her small hand to grasp the bottle, flashing a grin. "Thanks, pal." Lu Wenhao twitched the corner of his mouth, his fingers involuntarily tightening, reluctant to let go. "Come on, just give it to me, holding it like that's freezing your hand." Seeing that Lu Wenhao wouldn't release it, Yu Sheng pulled harder, yanking the bottle away. Lu Wenhao opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end he merely loosened his grip, allowing Yu Sheng to take the drink. "This was clearly not meant for you." By the time Yu Sheng cheerfully stowed away the drink, he urged her to quickly exit the supermarket. Lu Wenhao's expression had been shifting uncontrollably, a look of discomfort on his face, and he felt she was about to lose her composure. "So," Qian Yui scratched his head as he watched the two walk away. "Did Sui accept it or not? Maybe she was just too embarrassed to take it in front of me." Lu Wenhao tried to console himself with words even he didn't believe. "By the way, that little girl isn't bad looking. If she can rival Sui." Qian Yui shifted the awkward topic. "What do you think, Brother Howie?" Lu Wenhao gave him a heavy look. "Stay away from me." When Yu Sheng and Sui returned, the bus happened to arrive at the stop, and they boarded. After taking a seat, Sui turned to Yu Sheng, a smile in her eyes. "Pretty sharp back there, quick on the uptake." "I saw you didn't want to take it," Yu Sheng replied, setting down the two shopping bags. "Besides, I didn't lose out." She pulled out the bottle of oolong tea, shook it, and asked Sui, "Do you want some of this?" "You go ahead." Sui waved dismissively, clearly uninterested in the drink. Yu Sheng unscrewed the cap, tilted her head back, and the cool liquid slid down her throat, carrying a faint tea fragrance and a subtle sweetness. While things obtained for free indeed tasted different. Yu Sheng smacked her lips, took another sip, and held the drink in her mouth to savor it. Seeing this, Sui asked, "What's wrong? Did he cough?" "Probably not." Returning from the supermarket to the rented apartment, Yu Sheng felt somewhat tired. The supermarket was not small in scale, and although Sui moved swiftly throughout, the two of them still traversed a considerable distance as they wandered through the various sections. However, despite having bought 4 bags of items, the bags were not particularly large, as ordinary shopping bags have limited capacity. A single pot took up more than half of one bag. Some items would have to be bought later. Yu Sheng did not want to make another trip and planned to shop online instead. After all, the essentials were already purchased and the rest could wait. In contrast to Yu Sheng's exhaustion, Sui appeared quite energetic, showing no signs of fatigue. Setting down the shopping bags in her hands, she promptly sat back down on the sofa. Yu Sheng merely opened her mouth upon seeing this, but said nothing. "You're not watching TV right now, are you?" Sui casually picked up the remote control, turned on the television, and prepared to binge watch a couple more episodes. Logically speaking, she had already inspected the apartment and accompanied Yu Sheng to buy daily necessities, so it was time for her to return to school. Yet with the television right in front of her, she felt reluctant to leave. "I'm not watching." Yu Sheng waved her hand. "Go ahead." Yu Sheng rarely used the television. When she did turn it on, it was merely to have some background noise, letting the TV sound serve as ambient music. "Give me the throw pillow," Sui said again. Yu Sheng then took the throw pillow from the shopping bag, tore off the plastic packaging, and handed it to her. Sui received the pillow, placed it on her knees, and soon became immersed in the world of binge watching. Yu Sheng, on the other hand, picked up both her own and Sui's plastic shopping bags and carried them over to the kitchen island, where she busied herself. Persuaded by Sui, Yu Sheng had bought a pot, but she had not purchased any seasonings yet. She could buy them later when she actually felt like cooking. Compared to Sui's leisurely posture lounging on the sofa, Yu Sheng's busy figure resembled that of a dutiful wife. After several minutes of bustling about, Yu Sheng placed 2 pairs of guest slippers on the shoe rack in the entranceway. Keeping guest slippers on hand was also Sui's suggestion. During high school, Sui had once invited several close classmates to her rented apartment to hang out. However, she had not anticipated that it was the wet season, and the wooden floor in the apartment was damp, beaded with a layer of moisture. She searched through the shoe cabinet, but could not find any extra slippers, so everyone had to take off their shoes and socks and walk barefoot on the floor. The floor was cold and damp, somewhat slippery, and the sensation underfoot was sticky and uncomfortable. After that day, Sui's shoe cabinet was always neatly arranged with several pairs of clean guest slippers. Yu Sheng returned from the entranceway after placing the slippers, and everything was now in order. At that moment, Sui was intently staring at the television screen, her fingers unconsciously tapping on the armrest of the sofa, occasionally straightening her back in response to the plot's development. This demeanor made it difficult to associate her with the icy, bone-chilling aura she had exhibited earlier when facing Lu Wen, who said Sui was aloof. All rumors. Yu Sheng picked up the receipt, walked over to the sofa, and sat down. She took out her phone, opened the calculator, and began to tally the prices of the items Sui's roommate had bought. There were not many items, just a few pieces, so she finished calculating in no time. "How's the calculation?" Sui asked her. Yu Sheng handed the receipt to Su Yi, on which some items had been marked with a pen stroke. Are these the ones? Su Yi took it and glanced at it. Yes. Then I'll transfer the money to you. Yu Sheng tapped on her phone screen, subtracting the prices of those items from the total. All right. Su Yi looked at Yu Sheng's delicate and charming face, and the more she looked the more she felt like teasing her, so she suggested, since you're not interested in suspense dramas either, how about we put on a movie? Sure. Yu Sheng thought sitting around doing nothing was boring, and watching a movie would be a nice pastime. What genre do you want to watch? There's a newly released horror movie with high ratings, Su Yi said with a sly smile. I heard it's particularly thrilling. Want to give it a try? Su Yi still remembered the scene of her 4 dorm mates huddled together watching a horror movie. Back then Yu Zionen's face turned pale, and she let out a piercing scream of terror, her voice even drowning out the sounds from the film. Chen Yushu trembling threw herself into Lu Siqing's arms. Of course Su Yi suspected that Chen Yushu might have done it on purpose. As for Yu Sheng, who was even hesitant to watch suspense dramas, would she tremble and cover her eyes, peeking through her fingers while watching a horror movie? Catching the meaningful smile on Su Yi's face, Yu Sheng's internal alarm bells started ringing. She hesitated and said, maybe we should watch something else. If she agreed to it, she would lose all face in front of Su Yi, though there wasn't much left to begin with. Why? Su Yi asked knowingly. I'm afraid you'll be scared, Yu Sheng insisted stubbornly. Su Yi found this amusing and played along. If someone watches with me, I won't be so scared. Is that so? Yu Sheng forced a smile. Although according to the theory of the suspension bridge effect, the tense atmosphere of a horror movie can easily make one's heart race, even mistaking this physiological reaction for attraction, the problem was, she didn't know whether Su Yi was afraid or not, but she herself was genuinely terrified. If you're scared, just say so, Su Yi said bluntly. We can pick something less scary. Yu Sheng thought that one should admit cowardice when necessary, and pretending to be brave would only make her look foolish, so she replied, okay. As soon as she finished speaking, the television screen suddenly went black. Su Yi looked down at her phone and found that it had automatically shut down. This was not surprising, as she had been using her phone to cast the screen, which drained the battery quickly, especially since her phone hadn't been fully charged when she left in the morning. I'll go get you the charger, Yu Sheng said. Su Yi glanced at Yu Sheng's phone on the coffee table. There's nothing embarrassing in your phone. No, Yu Sheng said, puzzled. Then let me borrow it to look up a movie. All right. Yu Sheng went to get the charger. Su Yi then picked up Yu Sheng's phone and realized it had a lock screen password. She was about to ask, but then a thought struck her, and she tried Yu Sheng's birthday, the one she had filled in on the student union recruitment form. Successfully unlocked. Yu Sheng went to the bedroom, searched through the desk, opened a drawer, and then noticed that the charger had been casually placed on the rocking chair. When she returned to the living room, she saw Su Yi placing the black-screened phone back on the coffee table. Have you decided which movie to watch? Yu Sheng was flustered. That was too fast. No, Su Yi said. I don't even know your phone's lock screen password. That's true. Yu Sheng slapped her forehead. She had been worried for nothing. Su Yi plugged her phone into the charger, and after it powered on, a WeChat call immediately came in. The familiar voice of Chen Yushu came through. Bao, why aren't you back yet? I'm almost done with my lollipops. Su Yi pressed her lips together. If you can't wait, you can buy some at school. It's not like you can't get them. What about Sister Cheng and the Bao? How far are you from school now? You're not still at Yu Sheng's place, are you? Chen Yushu fired off a string of questions. They'll be back soon. Su Yi hung up the call directly. Then she said to Yu Sheng, I'll head back first. We can watch another time. Don't you want to charge it? It's enough, Su Yi said. Yu Sheng walked over to the kitchen island, picked up one shopping bag, handed it to Su Yi, and casually tucked the receipt inside. She had already packed the items belonging to Su Yi's 4 dorm mates into this shopping bag. Bidding farewell to Yu Sheng, Su Yi took the elevator downstairs, her expression gradually turning grave. Her mind was filled with Yu Sheng's browser search history. What should I do if I become a girl? At first she thought nothing of it, assuming Yu Sheng was just searching for fun. But later, when she opened other social platforms to look for horror movie recommendations, she was astonished to find that all of them had the same search history. Could Yu Sheng have undergone gender reassignment surgery? The thought popped into Su Yi's mind out of nowhere, but she quickly dismissed it. Surgery would certainly be voluntary, but the tone was one of seeking help. Su Yi thought back carefully. Yu Sheng didn't have much in the way of curves either. But then again, Shushu was also quite flat. And then there was Yu Sheng's completely invisible Adam's apple, which she hadn't dared to let Su Yi touch, and her sudden decision to move out recently. Su Yi pulled out her phone, which had little battery left, intending to search online. She actually found a video about a 22-year-old college student undergoing gender correction surgery due to female pseudohermaphroditism. After a rough search with the remaining battery, Su Yi remained skeptical. This disease was too rare. But then she suddenly realized a problem. What if that was really the case? Wouldn't that mean she had been flirting with a girl? At 2:30 p.m., Yu Xiaonan sat on the chair in the dorm, blowing her wet hair with a small mirror. Lu Ziqing wasn't in the office, but she was still busy with student council work on her computer. Chen Yushu was lying on the bed, scrolling through her phone, occasionally looking up at the door, thinking, Yibao hasn't come back yet. Where exactly did Yu Sheng rent a place? Is it that far from school? Just as she was considering whether to send another WeChat voice message, the dorm door was gently opened. Su Yi walked in carrying a plastic shopping bag from a supermarket and shouted inside, Boss's cash on delivery. You're finally back, Yibao. Chen Yushu turned over, stepped on the ladder with bare feet, and started climbing down. Sue-yi closed the door and noticed Yu Xiaonan was also in the dorm. She asked curiously, "Not going to the library this afternoon?" Sue-yi rarely asked such detailed questions, but this time it was mainly because of what happened at noon. However, she had already explained to Yu Xiaonan that the so-called creep would only be there for the morning, so it shouldn't be that she was avoiding Yu Xiaonan. Sure enough, Yu Xiaonan switched the hairdryer from hot to cold air and said casually, "I attended the club's orientation event this afternoon and came back when it ended. Consider it a half-day break." Oh, Sue-yi nodded. Yu Xiaonan had joined a club in her freshman year, but she had never really participated in club activities. This semester she felt her college life was somewhat lacking in the area of clubs, so she decided to boost her activity level to alleviate the monotony of studying. "Ibao, you didn't forget to buy my lollipops, did you?" Chen Yushu climbed down from the bed and rushed to Sue-yi in a few quick steps, reaching out to grab the bag. "Hey, don't rush." Sue-yi placed the bag on her desk, pulled out the receipt, and slapped it on the table. "Hey, raise the bill. Remember to transfer the money later." Chen Yushu couldn't care less about the receipt at the moment and reached for the lollipops. Yu Xiaonan turned off the hairdryer and came over as well. If Sue-yi had come back a little earlier, she could have used the conditioner. But when she looked closer, the length of the receipt was clearly off. She frowned. The three of them hadn't bought much, so the receipt shouldn't be that long. The extra items must have been bought by Sue-yi herself. But the problem was, where were Sue-yi's things? Why weren't they visible? Why does this receipt look so long? Yu Xiaonan picked up the receipt and read off several item names. Where are these things? Pots, bed sheets, trash bags. She didn't see any of them. Sue-yi was stunned. She had forgotten about this. This sounds like the kind of stuff Yu Sheng would buy. Lu Xiqing spoke before Sue-yi could. "So you saying you were helping us get things was a lie? You were actually going to the supermarket with Yu Sheng?" As soon as those words were spoken, Chen Yushu and Yu Xiaonan's eyes fell on Sue-yi in unison. Sue-yi had brought Yu Sheng a blanket last night and helped her move her luggage this morning, which inevitably made people speculate. Ahem. Under their stares, Sue-yi felt a bit uneasy. She coughed lightly and quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand. I was just worried that Yu Sheng might not be able to carry everything by herself, so I went to help. Besides, Yu Sheng performed in the student council's orientation party. It's only natural for us to help each other, right?" Now, whenever Yu Sheng was mentioned, Sue-yi felt conflicted and could only try to restrain herself. "But Ibao, you already treated Yu Sheng to a meal." Chen Yushu blinked. "Logically, that should have repaid the favor, right?" "Exactly." Lu Xiqing followed up. "A hot pot meal costs a lot of money. Isn't that enough to repay the favor? I just wanted to help to the end." Sue-yi took out a few bags of fruit from the shopping bag. "Here, I brought these especially for you." The group didn't dwell on the topic. They split the fruit and took their own things, temporarily ending the conversation. Chen Yushu quickly rinsed an apple and took a big bite with a crunch. The flesh was crisp and sweet. She added, "Are you sure you brought them especially for us? Or did Yu Sheng want to buy fruit and you just picked some up on the way?" "Really?" Sue-yi was helpless. "Don't make wild guesses." "How is that a wild guess?" Yu Xiaonan smirked. "We're just concerned about your love life." Sue-yi had vehemently denied spending extra time with Yu Sheng at noon, but then she had gone to the supermarket with her just a moment later. This reignited Yu Xiaonan's hope. She was still harboring thoughts of the real-life dress-up game for Sue-yi. "Oh, come on." Sue-yi whined. "You have time to worry about my affairs. Why don't you think about your own love lives?" "What's there to think about? When I find someone I like, we'll naturally get together." Yu Xiaonan was nonchalant. "What's there to think about?" Lu Xiqing wrapped an arm around Chen Yushu's waist. "My sweetie and I can make do, right?" The last two words were directed at Chen Chen Yushu nodded repeatedly. "They'll do whatever you say, Sister Cheng. Call me hubby." Lu Xiqing pressed her luck. Chen Yushu's face flushed. She opened her mouth, but ultimately couldn't utter those two words. "Ew." Sue-yi looked at the lovey-dovey pair and pouted in mock disgust. "Call me hubby." Yu Xiaonan also mimicked in a weird tone. After all this joking and teasing, the original topic gradually drifted away. After Sue-yi left, the room fell into a profound silence. Unaware of anything, Yu Sheng stood in the center of the living room, her gaze sweeping across the space as an indescribable surge of excitement welled within her. This was her first true taste of living alone, even if she had merely moved off campus a mere 10-minute stroll from the university. Yet for her, it was an entirely novel experience. No roommate interruptions, no dormitory inspections. The entire space was her own, allowing her to arrange her life as she pleased. Once the excitement subsided, fatigue crept back in an inevitable consequence of the day's hectic bustle. Still, Yu Sheng chose to first mop the living room floor before languidly stretching out on the sofa, scrolling through videos of dancing girls to soothe her soul and relieve the weariness. Just then her phone buzzed. "Gushen, Yu Sheng, where did you rent a place?" "Gushen, can I come over to your place and hang out?" Gushen had just finished his makeup exam, figuring Zhao Hongyu was still in the library. Returning to the dorm would mean being alone, so he thought of killing time with Yu Sheng. "Yu Sheng, didn't you have a makeup exam this afternoon?" "Gushen, already finished. I turned in my paper half an hour early." Yu Sheng given up on recovery. "Yu Sheng, have you prepared the retake fee?" "Gushen, huh?" Gushen, rock solid, no need at all." Yu Sheng that confident. Gushen, all freebie questions. Gushen suspected the instructor was hinting, "Please just pass this time and stop retaking." Then he asked again, "Gushen, can I come hang out with you?" Yu Sheng, Yu Sheng, are you a little kid coming to play with me?" Yu Sheng flatly refused. The floor was still wet, and even if she were willing to let him in, the slippery surface made it inconvenient. Gushun, don't be so heartless, I'm so bored alone in the dorm. Gushun, besides you just moved out. Let me have a look at your rented place. Gushun, I promise I won't bother you, just sit for a while, and I'll bring you some snacks. Yusheng, really not convenient today. Gushun, is the school beauty Sue there? Yusheng, no. Yusheng, didn't you want to learn piano? He'll teach you another day, don't come over. Gushun, fine. Gushun figured this deal was a win-win, so he shifted to the midday incident. He and Zhao Hingyu had learned that Yu Xiaonan was Su Yi's roommate. Being mistaken for a creep had stung him a bit. Gushun, did you explain about what happened at noon? Gushun, what did she say? Yusheng, I explained, but I have no idea what she thinks. Yusheng, anyway, stop staring at others, or you might end up plastered on the campus wall. The campus wall's traffic is way bigger than the half-dead form. That would be enough for a torrent of spit to drown even Brother G. After a few more idle exchanges with Gushun, Yusheng continued watching dancing girls, then switched to a live stream for more excitement, whiling away the afternoon. As evening approached, Yusheng leaned back on the sofa, legs crossed, browsing through restaurants on the delivery app. Before long, her expression, since Mingzhu Mansion was so close to the university, the merchants listed on the app were almost all the same familiar ones. Milk tea shops, fast food joints, even the Jianbing stall at the school's north gate. All were on the list. She had hoped moving out would offer more delivery options, but it was still the same old story. She should have noticed when she was roaming around the area earlier. With a sigh, Yusheng slipped on her shoes at the entrance and decided to eat out. Leaving the apartment, she called the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. As the doors were about to close, a hand suddenly slid through the gap. The sensors detected the obstacle and the doors reopened. Yusheng admitted that for a split second she was panicked. After all, just a few hours ago, he had been watching a suspense drama at her place. Even though she hadn't watched the show, the fitting soundtrack had stirred her imagination. Fortunately, when the metal doors fully opened, a young couple appeared in her view. The girl holding the boy's arm stepped in and murmured softly as if to herself, "Good thing we made it, or we'd have to wait forever." On her very first day in the apartment, she had run into neighbors. Yusheng was a bit surprised. In her experience, it was normal not to meet neighbors for months. But she had no intention of greeting them. They were likely just strangers passing by. She busied herself with her phone. During the elevator descent, the boy's gaze lingered on Yusheng for a few seconds, seemingly lost in thought. The girl immediately noticed her boyfriend's distraction, frowning with a sharp tone. "What are you looking at? You've been sneaking glances since we got in. Are you going to stare at her face?" "Nothing." The boy snapped back to reality, embarrassed. "I just thought. Her outfit is nice." "The outfit is nice." The girl's voice shot up an octave. "Is it the outfit or the person you find nice?" "Don't overthink it." The boy waved his hands hastily. "I was just looking. Just looking. You always say just looking." The girl scoffed sarcastically. "Last time at the coffee shop and the time before at the mall. Do you think I'm blind?" The young couple started bickering incessantly. Yusheng stood in the corner of the elevator, already numb, unable to focus on her phone. She pretended to be invisible, staring at the digital floor indicator, hoping the elevator would reach the first floor quickly. Though she was front row to the drama, it seemed she was the cause of it. Yusheng felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. She had done nothing, just stood in the elevator, yet somehow became the trigger of this quarrel. Finally, the elevator reached the first floor. With a ding, the doors slid open, and Yusheng hurried out. Behind her, the couple's tension grew. The girl had started dredging up old grievances, moving from the boy's gaze issue to his past bad records. After keeping her distance, Yusheng vaguely heard words like seduction and vixen. She couldn't tell if it was aimed at her or another girl. But Yusheng didn't bother to dwell on it. Even if it was, it probably couldn't hurt her. Quickly stepping out of the building, she looked up at the sky, let out a long breath, and thought narcissistically, "Beauty is the original sin. I shouldn't have gone out." The next day, the sun was high in the sky, its rays streaming through the gaps in the curtains and spilling into the room. Yusheng slept until she naturally woke up, then groped for her slippers on the floor with her bare feet before heading into the bathroom. After washing up, she lounged on the rocking chair, running her fingers through her hair while pondering whether to get a haircut over the weekend. By male standards, her hair was not short at all. In fact, it was rather long. The tips of her hair already covered her earlobes, allowing her to pull a stubborn little ponytail from the back of her head. Yet by female standards, this length was hardly more than short hair. She let out a soft sigh, unconsciously twirling a strand of hair around her finger, feeling conflicted. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind, detected the host's impulse to cut hair. "This system strongly opposes it." "I never said I had to cut it short." Yusheng rolled her eyes. "A delicate face doesn't suit a sharp, short haircut. By the way, system, you haven't spoken for days. I thought you were dead." "This system is alive and well." "Wasn't it the host who requested that the system not initiate conversation unless necessary?" "Did I say that?" Yusheng paused, realizing she might have said that when the system had urged her to buy lingerie. "So system, what's the matter?" To ensure the host doesn't cut her hair short, this system is hereby issuing a mission. Please maintain your hair length at its current state or longer for the next 100 days. This mission can be accepted or declined. Accepting will immediately reward you with an item that can explain gender change. If you decline, there is no penalty, and the item will be distributed through another mission at a suitable time. "Why didn't you bring out this item earlier, system?" Yusheng hardly hesitated and immediately chose to accept. That way, if she was ever discovered, she could at least provide a reason. "All right, the host has accepted the mission. Now distributing the item." As soon as the system finished speaking, a file folder appeared in Yusheng's hand. Opening it, she found 2 certificates inside. One was a diagnosis certificate, and the other was a gender identification certificate. Clinical diagnosis: female pseudohermaphroditism. Yusheng gently traced the diagnosis certificate with her finger, her eyes directly falling on the conclusion. Diagnosis: conclusion, sexual development, disorder, masculinization of external genitalia. Then she looked at the gender identification certificate, which included the diagnosis: gender correction, surgery status, final gender determination. Will this work? After a brief explanation from the system, Yusheng had a general understanding, but still asked, "System, are you sure these certificates won't be exposed?" Yusheng had checked the hospital's name. It was a real top-tier hospital, and the surgery date was the day she returned to school. Although her roommates hadn't returned yet, this wouldn't hold up under investigation. Surgery requires hospitalization. She couldn't be hospitalized and active at school at the same time, could she? That would be too bizarre. Host, aren't you aware of this system's capabilities? The hospital records, the doctor's signature, the surgery date. All are genuine and valid, and no detail will be questioned. System power. I understand. Yusheng nodded knowingly. But at the same time she was puzzled. Why did the system give the reward in advance? Wasn't it afraid she would go back on her word? Please strictly adhere to the mission requirements, or the penalty will still apply. Yusheng put the two certificates back into the file folder and hid them in a drawer. Then she took out her phone and began to ponder one of life's great dilemmas. What to eat for lunch? Let's go to the cafeteria. After Monday morning's classes ended, Gushin said to the group. With the two certificates from the system, Yusheng felt confident and unafraid of being exposed, so she didn't return to her rented apartment and instead headed straight to the central cafeteria with Gushin and the other two. This cafeteria had a good reputation. By the time they arrived, it was already packed with a long line. After a while, the four of them got their food squeezed through the crowd with their trays and found an empty table to sit down. Hey Yusheng. Gushin looked puzzled, biting his chopsticks as he leaned in suddenly. Why do I feel like your serving of braised pork belly has more than mine? Is that so? Yusheng compared their plates. She found that her braised pork belly indeed had several more pieces than Gushin's. And whether by coincidence or not, Gushin's had 2 pieces of fat, while hers were all lean meat. No need to guess. It really is more than yours. Zhao Hongyu took a mouthful of rice without even lifting his eyelids. Want to know why? Why, oi? Gushin asked cooperatively, lightly pounding the table to express his dissatisfaction. Zhao Hongyu said with a teasing expression, because the auntie's hands were already shaky, and when she sees your face they shake even more. Hey, what a thing to say. Gushin raised an eyebrow, not offended. Then you buy it for me next time, so the auntie won't shake. Better let Yusheng do it. Shin Luchuan said calmly. When the auntie sees him, her hands are as steady as Mount Tai. Actually, it wouldn't be a problem for Shin Luchuan either, but his features were sharp and masculine, and his charm only worked on aunties. It wouldn't work on uncles. Yusheng was versatile. Both aunties and uncles became warm at the sight of him. This was an invisible benefit of her delicate appearance. Forget it. Gushin sighed, letting go of the braised pork issue. He looked at Yusheng and suddenly remembered something, asking, by the way, Yusheng, you moved out these past 2 days. Must be pretty awesome, right? Not sure about awesome. Yusheng shrugged. At least these 2 days without you nagging about wearing women's clothes, my ears have been much cleaner. It's pretty nice. Really won't consider women's clothes. No. Doesn't it get troublesome going back and forth every day? Zhao Hongyu looked up curiously. There was a class in the first period this afternoon, so Yusheng could stay at school for a while waiting for class. But if she encountered a day with a looser schedule, she might have to go back and forth. Not at all. Yusheng shook her head. The apartment isn't far from school, about the same time as going back to the dorm. And I don't necessarily have to go back and forth. I can rest in the library or empty classrooms. So close, then you can go back and lie down anytime. Gushin looked excited, imagining the life of renting. No crowded dorm, a fridge full of favorite snacks, no one bothering on weekends. That won't do, he couldn't stand loneliness. Brother G, you're spraying saliva on my plate. Zhao Hongyu silently moved his tray back. But Yusheng, living alone, won't you feel bored? It's only been a few days, I won't feel bored that quickly. Yusheng spread her hands. Maybe Yusheng is hiding a beauty in her golden house. Shin Luchuan interjected teasingly. Hide my ass. Yusheng twitched the corner of her mouth. Is that how you use the idiom? The prerequisite for hiding a beauty in a golden house is having a fixed partner. To cheat, you need a spouse first. After lunch, Gushin suddenly pulled out his phone and solemnly announced, I've already booked the practice room for noon. Yusheng, don't forget what you promised to teach me on Saturday. Huh. Yusheng's expression froze. She had just casually said that, thinking Gushin might forget in a few days. She never expected Brother G to be so proactive, even booking the practice room. Hey, what's that look? Gushin saw Yusheng's hesitation and immediately protested. I have the chat records. I'm just a bit surprised. It's not like I'm not going to teach you, Yusheng said helplessly. Why didn't you discuss a time with me beforehand? Is today not good? Gushin eyed Yusheng suspiciously. Got something else again? It's fine, I didn't plan to go back at noon anyway, but... Yusheng paused, then changed her tone. Don't have too high expectations. No problem, Gushin waved his hand. I won't try anything difficult. If I can't learn, it's my fault. Brother G, are you really serious? Zhao Hongyu was surprised by Gushin's declaration. You don't even know how to read a numbered musical notation. So what if I don't? Gushin lifted his head slightly and said pretentiously, I play for myself, not for others to hear. That sounds nice, but isn't your purpose in learning piano to have others listen? Zhao Hongyu looked at him speechlessly. Does that match? Irrelevant answer, Shen Luchuan said flatly. That's not a— Gu Shun made a weak excuse, then urged Yu Sheng. Let's go to the practice room. Since the promise had to be kept, Zhao Hengyu and Shen Luchuan also wanted to join the fun, so the four of them headed toward the art building. On the way, Zhao Hengyu casually asked Shen Luchuan if he could play the piano and received an affirmative answer. Yu Sheng wasn't surprised. Master Shen's mention of breath coordination that night proved he had at least some training. Single practice rooms were scarce, and the booking process tedious, so Gu Shun had reserved a public practice room. The public practice room had 3 pianos and was much more spacious than a single or private room. When they arrived, 2 male students were already there, one playing, the other listening. Strictly speaking, the practice room didn't allow students to bring in non-users, but the rules weren't enforced strictly. Even if caught, nothing serious would happen as long as no smoking or kissing was involved. Minor violations only drew verbal warnings. Indeed, they had just entered when they encountered others who had also brought guests. Since there were already students in the room, everyone's playing would interfere with each other, a drawback of the public practice room. Gu Shun, however, didn't care. He was excited and boomed. Yu Sheng, I want to learn that. Girl bathing. As soon as he said that, not only did the 404 crew fall silent for a moment, but the 2 male students also stole a glance at them, wondering what in the world that was. What piece is that? Yu Sheng frowned. The title sounded weirdly perverted. I've never heard of it. Brother G. Zhao Hengyu seemed to catch on. You're not after this title, are you? It has nothing to do with the title. I just want to cultivate my taste. Gu Shun tried to save face, then muttered, did I get the name wrong? You might be thinking of Maiden's Prayer. Shen Luchuan glanced at him. Hey, that's it. Only you. Zhao Hengyu gave Gu Shun a thumbs up. Heaven knows where Brother G had misheard to come up with such a title. I can't teach that. Yu Sheng shook her head. Brother J's short fingers probably couldn't even play the prelude. That piece is difficult. Pick something simpler. Gu Shun seemed to have a backup plan ready. Without hesitation, he immediately said, how about Wedding Dream? He'll just focus on that one piece. Are you sure? Yu Sheng demonstrated a passage on the keys. Wedding Dream sounded impressive, but wasn't actually that hard. Yet still not something a complete beginner like Gu Shun could tackle right away. Watching Yu Sheng's fingers dance over the keys, Gu Shun quickly backed down, shaking his head repeatedly. In the end, he decided to start with a nursery rhyme, trying out Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Yu Sheng thought that since Gu Shun wanted a quick result, she'd go for speed. She skipped the seating posture lesson altogether, figuring Brother G would adjust his own position when he got uncomfortable. Yu Sheng began teaching hand positioning. She couldn't help frowning. Gu Shun's hands seemed to have a mind of their own, utterly disobedient. When she told him to let his fingers droop naturally, he clawed like a chicken scratching for food. When she instructed him to keep his wrists steady, he arched them like a camel's hump. This led Yu Sheng to slap the back of his hand several times with her fair, slender hand. Brother G was thoroughly enjoying it. In the end, Yu Sheng gave up on the hand position lesson as well, only explaining the musical theory essential for Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Whether Brother G understood or not, it didn't matter. Twinkle Twinkle Little Star was very simple. After guiding him through the 2 melodies a few times, Gu Shun followed a tutorial video on his phone, counting the keys with 1 finger, and attempted to play. Yu Sheng still stood by, diligently, not abandoning her role, ready for Gu Shun to ask for help at any moment. After a series of intermittent piano notes, Gu Shun suddenly remembered his earlier promise and turned to look at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng thought he had a question, but the guy whispered slyly, that explicit picture I mentioned before. Do you still want it? Yu Sheng's eyelid twitched. She wasn't ready to explore that thrilling experience yet, so she firmly refused. I was joking. No need. Gu Shun hadn't expected Yu Sheng to actually want it anyway. He continued to stiffly search for the corresponding keys with his fingers. While Brother G practiced, Shen Luchuan didn't idle either. There was 1 remaining piano in the room. He walked over and sat on the bed. Zhao Hengyu followed and asked curiously, Master Shen, how well do you play the piano? What's your level? I just play for fun, probably at a beginner's level. Shen Luchuan smiled. We'll want to request a song. No, just play whatever. He'll listen. Then Shen Luchuan played a piece that surprised Zhao Hengyu, the Happy Birthday song. Why did you suddenly think of playing that? Zhao Hengyu asked. Yu Sheng and Gu Shun also looked over with curiosity. Shen Luchuan scanned the group and smiled, because in 2 months it's my wife's birthday. Alright. No need to continue. That map is so short. Everyone interrupted Shen Luchuan's speech. Over the next 10+ minutes, Gu Shun tried Twinkle Twinkle Little Star several more times, his confidence gradually waning. In such a short time, he couldn't memorize the position of each key for the notes, and even the quarter notes came out stumbling. For beginners, note stickers could help, but unfortunately the school practice room didn't have any. Just as Gu Shun was about to give up and retreat, Shen Luchuan suddenly played Twinkle Twinkle Little Star very fluently. Gu Shun sat up straight and placed his fingers back on the keys. I won't be defeated. He had a class in the first period of the afternoon, so after eating she decided not to return to the dormitory. Taking advantage of the lunch break, she went to the student union office nearby to kill some time. She didn't do any work, just lounged in the office chair, holding her phone in both hands while the canned laughter typical of old variety shows streamed through her earphones. It was hard to imagine that a variety show could still rely on such fake laughter to fill the silence. Sue-yi turned down the volume. There wasn't much to watch anyway, she just didn't want to think and intended to zone out for a while. She had considered luring Yu Sheng to the office during the break to get to the bottom of things, but she couldn't find a good excuse. Just then Song Shihan walked into the office, grabbed Sue-yi's arm, and asked, "Shall we go now?" "Go where?" Sui blinked in confusion at the abrupt question, replying, "I have class this afternoon." "To the piano room, of course." Song Shihan tilted her head and looked at Sui, her tone laced with skepticism. "You promised me. You didn't forget, did you?" After the welcome party, Song Shihan had expressed great interest in forehand piano playing, eager to give it a try, and had pestered Sui. Sui had agreed, and she hadn't forgotten. But she hadn't expected Song Shihan to pick a non-holiday, especially when she was in the mood to laze around and least wanted to move. Gently pulling her hand free from Song Zion's embrace, Sui brushed her off with a casual reply. "I haven't forgotten, but I'm busy right now. Give me a while." "Come on, what's so good about this shoddy variety show?" Song Shihan couldn't help but complain. "Cheaply made, full of has-beens." "Then he'll watch something else," Sui said, glancing at her casually and making a show of changing the channel. "Don't." Sui had already watched nearly half of it, so Song Shihan naturally didn't want her to start a new show. By the time she finished, the break would be over. Song Shihan wrapped her arms around Sui again, looking as humble as a little sycophant. "Just come with me to the piano room. It won't take long, only 10 minutes. Why didn't you mention this yesterday on the weekend?" Sui looked at Song Shihan with a hint of exasperation. "Only remember today." "At least I remembered." Song Shihan suddenly grew defiant, as if the words hit a nerve. "Someone said they'd treat me to a meal, but it's been over a week and not a peep. I guess those words were all." All right, stop nagging." "Then let's go?" Song Shihan asked. "Let me rest a little longer." Sui sighed silently. He'll go with you after this episode ends." Song Shihan immediately let go. "You promised." The public piano room. Gu Shun's burst of enthusiasm, sparked by Shun Liuchuan, came and went quickly. In less than an hour, he had already lost interest and closed the instructional video on his. He had said he wanted to learn the piano, but in the end it was just a whim, something he didn't have to master. Over the past few dozen minutes, Gu Shun had tirelessly practiced Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, but his progress was negligible. Without counting the keys, he could only rely on his nascent muscle memory to hit a note or two by feel. Luckily, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star didn't require the use of the pedal, or he would have struggled even more. Learning even a nursery rhyme was so difficult that Gu Shun dared not think how long it would take him to learn Dream Wedding. Yu Sheng had anticipated Gu Shun's short-lived enthusiasm. Since it was still early before class, she gave a token persuasion. As expected, Gu Shun stuck to his decision, not even letting Yu Sheng finish her second sentence of persuasion. "Leaving before the reserved piano room time is up." Shen Luchuan shook his head slightly. "Forgotten your bold words so soon. That's fickle." "Exactly," Zhao Hingyu couldn't help but mock. "I thought Brother Ji would last at least 3 days, but he didn't even make it 3 hours. What do you know? This is a strategic retreat," Gu Shun said with a stern expression, followed by incomprehensible excuses like "I didn't sleep well last night," or "the feng shui of the piano room is bad." Yu Sheng was afraid that the mockery would make Gu Shun stubbornly continue out of spite, so she quickly said, "Are you sure you're done learning? Don't come back another day saying you've booked the piano room again." "I'm done. The piano and I are not meant to be." Gu Shun felt he had no musical talent, so it was wise to stop in time. Before leaving the piano room, Zhao Hingyu, inspired by Shen Lichuan's earlier comment, started requesting a song on the spot. "There's still time left. Yu Sheng, play the Maiden's Prayer. I want to hear why Brother Ji specifically asked to learn it." Yu Sheng could barely play the piece, but she indulged them and played the piano for a while. It was at that moment that 2 graceful figures stepped into the piano room. Sui was about to say just this once, when Song Shihan shook her arm and pointed at the figure playing the piano diagonally ahead, whispering, "Isn't that Yu Sheng?" Following the direction of Song Zion's finger, Sui indeed saw Yu Sheng along with Gu Shun and 2 others standing about a meter away to avoid disturbing her. Sui had met Gu Shun before, and she guessed the other 2 were Yu Sheng's roommates. Shen Luchuan noticed Sui and the other girl, and quietly signaled to Gu Shun and Zhao Hingyu, "Let's go." "Why?" the 2 said in unison. "It's hot. Let's go back and enjoy the air conditioning," Shen Luchuan said, winking repeatedly. Once Yu Sheng started playing the piano, she entered a flow state, her awareness of her surroundings greatly diminished. She didn't notice that 2 people had entered the piano room, nor that 3 had left. When she finished her piece, she heard a voice of admiration beside her, "Beautiful." Yu Sheng turned her head and found that the person standing beside her had unknowingly become Sui. Her body trembled violently. "What are you doing?" Sui noticed her dramatic reaction and asked with a squint and a smile. "Am I that scary?" "No. Where are my roommates?" Yu Sheng was a bit stunned, too flustered to wonder why Sui was at the piano room. She looked to the other side and jerked again. On that side stood a person with striking flirtatious eyes. Wasn't that the female host of the welcome party and Sui's original piano partner? Her name was something like Song. Shirhan. Yuhan. Forget it, she couldn't remember. Yu Sheng gave up thinking. Sui explained, "They seemed to want to go back to the dorm to play a triple online game, so they left first." That's what they said as they went out. Yu Sheng had something to say, but wasn't sure if she should. Sui asked again, "Why did you come to the piano room?" "My roommate said she wanted to learn piano, the one you met before. But it was all bark and no bite." She gave up pretty quickly. Yu Sheng paused, then asked back, "And you?" "See?" Sui gestured with her chin towards Song Shihan. "She dragged me here. Didn't expect to run into you here." The public piano rooms weren't many, but the probability of booking the same one was still low. Yu Sheng nodded. Indeed a coincidence. Su-yi had wanted to chat with Yu Sheng a bit longer, but Song Shihan was impetuous and urged her to start quickly. Back in the student council office, Song Shihan had already told Su-yi they would only stay for 10 minutes. Time was precious. Although Su-yi had been coaxed into coming, she kept her word and walked with Song Shihan toward another piano. Yu Sheng followed along. She had no ulterior motive. She simply wanted to see what level Su-yi's original partner was at. Without further ado, Su-yi and Song Shihan sat down on the piano bench, adjusted their positions slightly, and began to play. Only when the music came out did Yu Sheng belatedly realize they were playing a four-hand piece, Marriage d'Amour. Was she trying to make up for not being able to perform with Su-yi before? As Yu Sheng pondered this, she saw Song Shihan become flustered just after starting to play. Her fingers hovered in the air, hesitating and uncertain which key to press. Su-yi pursed her lips and said helplessly, "Do you even know how to play? Didn't you say you learned it over the weekend?" "I only watched a video for a while and never practiced on the keys." Song Shihan felt guilty, her voice growing softer. "What's the use of just watching a video?" Su-yi was speechless. "Then get the sheet music down first before you try." Given the current situation, they couldn't play at all. Even though Su-yi and Yu Sheng both already knew the forehand version, they still practiced their own parts separately a few times before attempting to play together. For someone like Song Shihan, who had only studied online, it would still take an hour or so to truly master it. But Su-yi was kind-hearted and added, "Practice yours. It doesn't count toward your time." Song Shihan had to practice first, so Su-yi stood up and started chatting cheerfully with Yu Sheng again. "Were you playing by yourself because your roommate gave up and you didn't want to waste the rest of the time?" Yu Sheng glanced at the struggling Song Shihan and said thoughtfully, "They wanted to see a demonstration. The Peace Maiden's Prayer was what my roommate initially wanted to learn, but I talked him out of it. He wanted to learn it quickly." "What did he learn afterwards?" "Twinkle, twinkle, little star. A nursery rhyme. He was a complete beginner who knew nothing, so he gave up." No wonder. Su Ming understood. Feeling idle, she asked, "Do you want to learn? I can teach you. You didn't seem very fluent." Su-yi had passed the amateur piano grade 10 in elementary school. Nothing to brag about, but more than enough to teach Yu Sheng. Maiden's Prayer. "No need, I haven't even passed grade 5. It might be too difficult." "It's fine, you have a solid foundation, it's sufficient." Su-yi spoke the truth. Yu Sheng could feel it herself. The piano skills granted by the system were solid, each technique internalized without gaps. Unlike self-taught or taught by others players whose techniques were superficial and flimsy. In the end, Yu Sheng was persuaded by Su-yi because leaving now would only mean sitting in the classroom waiting for class. It was definitely not for any ulterior motive. Song Shihan listened silently as the two happily made their decision, feeling utterly betrayed. She had pestered Su-yi for so long only to end up paving the way for someone else. How outrageous. The central air conditioner after a brief rest hummed softly again. The September heat had not yet subsided, so the piano room had to keep the cooling on. It wasn't for the comfort of people. The delicate piano couldn't withstand the heat. "Play it again," Su-yi said. "They'll demonstrate the difficult parts you missed later." After Yu Sheng sat down on the piano bench, Su-yi didn't sit, but stood half a step behind her, closer than before to avoid disturbing Yu Sheng, making it easier to observe. Yu Sheng played it once more. Then Su-yi demonstrated a few tricky passages and sat at the end of the bench, letting her try on her own. Yu Sheng felt Su-yi's demonstration was a bit unnatural. Perhaps she hadn't played this piece for a long time and was rusty. At any rate, it didn't matter. She now had a headache. The basic techniques were already mastered, but the slightly more advanced extensions, the half-step grade 5 level, had only brought her part of the way. The remaining techniques she had never actively practiced. Without the system's help, she had to rely on herself. The techniques in Marriage d'Amour were basically within Yu Sheng's reach. Moreover, because it was a four-hand piece, Su-yi had shared some of the difficulty. The challenges in Maiden's Prayer were different. They tested arpeggio technique, especially fast single-hand arpeggios, which Yu Sheng couldn't get the hang of. She turned to look at Su-yi and found Su-yi staring at her face. She played it again and turned again. Su-yi was still looking at her face. She tried once more, and Su-yi was still looking. Yu Sheng was puzzled. When teaching piano, shouldn't she be watching her hands? Why was Su-yi staring at her face? "Why do you keep looking at me?" Yu Sheng asked. "Because you're pretty," Su-yi said with a smile. Yu Sheng understood. Su-yi was teasing her again. After a few more repetitions, "Don't overcompensate with your wrist." Su-yi observed for a moment, then sat down directly and gently grasped Yu Sheng's wrist, helping her adjust its position as she played. Her fingers touched Yu Sheng's palm, feeling soft and warm. She couldn't help rubbing it lightly with her thumb. "Try again. Just a slight wrist movement is enough." "Okay." Yu Sheng did as told. Though a bit nervous, she remained calm overall. Her face didn't flush and her speech didn't falter. Having been tormented many times, she had grown accustomed and numb. Song Shihan finished practicing with the video and looked back to see Su-yi and Yu Sheng so close. She nearly rolled her eyes to the back of her head. In broad daylight under the clear sky, was this appropriate? Were they that desperate? Recalling that Su-yi had earlier refused to let her hold her arm, Song Shihan felt even more aggrieved. Weak, helpless, pitiful, wronged. Unfortunately, no one noticed her. Half an hour later, after a round of practice, Yu Sheng had made some progress. The benefit of a solid foundation was evident. "How was it?" Su-yi asked. "I told you you'd be fine." Yu Sheng nodded. Then, Su-yi dragged out the word, paused, and extended her hand palm up, as white as jade. "What for?" Yu Sheng's expression turned awkward. The system's Q-tacting knowledge surfaced, giving her a sudden urge to rest her chin on Sue-Yi's palm. Pay the tuition fee, Sue-Yi said matter-of-factly. I never said I'd teach you for free. Yu Sheng was shocked. You didn't mention charging beforehand. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Sue-Yi glanced sideways at Yu Sheng. Were you planning to freeload? You're a shady teacher. Listening to their conversation, Song Shihan, who had been ignored all along, finally couldn't hold back. She shut down the instructional video, claimed she was ready, and told Sue-Yi to come over quickly. Sue-Yi merely chuckled, rising to stand beside Song Shihan, and remarking, You'd better use your phone to read the sheet music or you'll forget which key to press again. Song Shihan pondered for a moment, intending to accept what could barely be considered a well-meaning suggestion. Yet when she saw Yu Sheng also approach, she put on a nonchalant air. That's too much trouble. I'd have to flip pages. What? Yu Sheng was speechless, wondering why she was being targeted. Sue-Yi remarked, flipping pages is still better than stumbling over the notes. Won't happen. Don't be so stubborn. I'm not. In such a short time you've mastered it. Yes. Pretending, just pretending. Sue-Yi could not be bothered to persuade her further. At that moment the two boys at the other piano happened to take a break, so the pair began to play. Given that Song Shihan had practiced for an exceedingly brief period, Sue-Yi played even slower than during their first duet, granting Song Shihan ample time to think. Admittedly, this approach proved effective. This time the two played in an orderly and decent manner. Song Shihan suddenly felt confident again, exclaiming, Can you play faster? You don't need to cater to me. It's messing with my rhythm. What? Sue-Yi silently increased the difficulty for Song Shihan. She abruptly raised the tempo from about 50% of the original speed to 80 or 90%. Is this speed acceptable? Sue-Yi asked with a smile. Forehand piano required coordination, not a solo performance, and Sue-Yi did not believe Song Shihan could adapt immediately. Song Shihan frowned deeply, sweat beading on her brow, utterly unable to spare any mental energy to speak. Once the tempo increased, she struggled to maintain control, pressing keys, instinctively hitting whatever came her way, and making numerous mistakes. Either her timing was off, causing disjointed tones, or she simply played the wrong notes, producing flaws. Yet Sue-Yi paid no heed, continuing to play until they returned to the original. Song Shihan finally relented, hastily pleading, Stop, I admit, I was wrong. Afterward, she behaved, pulling out her phone to read the sheet music, but still played haltingly, with problems like rushing or dragging beats cropping up endlessly. At one point she even played a key that should have been Sue-Yi's, earning a scolding from Sue-Yi. Yu Sheng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Song Shihan immediately turned back, looking at her with a pitiful expression. Are you mocking me? Yu Sheng felt that in the next second this person named Song something would burst into tears and say something like, You stole the life that was meant for me. Fortunately, Sue-Yi patted Song Shihan on the shoulder. What's the matter? Isn't your playing amusing? Can't others laugh? Song Shihan was at a loss for words. Yu Sheng watched the drama as her phone buzzed. Gushin, Yu Sheng, Gushin still in the practice room. The message came from the dormitory group chat. Yu Sheng had not set a group nickname, so Yu Sheng's endless journey was her WeChat name. She had used it for many years. Her name's homophone. Yu Sheng meant the rest of one's life, which she personally felt carried a gloomy, deathly aura. But adding endless journey lent a gentle touch of timelessness. Yu Sheng, you still have the nerve to message me. Yu Sheng first explained why you all slipped away without a word. Gushin, a matter of life and death. I forgot to check out of the practice room. Can you do me a Yu Sheng, do you have any idea how awkward that was for me? Gushin, if I don't check out, it'll affect my priority for future bookings and lower my Q ranking. The two spoke past each other. Yu Sheng thought to herself that Brother Ji would never set foot in a practice room again, so it was irrelevant. She waited a few seconds, but no one responded to her accusation, so she replied coldly. Yu Sheng, what's that to me? Gushin, it's just a small favor. Yu Sheng, no moral blackmailing. Gushin, please. Yu Sheng, my phone's out of juice. Yu Sheng, see you. Gushin. Gushin, sigh. Gushin, we made a strategic retreat. Did you want us to stay in the practice room as third wheels? Zhao Hengyu, 1 Shin Liuchuan, 1 Yu Sheng, Sue-Yi, and I are completely innocent, okay? Gushin, that's not the point. Zhao Hengyu agreed. Shin Liuchuan agreed. Yu Sheng simply turned off her phone. Song Shihan meanwhile had another mishap. Her phone really had run out of battery. Sue-Yi felt in her pocket and frowned. I left my phone in the office. Yu Sheng simply used her own phone to find the sheet music. Of course, she handed it to Sue-Yi as she wasn't familiar with that song person. The two continued playing. 10 minutes passed quickly. Song Shihan hadn't managed to complete a single full run with Sue-Yi, so she pestered Sue-Yi to play again. Sue-Yi wasn't particularly heartless, but she glanced at Yu Sheng, then at Song Shihan, and thinking of how well she and Yu Sheng coordinated, found the person beside her increasingly annoying. This kind of practice is pointless, Sue-Yi declared, then turned to Yu Sheng. Come and demonstrate with me, let her see how it should be played. Song Shihan was completely stunned. What do you mean? Yu Sheng also said that might not be appropriate. What's inappropriate? It's just a demonstration. Sue-Yi nudged Song Shihan to make her move. You'll hurt my feelings like this, Song Shihan said in a coy, affected tone. Sue-Yi wasn't buying it at all. Song Shihan had a resilient heart, she was just being dramatic. And indeed that was the case. Song Shihan was surprised, but she didn't truly feel that Sue-Yi was attacking her. She stood up and stepped aside, making room for Yu Sheng. It had been over a week since Yu Sheng and Sue-Yi had played together, but fortunately their chemistry remained. As a demonstration, they played slowly, smoothly completing the piece without even looking at the sheet music. Su-yi asked Song Shihan, "Did you learn?" Song Shihan shook her head. "No. Looks like your comprehension is lacking." "Oh." Afterward, Su-yi played with Song Shihan a few more times and finally they managed a rough rendition. Song Shihan was satisfied, and since their reserve time was almost up, they all headed out of the practice room. The two boys also quickly got up and left when they saw Yu Sheng and the others preparing to go. Originally, they had intended to leave when Gushun and the others slipped away, but they stayed after seeing Sui come in. They simply couldn't bring themselves to leave. She was too beautiful. Once outside, Yu Sheng noticed that Su-yi and Song Shihan hadn't checked out, so she asked casually, "By the way, how do you check out of the practice room?" She had never even made a reservation, so naturally, she wasn't familiar with the checkout procedure. "You can check out online, but you need to be within 50 meters of the practice room," Su-yi said, assuming that Yu Sheng was the one who had booked the room for the group of 4. She smiled and added, "Want me to help you?" "No, it's fine." Yu Sheng waved her hand. Confirming that Brother Ji really couldn't check out, she felt relieved. After leaving the arts building, Song Shihan jogged away. She needed to go back and charge her phone before returning to check out. Su-yi asked Yu Sheng if she had time to continue learning the Maiden's Prayer and master it. Yu Sheng declined. Though Su-yi was beautiful, Yu Sheng was lazy. Learning the piano was far too exhausting. Better to wait for the system to directly infuse cultivation. Yu Sheng had class in the afternoon, and Su-yi needed to return to the student union office to retrieve her phone. The two parted ways when Su-yi returned to the office, it was empty. This office was a comprehensive one designated for the president and vice president. The school had been generous enough to provide an extra desk, which Lu Xiqing, in a slight abuse of power, had allocated to Su-yi. After all, Chen Yushu preferred to lie in bed during his free time and never wanted to come to the student union office. Yu Xiaonan, on the other hand, spent all her time in the library and simply didn't join the student union. Other members of various departments like Song Shihan shared a joint office next door. Su-yi grabbed her phone and found a message from Lu Xiqing saying she had gone to the classroom first. Picking up her textbooks, Su-yi walked out of the office just as Song Shihan hurried out of the adjacent office. Seeing Su-yi, Song Shihan quickly caught up and whispered with a teasing tone, "Su-yi, I never thought you'd do something so shameful. What are you talking about?" Su-yi looked puzzled. "Don't pretend. I saw it all." Song Shihan flashed a mischievous smile. She had been dying to say this since the piano room. "But I have to say, Yu Sheng is so skinny. There's no such thing as chest muscles or abs." "I don't understand," Su-yi said expressionlessly. "You clearly saw it." "Saw what?" "Huh." Seeing that Su-yi genuinely seemed confused, Song Shihan blinked and began to doubt herself. "Did I see wrong? When you're practicing piano, why do you keep glancing at Yu Sheng and me?" Su-yi said with a half smile. "What else did you imagine?" Nothing. Song Shihan waved her hand and quickly slipped away, still in a hurry to sign out at the piano room. Su-yi pondered for 2 seconds, then opened WeChat and added the words "little girl" after Yu Sheng's name in the notes. Yu Sheng's hands were soft, her face was soft, her shoulders were delicate, not broad and straight like a boy's, and she had no noticeable Adam's apple. Even when looking up, it was invisible. Coupled with what Su-yi had seen in the piano room, all signs silently corroborated a fact. A girl who had lived as a male for over a decade. Su-yi unconsciously curled the corners of her mouth. Meanwhile, completely unaware, Yu Sheng entered the classroom through the back door. This was her habit. She disliked being stared at when entering a classroom. Keeping a low profile was better. Gokuin and the other two had already taken their seats in the last row. Yu Sheng sat down and immediately confronted them, but naturally received no serious answers. The three of them defended themselves under the banner of playing matchmaker. When class ended, the students dispersed in a flurry. Yu Sheng and Shen Luchuan walked together toward the north gate. Yu Sheng was heading back to her rented apartment. Shen Liuchuan, as per his routine, went to find Chu Ju. But this time Yu Sheng didn't see Chu Ju at the gate. "Mr. Shen said it was his turn to wait next door." Yu Sheng thought to herself that she should avoid walking out of the school gate with Mr. Shen in the future. It was depressing. Returning to the residential complex, she took the elevator upstairs. Before entering her door, Yu Sheng glanced at the security door of the neighbor opposite. Since Saturday, she hadn't run into the young couple again, though she hadn't gone out much either. It was better this way, meeting them would be awkward. Opening the door, Yu Sheng changed into slippers, washed an apple, took a bite, and collapsed onto the sofa. She casually picked up the pillow that Su-yi had rested her head on Saturday, sniffed it, but found no trace of Su-yi's scent. The next day, the morning was packed with classes. After lunch, bidding farewell to Gokuin and the other two, Yu Sheng prepared to return to her rented apartment and lie low. Shen Luchuan didn't walk with her toward the campus exit. He would seek out Chu Ju later, as it was too hot outside now. Suddenly her phone buzzed. A message from Su-yi. "Su-yi, are you on campus?" "Little Yu Sheng still here for now." "Su-yi, little Yu Sheng planning to leave." "Su-yi, don't go yet, come to the student union office in a bit." "Little Yu Sheng, what's up?" "Su-yi, long story, he'll tell you in person." Yu Sheng had no choice but to turn back. She wondered what mystery Su-yi was keeping this time. Truth be told, she thought Su-yi could have made it brief, or at least sent a voice message. Although Yu Sheng usually preferred long texts over voice messages, mainly because she found them tedious to listen to and impossible to fast forward if it were Su-yi, while she could grudgingly tolerate it. Fortunately, she hadn't walked far. Within minutes, she passed by the Central District Canteen again and headed toward the administration building. As she was walking, Yusheng suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. Then someone patted her shoulder, almost squeezing it. What a coincidence, bumping into you on the way. It was Su-Yi's voice. It echoed right beside her ear. Yusheng turned around and instinctively stepped back, creating distance, and asked, "What? I just came out of the cafeteria?" Su-Yi watched Yusheng retreat, a mischievous curve forming at the corner of her lips. "I feel like every time you see me you're all nervous." Yusheng pondered a reply but came up with nothing, so she said rather stiffly, "I'm not nervous." "Alright, have you eaten?" "Yes." "Oh." Su-Yi nodded. "I was planning to grab some fruit from the shop before heading to the office. Your fruit should be almost a little left. Then let's buy some together." Su-Yi suggested, "Remember to eat fruit every day. It's good for your health. It supplements vitamins and aids digestion. When you're hungry or craving a snack, fruit is way better than junk food. Also, don't always eat just one or two kinds of fruit. Vary them. Each fruit has different nutrients. Try oranges today, bananas tomorrow. That way you get a balanced diet." "Okay." Yusheng felt a momentary daze. Was Su-Yi's string of reminders a sign of concern? She thought she might be indulging in a bit of self-flattery. By the way, Su-Yi suddenly remembered something as they walked toward the fruit shop. "You'll need to participate in a student union activity in the next couple of days. Just giving you a heads up. So that's why you called me to the office?" "Yes." Yusheng's face instantly fell. "Didn't we agree I wouldn't have to do anything?" "It's a special case." Su-Yi turned to look at her. "We're really short on hosts for the icebreaker event, otherwise I wouldn't have roped you in. This event still isn't sorted out." Yusheng expressed surprise as the National Day holiday was next week. Mentioning this, Su-Yi also looked helpless. They had originally planned to finish within the first week of school, but this year's freshmen were exceptionally individualistic. Some classes had more than half the students refusing to participate on weekends, so they had to reschedule. The organization and arts departments responsible for the freshman icebreaker were already short-staffed, and with evening classes they couldn't hold events every night. As a result, many classes still hadn't had their event. Su-Yi explained to Yusheng as they walked, then suddenly changed the subject. "If you really don't want to join, you can wear women's clothing one more time for me, and it'll let you off the hook." "Don't even think about it," Yusheng said. "You can't escape." Su-Yi's eyes glinted with teasing amusement. "You'll have to wear it again sooner or later." "What do you mean?" Yusheng was stunned. When Lu Xiqing had demanded she wear women's clothing, Su-Yi had clearly been on her side. "What I mean is..." Su-Yi paused. "Cross-dressing is either 0 times or infinite times." "No, it won't. Resistance itself is a form of anticipation, you know." "It's not." The blazing sun hung high, scorching the earth. In the pristine sky, a few thin clouds remained motionless, as if forgotten by the wind. Students walked in pairs or small groups, clutching books and hurrying toward the library. A young couple sat on a bench under the shade of a tree, sharing a pair of earphones. On the steps, the senior cat had found a cool spot, curled up and dozed off. Yusheng and Su-Yi stepped through the tree shadows, crossing a cobblestone path to the nearest fruit shop. The store looked small, but the fruit inside was quite abundant, spread out in full display. They planned to buy enough for a few days, opting for whole fruits rather than pre-cut ones. The task of selecting the fruit naturally fell to Su-Yi. Although Yusheng had learned a trick or two about picking fruit last Saturday, she was still only a half-baked amateur, far from being qualified. Yusheng followed Su-Yi, glancing at the price tags, silently comparing them with those in the supermarket. The prices were slightly cheaper than off-campus, relying on the sheer volume of students to move stock. If they dared to overcharge, the campus wall would be flooded with over 300 posts of complaints. Yet some schools insisted on doing the opposite, monopolizing the shops with price tags that boldly ventured into outrageous figures. While her mind wandered, Su-Yi picked through the peaches on the shelf, squeezing one to test its firmness. "Buy some peaches." Yusheng snapped back to reality. "What about grapes?" "They look pretty good," Su-Yi said, pointing to the grapes on the other shelf. "Want some watermelon?" Su-Yi pointed to the boxed watermelon in the cooler. "Sure." Su-Yi was right about one thing: Yusheng really didn't have strong opinions. Whenever Su-Yi said she wanted to eat this or that, Yusheng simply nodded. It felt easy. No need to worry about things like, "What if I bought it too expensive?" The plastic bags in their hands gradually multiplied. Su-Yi added, "Buy more, you can put them in the fridge when you get back." "Oh." Yusheng nodded again. After leaving the fruit shop, she was about to head off when Su-Yi called her back. "Where are you going?" "Didn't we finish talking?" Yusheng asked, baffled. "I'm going back to my rental place." "Do you know exactly which day you'll be taking part in the... Do you know who your assigned partner is? Have you familiarized yourself with the entire flow of the event?" Su-Yi fired off a series of questions, and Yusheng obediently followed her toward the student union office. By now the campus walkway was nearly empty. Su-Yi had spent quite a while picking the fruit. Normally, she wouldn't take that long for herself, but when choosing for someone else, she unconsciously became more meticulous. It wasn't just because of Yusheng. A breeze rustled the leaves, and Yusheng couldn't help asking Su-Yi who her partner would be. She wasn't good at chatting with girls, and being paired with a stranger would likely lead to awkward silence. Song Shinmihan wouldn't work either. Yusheng found her a bit too socially outgoing. "Who do you want to be paired with?" Su-Yi asked. "Originally, it was supposed to be me." "You're participating too." Yusheng was a bit... She wouldn't have asked that if she'd known. "I'm participating," Su-Yi said with a smile. "Which evenings don't you have late classes?" "Sunday and Monday evening haven't been assigned to any class yet, so it depends on your availability." Because of the National Day holiday, Adjustment Sunday was a regular class day. Su-yi added, "We're just temporary helpers. We only need to attend once." Oh. Yusheng thought for a moment and said, "Let's do Monday." The student union office was still empty. It had been empty the last time Yusheng visited, and she felt a vague unease. She hoped it wouldn't be like before. Just as she was about to leave, someone would push the door open and walk in. Why should I worry? Even if it happened, what's the big deal? I haven't done anything wrong. The midday sun was scorching and waves of heat. After entering, Su-yi pushed the door shut with her elbow, set down the plastic bags, walked to the window to close it, and picked up the air conditioner. The outdoor unit of the air conditioner hummed to life, breaking the silence of the room. Yusheng watched quietly. Today Su-yi was dressed simply, a white t-shirt with jeans and canvas shoes. Yet it couldn't conceal the beauty that radiated from her bones. The simplest outfit, but on her it had an indescribable neatness and elegance. Sunlight bathed her, casting a soft halo around her. "Thirsty? Want some water?" Su-yi asked. "I'm fine." Yusheng shook her head. "Then we'll have fruit later." Saying this, Su-yi stretched her limbs, without hesitation disregarding Yusheng's presence. As her arms reached upward, the hem of her shirt lifted, revealing a slender waist. Yusheng had been watching Su-yi the whole time. Her gaze was drawn like a magnet, unable to look away. Her throat tightened, and she unconsciously swallowed her barely visible atoms, apple moving. Su-yi's waist was very slim, her skin smooth and delicate. The inward curves on both sides flowed gracefully, as if painted with fine brushstrokes, truly captivating. That was Yusheng's assessment. She admitted that she had a slight obsession with waists as well as hands, legs, feet, ankles. But this was merely her pursuit of beautiful things. It was because she possessed a pair of eyes that could discover beauty. It definitely wasn't lust. Unfortunately, the hem quickly fell, covering that pale skin again. Su-yi sat down in her chair and suddenly turned to look at Yusheng. Their eyes met. "Had enough of looking?" she asked. "Oh." Yusheng was startled. Even though Su-yi wasn't showing anything now, she frantically averted her gaze, her ears turning red visibly. "I'm sorry." Not knowing how to respond, she simply apologized. Su-yi snorted coldly. "Look again, and I'll charge you." "I'm sorry." Yusheng repeated the same phrase, this time louder. Apologizing was a mandatory lesson for every man. Even though she was now in a female body, it was etched into her soul. From Su-yi's perspective, Yusheng turned her head away, a blush already spreading across her profile. A hint of a smile curled at the corner of her mouth, and she didn't continue teasing Yusheng. She turned on the computer and got down to business. "This ice-breaking activity will be held entirely indoors, so we don't need to worry about external factors like the weather. Familiarize yourself with the PPT first. It should have the sequence of each segment as well as the detailed rules and precautions for all the games. Go through it several times, know which page corresponds to what content, so you won't be flustered when the time comes." "Do I just need to read the PPT as it is?" Yusheng asked. It seemed as easy as being a university lecturer. Of course not. For example, the opening greeting isn't on the PPT. They'll tell you what to say later. Oh, the old computer finally booted up. Su-yi found and opened a PPT, then stood up and offered the seat to Yusheng. The chair still held a trace of warmth. "While you're reviewing, pay attention and correct any mistakes you find." "Huh. This PPT was left by senior students. Some of the content might be out." Su-yi patiently explained and gave an example. For instance, in the trivia QA segment, a question like "How many years has it been since the capital hosted the Olympics?" The answer 2 years ago is definitely different from this year's. If there are options, remember to update the correct answer. Okay. Yusheng nodded, her eyes fixed on the screen. She realized that Su-yi hadn't even reviewed it herself, essentially using her as, but it didn't matter. The compensation had already been paid in another form. Since Yusheng had experienced the ice-breaking activity herself, she skimmed through it quickly and soon recalled the highlights. The process was not complicated, it was even relaxing. All she needed to do was follow the steps. The biggest concern was that the freshmen might not be active enough, leading to an awkward silence. Yusheng looked through it again carefully and found that this PPT didn't include the trivia QA game at all. Instead it had, "Guess the idiom from emojis." Yusheng muttered under her breath. A dead memory attacked her. She was the worst at this. Fortunately this time, she was the host, not— "What's wrong?" Su-yi pulled up a chair and sat beside Yusheng, eating fruit. Hearing Yusheng's muttering, she leaned in. "Is there a problem with this segment?" "Nothing. It's just that the senior students seem to have cut some corners." Yusheng clicked on the PPT and one set of emojis switched to another. She clicked again and it switched to a new set. She spread her hands. They didn't write the correct answers. Maybe they remembered them in their heads, Su-yi guessed. Then the two of them tried to decode them, also only keeping the answers in their minds, too lazy to add them. But some questions were too abstract, or rather forced. 2 parrots plus 2 flowers. What idiom could that be? No clue at all. Look it up online, Su-yi suggested. Or maybe switch to something simpler. If it's too hard, people won't guess it, and that's a problem. Yusheng typed on the keyboard to search. The parrotan flower one seemed to be self-made by the seniors. No answer was found. She searched for other unsolved ones. Suddenly a piece of cold watermelon pressed against her lips. Yusheng instinctively opened her mouth and bit into it. The sweet juice immediately spread through her mouth. Only then did she realize what had happened. She turned her head to look at Su-yi, her chewing motion freezing. Su-yi's eyes sparkled, and she calmly held the plastic fork, its tip still glistening with sticky juice. "Keep searching." Yu Sheng swallowed mechanically, her typing speed slowing down. She was puzzled, confused. Was Sui teasing her, or before long Sui picked up another piece of watermelon, waved it in front of Yu Sheng, and asked, "Want another bite?" After an inner struggle, Yu Sheng shamefully nodded. Blushing, she leaned toward the fork. The feeding didn't last long, but Yu Sheng's heart couldn't calm down for a while. She kept stealing glances at Sui's profile, then quickly looked. Sui seemed to enjoy feeding her. This almost gave her an illusion. After all, on the surface, she was still living as a male. Feeding behavior might be common between two girls, but between a boy and a girl, it was ambiguous to the point of crossing boundaries. Yu Sheng remained expressionless and continued reviewing the PPT. The ice-breaking activities flow was relatively simple, and she quickly became familiar with it. First, a few warm-up games interspersed with the freshmen's self-introductions. If anyone wanted to showcase a talent, they could. Then came group interactions, also games, but between groups. Finally, there was a task that required cooperation within the group. After everyone presented their task results, the activity could be wrapped up. Yu Sheng told Sui she had a general grasp, and Sui didn't ask her to give up the seat. She remained in the chair beside her. Reaching across Yu Sheng's chest, Sui opened the office drawer. The metal slide made a faint click. She pulled out a shiny fruit knife, its cold reflection flashing before Yu Sheng's eyes. Yu Sheng was startled, her pupils contracting. Sui pressed her slender fingers against the back of the knife, the tip of the blade resting on the top of an apple, turning it along the skin. Her skill was excellent. The peeled skin formed a continuous pale red ribbon without breaking. "What, want some?" Seeing Yu Sheng staring at her blankly, Sui curled the corner of her mouth in a light smile, her eyes slightly tilting. "No." Yu Sheng's gaze shifted from the knife to Sui's face. "Isn't it prohibited to carry or store controlled knives in the teach? Fruit knives are allowed," Sui said, slowly rotating the apple in her palm. "I asked a senior before, but they can't be taken out of the dormitory area." Yu Sheng was very certain. During the freshman evening self-study, she had been bored and flipped through the student handbook. The rules were clear in her memory, written in black, and, "Is that so?" Sui blinked, her hands still moving, without pause, the apple peel hanging down to her knee. "Never mind. If the school doesn't know, it's not a violation." Yu Sheng opened her mouth, then hesitated. Seeing this, Sui added, "The school also says you can't stay out overnight, but you secretly moved out, didn't you? And there are rules against keeping pets, cheating on exams, and having guests of the opposite gender stay overnight. Plenty of people break them. Some girls bring their boyfriends into the dormitory to sleep over, and some girls sneak into the boys' dorms too." All right. Yu Sheng now had a new understanding of why Sui had readily agreed to wait for her in the dormitory when she packed her luggage. She thought the dormitory attendant wasn't around, right? Sui quickly finished peeling the apple. She cut off a large piece and directly offered it to Yu Sheng with the fruit knife. Yu Sheng shamelessly opened her small mouth. Sui then cut a piece for herself. Chewing, she began telling Yu Sheng about the key points for the ice-breaking activity. Host's opening remarks. "Don't be too serious. Keep it relaxed. Make it clear that the purpose of the activity is to help everyone get acquainted and have fun. Then briefly introduce the flow without going into too much detail, just so everyone has a rough idea." Sui's explanation was general. These details would be divided later, so they could be refined once confirmed. For example, she would deliver the opening while Yu Sheng would introduce the rules of the warm-up games. As they were talking, the door handle made a sound. 1 minute earlier, Song Shihan sat in the shared office, scrolling repeatedly through the National Day holiday notice in the class group chat. She wasn't going home, but she couldn't bear to be idle, so she was pondering how to spend this long vacation. Travel seemed like a good option, but which city to visit? A few names flashed through Song Zion's mind. Then with a glint in her eyes, she pocketed her phone and walked toward the adjacent office. The moment she reached the doorway, she heard Sui's voice inside, and immediately pricked up her ears. "If any new students mention their talents during self-introduction, you can invite them to showcase, but make sure to choose ones that are short and require no preparation." This seemed to be a discussion about the details of the freshman icebreaker event. Perfect timing. She wanted to see who Sui had chosen as a partner. With that thought, she opened the door and saw Sui and Yu Sheng sitting side by side. Yu Sheng was even seated in front of the computer. He felt somewhat relieved that the apple was already finished, otherwise it might have sparked another misunderstanding. Song Zion's gaze swept between them, feeling both surprised and unsurprised. So there really was no love left. Little did she know that Yu Sheng had previously turned down the chance to partner with her. It was Sui who had casually asked on her behalf. If she knew that Yu Sheng was now collaborating with Sui on the event, she would probably be furious. "Come in, what's the matter?" Sui looked up and saw Song Shihan lingering at the door. The air conditioner's cold air was seeping out through the gap, so she waved her. "Actually, it's nothing urgent." Though Song Shihan said that her feet honestly stepped into the office. She closed the door behind her, glanced at Yu Sheng, who looked meek, then turned to Sui. "I just wanted to ask, have you decided which day to hold this hosting event?" "Next Monday," Sui said. "Oh, then I'll schedule it for next Monday too." Multiple classes were holding icebreaker events at the same time, so multiple pairs of hosts were needed for one evening. Song Shihan had already contributed once, so she was also choosing between 2 days. But her mind wasn't really on that. She spoke casually, then paused and shifted the topic. "By the way, are you going back to Danshio for National Day?" "Yes," Sui blinked. Song Shihan knew she had gone home last National Day, and now she was asking again. Sui couldn't help but wonder, "What's up?" Song Shihan leaned her hands on the edge of the desk. Are there any fun places in Danqiu? No. Am planning to travel during No. Yu Sheng listened quietly to their conversation, his eyes suddenly sharpening. Su-yi was also from Danqiu. On Saturday morning, when facing the dormitory supervisor, Yu Sheng had mentioned he was from Danqiu. Su-yi had never brought it up. Song Shihan persisted, believing that locals knew their own place best. She continued, then what good food is there? Feeling that being too dismissive might be rude, Su-yi thought for a moment and replied, milk, a treasure rice. It's rice soaked in milk. Is that edible? Yes, but it's a summer dish. I suggest you come next year. Go somewhere else for now. All right, you two carry on. Song Shihan gave up, but before leaving she added, you must treat me to a meal before National Day. You promise don't try to drag it out until I forget. Fine. Song Shihan left satisfied. The office fell silent. Yu Sheng asked softly, are you from Danqiu? Yes, Su-yi replied with a slight smile. Are you going home for National Day? We could go together. Yu Sheng was taken aback. Su-yi's words clearly indicated that she had overheard the conversation between Yu Sheng and the dormitory supervisor. However, she truly had no intention of returning home. She was still not mentally prepared. Am not going back. Got plans? No. Then why not? Su-yi pressed. This year National Day coincides with the Mid-Autumn Festival, giving us 8 days off. Even if I go home I'd just be a couch potato. Lying down is the same anywhere, Yu Sheng said. With an 8-day holiday, everywhere outside will be packed with people. To make her point more convincing, she added, if I stay home too long my mom will nag me about being a shootin'. If I go out she'll complain that I'm never home and just want to play outside. Rather than that I'd rather stay in my rented room. I see. Su-yi feigned innocence but lowered her voice. I thought you were worried about your parents finding out that you've turned into a girl. Yu Sheng's pupils trembled, her body tensing, as if she had heard the devil's whisper. The cold air from the air conditioner hissed steadily, yet she felt her blood boiling with a searing sting. You. How? Surprised, Su-yi fixed her gaze on Yu Sheng's face, a mischievous glint in her eyes. I've known for a while now. How did you find out? Yu Sheng felt as if the sky had collapsed. Was it only a short 10 days or so, and she had already been seen through? No wonder the system had advanced her the item reward meant to explain the gender change. Fortunately, Su-yi's next words put Yu Sheng somewhat at ease. I looked at your phone. Su-yi grabbed the phone on Yu Sheng's desk and shook it. You've been searching what to do if you turn into a girl everywhere. That made me but you don't have my lock screen password. Yu Sheng's mind was a mess. I tried your birthday. You wrote it on the registration form. Su-yi unlocked Yu Sheng's phone again right in front of her. Yu Sheng understood. Using her birthday as a lock screen password was far too dangerous. Su-yi continued, aren't you going to explain? We're in the office, Yu Sheng hinted. So what if we're in the office? Su-yi chuckled. Do you want to explain somewhere else? No. Just go ahead and say it. No one will come. Sheng went back to the dormitory this afternoon. Yu Sheng then brought up female pseudo-hermaphroditism. Perhaps due to the influence of the system's power, Su-yi didn't ask many details. The prepared explanations Yu Sheng had ready were never used. Su-yi, convinced that her guess was correct, smiled and said, Yu Sheng, you don't want anyone else to know your secret of being a girl, do you? Those words sounded a bit like something out of a certain Japanese drama. Yu Sheng instinctively recoiled. What do you want? Come closer. Su-yi beckoned, signaling Yu Sheng to lean in. Yu Sheng hesitated, then tilted her body, thinking Su-yi wanted to whisper something. Instead, Su-yi took the opportunity to reach out and pinch her soft cheek. This time, Su-yi deliberately controlled her strength, rubbing her fingers against Yu Sheng's plump face. Can I still pinch? Yu Sheng dared not resist. Say yes, Su-yi deliberately put on a stern face. Yes. Yu Sheng's face flushed, and she responded in a low voice. Su-yi needed Yu Sheng like dough, going back and forth for several minutes before reluctantly letting her go. Yu Sheng's. She collapsed onto the chair, tilting her head back to stare at the ceiling. Her light brown pupils were slightly unfocused, her expression utterly lifeless. It was as if she had already foreseen a bleak university life ahead. Why the long face? Su-yi propped her chin on one hand, a faint elusive smile curling at the corners of her lips. Yu Sheng cast a resentful glance and mimicked Su-yi's words, grope again, and I'll charge you. Does anyone else know about this? No. Then you're sure you want to negotiate with me? Yu Sheng gave an awkward laugh, straightening her back. I was just joking. Good, you understand. Su-yi seemed satisfied with Yu Sheng's obedient response, then asked, you're not going home for National Day, just staying in the rental. Won't that be boring? Not really. Yu Sheng was quite the homebody and truly didn't find it troublesome. Besides, she wasn't limited to staying in the rental. She could always go back to the dormitory. When Gushun and the others were away, she could hug Su-yi's blanket and roll around in it. She had to admit Su-yi's blanket was softer and more comfortable than her own. Yu Sheng pondered swapping the two blankets during the holiday. All right. Su-yi didn't insist. Yu Sheng didn't want to go home simply because she wasn't ready to face her parents. Such matters couldn't be rushed. Su-yi continued explaining details about the freshman icebreaker activities. Yu Sheng barely listened. After closing the PPT, Su-yi asked for a copy of Yu Sheng's class schedule. Yu Sheng's heart tightened. Su-yi was probably planning to torment her. Sure enough, Su-yi said, you have a full schedule tomorrow morning. You won't skip class, will you? No. Even though Yu Sheng slacked off in class, she still needed participation points. What do you want to do now, For the next few days come eat lunch with me in the cafeteria? Why? Yu Sheng's left eyelid twitched, sensing trouble. Su-yi spoke unhurriedly. Because lately people keep coming to ask for my WeChat, and I keep getting stared at during meals. It's annoying. Isn't that normal? It would be strange if no one stared at you one day. Yu Sheng couldn't help but remark. Since being exposed, she felt oddly relieved and chatted more freely. Su-yi sighed. It's a new school year with freshmen everywhere. I want a permanent solution. Oh, what solution? Can't you guess? You don't mean? Yu Sheng made a bold guess based on Su-yi's suggestion, using me as a shield. Clever. Why should I agree? You want to avoid being bothered too, right? This benefits both of us. A win-win, Su-yi said. Like that day when a guy asked for your contact info. Don't you want some peace? So you really want to pretend to be my girlfriend? Yu Sheng confirmed again, inexplicably feeling a vague, ambiguous undertone. Perhaps it was the term my girlfriend as a title carrying a clear sense of belonging. But Su-yi said, no, you're pretending to be my girlfriend. To outsiders though, you'll be my boyfriend. But people will think him a girl. Yu Sheng temporarily set aside the issue of boyfriend or girlfriend. Her mind was even more chaotic than when she had been exposed. And you are, Su-yi said. But after the freshman welcome party, everyone's been saying you're a femboy. What a bunch of loving, good-natured students. Yu Sheng thought for a moment and asked, but won't this make others jealous? Besides the piece you mentioned, what's in it for me? What do you want? Su-yi found it amusing. Most people would jump at the offer, but Yu Sheng was making demands. Her gaze swept over the fruit on the table. He'll peel another grape for you. So the sudden feeding earlier was just a bribe. But Yu Sheng's eyes rolled, and she shook her head. Su-yi, then you name it. Alright, I'll say it. Yu Sheng paused. You can't threaten me, okay? Curious about what Yu Sheng was up to, Su-yi tilted her chin. Go on, let's hear it. So, Yu Sheng cautiously and softly ventured, can I see your legs? Su-yi tilted her head, looking adorably innocent. Now that you're a girl, you're still this perverted. I heard online that girls are even more perverted than boys. Yu Sheng seemed a bit insecure, yet she still tried to defend herself. Maybe. Can I look then? Yu Sheng pressed on shamelessly. Don't you watch me every time we meet? Su-yi let out a soft laugh. Now you're pretending to be good. Yu Sheng felt embarrassed. You knew all along. Yu Sheng was the type who had the desire, but not the courage. She would sneak glances, but when an opportunity for physical contact with Su-yi came, she would get nervous and deliberately avoid it. You sometimes stare at me. Su-yi began to list Yu Sheng's offenses. For example, last Saturday, when you moved off campus, you looked at my legs more than once. I remember at least 3 times you were completely lost in thought. Is it that obvious? Yu Sheng felt even more ashamed. In fact, one time she had been looking at her ankles. Yes. Still want to look? Yes. With the mindset of, why not take a look? Yu Sheng answered, immediately feeling unjustified yet bold. Besides, Su-yi had already earned the permanent right to pinch her face. What was wrong with letting her look a few times? So Su-yi stood up directly from the chair, her slim-fit jeans outlining the smooth contours of her legs. She said casually. Yu Sheng first exchanged a glance with Su-yi, then slowly moved her gaze downward. This feeling of knowing that the other person knew you were looking was completely different from sneaking a peek. It was much more thrilling than sneaking a look. She could even hear her own heartbeat accelerating. The deep blue fabric clung tightly to Su-yi's leg lines, starting from her slender ankles, following the even calf muscles upward, forming a perfect curve at the knee. Su-yi was tall and well-proportioned with long straight legs that were truly aesthetically pleasing. After a few seconds, Yu Sheng averted her eyes upward. Your pants are too long, I can't see anything. I'm used to wearing long pants. I meant looking at your legs, not your pants. What, you want me to take them off? Su-yi's face was full of mock. Yu Sheng subconsciously rolled her barely visible Adam's apple, and lost in thought, her face quickly flushed red. Then she mustered her courage and said what she considered the boldest words of her life. That's not impossible. You little pervert. Su-yi spat, seeing Yu Sheng's hesitation and knowing she had no good intentions. You're dreaming. Yu Sheng knew it was. What a pity, what a lament. Su-yi sat down again, scrutinizing Yu Sheng. This face was clearly delicate and well-behaved. How could her mind be filled with such improper thoughts? So she reached out and tugged at Yu Sheng's pants. Why don't you take them off? Hey. Yu Sheng quickly grabbed the wrinkled fabric of her pants. Don't take off my pants. Su-yi gave Yu Sheng a sidelong glance. This person had just wanted her to take off her pants. I just pulled a little, not hard. It won't fall off. At most it'll get caught on your hip bone. If I really wanted to hook my finger into your waistband and pull hard. Yu Sheng wanted to say then it'll pull too, but she didn't dare. She was a coward. Su-yi leaned in again and pinched Yu Sheng's face with a force neither light nor heavy. Yu Sheng could only let Su-yi do as she pleased. Su-yi's warm breath brushed against Yu Sheng's cheek. We've agreed if I don't see you tomorrow at noon, you wouldn't want to be. I know. The package Yu Sheng ordered last Saturday arrived. She first put away the fruits she bought, storing those that could be refrigerated in the fridge and leaving those that couldn't on the coffee table within easy reach. That way, while lounging on the sofa, she could simply reach out and grab them. Then she made several trips outside to bring the remaining parcels home, and suddenly the room was filled with cardboard boxes. Big and small, she wondered how much money she could get for selling them as scrap. The last item carried into the house was a mirror, a full-length mirror. Just as Yu Sheng was about to close the door, a person emerged from the opposite apartment, 1502. It was a tall man with well-defined muscles and his arms visible beneath his short sleeves. Not the guy from the young couple, but an old acquaintance, brother model. Meeting again. The moment she saw him, Yu Sheng's mind conjured up all sorts of melodramatic scenarios, and a flood of questions arose. How did he come out of the opposite apartment? What was he doing inside? Was the girl from 1502 at home? Was the guy at home? Had brother model noticed Yu Sheng and spoke first. Getting used to living here. I just got back, it's pretty good. Yu Sheng replied one by one to his questions. And you? Ah. Brother model gestured inside. The tenants of this place suddenly stopped staying. They broke the lease, forfeited the deposit, and ran off. I hired a cleaner this morning, and I came by this afternoon to inspect. So, the apartment across the hall belongs to your sister too? Yeah. Yu Sheng was embarrassed, suspecting that the young couple's move out might have had a tiny bit to do with her. No wonder she hadn't seen them around for days. After a moment's deliberation, she asked, when did they move out? It wasn't a secret that needed keeping, so brother model said bluntly, just the day before yesterday. Oh, now it was confirmed. They chatted a little more, then brother model took the elevator down, and Yu Sheng went back inside. Closing the door, she took out the mirror and placed it in a corner of the living room, then lay down on the sofa. Pushing aside thoughts of the moved-out couple, her mind was again occupied by the afternoon's events. She stared at the ceiling in a daze for a few seconds, then suddenly sat up. With her thumbs hooked into her waistband, she slid her pants down to her ankles and kicked them off in a couple of moves. Two smooth, fair legs were fully exposed. She touched them, pinched them. Her own legs weren't bad either. She scrolled through her phone for a while with her bare legs, then hesitantly dialed the number, saved as Ms. Sheng. The call connected quickly. Hello, Mom. Oh, finally remembered to call, huh? Ms. Sheng seemed to be watching TV. The background noise was loud. She teased, running out of money. Mom. Yu Sheng dragged out the syllables in a playful whine, unconsciously using the cute trick the system had given her. Her voice was so pleasant that even she was startled for a moment. All right, tell me. What's up? From experience, Miss. Sheng knew that when a child who's been away for a long time suddenly calls, there must be something. I'm not coming home for National Day, Yu Sheng said succinctly. Got a girlfriend? No. Oh, you should take the initiative to talk to girls more at school. You don't always bury your head in studying and gaming. You're this old and still haven't found a partner. I'm only 19, Yu Sheng muttered. What's wrong with 19? Ancient emperors were 13 or 14. Seeing Miss Sheng about to launch into a long monologue, Yu Sheng quickly interrupted. That was then, this is now. Times have changed, Mom. Well, just make sure you know what you're doing. Ms. Sheng steered the conversation back. So why are you really not coming back? I don't feel like moving. Even if I went home, I wouldn't go out anyway. It's better to just lie around at school for a few days. What about your roommates? They're all going back. Seriously, you're too lazy to come home now. Ms. Sheng chuckled and nagged. Then remember to go to bed early every night, don't stay up, eat on time, and don't skip breakfast. Mom. Alright, I'll hang up now. Watching TV. One more thing. What? Mom. Yu Sheng paused, then asked slowly, do you want a dog? Ms. Sheng's first reaction was that her little pig had gotten some girl pregnant. But upon second thought, that would be a grandchild. So she said, your mom is too old to have more kids. If you want a little sister, come back sometime and ask your dad to borrow your uncle's little cousin for you to play with. Her uncle was still spry and had a second child a few years ago. The little cousin just started elementary school. Kids are the most troublesome, and though Yu Sheng had barely met her, she still said, no thanks. That evening after dinner, Miss Sheng couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Hey, she nudged old Yu's shoulder with her elbow. What do you think Sheng meant by asking if I wanted a daughter? Old Yu was focused on the news. He just asked casually. The brat isn't coming home for National Day either. Kids grow up and don't stick around. Old Yu was quite relaxed about it. In being serious, Miss Sheng said, pinching the soft flesh on old Yu's waist. Ouch. Old Yu straightened up, immediately becoming serious. Your brother's daughter Wanchio is planning to go to Xinjiang for the holiday. If she has time, she could drop by Gonda. Old Yu glanced at Miss Sheng's expression. They've been close since they were kids, and they haven't seen each other over the past summer. It'd be fair enough. The next day, Yu Sheng rose early and bought breakfast at a nearby shop. At checkout, the enthusiastic landlady held her hand and insisted on introducing her son, saying they were age-appropriate and reliable. Yu Sheng politely declined and silently resolved never to visit that shop again. She arrived at school, where she had a full day of class. The first period's teacher was strict, so Yu Sheng listened attentively for a while. The second period was in a small classroom, where two classes from the same major took the lesson together. Except for the middle seats that formed a continuous line, the desks and chairs along the walls and windows on both sides could only accommodate two people side by side. Gushun and Zhao Hingyu sat in the second-to-last row by the window, so Yu Sheng and Shun Luchuan sat behind them. In the last minute before class ended, Yu Sheng received a message from Su Yi. Look outside, said Su Yi. Yu Sheng stared blankly out the window, seeing nothing. Then she realized, and turned to look through the open back door of the classroom. So white. No wait. So long. No, not that. Actually, both are correct. In short, Su Yi was wearing a pair of high-waisted denim shorts, and her legs were so dazzlingly white. Yu Sheng's mind went blank, with only one thought scrolling frantically. This is too unfair. She admitted that her own legs were slightly inferior to Su Yi's. But what surprised her most was that Su Yi actually wore shorts. Su Yi had said she was used to wearing long pants. Soon the bell rang, and students poured out of the classroom. Shen Luchuan had already noticed Su Yi and with another meaningful glance led Ge Shun and Zhao Hengyu away first. Yu Sheng really couldn't explain herself now. To make the act convincing, Su Yi came directly to the classroom door to wait for her after class. The hallway was crowded and many people cast curious glances. Yu Sheng reluctantly walked up to Su Yi, who had already raised her hand, as if to pinch her cheek. Don't. Yu Sheng quickly turned her head away, glancing nervously at the passing classmates. There are too many people here. Then where can I eat? Su Yi smiled faintly and withdrew her hand. Just not where there are people. Then how will others believe it? Su Yi said meaningfully. Not talking. She curled her lips. Then ill shout Yu Sheng. Actually, is. You don't say it. The classmates around had mostly left, but in her panic Yu Sheng directly reached out and covered Su Yi's mouth. When her palm met the soft lips and felt Su Yi's breath, she realized what she had done. Su Yi was startled, blinked, grabbed Yu Sheng's wrist, and moved her hand away. Impressive, you dare to touch me now. I didn't mean to. Yu Sheng glanced at her slightly moist palm, which had no trace of lipstick. What are you looking at? Looking for lip? Su Yi teased. Yu Sheng quickly withdrew her hand and strode toward the stairwell, pretending not to hear. Su Yi just smiled and quickly caught up. They walked side by side with people glancing at them, but no one saying anything. The cafeteria was bustling. Su Yi and Yu Sheng sat on the same side of the table. Halfway through the meal, Su Yi suddenly said, "Let's go to the library for a while." Why? Because there are people in the library. You have class in the afternoon, so why not stay? Su Yi directly quoted Yu Sheng's own words from yesterday. Her intention was simple: to let more people see, so as to discourage certain people's hopes. Yu Sheng originally wanted to refuse. Instead of going to the library, she would rather return to the dormitory and rest while holding Su Yi's soft quilt. But without the table blocking her view, she turned her head and saw a pair of fair legs, so she changed her answer. Okay. It wasn't that Yu Sheng lacked resolve. Refusing would only invite Su Yi's coercion. Then she couldn't help asking, "Didn't you say you're used to wearing long pants?" "It's nice to change style occasionally," Su Yi smiled. "As for you, when are you going to wear what you should wear?" What did she mean by what I should wear? Yu Sheng was now a girl, so naturally should wear meant women's clothing. It had to be said to some extent. Su Yi and Ji Ge were quite in sync. Yu Sheng turned away and shoveled rice. Couldn't hear. After the meal, the two leisurely walked through the campus paths and plaza, entering the library. The school library was quite imposing, covering a large area with a square-shaped layout open in the center and high ceiling. At this time, the library was not very crowded as the semester had just begun. Some students were quietly reading and taking notes, while others wore headphones, tapping their feet as they practiced problems. They went up to the third floor. Far from the noise of the entrance on the first floor, it was especially quiet. Su Yi casually chose an empty seat and sat down still on the same side. Yu Sheng glanced at the signs on the table reading "No food" and "Please keep quiet," then looked at the classmate at the next table flipping through a book. Even without the tense pressure of exam week, she lowered her voice and asked, "What are we doing now?" She felt a bit guilty for not reading or studying. Of course, Su Yi said. The library has air conditioning, a quiet environment, and even sounds are just white noise like writing and page turning. Of course, Su Yi said. The library has air conditioning, a quiet environment, and even sounds are just white noise like writing and... Of course, Su Yi said. The library has air conditioning, a quiet environment, and even sounds are just white noise like writing and page turning. Perfect for closing your eyes and relaxing. If you're sleepy, you can also rest your head for a while. No need to be formal. Just relax as you like, as long as you don't disturb others. Yu Sheng then took out her phone to read a novel. She couldn't scroll through short videos. Her account had been trained to frequently recommend videos of girls dance. If Su Yi saw that, it would be another socially awkward moment. Su Yi, on the other hand, took out her earphones, put them on, and scrolled through videos or listened to music. They sat quietly like that, each doing their own thing. Yu Sheng initially felt a bit awkward, but gradually she began to relax. So it turns out that just sitting together without talking or doing anything special was also nice. In the distance, at a seat by the window, Yu Xiaonan was furtively watching Yu Sheng and Su Yi. Earlier, she had looked up and caught sight of them entering and had been sneaking glances ever since. Tisk, she even wore shorts on purpose. This morning, when she left, she was still in long pants. Gotcha. Yu Xiaonan excitedly took out her phone, held it horizontally, framed both of them, and snapped a series of photos. So shippable. Really shippable. Sunday, a makeup class day. At noon, a late September and autumn rain arrived unexpectedly. The sky was gloomy, raindrops pattered densely on the ground, splashing fine droplets. At the entrance of the teaching building and on the covered walkway, a crowd of students without umbrellas huddled together. As the rain persisted, some couldn't resist and dashed into the rain with textbooks over their heads, while a few remained composed, strolling leisurely, as if the downpour was nothing. However, most hesitated, lingering in place. The weather forecast is so unreliable. It said it wouldn't rain today, Zhao Hengyu complained from inside the teaching building. Who in their right mind checks the weather forecast? Yu Sheng replied. She actually quite liked this kind of weather. Perfect for curling up but only if she was at home. The weather changes so suddenly. It was sunny this morning, Ge Shun muttered. It's normal, Shen Luchuan said, turning off the weather app on his phone. The south is near the ocean with abundant moisture plus the monsoon influence. The atmospheric circulation is unstable. Stop. Don't recite. Ge Shun asked, what now? Wait a bit longer, or make a dash. Let's wait a bit, Zhao Hengyu said. Are you sure? This was said by Shun Liuchuan, who glanced at Yu Sheng as he spoke. Lately Su-yi had been inviting Yu Sheng to lunch every day, and everyone knew it. If they waited any longer, they'd probably have to endure another round of couple PDA. Shen Luchuan didn't mind, but he was worried Gushun and Zhao Hengyu couldn't take it. Then, let's wait a bit, Gushun said. On the other side, Yu Shaonan held an umbrella and escorted Su-yi to the entrance of the administration building. Go get your umbrella, Xiaoyi. I'm heading to the library first. You're still going to the library to reserve a seat, even though it's raining? Su-yi asked in confusion. On a day like this, there probably aren't many people in the library. Going later would be fine. However, Yu Shaonan disagreed. She emphasized, exactly because it's raining and there are fewer people, I can snag a good window seat. Alright then. Bye. Bye. Su-yi turned and went upstairs, entered the student council office, grabbed an umbrella swiftly, and as she went downstairs opened her chat with Yu Sheng. They had chatted a few minutes earlier. Su-yi, did you bring an umbrella? Yu Sheng, little girl, no. Su-yi, wait for me a moment. Yu Sheng, little girl, oh. Su-yi sent another message. Su-yi'll come pick you up. Yu Sheng, little girl, okay. Time ticked by, and the heavy rain showed no signs of stopping. Among the few students braving the rain, Yu Sheng suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Lu Ziqing. Why was she here? Yu Sheng's gaze followed Lu Ziqing curiously, watching her walk to the other end of the covered walkway. Then a girl about 1.6 meters tall ducked under her umbrella, clutching her textbooks. Oh, so she came to pick up Chen Yushu. Yu Sheng looked away. The group from room 404 gathered at the entrance of the teaching building, also growing impatient. Guxin suggested, let's go now before the rain gets heavier. Before setting off, Zhao Hengyu asked, so cafeteria or takeout? I'm fine with either, Shen Luchuan said indifferently. Yu Sheng didn't join the discussion. They weren't going together. Just as Ji Gu and the others were discussing, a gentle voice called out, Yu Sheng. Schwa. Before Su-yi could get close, Shen Luchuan stepped into the rain, beckoning Gushun and Zhao Hengyu. Let's go. Got it. The two understood tacitly and followed Shen Luchuan without a second's hesitation. Su-yi quickly walked up to Yu Sheng. It's raining today. How about I take you straight back to your rental? Or do you want to have lunch at school? Let's go to the cafeteria, Yu Sheng replied. The school cafeteria food wasn't bad, so she preferred to eat on campus. Then let's go. Okay. Su-yi didn't close her umbrella. Yu Sheng ducked under it. Their shoulders were slightly offset. Su-yi's umbrella wasn't large. It could barely accommodate two people walking side by side. If they moved apart a little, it wouldn't cover both of them. These days, aside from having lunch with Su-yi, Yu Sheng felt life hadn't changed much. They hadn't posted photos together on social media, held hands in public, or made any fake announcements to the world. Su-yi wasn't the type to show off. Being too deliberate would easily raise suspicion. Yu Sheng simply appeared with Su-yi at the cafeteria, queued together, and found seats to eat. Their actions weren't intimate, and they didn't talk much, yet it made people can't help but sneak glances. As for the effect, Yu Sheng hadn't yet seen any bold freshman asking for their contact info. It seemed her reputation as Xiao Nan Yang had spread a bit more. The two walked unhurriedly, raindrops hitting the umbrella with a constant pattering sound. Yu Sheng stole a glance at Su-yi. In the rain, Su-yi's profile appeared exceptionally soft, with her hair tips slightly dampened by rain sticking to her cheeks and accentuating her facial contours. An autumn wind carrying raindrops brushed across their faces, bringing a touch of chill. Yu Sheng squinted, catching a faint scent at the tip of her nose. It was a fresh, fruity floral fragrance, subtle but pleasant. She greedily took a few breaths, but before she could savor it for more than a few seconds, her breath suddenly caught. She slowly looked at Su-yi's hair. The scent seemed to come from there. No way. Just then Su-yi suddenly turned and asked, nothing. Yu Sheng stammered, then lowered her head, making an excuse. Just a bit cold. September weather was like that. Once it rained, the temperature dropped quickly. Su-yi didn't respond immediately. She just looked ahead again. After more than 10 seconds, she spoke slowly. Does it smell good? No, listen, it's not what you think. Yu Sheng blurted out in panic, speaking rapidly. If she had known this would happen, she should have used her traditional skill, apologize at the speed of light. Su-yi didn't care, asking with a smirk. When you play piano with me, do you secretly sniff me like this too? I didn't know you had such a fetish. Absolutely not. Liar, you can't even look me in the eye. Su-yi narrowed her eyes. Dare you say you're not guilty? Yu Sheng wasn't afraid to look at her. She was just too embarrassed to meet Su-yi's eyes, muttering in defense, really, I don't. Seeing her flustered, Su-yi finally couldn't help laughing. Not cold anymore. Yu Sheng felt aggrieved. After a few days, she had been tricked again, and it was her own fault. After lunch, Yu Sheng stood at the entrance of the cafeteria and glanced around. The rain was still drizzling. The sky was overcast, as if covered with a thick layer of gray wadding. The umbrella stand for public use at the entrance was already empty. Su-yi opened her umbrella and glanced sideways at Yu Sheng. They'll walk you back. Along the way, the wind suddenly grew fierce. It blew the rain almost horizontally, and the gentle rain curtain quickly turned into a torrential downpour. Between heaven and earth, a swaying curtain of beads hung. Even after the two had turned into the residential area, their clothes were inevitably dampened by the rain. In such bad weather, Su-yi couldn't very well go back, so she followed Yu Sheng into the elevator and went upstairs. Here. Opening the door and entering apartment 1501, Yu Sheng took out a new pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet in the hallway and placed them in front of Su-yi. Su-yi hadn't expected that she would be the first to use the guest slippers she had reminded Yu Sheng to buy last time. She pressed the toe of her left foot against the heel of her right shoe, lifted her right foot backward and upward, and the heel slid halfway out of the shoe. Immediately after, a jade-like foot in a pure white sports sock pushed out of the shoe. Unfortunately, before one could admire it for more than a few seconds, the owner of the jade foot curled her toes and hid it inside the slippers. The light of the chandelier in the living room was soft, and the sound of rain outside the window continued unabated. Sheng walked to the dining table, picked up the kettle, poured herself a glass of water, and then turned to ask Su, "Pour you a glass too, or would you like a drink?" "Water is fine." Su sat on the sofa, raised her hand to gather her hair. Her clothes were wet, so naturally her hair had not escaped either. The damp strands of hair stuck to her neck, making her very uncomfortable. "Where's the hairdryer?" she asked. "In the mirror cabinet in the..." Sheng answered promptly, poured the water, and was walking toward the sofa. She didn't intend to use the hairdryer to dry her hair. She simply pulled out a few tissues from the tissue box on the coffee table and wiped them dry. Su got up and entered the bathroom. There was nothing in the mirror cabinet. She then turned and walked into the private bathroom in Compared to Saturday, when it was completely empty like a newly renovated room, here there were already some signs of life. On the spacious vanity, Sheng's few toiletries were scattered messily on both sides of the sink, obviously because she was too lazy to use the mirror cabinet for convenience. But messy as it was not dirty. The vanity was wiped clean without water stains or grime. Su dried her hair and also blew her damp clothes dry. When she returned to the living room, Sheng was curled up on the sofa scrolling through short videos. The volume was low, almost drowned out by the sound of rain. Sitting back on the sofa, Su took a sip of water, her gaze casually sweeping over the floor mirror. Suddenly thinking of something, she said to Sheng, "Have you used the bathtub in the bathroom these past few days?" "No," Sheng said. "Do you want to use it? You can borrow it." Sheng swore that she was just speaking too quickly. Usually when someone asked her if she wanted to use something, she would habitually counter with that question. Su gave Sheng a glare. Sheng felt that Su had wanted to say something more, but in the end, she only moved her lips. So she didn't press. The rain kept falling, beating against the window and leaving winding trails. After ending the topic, Su focused on catching up on. It was the same suspense drama she had watched last time. All afternoon she curled up on the sofa in apartment 1501. Sheng happened to glance over and noticed that the drama had already finished airing. Su's binge-watching speed was too fast, as she was almost at the finale. In the evening, Sheng checked the time and then looked at the sky outside. "Aren't you going back yet? The rain hasn't stopped." Su stared at the screen, her fingers unconsciously stroking the edge of the cushion. "They'll just wait until it stops. Then you won't make it to the cafeteria for dinner," Sheng said. She hadn't checked the weather forecast. But the rain was continuous. It would probably take another hour or so to stop. And the cafeteria at Gon University usually closed at 7 or at the latest 7:30. Only some stalls would stay open until 8 or 9, but those weren't proper meals. "I was waiting for you to say that," Su said. "What do you mean? Aren't you ordering takeout?" Su looked away from the screen and glanced back at the kitchen. "The kitchen hasn't been touched at all. I thought you were going to order." Sheng silently opened the food delivery app. Su sank into the sofa, hugging a cushion, tilting her head to watch Sheng. "What do you want to eat?" Sheng asked her. "Beef brisket noodles," Su answered directly without any hesitation. "Sour." Sheng typed in the search box, found the restaurant, ordered a bowl of noodles for herself as well, and conveniently combined the order. Before placing the order, she habitually checked the delivery fee and the discount for meeting the minimum order. As soon as the order was placed, Su leaned over again and said, "Add a fried egg for me." Her hair with the scent of shampoo brushed against Sheng's cheek, bringing a faint tickle. "Okay." Sheng shrank her neck, operated the phone, and added it to the order. "It's been so many days, still nervous." Su laughed. "It's still because you're too beautiful." Sheng grumbled in her heart. With a face like that, leaning in so close, who wouldn't be nervous? Seeing that she didn't answer, Su's tone carried a hint of mischievous triumph. "It's okay, in a few more days you'll get used to it." When the takeout arrived, the rain still hadn't stopped. The TV screen was still playing the drama, the picture flickering, and the plot had just turned to the reenactment of a murder. Su considerately switched to a variety show suitable for all ages, and the two ate while watching. There was a dining table in the living room, but because they wanted to watch the variety show, the sofa was more suitable, so they placed the noodles on the coffee table and occasionally bent down to slurp the noodles. Sheng looked at the two bowls of noodles side by side on the coffee table, the steam swirling under the light. Although she had eaten with Su many times, this scene of curling up on the sofa on a rainy night listening to the rain and watching a variety show was the first. "What are you daydreaming about?" Su raised her hand and waved it in front of Sheng. "Oh." Sheng snapped back to reality, picked up the noodles, and put them into her mouth. The warm yellow light illuminated the living room, blending the shadows of the two together. After finishing the noodles, the variety show, Su showed no intention of leaving. Hugging the cushion, she sank into the sofa again, leaning her head back, looking languid. Sheng then cleaned up the plastic takeout containers on the coffee table, went to the kitchen, washed her hands, and came back. She sat down next to Su. The variety show was still lively. On the TV screen, the guests rushed forward frantically to answer, but their answers were wildly off, and they still forced explanation. Su watched quite seriously, occasionally complaining to Sheng, "I actually admire them. To be so naturally awkward. Did they plan it? Is that person paying off debts? Otherwise, why work so hard?" He doesn't want to win at all, he just wants a few more seconds of screen time. Yusheng didn't respond, just smiled politely, and listened silently. The sky outside had darkened. The curtains were not drawn, and the glass reflected the indoor light, as well as the shadows of the two of them. Meanwhile, he got up to pour water, and then circled around to inspect the refrigerator. There were only leftover fruits from a few days ago, and 2 bottles of drinks in the fridge. Clicked her tongue, pulled open each shelf to check as if rummaging through her own cabinet. This fridge is so empty at a glance. Running it is just a waste of electricity. After that, she glanced at the stove and turned to Yusheng, saying, "You can buy some frozen stuff to stock up dumplings, Tang Yuan. Just boil a pot when you're hungry. You've already bought a pot, so don't let it sit there collecting dust." Sui's tone was not heavy like nagging. Yusheng responded, watching Sui bend down to close the refrigerator door, then come back around and place her water glass on one corner of the coffee table. Sui didn't hurry to look at the TV. Instead, she looked at Yusheng's hand, then at the water glass, and said casually, "Your hands are so small. Let's..." Hearing this, Yusheng instinctively pulled her hand back. "What's there to compare? Yours is definitely bigger. But we have to compare to be palm to palm." The fit wasn't tight, but she could feel the boundary of skin touching skin, that clear soft friction that lightly tickled. Palm to palm. The fit wasn't tight, but she could feel the boundary of skin touching skin, that clear soft friction that lightly tickled Yusheng's nerves. The size of the two hands was actually not that different. The knuckles weren't visibly different. Sui's thumb web was wider, but only very slightly, and Yusheng's fingers were a bit shorter, far less than half a knuckle. "Actually, it's not much smaller," Sui assessed seriously. Yusheng withdrew her hand, noncommittal. Sui found it amusing. What was with Yusheng being both lustful and shy? She then leaned close to Yusheng's ear and whispered something. Yusheng's face suddenly flushed red. So this was what Sui had been hesitant to say this afternoon. "This? Do you have to specifically mention that kind of thing?" Sui shrugged, looking nonchalant. "You're a girl now. You have to pay attention to the details. You should, or else it's easy to have problems." "Oh." Yusheng's eyes wandered. She seemed to be there, but her mind had already drifted off for a while. The two didn't speak anymore. The show's pace was fast, and the guests changed to a new round of games. Sui lowered her head, paused to scroll through the comments, smiled, didn't leave a message, then put down her phone and continued watching. When the show ended, it was completely dark outside. There was no wind, and the sound of rain had stopped. Sui casually pinched Yusheng's cheek, still so soft, and then said goodbye. "The rain has stopped. I'm leaving." Yusheng nodded. "Okay." After changing shoes and opening the door, Sui suddenly turned back. "Say goodbye to me." "Goodbye. Good girl." Sui smiled, then left. The sound of the door closing echoed. The room suddenly became quiet. The water glass Sui had used was still sitting on the coffee table, the rim seeming to retain a trace of moisture. Yusheng sat for a while, then picked up the glass and walked to the kitchen to wash it. The kitchen was also in the living room. She turned on the tap, the water flow not strong, rinsing against the glass, making the room feel especially quiet. After rinsing it clean, Yusheng didn't put the glass back immediately. Instead, she turned it upside down and let it drip on the drying rack. Then she returned to the bedroom. Yusheng went into the bathroom and took a hot shower, then climbed onto the large 1.8-meter wide bed. The bed was wide, and she only occupied one side. She pulled the quilt over herself, wrapped herself in it, and tugged it up until it covered half her face. Staring at the ceiling, Yusheng was lost in thought. Monday morning, dark, clouds hung low. The rain, which had paused for a night, began to drizzle again, the sky gray and overcast. Yusheng had no class in the first period of the morning. She curled up in bed, breathing evenly and deeply sound asleep. Her phone was on the bedside table, connected to the charging cable, fully charged. Yusheng had originally planned to sleep until just before the second period, arriving at school right on time. But several faint vibrations came from her phone. She had to reach out, fumble to find the phone, unplug the cable, and bring it over. Opening her sleepy eyes, she checked. It was all from her cousin. "Cousin Wanchio patted me. Cousin Wanchio, little Sheng. Cousin Wanchio not going home for National Day any. Cousin Wanchio, guess who's coming to Xinjiang City to play? Yusheng. You. Cousin Wanchio, smart. Cousin Wanchio, I bought a ticket, arriving in Xinjiang tomorrow. Cousin Wanchio, and to see you. Yusheng, don't you have work tomorrow? Cousin Wanchio, I took leave. Yusheng, what excuse did you make up this time? Cousin Wanchio, don't worry about it. Cousin Wanchio, I'll arrive at the high-speed rail station tomorrow afternoon. Come pick up your sister. Yusheng, I don't have a car. Cousin Wanchio, your legs aren't broken. Just come yourself. Yusheng, why so sudden? I wasn't prepared. Cousin Wanchio, prepare what? Cousin Wanchio, I'm not a dorm inspection teacher. Yusheng. Cousin Wanchio, don't play dumb. Are you coming or not? Yusheng, don't you even ask if I have time. Yusheng, what if I have class tomorrow afternoon? Cousin Wanchio, oh right. Cousin Wanchio, then do you have class tomorrow afternoon? Yusheng, no. Cousin Wanchio, table slapping emoji. Cousin Wanchio, looking for Cousin Wanchio, wait for it. Yusheng, childish. Cousin Wanchio, tisk, grown up, huh? Yusheng, yes. Cousin Wanchio, when you were little you called me sister and asked me to hold you. Now that you're grown up, you're turning your back on me. Yusheng, the past is the past. Cousin Wanchio, back then you were just in kindergarten. When you saw me you'd cling to me, calling sister, and hold onto my leg. Cousin Wanchio, your mom said you were my son in your past life, closer to me than to her. Yusheng, stop making up stories. The cousin was only 3 years older than Yusheng. After chatting idly for a while, Yusheng still decided to go to the station to pick up her cousin. She had a good relationship with her cousin, their families lived close and often visited each other. She even usually called Qin Wanxiu directly sister. Yusheng got up to go to the bathroom, came back, and checked the time. It was still early. She threw herself onto the bed again, squinted her eyes, and slept a little more. At noon, it was still lunchtime with Su-yi. The cafeteria was as crowded as ever, with the aroma of hot food mingling with wisps of steam, fragrant and pervasive. Almost every table was cluttered with belongings, textbooks, pens, and even the occasional umbrella left behind, a commonplace scene of campus life. Yusheng followed Su-yi carrying her tray and found a seat at a table that had just been vacated. Su-yi poked at the braised beef with potatoes on her tray, took a bite, then placed a piece of beef into Yusheng's plate. This beef is much better than last week's, much more tender. Yusheng let out an "oh," obediently ate the beef and helped herself to a chopstick full of shredded potatoes from her own plate. This dish truly had 1,000 variations, each chef with their own recipe. This time it was exceptionally tangy and went well with rice. Yusheng buried her head and took a big mouthful of rice, her cheeks puffing out. Eat slowly. Su-yi's eyes curved into a smile. I'm under a lot of pressure, Yusheng muttered. With Su-yi's looks, just sitting in the cafeteria drew countless glances, both overt and covert. In fact, many of these people had come to the cafeteria with a specific purpose. After all, true food lovers had no time to notice who sat at which table or with whom they ate. Yusheng admitted she might be contributing to this, but still the pressure was immense. Already feeling the pressure, Su-yi's gaze was teasing. She picked up a piece of potato and held it out to Yusheng. Open wide. Yusheng's expression froze for a moment, then she quickly swallowed the food in her mouth, shook her head, and whispered, "There are too many, then you feed me." "No way." Su-yi saw the look on Yusheng's face and said lightly, "You wouldn't want." Fine. Yusheng was truly afraid. Don't keep using that little daily life phrase, she thought. She picked up a piece of meat, glanced around, and when no one was watching brought it to Su-yi's lips. Su-yi leaned forward slightly, opened her mouth, and took the chopsticks, drawing the meat into her mouth. Yusheng silently withdrew the chopsticks, staring at the tips. Could she still use them? Su-yi glanced sideways at Yusheng. What's with that expression? Nothing. Soon a figure pushed through the crowd from the other side. Oh, what a coincidence. Song Shihan, holding her tray, stopped at the table with a grin. Mind if I sit here? Without waiting for an answer, she sat down familiarly next to Su-yi. I thought I was seeing things. Who knew you two would be eating together? Eating together? What's so surprising about that? Su-yi pursed her lips. All right. As soon as she sat down, Song Shihan took a mouthful of shredded chicken, speaking with her mouth full. By the way, when are you going to treat me to that? National Day is almost here. I'm afraid if you keep putting it off, it'll turn into New Year's. Yusheng didn't interrupt, only glanced at Song Shihan, and then went back to eating. You remember quite well, Su-yi said. Of course, we only talked about it yesterday, Song Shihan replied. Su-yi thought for a moment, and said calmly, let's do it today. That way you won't keep nagging me. Song Xian's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Su-yi nodded. I heard the other day that a new barbecue place opened on the back street. They say it's delicious. If you're free tonight. That's quite sudden, Song Shihan was surprised. If I delay any longer, you'll say I'm dodging the bill. I'm hosting the freshman icebreaker tonight, so you'll need to eat early. It's fine, it doesn't start until 6:30. Or we could go after the event. Song Shihan thought for a moment, muttering, No, the sooner I eat the better. I'll eat less at lunch to save room. But this cold chicken salad is really good. Song Shihan ate quickly and left just as swiftly. After swallowing her last bite, she stood up, patted Su-yi on the shoulder, and said, Don't forget, you're treating tonight. I know, Su-yi nodded. Song Shihan weaved through the crowd with her tray. The lunch rush hadn't peaked yet, and the cafeteria was still buzzing with noise. Yusheng asked casually, She's in a hurry. Her partner has classes all afternoon, Su-yi said. She wanted to squeeze in some time to go over the hosting script. There was a few seconds of silence. Then Su-yi looked at Yusheng again and suggested, You should come tonight too. What? Where? The barbecue place. Me? Yusheng was taken aback. Su-yi said seriously. You treated me to noodles last night, so this is a chance to return the favor. Yusheng thought a bowl of noodles was far from worth a barbecue meal, but from Su-yi's perspective it made sense. She was always particular about reciprocating favors. Owing someone made her uncomfortable, so Yusheng nodded and didn't refuse. When they left the cafeteria, the rain hadn't stopped. The afternoon drizzle was light, leaving shallow puddles on the ground reflecting the overcast sky. They both had umbrellas, but didn't use them separately, sharing just one. Sharing an umbrella was nothing unusual, especially in college. By dusk, the weather finally cleared. Song Shihan stood outside the barbecue restaurant on the back street, checking her phone. The autumn breeze carried a chill, and she wore a thin knitted cardigan. Since Su-yi had said she'd treat Song Shihan, didn't rush inside. Su-yi always kept her word. She was scrolling through WeChat moments when she heard a call from behind. Turning around, the smile on her lips hadn't fully bloomed before it froze on her face. She looked slightly startled, her gaze darting between Su-yi and Yusheng. You came together. Su-yi smiled. Yusheng was free, so I invited her along. Oh. Song Xian's reaction was a beat slow. Su-yi's tone was too natural, and Yusheng wasn't a stranger, so she couldn't find words to refuse. After all, Su-yi was treating, and technically this barbecue was something Song Shihan had shamelessly wrangled out of her. She smoothly changed the subject. I've been here once before. The smoke isn't too bad, but you have to order the beef tongue early. Last time I was late, they sold out. Then let's go in quickly. Sue-yi pushed her gently. I'm hungry. The three of them sat down and ordered. Soon the waiter came over with sizzling beef tongue and pork belly were neatly arranged on a cool gray stone plate accompanied by several small dishes of dipping sauce. Here are your signature beef tongue and pork belly combo. The waiter set down the stone plate. The charcoal under the grill was glowing red. Sue-yi grilled a few slices of beef tongue, placed one on Yusheng's plate and one on her own. Songxian, after a quick taste, this beef tongue is good. Crispy on the outside, tender inside, Sue-yi commented. I agree, Yusheng echoed. Song Shihan watched the two sitting across from each other chatting and laughing while she had to sit next to Sue-yi facing the empty air. She couldn't help but ask, are you two dating? No, said Yusheng. That's right, said Sue-yi. Song Shihan lowered her head to stir the cold dish on her plate, her thoughts unknown. After finishing the barbecue, the sky had already darkened. Yusheng and Sue-yi went back to change clothes separately before arriving at the classroom for the icebreaker activity. The classroom was near the school's west gate, a renovated old building, rumored to have once been a warehouse. Now painted white and equipped with multimedia devices, it had been transformed into a multipurpose classroom. The meaning of multipurpose was that it had no fixed function. Whoever claimed it first got to use it. Although tonight's event was called an icebreaker activity, it was more like a cringe fest. If the students turned out to be too quiet, the atmosphere wouldn't liven up. The ice wouldn't break, but the people would. Yusheng and Sue-yi were in charge of a class majoring in English, and the class head teacher had arrived early. As a young teacher newly appointed to this position, she had to attend the event. She needed to take this opportunity to observe the students' behavior in informal settings, so as to see traits that were invisible in the classroom, preparing for subsequent teaching. Of course, all this was required by the school. These troublesome students had been giving her trouble ever since the military training. She didn't want. The head teacher glanced at the classroom, where the fluorescent lights illuminated the space brightly. There was less than half an hour before the icebreaker started, and not a single student had arrived early. Just then the half-closed door was pushed open. The head teacher's face lit up, thinking at last there was a sensible student, but what met her eyes were too unfamiliar. Sue-yi smiled and said, hello, teacher. We're the hosts for tonight. Sue-yi and Yusheng, right? The head teacher felt she had been overthinking and nodded, her gaze shifting between the two. You're here quite early. But if I recall, the host arrangement should be a male-female pair. That's right, Sue-yi replied calmly. My partner is a boy, just a bit delicate looking. The head teacher chuckled. I thought I had misremembered. Yusheng, do you need to prepare anything? The head teacher vacated the podium. I won't disturb you. With that, she took her phone and walked out to the corridor, appearing ready to make a voice call. Once she was out of earshot, Sue-yi turned to Yusheng. No, liar. Yusheng silently walked to the podium and set up the laptop Sue-yi had brought. The prepared slides had already been formatted. Sue-yi had made adjustments instead of directly copying from seniors. From the opening to the closing, the duration was estimated to be within 40 minutes. In the past, it would have taken at least an hour. In an era where everything emphasizes speed, even icebreaker activities must follow. After testing the slides and the sound system, Sue-yi took out several packs of candy she had prepared earlier. She unwrapped one and fed it to Yusheng. Yusheng opened his mouth instinctively, almost as a reflex. Well, give these out during the interactive session, Sue-yi said, shaking the candy wrapper. He'll leave the task of distribution to you. Then Sue-yi switched the slides back to the first page and enlarged it to full screen. In the center of the pure white background was a line of text. Empty seats await new stories. Soon students began trickling in. There were no desks in the classroom, only chairs arranged in a shape facing the podium. The left and right sides gradually filled up, while the chairs directly facing the podium remained empty. At 6:30, the head teacher counted heads. Everyone was present. She was gratified. After removing a few empty chairs, everyone gathered closely, and the activity began. Good evening, everyone. I am. Sue-yi's voice was clear as she introduced herself, and then Yusheng. Yusheng followed with the prepared line. We'll play a few simple games later. Her voice wasn't loud, but the microphone effect was good, holding the audience's attention. It's mainly to help you get familiar with each other's faces, so don't be too nervous. The first game was reverse roll call. The student whose name was called did nothing. Instead, the two students sitting on either side had to stand up immediately. Those who stood up incorrectly, missed standing, or reacted slowly were all brought to the stage to introduce themselves. Since the activity was scheduled late, and everyone already had some familiarity, Sue-yi replaced names with student IDs and gave everyone a few minutes to memorize all IDs. It was a ruthless move. Calling out multiple IDs at once would surely catch some off guard, leading to elimination. When students were eliminated, the survivors would move to fill the center, changing the left-right adjacency and correspondingly shifting the. After just a few rounds, most of the students would end up on stage for self-introductions. If two students who were left and right of each other were called, it didn't matter. There was a supplementary rule: those whose IDs were called never had to stand. At the start, Sue-yi called 3 IDs in rapid succession without a pause. 3 students were caught, all for standing up incorrectly, and were immediately exposed by their neighbors. One of them mistakenly thought he had to stand because the student 2 seats to his left had stood up, leading to the error. The 3 introduced themselves in turn. The first 2 were standard while the last one was a joker. The room erupted in laughter and the atmosphere relaxed. Yusheng stood at the side handing out candy to the eliminated students. The final survivors, 5 or fewer, would receive. Sue-yi continued calling IDs, gradually increasing the pace. Each round caught someone, and some students showed off their antics. During self-introductions, one performed a rap. Unfortunately, the rhythm wasn't great. Maybe it was held back by academic credentials. The Three Gardens game encountered a master, a bespectacled student could name many obscure animal names. Although the zoo probably didn't have that many obscure animals, the game itself wasn't strict. The core was just to have fun, and no one took it seriously. The Guess the Emoji game was the fastest. They finished guessing 30 idioms in under 2 minutes. The activity proceeded. The first group game was Keyword Minefield. Each group of 5 formed a small circle and said keywords related to college life. If someone hit a mine word or repeated a word already used by others, it was a bomb trigger. To avoid potential mine words, everyone tried to guess as obscurely as possible. When it came to the final cooperative task, since the previous rounds had gone smoothly, everyone was having a great time. The timing was also. Sue-E glanced at her phone, confirmed it was nearly 7:15, and walked to the podium. Tonight we just wanted to help you get acquainted. There will be plenty of opportunities to get along later. I hope these 40 minutes make you feel that college isn't so hard to start. As she spoke, Sheng clicked to the last slide. The same minimalist white background with a line of text quietly floating. May we become people worth remembering in each other's stories. Applause rang out, and a student whispered, so poetic. After they finished, the activity ended. The class head teacher suddenly stood up and walked to the podium. Everyone, don't rush off. Actually, there's one more thing today. A classmate in our class is having a birthday. As she spoke, the front door opened, and a student from another class walked in carrying a cake with 2 small number candles on the cream. The birthday girl was stunned, then blushed deeply. Teacher, how did you know? I made a note of everyone's birthday. The head teacher smiled. She added in her mind, I hope you remember my kindness and go to the counselor for trouble in the future. The classroom immediately erupted in cheers, and everyone sang happy birthday in unison. The atmosphere was even lively. Sue-E stood at the side watching the cake being cut into pieces and passed around. She said softly to Sheng, do you think we should also have a host version of a surprise? Like what? You publicly announced that you're actually a girl. Just kidding. After that, it was their own class business, so the two left. There was still plenty of candy left. Sue-E peeled one for herself, then peeled another, and handed it to Sheng, who opened his mouth. Then Sue-E shoved all the remaining candy into Sheng's arms. All yours. Oh, you're actually taking it. Then I'll give it back. The night wind blew through the corridor, cool and gentle. When they walked out of the teaching building, the sky had completely darkened. The ice-breaking activity had just ended, and a group of freshmen filed out one after another. Some were excited, some were sleepy, but most felt a sense of relief that it was finally over, scattering like students after class. Sheng and Sue-E walked side by side on a small path. They didn't speak, and their pace wasn't fast. The cold light along the road cast long shadows of their figures. Why aren't you saying anything? Sue-E broke the silence. I was thinking about whether to come to school for breakfast tomorrow morning. Sheng, aren't there breakfast shops near the neighborhood? Sue-E asked, puzzled after hearing Sheng's reply. Why go out of your way to eat at the school cafe? Some shop owners are too enthusiastic. Sheng sighed inwardly. And the prices are generally higher than the schools. Oh. Sue-E seemed to understand. Can you wake up? I'm not sure. Then should we go to the bakery now to buy some breakfast for tomorrow? I happen to want to go, Sue-E suggested. Sheng thought for a moment, nodded, and agreed. The two walked toward the bakery. This area was near the teaching building, and the crowd gradually thinned out, mostly students heading to evening classes. Sue-E suddenly turned her head and exclaimed, you did pretty well tonight. I thought you'd be nervous, but you were quite steady. Just okay, you were the one hosting most of it. Sheng wasn't used to this relaxed atmosphere after the event. It was as if the day's serious matters had come to an end, leaving the remaining time loose and aimless, where even talking could go on indefinitely without purpose. Are you tired? Sue-E asked. Not really, Sheng replied. Although they had been standing throughout the ice-breaking activity, fortunately, it wasn't too long, still within acceptable limits. Are you sure you're not going home for National Day? Sue-E changed the subject. Yeah, Sheng nodded. I've already told my family. All right, Sue-E said with a hint of regret. I'm taking the high-speed rail back tomorrow. I was hoping to drag you along to help with my luggage and make it look convincing, but my plan fell through. What time is your train tomorrow? 1:50 in the afternoon. Which station? East Station. That's on the way. I'm going to the station tomorrow afternoon to pick up my cousin, so we can go together, Sheng said. Hey, aren't you afraid she'll find out you? Sue-E paused, not finishing her sentence, but Sheng understood. She won't find out. Sheng waved her hand. She's very clueless. Sue-E suppressed a laugh. After confirming they would go to the high-speed rail station together, the two walked a bit further. Sue-E suddenly raised her hand, pointing at a couple walking ahead, and whispered, don't you think couples really like holding hands? Sheng followed Sue-E's direction and saw the couple holding hands, strolling slowly, affectionate, and seemingly in no hurry. If she had come across this on a short video platform, she would have swiped away with a not interested. Sheng withdrew her gaze and softly responded. Yeah. I'm a bit curious, Sue-E said, looking down at Sheng's hand. Have you ever held hands with someone before? Does childhood count? Not the kind where your mom holds your hand. Then no, Sheng shook her head. Do you want to try to see how holding hands with a guy is different? After saying this, Sue-E felt it sounded a bit weird and added, anyway, you used to be a guy, so you count as half. Hold hands. Sheng was a beat slow to react. This topic caught her off guard. She suddenly recalled the electric sensation when their fingers accidentally touched during piano practice and the feeling of their palms against each other last night. Her throat tightened and her heart began to race. Yu Sheng tried to calm down, but her gaze involuntarily drifted to Su Yi's hand. Su Yi's hands were beautiful. Her slender fingers were like fine bamboo carved from white jade with knuckles not protruding and smooth lines extending to the fingertips. Her nails were trimmed round and clean without any adornment, showing a healthy pink, and even the lunuli were unusually neat. Before she could speak, Su Yi added, "Aren't we pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend? We need to act convincingly so others won't be This isn't right." Yu Sheng hesitated. "Are you shy?" Su Yi tilted her head. "We're both girls, holding hands isn't illegal." "I'm not." "Then come on." Su Yi touched Yu Sheng's hand with her finger. Yu Sheng looked down, feeling as if she was secretly doing something wrong with an indescribable sense of transgression. She looked at Su Yi's plain hand, hesitated for a second, then reached out her own. Su Yi immediately grasped Yu Sheng's hand, but it felt wrong, so they switched to Yu Sheng holding Su Yi's hand, which also felt awkward. So they changed their grip. They interlaced their fingers. The moment their fingers hooked, Yu Sheng felt a strange tingling sensation spreading from her palm to her wrist. She subconsciously looked at their intertwined hands, not perfectly aligned, but not letting go either. She didn't dare to squeeze too hard, glanced at Su Yi, then immediately looked straight ahead. Yu Sheng wasn't sure if anyone around was watching them. Maybe yes, maybe no. "How does it feel?" Su Yi asked. "It's okay." Yu Sheng's cheeks flushed as if they could bleed. "Be more specific, what do you mean by okay?" Yu Sheng savored the sensation. The delicate skin on Su Yi's wrist was as soft and tender as freshly peeled lychee. She said, "Your hands are so soft." Su Yi smiled, rubbing her thumb against Yu Sheng's palm. "Yours too." Yu Sheng didn't reply, but she didn't let go either. They walked hand in hand, passing under streetlights, slowly heading toward the bakery. A few students passed by on the road. Yu Sheng instinctively tried to pull her hand back, but Su Yi held tighter, leaving her no room to retreat. "Don't move. People will see us." "Let them see," Su Yi said. "It's not like we're kissing. What are you afraid of?" That seemed to make some sense. Yu Sheng looked at Su Yi's moist lips. She couldn't think about that anymore. Until the bakery ahead became visible, they finally let go of each other. Yu Sheng looked down at her palm, whose originally dry skin had become slightly sweaty. She didn't know if it was Su Yi's sweat or her own, or perhaps both. The bakery was small with typical white brick walls and wooden shelves. They each picked out a bread, and at the checkout the owner gave them 2 free samples of small pastries. "These just came out of the oven. Try them." "Thank you." Su Yi smiled, and thanked her, took the 2 pieces of cake, and fed one to Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng took a bite, and held the remaining half in her hand. The texture was delicate, sweet, but not cloying. Sheng Gui's, who had just stepped into the bakery, saw this scene, and froze for a moment. Then he silently mourned for Brother Hao for a second in his heart. On the day before National Day, during the last class of the morning, sunlight streamed brightly into the classroom. Su Yi sat by the window, her textbook spread open on the desk, the sleeves of her beige shirt rolled up to her elbows, revealing her slender fair arms. Most of her classmates were distracted, their thoughts already drifting to the train station or airport. The teacher flipped through a few slides on the projector, his tone as usual, but he glanced at his phone from time to time, as if aware that many students had no afternoon classes and were eager to leave. During this time, Su Yi received a message from Yu Sheng. "Yu Sheng, the little girl, our teacher, let us out early." "Yu Sheng, the little girl, ill come." "Su Yi, okay." "Su Yi, good girl." "Yu Sheng, the little girl." Time ticked by, and finally the teacher turned off the projector and cleared his throat. "That's all for today. Happy National Day, everyone. Be safe on the road." As soon as he finished, the classroom was filled with the scraping of chairs against the floor. Nearly half the students stood up immediately. Among them were the 3 from room 520. Though they were from different places, they had bought train tickets for around noon and planned to head to the station together. Su Yi, however, took her time. She still had to have lunch with Yu Sheng. She squeezed out of the crowd and walked to the corridor outside the teaching building. Yu Sheng stood in the shade against the wall. "Why are you standing here?" Su Yi asked. "The sun doesn't reach here," Yu Sheng replied. Su Yi opened her mouth, but said nothing. She had wanted to ask why Yu Sheng hadn't waited by the classroom door, but then she realized it was simply because this girl was shy. Su Yi took half a step closer, standing beside her, and pinched her cheek gently. "Come on, let's go to the cafeteria." They walked side by side, the sunlight warm and the campus filled with the relaxed atmosphere of an approaching holiday. There seemed to be more couples holding hands than usual. Watching this, Yu Sheng thought of last night, when she had returned to the rented apartment, and stared at her palm for a long time. So this is what holding hands feels like. She had never felt anything special when shaking hands with others before, but the moment Su Yi's hand touched hers, it was like flipping a switch. A tingling sensation spread from her fingertips all the way to the back of her head. Yu Sheng pulled herself back from her wandering thoughts. Suddenly Su Yi asked, "Want to hold hands again?" "Now." Yu Sheng was startled. She did crave that feeling, but after glancing at the students coming and going, she murmured, "Too many people. Afraid of being seen." "Not really." Yu Sheng's eyes darted away. "It's not the right time now." Su Yi glanced at her and smiled. "Let's take that path, the one through the grove. Fewer people." With that, she turned and walked toward the narrow path on the west side of the campus, which led to the artificial lake. The path was flanked by slightly trimmed hedges and a few tall camphor trees. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the branches and leaves scattering dappled patterns on the stone path. When they reached the middle of the path, there was no one around. Su-yi suddenly stopped. Come on, no one's here now. Sheng stood still watching Su-yi extend her hand. Su-yi's fingers curled slightly, her palm open as if waiting for her. She hesitated for a moment, then placed her hand on top. Sheng's fingertips were a bit stiff. Su-yi closed her fingers, gently guiding her, and lightly interlaced their hands. Their fingers pressed against each other, palms touching, and a faint warmth slowly spread through their skin. Then they naturally resumed walking, continuing along the path. The feeling of being held remained magical. Sheng stared at their joined hands for a while, thinking Su-yi's hand was beautiful, neat fingers, knuckles not protruding. She lifted her hand, which also lifted Su-yi's. Su-yi didn't react. Sheng looked again and couldn't resist rubbing her fingertip against Su-yi's knuckle. Su-yi let out a low laugh. What are you doing? Nothing. Sheng's eyes darted away. It's fine, feel free to touch. Su-yi raised an eyebrow. But only my hand, nowhere else, okay? I'm not touching. Sheng immediately pulled her hand back, her ears turning red. Su-yi didn't tease her further. They continued walking hand in hand. When they emerged from the shady path, Sheng almost wished they could walk a few more minutes. Because of the change in route, they didn't go to the usual central cafeteria, but instead entered the second cafeteria, which was closer. What do you want for lunch? Su-yi asked. Sheng looked around and pointed to a rice noodle stall near the corner. That one. Let's have rice noodles today. You choose that. Su-yi was surprised. It was a Sichuan-style stall. Aren't you not fond of spicy food? They have a non-spicy option, Sheng said. In the end, they ordered crossing bridge rice noodles and found a seat at an empty table in the corner. The bowl was large, the broth milky white and piping hot with a rich aroma. The rice noodles were thin, long, soft, and chewy with toppings of egg, tofu, skin, corn kernels, pickled bamboo shoots, bean sprouts, and a few tender slices of chicken. Sheng picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. The one you ordered is delicious, Su-yi said as she stirred the soup. And this stall doesn't skimp on the toppings. I've noticed this place for a while, but it's usually too crowded. They ate in quiet, not saying much. After lunch it was still early, so they each returned to their dormitories to rest for a while. In room 404, only Brother G was left. He hadn't been able to get a ticket for today and would leave tomorrow. When Su-yi came back with her empty suitcase, Sheng followed her out of the north gate of the campus, and they walked to the nearby subway station. They went through security, swiped their cards, and waited for the train. The train slowly pulled into the platform. As the doors opened, they stepped inside and found seats. Sheng suddenly realized that in just a few short days they had already taken a taxi, a bus, and now the subway. Almost all forms of transportation. Su-yi's fingers restlessly poked at the back of Sheng's hand. The meaning was clear. Sheng hesitated. It would become addictive. But considering that here, unlike at school, they wouldn't run into acquaintances, their hands joined again. The carriage wasn't very crowded and passers-by only glanced. Two girls holding hands wasn't unusual. And if people looked at them, it was more because of their looks. Sheng looked down at their intertwined hands, feeling the warmth in her palm. But compared to the nervousness of last night, she now felt a sense of peace. With one hand she operated her phone. Her cousin sent a message. Wanxiu Jia, I'm almost at the station. Wanxiu Jia, have you arrived? Sheng almost there. Wanxiu Jia typing so slowly. Wanxiu Jia, it kept showing typing. And you only sent 3 words. Sheng copied and pasted. Sheng almost there. Wanxiu Jia. Sheng almost there. Wanxiu Jia. Fine. The subway passed station after station. Su-yi said, next stop is ours. Oh, Sheng responded. She wanted to hold on. At the entrance of the high-speed rail station, a sea of people surged. Qin Wanxiu, dragging her suitcase, wound her way from the exit to the entrance after a long detour. That little ungrateful Sheng had suddenly told her last night. I can pick you up, but you have to wait for me at the entrance. Qin Wanxiu casually leaned against a corner and looked around. She wore a cream-colored hoodie paired with charcoal gray straight-leg jeans and white canvas shoes. Her hair was tied into a loose bun, giving her a clean. Including her internship, she had been working for over half a year, yet she still exuded a student-like vibe. Dragging her suitcase, passers-by secretly cast glances at her, probably mistaking her for a college student heading home for the holidays. She was pondering whether to contact Sheng first when she spotted a figure near the entrance. Actually, it was 2 figures. The girl in front was of above-average height, wearing a black t-shirt with a small face and delicate features. Her eyes and brows resembled someone familiar from memory. She squinted. Wait, could that be Sheng? As the person approached, she instinctively straightened up, a sigh escaping her heart. Good heavens, little Sheng is getting more beautiful by the day. She's delicate, and her gentle temperament makes her stand out in a crowd. Qin Wanxiu stood rooted for 2 seconds, then looked closer and noticed that the girl beside Sheng was also walking along. The distance between them was neither too close nor too far, but it clearly wasn't just a coincidence. She then examined the other girl's appearance. She was incredibly attractive with a powerful aura that seemed to carry a hint of protagonist's halo. Qin Wanxiu's mind began to churn. She silently watched the two talk. Sheng smiled, and the other girl smiled back. Indeed, it wasn't just a casual encounter. Just impressive. A smirk tugged at the corner of Qin Wanxiu's mouth, and a sudden urge to laugh rose in her heart. Little Sheng has really come into her own. Has she finally realized how good-looking she is? Aren't girlfriends something you can have as many as you want? As she sighed, her phone vibrated in her pocket. A message from Sheng came in. Sheng, where are you? Qin Wanxiu glanced at the message, then looked at Yu Sheng in the distance, who was scanning the area. She rolled her eyes and began to fabricate. Wanxiu, I'm at the north exit. I just got here, the station is too big, I'm a bit lost. Over there. Yu Sheng was clearly plunged into deep doubt about her intelligence. The next second a message came. Yu Sheng, you can't find the entrance, fine, but how did you walk from the east exit to the north exit? Wanxiu, wait a bit longer. Wanxiu will be right there. In the distance the two started moving again. They didn't go directly into the station, but took the escalator to the underground commercial corridor. Qin Wanxiu followed from a distance. She inexplicably felt a thrill. After Yu Sheng and Su Yi left the subway station, they stopped holding. It wasn't because either of them was unwilling, but because their palms were already sweaty and holding them for too long had become a bit sticky. Su Yi's train was still some time away from arrival, and Yu Sheng's cousin was still lost, so she didn't enter the waiting hall, but took Yu Sheng to the underground commercial floor. The two strolled leisurely through the corridor, finally picking a fast food restaurant to enter. It was not large, with a decor of industrial-style cement gray tones. Fortunately, the air conditioning was strong. As soon as they entered, a blast of cool air hit them, refreshing their minds. They each bought a cup of milk tea and chose a seat by the window. Su Yi settled her suitcase, clapped her hands, and stood up. Wait here, I'll go buy something. What else are you buying? Haven't decided yet, Su Yi said, and turned around gracefully to order. Yu Sheng simply took out her phone and played for a while. Before long, she was holding 2 grilled sausages in oil paper bags. Look what I bought for you, Su Yi said as she sat down, handing one to Yu Sheng, unable to hide the smile on her face. Grilled sausage. Yu Sheng replied, her eyes already a bit wary. She felt that the smile on Su Yi's face when she said that. How to put it, if it weren't for that top-tier beauty, it could be described as lecherous. Yu Sheng pulled the sausage out of the bag and immediately understood what Su Yi was grinning about. It looks like, too much like it. She slowly raised her head and looked at Su Yi. Su Yi definitely understood, as she was no naive little white rabbit. That kind of person probably only exists in novels or movies. Of course, except for that couple of PhDs who thought sleeping together could make a baby. Isn't it similar? Su Yi asked. I'm not being dirty. Su Yi's expression was extremely serious. It's this grilled sausage's appearance that's violating the rules. Come on, open your mouth. Su Yi suddenly switched to a coaxing tone. I'll feed you. No. Yu Sheng shrank back. I'll do it myself. Hurry up, you don't wanna. Don't you? In the end, Yu Sheng reluctantly opened her mouth. Su Yi, taking advantage of her unguarded moment, grasped the bamboo stick with one hand, and with a swift schwa, shoved the sausage straight into Yu Sheng's mouth. MMPH. Yu Sheng's eyes widened abruptly. She quickly covered her neck with her left hand, bent over, coughing, and coughed until tears came out. Su Yi, panicked on the spot, leaned in and gently patted Yu Sheng's back. Are you okay? Yu Sheng gave her a glare while coughing. After finally calming down, with eyes still slightly moist, she said, You stabbed my throat. The two went back and forth, and even the passing fast food cashier couldn't help but give them another look. Qin Wanxiu, lurking in the shadows at a distance, was wide-eyed. Were the young couple playing that hard? After Yu Sheng recovered for a while longer, Su Yi asked cautiously, Do you still want to eat? Yu Sheng was silent for a second, then took the sausage back into her hand, lowered her head, and took a bite. Her expression was a bit complicated. Actually, it tastes pretty good. Su Yi immediately raised her own sausage. Then do you want mine too? No need. The two stayed in the fast food restaurant for another 10 minutes or so. Yu Sheng hadn't received any message from her cousin. Could she be lost? Yu Sheng muttered in her heart. Su Yi glanced at the time and said, I have to go into the station. The two then returned to the entrance. Before entering the station, Su Yi suddenly said to Yu Sheng, They'll be back on the 4th. Oh. Yu Sheng responded instinctively. After Su Yi entered the station, Yu Sheng planned to ask her cousin exactly where she was lost, as she hadn't been found for so long. If it came to it, she would tell her cousin to stay put and go find her herself. She had just taken out her phone when she heard a voice, Little Sheng. Yu Sheng turned her head and immediately saw Qin Wanxiu dragging her suitcase, walking from the direction of the underground commercial floor. Sis, you finally found the entrance. There's more than one entrance. Qin Wanxiu casually made up an excuse. She had been a bit worried earlier when Yu Sheng was coughing so violently. Now, seeing that she was still in the mood to complain, it probably wasn't a big problem. During the National Day holiday, the high-speed rail station was teeming with an enormous crowd of passengers. Within minutes of Su Yi passing through security, the train bound for Danqiu began boarding. She followed the throng to the platform and stood behind the yellow line waiting. Many around her stole glances, but she remained absorbed in her phone, indifferent. As the train pulled in, Su Yi found her seat, stowed her suitcase in the overhead rack, and sat down to listen to music through her earphones. About 2 hours later, the train arrived on schedule. The moment she stepped out of the exit, her phone rang. It was her mother, Yang Xue. Have you arrived, Yi? Just did. Su Yi drew her suitcase closer to avoid the bustling travelers as she spoke. Should I ask your father to arrange a car? No need. Su Yi glanced toward the taxi stand. I'll grab a cab myself. All right then, take care. Hanging up, Su Yi hailed a taxi driven by a man in his 50s with graying hair. After giving the address, the car headed southeast through the city, entering a villa district along the ring road. The taxi stopped at the gatehouse, and Su Yi got out, dragging her suitcase as she walked inside. Beyond the gatehouse lay a winding cobblestone path flanked by immaculately trimmed lawns free of weeds. Her home was the furthest one, occupying a sizable plot with a small garden in the yard. A few years ago, Miss Yang had planted a row of roses there, but now they had been replaced by several clusters of monthly roses, a patch of liliduf, and a pomegranate tree in the corner. Sue-E carried her suitcase through the front courtyard, approached the door, and entered the passcode. The door clicked open. She changed her shoes inside. The living room was as tidy as ever. The Livian housekeeper was cleaning the kitchen and peeked out upon hearing the noise. Back. Sue-E nodded. Where's Mom? She went out to buy groceries. Insisted on cooking tonight herself. She personally went to buy them. Sue-E murmured, dragging her suitcase toward the elevator. She said she wanted organic ones. The housekeeper smiled. Your mother rarely cooks. Today you're in for a treat. Sue-E sighed inwardly. Taking the private elevator to the second floor, Sue-E's phone automatically switched to a stronger signal node. No help for it. The house was too large for 2 or 3 mesh nodes to cover everywhere, so they had 5 routers networked together. Sue-E entered her bedroom and casually tossed her suitcase into a corner. The room wasn't decorated in a girly style. White walls, plain-colored bedding, utterly minimalist. She washed her face, rested for a bit, changed into casual home clothes, and headed downstairs. As a young person, she still preferred the sound of the door opening came from downstairs, followed by a familiar voice. Upstairs. Sue-E shouted back, quickening her pace as she descended. Ms. Yang was holding several bags. Seeing her come down, she smiled. What time did you get home? A little after 4. Your father said he'd come home early for dinner, so he told me to buy more. Ms. Yang laughed. But if you're tired, we can eat later. You can take a nap first. I'm not tired. Sue-E watched Ms. Yang place the bags on the kitchen island. She walked over and rummaged through them. Mom, are you sure you want mistake sugar for salt again? Are you going to hold that against me forever? Ms. Yang slapped Sue-E's hand away. I took care of you when you were a picky eater. Don't you know whether I can cook? Fair point. Sue-E shrugged. Meanwhile, Qin Wanxiu led Yu Sheng to the hotel she had booked. They sat in the back seat. Qin Wanxiu turned to look at Yu Sheng with an expression that said, I've been watching you for a while. Little Sheng, she began. What's your relationship with that girl, just now? You saw? Yu Sheng was puzzled. From the moment we came up from the subway, I saw that girl talking to you before you entered the station. Qin Wanxiu explained and pressed further. You asked me to wait for you at the entrance. Was it because of her? Yu Sheng took a deep breath and asked calmly, Sis, do you know what classmate means? Of course, classmate, Qin Wanxiu blurted out. What foreign gibberish are you speaking? Then she realized, she's your classmate. Why haven't you mentioned her before? No. Yu Sheng shook her head. Then what about roommate? Dorm mate. Qin Wanxiu answered, instantly giving Yu Sheng a keen look. Are you obsessed with CET4 and CET6, or what? And schoolmate? Yu Sheng asked again. Classmate, alumnus. No. This time Qin Wanxiu hesitated, making connections. A student from the same school. Yu Sheng nodded. Correct. So, Qin Wanxiu raised an eyebrow. She and I are schoolmates. Qin Wanxiu curled her lips into a sneer and pointed at Yu Sheng. If you keep speaking that foreign gibberish, I swear I'll tear your mouth apart. Yu Sheng rolled her eyes and turned away, falling silent. Qin Wanxiu didn't pursue it further, but threw her a sidelong glance that clearly said, Don't think I believe you. The taxi wound through the city and finally stopped in front of a hotel about a dozen stories high. We're here, the driver announced. They got out. Qin Wanxiu gripped her suitcase handle with one hand and raised the other to shield her eyes from the sun. She went in first to check in while Yu Sheng. Soon her cousin called out, Hurry up. They entered the elevator one after the other. Upstairs in the room, Qin Wanxiu swiped the card, opened the door, dropped her suitcase, and flopped onto the bed. I'm exhausted. Yu Sheng walked to the window and looked out at the sky. Qin Wanxiu called out again, Come on, play around with me. She had somehow retrieved her tablet and waved it at Yu Sheng. She loved playing the mobile game but refused to use her phone. She insisted on the tablet. Aren't you going to unpack? Yu Sheng asked. I can do it tonight. What's there to do now? Yu Sheng didn't bother arguing. She walked over, sat down, pulled out her phone, and they played a match together. I should have just gone home by myself, Yu Sheng grumbled as she played. Had her cousin come all this way just to stay in and game. Are you saying you don't want to keep me company? Qin Wanxiu raised an eyebrow. No, Yu Sheng said. I just think the hotel TV has nothing to watch and the internet isn't fast enough. My fault. No, it's the hotel you booked. Qin Wanxiu snorted, her attention back on the screen. Come on, go up. Go up. In the evening, Qin Wanxiu took Yu Sheng to the restaurant on the second floor of the hotel. She was treating. Soon dishes were brought to the table one after another. Braised sea bass with soy sauce, dry-fried green beans, crab roe tofu, chestnut braised chicken, corn stir-fried, with shrimp sautéed, seasonal vegetables, and a bowl of yam and pork rib soup. None of it was extravagant cuisine, but the portions were generous. Yu Sheng looked at the array of plates on the table and couldn't help asking, Sis, you ordered so much. Can your wallet handle it? Qin Wanxiu was ladling soup for herself. She looked up and shot Yu Sheng a sharp glare. Are you thinking your big sister is that pathetic? I'm just worried about you, Yu Sheng muttered softly. After all, your salary is only. Stop right there. Qin Wanxiu cut Yu Sheng off promptly. The little brat was touching a sore spot. You have no sense of propriety. Are you this rude? No, I'm very quiet at school. You're quiet but sharp-tongued. Qin Wanxiu picked up a green bean and placed it in Yu Sheng's bowl. You've had a sharp tongue since you were little. That's slander. The two of them chatted as they ate. Their topics ranged from the bizarre sayings of their high school homeroom teacher to the eccentric characters in college clubs, and somehow shifted to a dating reality show. Let me tell you, Qin Wanxiu said, picking up her phone to show Yu Sheng. This male contestant was a total background character the whole time with hardly any lines. Then in the last 2 episodes his personality suddenly changed, and he charmed the pretty girl so much that she started chasing him. The script for this show is way too obvious. You really pay attention. Of course I've studied all these contestants thoroughly. Yu Sheng felt that when it came to variety shows her cousin and Sue E would probably have a lot to talk about. When they were about 70% full, Yu Sheng leaned back in her chair, took a sip of her drink, and let out a long sigh. Qin Wanxiu had finished a bottle of wine plus a can of beer by herself. The bottled wine was from the restaurant, and the canned one was brought down from the minibar in her room. Her face remained fair and clear, showing no signs of intoxication. She propped her chin on her hand and watched Yu Sheng for a while, then suddenly said, "Little Sheng, will you come with me to Westlake tomorrow?" "I have something to do tomorrow," Yu Sheng said. She actually had nothing planned, but she wasn't keen on going out during the National Day holiday when crowds were everywhere. More importantly, her cousin had the stamina of a triathlete, and Yu Sheng, a homebody, couldn't keep up. What could you possibly have to do? Qin Wanxiu tilted her head to look at Yu Sheng. "Didn't Auntie say you just wanted to lie around in the dorm?" "I need to do homework." "Huh?" Qin Wanxiu laughed, a bitter, exasperated laugh. Then she changed her expression. "I traveled all the way from Danqiu to here, dragging my suitcase on the high-speed train, almost got lost in the station, and when I got to the hotel you complained that I only stayed in the room. I paid for dinner, and now you're telling me you want to go out with me tomorrow. I came to Xinjiang alone, knowing no one, and having no one to accompany me. Can you really bear to abandon your dear cousin?" Such a dear cousin indeed. Yu Sheng silently took a sip of her drink and didn't respond. She sometimes felt that although her cousin's tactics seemed harmless, they were surprisingly effective. "If it's really that bad," Qin Wanxiu said again, "he'll pick you up at your school tomorrow. You just wait for me to drop you off at the scenic spot." "How will you pick me up?" "He'll rent a car." "All right." Yu Sheng nodded. There was no choice, her heart was too soft. The next day, National Day. In the rented apartment, the TV was broadcasting the military parade live. On the screen, soldiers marched in perfect formation with the sounds of drums and ceremonial guns echoing occasionally through the spacious living room. Yu Sheng sat on the sofa, phone in hand, staring intently at the mini-map of the game Honor of Kings. Force 2. On the other side, Qin Wanxiu was curled up in her hotel bed playing the same game, with the team voice chat on, and her mouth never stopping. She said that watching the military parade reminded her of military training, which was in the top 3 of her unbearable high school memories list. Yu Sheng asked her, "What are the top 2? Qin Wanxiu replied, "One is period cramps, and the other is monthly exam results." Very reasonable. Her cousin had planned today's itinerary down to the minute, even specifying when to take photos and when to use the restroom. The only flaw was that the departure time was set at 1:30 p.m. She said the morning is too crowded, avoiding peak hours is the real way to enjoy life. Yu Sheng thought the afternoon would only be more crowded. She had originally planned to leave at 1:10 p.m. walking from her rented apartment to the school's north gate. But just after 1:00 a message popped up on WeChat. "Wanxiu Jia, am already here at the north gate." Yu Sheng stared at the screen for 2 seconds. This lazy person had actually arrived over 20 minutes early. She changed clothes and hurried to the school. At the north gate, her cousin was sitting in a car that looked like it could beat the sky, beat the earth, beat the air, leaning out the window and waving at her. Yu Sheng walked over, opened the passenger door, and sat down. "Why are you so early?" "Afraid you'd stand me up," Qin Wanxiu said, sizing Yu Sheng up. "Why are you coming from outside the campus?" Yu Sheng buckled her seatbelt and forced a smile. "I went out to buy something." "What did you have to go off campus to buy? Where's the stuff?" "I left it with the store owner." Qin Wanxiu gave her a look that said, "Do you think I'm stupid?" and stared at her meaningfully. Then she said, "Are you hiding something from?" "Fine, I'm not living on campus anymore," Yu Sheng admitted very casually. On the surface, she was giving up and pretending no more, but in reality, she was sacrificing a minor secret to protect. "So you've been renting a place all along?" Qin Wanxiu asked, then suddenly thought of something. "Are you living together with that girl?" "What was that all about?" "No," Yu Sheng said, rubbing her forehead. "I live alone. Am not used to dorm life and wanted some." Qin Wanxiu buckled her seatbelt and started the car. She was already an experienced driver. While driving, she asked Yu Sheng, "Of course not. How did you get permission? Did the school agree?" "The school doesn't check much. I just moved out secretly." "I didn't know you had such guts," Qin Wanxiu said in a leisurely tone. "Going behind both the school and your parents to live outside." "I can't carry the school on my back," Yu Sheng thought to herself. Qin Wanxiu continued, Where what?" "Your rented place. Take me to see it." "It's not convenient." "What's not convenient?" Qin Wanxiu said. "I'm your cousin after all. It's only natural for me to care about your living environment, isn't it?" "We'll talk about it tonight." "Fine." Qin Wanxiu nodded. After all, she would have to drive Yu Sheng back in the evening anyway. Yu Sheng added, "Don't tell my parents." "Don't worry." Qin Wanxiu shrugged it off. This little thing isn't worth tattling to the parents. The car sped along, the scenery outside whizzing past. Qin Wanxiu drove with practiced ease, one hand on the steering wheel and the other elbow resting on the window frame. Soon the car came to a stop at the parking lot near the broken bridge. Yu Sheng had just unbuckled her seatbelt and was about to get out when Qin Wanxiu called out, "Don't run off, put on some sunscreen first." "I'm not afraid of getting tanned." Yu Sheng sighed helplessly. Getting tanned is one thing, but getting sunburned is serious. Qin Wanxiu nagged like an elder. "Your skin is naturally fair but turns red at the slightest sun. Don't blame me if you get burned." She pulled out sunscreen from her crossbody bag and handed it to Yu Sheng. Put some on. Yu Sheng had no choice but to take it and dab a bit on just for show. Don't forget the backs of your hands. Seeing her perfunctory movements, Qin Wanxiu added, no slacking. Yu Sheng then became a bit more serious, hastily finished the task, returned the sunscreen to her cousin's bag, opened the car door, and got out. At 1:30 p.m. West Lake was already crowded. The clamor washed over them like ocean waves. First came the creaking of cart wheels on the stone pavement, then a child's childish voice shouting, I want to ride a boat. Looking further out, the lake shimmered, and pleasure boats dotted the water like clothespins. The two deliberately avoided the bustling Broken Bridge area and headed east to the lakeside pedestrian street. Standing by the railing on the lake side of the pedestrian street, they looked northwest. The full view of Broken Bridge lay quietly across the lake, surrounded by tourists, yet strangely serene. Qin Wanxiu held up her phone, panning the camera across the lake. See, right ahead is Broken Bridge. The long causeway it connects to is by Causeway, and the farthest left is Solitary Hill. And breeze-ruffled lotus at Tsung? Yu Sheng asked deliberately. Well, that one you have to go north. Anyway, it's nearby. Qin Wanxiu put away her phone with a hint of embarrassment. Better than you, who didn't even make a travel plan right. The two didn't rush to cross the bridge. Instead, they strolled slowly along the lakeside. Yu Sheng had little interest in photography. She preferred to record with her eyes rather than hold up her phone to find the perfect angle. But Qin Wanxiu was in high spirits, stopping now and then to take photos, and each time she insisted that Yu Sheng help her capture a portrait masterpiece. Come on, take a few shots for me. Her cousin shoved the phone into Yu Sheng's hands. I want that atmospheric vibe. Backlighting is fine. Then she went through a series of poses, looking back at the sky, pretending to drink water, and gazing into the distance. I'm begging you, Yu Sheng said. Yu Sheng complained while holding up the phone. Sis, why don't you get a boyfriend? Then someone would be dedicated to taking photos of you. In the end, the results from Yu Sheng's photography were naturally mediocre. The composition of these portraits is off. Qin Wanxiu criticized as she scrolled through. The background is overexposed, and you didn't even turn on the beauty filter until I mentioned it. You have a girlfriend already, and your photography skills are still this terrible. I don't have a girlfriend. Don't you take photos for that girl? She doesn't like being photographed. You admitted it. Admit what? No way. Fine. Qin Wanxiu shrugged it off. Consider it practice for the future. They turned around and retraced their steps, crossed the Broken Bridge, then walked west along Beishan Road for about a kilometer before turning into the breeze-ruffled lotus at Siyuan area. The lotus leaves in October had passed their peak, but the view was still filled with dense layers of leaves, their green, tinged with blue under the sunlight. A few ducks wove among the leaves, occasionally flapping their wings and stirring up ripples. Exiting the south gate of Siyuan, they crossed the street to the north entrance of Su Causeway. Her cousin refused to take the sightseeing car, insisting on walking the entire length of Su Causeway, reasoning that, to see the scenery, you must have your feet on the ground. Yu Sheng didn't really want to walk, but she was too lazy to argue and simply accompanied her. As it turned out, they had only crossed the second bridge, Dongpu Bridge, when her cousin had already stopped twice. Once to photograph water lilies, once to record water birds. Later, passing by Yadi Bridge, she insisted that Yu Sheng take a photo of her with the Su Causeway in spring dawn steel. She even demanded a composition with low angle, tall, and slender, atmospheric. It was unclear where her cousin got the confidence that Yu Sheng could handle such shots. Meanwhile, Su Yi was strolling near her home. She opened WeChat and peeked at the step count leaderboard to see if her friends were staying home. As a result, she noticed that someone's step count was unusually high. Sui, what are you doing? Yu Sheng's phone vibrated. Yu Sheng's little girl hanging out with my cousin at Westlake. Sui, so you find Yu Sheng's little girl, I felt sorry for her. Sui, how is the scenery at Westlake in October? Yu Sheng's little girl, not bad. Sui, let me see. Yu Sheng then asked her cousin for the landscape photos she had taken, selected a few with nice atmosphere, and sent them to Sui. Sui, well taken. When they were about to finish walking Su Causeway, Sui sent 2 more messages. Sui, what animal do you like? Sui, cat, fox. Yu Sheng thought for a few seconds and replied with 4 words. Yu Sheng's little girl, panda, cub. Sui, no, you have to pick one from these 3. Yu Sheng's little girl, why? Sui, just pick. Yu Sheng's little girl, then fox. Yu Sheng personally thought foxes were smarter than cats and prettier than rabbits. Sui, okay. Yu Sheng's little girl, so why did you ask me to choose? Sui, you'll know when the time comes. The conversation ended abruptly. Yu Sheng stared at the chat window, feeling puzzled. Are you chatting with that girl? Asked Qin Wanxiu, leaned in to take a look. You two chat quite often. Yu Sheng couldn't be bothered to explain and put her phone back in her pocket. By the time they reached Leifeng Pagoda, it was almost dusk. Sunlight slanted down from the side of the pagoda, dyeing its body a golden red. They had no intention of going inside, adopting the motto of not spending a cent, and just took a leisurely stroll around the square outside. There were plenty of tourists. Almost every 2 meters someone was holding up a phone to take photos. Qin Wanxiu kept saying, so many people, but her camera never stopped clicking. At sunset, the surface of West Lake shimmered with a faint golden light, rippling in layers when the wind blew. Let's go eat first. They drove to a nearby small restaurant with good reviews and ordered a few local dishes: dompa pork, longjing shrimp, and a dish of osman thus glazed lotus root. The plating was not extravagant, but the colors were appealing and the flavors were satisfactory. Halfway through the meal, Qin Wanxiu suddenly said to Yu Sheng, let's go check out your place later. There's nothing to see. I want to see if you're hiding a secret lover. After dinner, her cousin indeed followed Yu Sheng back to her rented apartment. The room was spotless, everything neatly arranged. Qin Wanqiu looked around, even trying to find clues in the refrigerator, but found nothing. A bit disappointed. She had to ask, how did you afford the rent here? It must be quite saved up. Can I not splurge? Qin Wanqiu nodded in agreement with that statement, changed the subject, and put on a pitiful look. How about you hang out with me again tomorrow? Go by yourself. My legs are about to fall off. It's no fun going alone. You're not a child. You're such an ungrateful brat. The next day, when Yu Sheng woke up, sunlight had already streamed through the gaps in the curtains, falling on the floor beside the bed. She didn't get up immediately, but lay there staring at the ceiling for a while until a dull ache spread through her legs, and only then did she see. Yesterday she had walked all afternoon, and the soles of her feet and her calves felt as heavy as lead. She sighed. It seems I really need to exercise. She reached out to grab the phone beside the bed, and as soon as Yu Sheng lit up the screen, she saw that her cousin had sent her a red envelope. A smile tugged at her lips as she tapped to open it. 200 exactly. She typed a reply. Yu Sheng, thank you sis. Soon a message came back from her cousin. Sister Wanqiu, you're only sweet-tongued at times like this. Sister Wanqiu, today accompany me for another day. Yu Sheng's expression changed. Yu Sheng then returned the red envelope to you. Sister Wanqiu, the places we're going today are all paid attractions, you know. Sister Wanqiu, I'll pay you, just have fun. Yu Sheng. I'm not going. Yu Sheng really didn't want to go. Besides finding walking too much and feeling tired, there was actually a more important reason. Yesterday at Westlake there were tons of people and an astonishing number of couples. Watching pairs of hand-holding shoulder-to-shoulder figures, Yu Sheng felt a sting. The weather was so nice today, and most of the scenic spots were places for couples. Sister Wanqiu, oh, you can practice your photography skills on the side, gain some experience. Yu Sheng, why would I practice that? Sister Wanqiu, you'll need it sooner or later. Yu Sheng, I don't think so. Yu Sheng firmly refused. Qin Wanqiu tried a few more persuasions, but seeing it useless, she simply stopped insisting and didn't ask for the red envelope back. After a short while, she sent another message. Sister Wanqiu, then come play some King of Glory. Yu Sheng logged and opened the team voice chat and complained, sis, you're a tourist, yet you hole up in the hotel every morning and don't go out. Don't you feel ashamed? Qin Wanqiu said with absolute justification. If you don't accompany me, you'll be unhappy. If I'm unhappy, I won't want to go out. Yu Sheng was speechless. National Day, third day, noon. Yu Sheng curled up on the sofa, legs resting on the armrest, motionless. The soft sofa sank under her weight, comfortable, as it was lying for too long made her a bit drowsy. She held her phone and swiped aimlessly, scrolling without any purpose. When she opened her moments, she saw that Qin Wanqiu had posted some from yesterday, some from the day before. Over a dozen photos in groups of 4, several posts in a row. One group was captioned, today I met a passerby with amazing photography skills. Yu Sheng's mouth twitched as she suspected her cousin was implying something. She glanced at the comments. There were quite a few likes. Yu Sheng ignored it, exited moments, and got up to boil water. For lunch, she just had instant noodles. She heard that cooking them in a pot makes them tastier, but Yu Sheng was too lazy to light the stove. 2 in the afternoon. Her phone buzzed. Sue, you didn't go out to play again today. Yu Sheng was still lying like a corpse on the sofa, picked up her phone, and typed a reply. Yu Sheng, little girl, how do you know? Sue, he hadn't messaged Yu Sheng yesterday. But the word, again, indicated she knew Yu Sheng hadn't gone out yesterday either. Sue, Yu Sheng, little girl, how can you guess so accurately? Sue, plus the WeChat step count is pretty honest. Yu Sheng silently switched out and checked the WeChat step count for the past 2 days. Today's steps were only a little over 20, while yesterday at least had 100 or so. Yu Sheng, little girl. The clock turned back to early morning. Sue's routine had always been disciplined. She rose early and retired early, whether on holidays or school days. Her roommates were much the same. They had never quarreled over lights out. Of course, whether others maintained such self-discipline at home was another matter. Today Sue woke early as usual, but she lingered in bed, reluctant to leave the lingering warmth of her covers. Scrolling through her phone while lying in bed, she suddenly received 2 consecutive messages from WeChat. They were from her father, Su Mingqian. President Su, are you up? President Su, I'm heading to the office. Do you want to come along? 2 more followed immediately. President Su, the foreign clients aren't on holiday during National Day. They have arrangements, so I need to check in. President Su, if you're free, come over and sit for a while. Su rolled over in bed, rubbed her eyes, and replied with a single word. Su, sure. By sit for a while, she meant simply changing locations to play on her phone. Having no other plans, she agreed readily. In less than 5 minutes, she washed up, changed clothes, and walked out the door in one fluid motion. Downstairs, a black business sedan was already waiting at the entrance. The driver, old Chi, greeted her with a smile. Good morning, Miss Su. Morning, Uncle Chi. As she opened the car door, President Su shifted over to make room for her on the prestigious right side. At the company, President Su went to meet the clients while Su was settled in his office. The entire morning, Su busied herself in the spacious, bright office. Of course, the real tasks were not for her. She simply took it upon herself to do some odds and ends. She changed the water in the fish tank, cleaned the filter, labeled the tea leaves in President Zu's collection, watered the potted plants on the windowsill. She didn't mind this way of spending the holiday, quiet, grounding, and keeping her mind clear with time passing swiftly. It wasn't until after 1 in the afternoon that Su finally had some free time. She glanced at the middle-aged woman who had been waiting in the office since bringing her breakfast that morning. except for lunch, and spoke. Sister Huang, I'm not going to mess with the files on the computer. You don't have to stand there watching me all day, do you? Aren't you tired? Miss Su, of course I trust you, Sister Huang said with a smile. I'm just here in case you need anything, so I can be at your service. The woman called Sister Huang simply refused to leave. She had long heard that President Zu's daughter was beautiful, but she hadn't expected her to be this stunning. Even more beautiful than the stars on TV. She had no particular hobby other than appreciating beauty, and today she was feasting her eyes. She genuinely didn't want to miss it. Besides, who knew when Miss Su would visit again? Su-yi had no choice but to pretend to sleep by resting her head on the desk. I'm going to take a nap. Sister Huang, could you step out first? I'm a light sleeper. I can only fall asleep when no one's around. Oh dear. Seeing that Miss Su had buried her face in her arms and was completely hidden, Sister Huang realized there was no point in staying. So she briskly walked out of the office. All right, Miss Su, please rest. I won't disturb you. Hearing the door close, Su-yi lifted her head, walked to the door, and locked it from the inside. Even if someone came later, they would knock first, and she could open it then. The precaution was specifically against Sister Huang. Returning to the office chair, Su-yi turned on the computer and casually opened a variety show. In the past 2 days, she had finished the suspense drama she had been following. Not having chosen a new series to watch yet, she decided to pass the time with a variety show. During the show, she pulled out her phone, scrolled through her moments, and then glanced at the WeChat step count leaderboard. Someone's steps were a pitifully low number, hovering at the bottom of the rankings. After exchanging a few casual words and seeing Yu Sheng's reply of a string of ellipses, Su-yi thought to herself that it had been 3 days since they last met. A smile tugged at her lips, and she directly initiated a video call. In the rental apartment, Yu Sheng had been lounging lazily on the sofa. When she saw the incoming call, she shot up straight. She glanced at her current state. A large t-shirt, shorts, hair disheveled, and her face unwashed. But Su-yi's name and profile picture were still on the screen. After 3 seconds of hesitation, she answered. The first thing that came into view was Su-yi's refreshed face. The camera swayed slightly. Su-yi was sitting in an office chair with a display cabinet behind her, holding files and aluminum tea canisters, clearly not at home. Where are you? Yu Sheng was the first to ask, her voice unconsciously softening. At the office. Su-yi raised her phone, flipped the camera, and slowly panned around the room, so Yu Sheng could see clearly. It was a spacious office, not overly ostentatious but clean and bright, exuding elegance. The desk was tidy with folders, a pen holder, and a half-open metal tea canister that had apparently been rifled through. Farther away, an inkwash landscape painting hung on the wall bearing the signature of a renowned artist. You went to work? Yu Sheng was a bit confused. She had heard of some classmates doing internships at companies during winter or summer breaks, but the National Day holiday was only a few days. Shouldn't a part-time job be at a bubble tea shop or something? Besides, this workstation was way too luxurious. Oh, Su-yi laughed. No, this is my dad's company. He has clients today, so I just tagged along. This is your dad's office? Yu Sheng asked softly, seeking confirmation. Su-yi turned the camera back to herself, looking at Yu Sheng with a knowing smile. Otherwise I wouldn't have gotten in here. Yu Sheng didn't respond, but inwardly, she was quietly stunned. She realized then that she didn't actually know much about Su-yi. Su-yi never flaunted, never wore designer labels, but her clothes always looked high quality, clean, and understated. Yu Sheng had assumed Su-yi's family was just comfortably well off. But this office, with its luxurious yet understated decor, clearly spoke of considerable wealth. So a rich girl had been right beside her all along. Su-yi didn't continue the tour. Instead, she looked at Yu Sheng and suddenly asked, "Have you missed me?" Yu Sheng was taken aback, pursed her lips, and answered somewhat awkwardly. A little. Just a little. How was she supposed to answer? Online help needed urgently. Just then someone tried to open the office door, only to be stopped by the lock. Su-yi wondered who would be so bold as to try entering President Zu's office directly. Since she still harbored some resentment towards Sister Huang, her subconscious immediately blamed her. But the next second, Su-yi heard a voice. She quickly put down her phone and went to open the door. President Zu's resolute, composed face appeared at the entrance. Why did you lock the door? President Su asked casually, not waiting for an answer before continuing. I have an urgent project meeting this afternoon. They'll be back in the evening. You can have Uncle Chi drive you home. Okay, Su-yi replied. President Su finished his instructions and left without lingering for even a second. As for why he didn't send someone else to notify. What's wrong with wanting to say a few words to his daughter? After President Su left, the office fell silent once more. Su-yi decided to head back right away. She turned off the computer, picked up a tissue to wipe the desktop, covered the tea canister, and neatly organized the pen holder into its proper sections. Yu Sheng was still on the other end of the phone, the screen placed face up on the desk at a slightly skewed angle, showing only Su-yi's shoulder, the ceiling diagonally above, and her hands that occasionally entered the frame. But Yu Sheng did not speak in a hurry. Instead, she found herself inexplicably lost in the sight. As Su-yi bent over to tidy up, her shoulder blades faintly protruded, and her long hair cascaded down, shimmering with a lustrous sheen in the sunlight. Her movements were unhurried and composed. Even without seeing her face, Yu Sheng could imagine her expression at that moment, calm and focused. Yu Sheng surprisingly did not feel like she was waiting. She called out softly, Su-yi. Su-yi's face reappeared on the screen, and she smiled. You're still here? I thought you fell asleep. You forgot about me, didn't you? No, I didn't. Su-yi smiled again. I'm almost done packing up and heading home. Do you want to take a virtual tour? Sure. Yu Sheng sat up a little straighter. She had wanted to say that she was already a bit bored at home, but the words died on her lips. She had said earlier that she wouldn't be bored. Su-yi swiftly packed her things, switched her phone to the rear camera, pointed it outward, and placed it in a compartment at the top of her bag, leaving only the lens exposed. Let's go, she said. The door opened, and Su-yi stepped out, the camera gently swaying with her movements. Yu Sheng looked at the image on her phone, finding this perspective quite unusual. Arriving at the company building, a black sedan soon pulled up steadily in front of Su-yi. Old Chi got out and opened the rear door. Miss Su, he greeted. Uncle Chi, thank you for your trouble. Su-yi bent down to get into the car, retrieved her phone, and switched to the front camera. You even have a driver? Yu Sheng murmured. No, not really, Su-yi laughed. Uncle Chi is my dad's personal driver, not a family. President Su was essentially assigning personal work, but old Chi didn't mind. Before the car started, Uncle Chi glanced through the rearview mirror and asked, who are you chatting with? A classmate, Su-yi replied. Oh, Uncle Chi acknowledged and asked no further. After the car had been driving for a while, Yu Sheng felt she needed some mental preparation, so she curiously asked Su-yi, how big is your house? Not that big, Su-yi said. Just a small villa. Then does your house have a swimming pool? Yu Sheng pressed on. Why do you ask? I heard villas always come with a pool. Unfortunately, no. Su-yi smiled. My family doesn't swim much, but there's a garden. They'll show it to you later. Okay. The car drove through the city for about 20 minutes before entering a villa district. At the entrance, a security booth stood, and the guard raised his hand in a salute. The car slowly drove in. We're here. Su-yi switched back to the rear camera, got out, and stood at her own front gate. Through the lens, Yu Sheng saw a custom-made black iron gate behind which lay a small courtyard paved with neat stone slabs. The lawn was neatly trimmed with a few pruned shrubs dotting the corners. Come on, I'll show you around. Su-yi walked through the front yard and opened the door to enter. After passing through the foyer, Su-yi pointed to an open space and said, this is the living and dining room. She zoomed out the camera, but the room with its double-height ceiling was too large to capture entirely. Yu Sheng suddenly felt an urge to complain. Su-yi had previously said her rented apartment's living room was big. That was far too modest. After giving Yu Sheng a brief tour of the first floor, Su-yi was heading to the backyard when she ran into Ms. Yang. Ms. Yang enjoyed tending to flowers and plants. After finishing her work, she returned inside and ran into Su-yi. You're back, E. Just got home. Su-yi switched the camera back to the front-facing one. At this moment, she simply held the phone in her hand without adjusting the angle. The camera captured her in a deadly upward angle, but her stunning looks made it still look good. Ms. Yang approached, a smile on her lips, and quickly noticed the phone in Su-yi's hand. Who are you video chatting with? A classmate. Su-yi said the same, pulling the phone back slightly. Male or female classmate? Female. Let me see. What's there to see? What's there to hide? Ms. Yang was full of curiosity. She had never seen Su-yi video chatting with a classmate before, so she leaned straight toward the camera and took a look at the screen. Luckily, the angle was not as absurd as before. Through the phone, a woman with a gentle appearance and elegant demeanor appeared in Yu Sheng. Ms. Yang paused, then broke into a smile. The young lady is very pretty. Hello, auntie. Yu Sheng replied. Oh, hello. Ms. Yang nodded. Yu Sheng's appearance was too endearing, so she asked another question. Are you from the south? Your features look like it. I'm from Danshio too, auntie. Oh, that's wonderful. Feel free to come over and play with Yi sometime. Okay. Ms. Yang didn't bother them further and prepared to go upstairs. Su-yi watched Ms. Yang enter the elevator, then looked back at Yu Sheng on the screen. Their eyes met, and there was a hint of awkwardness. Arriving at the garden, Su-yi pointed to a patch of vibrant flowers in various colors and said, look, these are all roses, different varieties. Su-yi's garden was quite large. Besides the lawn flower beds and vegetable and fruit planting area, there were also stone paths, a fish pond, a rockery water feature, a pavilion, and a pomegranate tree. According to Su-yi, if Ms. Yang wanted, she could plant a few more trees. After seeing the garden, Su-yi led Yu Sheng upstairs. As for the rooms, I can only show you mine. I won't show you the family's rooms. It's not convenient. Yu Sheng nodded. Su-yi went to her own room and pushed open the door. The first thing that caught the eye was a desk by the window. Sunlight slanted onto the wooden surface, several books lay open, and a pen holder and sticky notes sat on one side. The bookshelf was near the window ledge with rows of books neatly arranged, not just for decoration, but showing signs of being read. It's a bit messy, Su-yi said as she put a few books away, but her tone didn't seem too concerned. Afterwards, Su-yi went to the basement and gave Yu Sheng a tour. That's about it. They'll hang up now. Yu Sheng nodded, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, why did you ask me what animal I love this? Su-yi drew out the last word, building up suspense. What? Anyway, I'm going back to school tomorrow, and you'll find out then. Her words were like saying nothing at all. Then that's settled. But, Su-yi said unhurriedly. Yu Sheng replied softly. A few seconds of silence. Why haven't you hung up? Su-yi was walking up from the basement. Didn't you just say you'd hang up first? Oh, Su-yi thought for a moment it was true. See you tomorrow then. See you tomorrow. The next second the call ended with a beep. Yu Sheng leaned to one side, collapsing like a kite, with a broken string sinking into the soft sofa. Staring at the ceiling, she began to ponder what Su-yi was really up to. Cats, foxes, rabbits. Why exactly these three? Yu Sheng's thoughts wandered, and suddenly the words cat girl and bunny girl flashed through her mind. Hee hee. She rolled over, lying on her stomach on the sofa, chin resting on a pillow, two fair calves swinging in the air. Could it be that Sue-E, feeling guilty for teasing her too much, planned to cosplay as a little fox girl to soothe her injured heart? Thinking about it, that was impossible. Most likely she was plotting some mischief again. Yu Sheng kneaded the pillow and buried her face in it. Why was she feeling a little expectant? The next day, at 2 in the afternoon, Sue-E boarded a bullet train stopping at Xinjiang. During the National Day holiday, some traveled, some visited family. In short, due to various factors, the train station was packed with people. The broadcast looped train schedules and passengers' chatter rose and fell. The carriage was also crowded. The overhead racks were already stuffed full, so her suitcase had to lie sideways by her leg. This originally empty case had been filled yesterday by Mrs. Yang with clothes, fruits, and some snacks. Sue-E was sure that if she had complained about the trouble, Mrs. Yang would have secretly added more. Before leaving, Mrs. Yang had rambled on again, and Sue-E could almost recite it. In this regard, mothers everywhere were probably. The train slowly started, and the scenery outside began to recede. For the 2-hour journey, Sue-E didn't buy any food on the train. The price alone. At 4, the train arrived. Sue-E got off with her suitcase and immediately sent a message to Yu Sheng. Sue-E, are you at the rental apartment? Little Yu Sheng, Sue-E'll come over later. Inform the security guard in advance. Little Yu Sheng, you're back. Sue-E, Little Yu Sheng, okay. Around 5 in the afternoon, Sue-E indeed appeared at the door of 1501. Yu Sheng opened the door, and what greeted her was Sue-E in normal clothes. No little fox girl cosplay. Thinking about it, even if she really wanted to cosplay, she probably wouldn't wear it out. But speaking of outfits, Sue-E's clothes today were a bit different from usual. She wore a loose white shirt, giving off a lazy yet aloof. This was Mrs. Yang's choice. Her daughter was so beautiful in natural clothes horse, it would be a waste not to try different styles. Yu Sheng stepped aside to let her in, but Sue-E didn't hurry. She then noticed that Sue-E's left hand had been behind her back, as if deliberately hiding something. Are you holding something? Yu Sheng leaned out to look. Nothing. Sue-E's tone was indifferent, but a faint, enigmatic smile tugged at her lips. The next second, she suddenly reached out, and with lightning speed placed a furry thing on Yu Sheng's head. Hey, what is that? Yu Sheng reached up to touch it, her fingertips brushing against soft, smooth fur. She took it off and saw it was an ear headpiece. Yu Sheng instinctively thought it was cat ears, but on closer inspection the tips were long and slender, fox ears. Suddenly realizing, she said to Sue-E, so you asked me to choose an animal earlier, just for this? Yeah. Sue-E took the headpiece, put it back on Yu Sheng, then walked inside. It's yours. Huh. It suits you well. Sue-E smiled. Then, as if to prove her point, she pushed Yu Sheng toward the guest bathroom. The bathroom was small with white tiles reflecting cold light. Looking at herself in the mirror, Yu Sheng froze for a moment. A pair of fox ears stood perkily among her hair, the light brown fur shimmering under the light, with the darker tips looking especially lively. The sweet eyes of the person in the mirror suddenly took on a hint of mischief. Why didn't you buy a panda one? Did it have to be from those 3? Yu Sheng couldn't help asking. No pandas, but there was a red panda version. Sue-E said. Also giraffe, koala, zebra, but the designs were bizarre and ugly. Wolf ears and dog ears didn't seem to suit your face. That made sense. Yu Sheng reached up to remove the headpiece, but Sue-E pressed her hand down again. Don't take it off. Keep it on. Why, you don't want to. Yu Sheng was left speechless, giving Sue-E a helpless look. TCH, this person was sly. Back in the living room, Sue-E, as if she owned the place, went to the dining table to pour water. Yu Sheng watched Sue-E pass by the coffee table, and her gaze suddenly froze. Earlier, when she went to open the door for Sue-E, she had left her phone on the coffee table. Since it was set to always and the screen was still lit, showing a video of a girl in a short skirt dancing. But because she had paused it, the frame was frozen middle glyph. Yu Sheng glanced at Sue-E, unsure if she had noticed. Guiltily, she picked up the phone and closed the app. Just then, Sue-E turned from the dining table, glanced at Yu Sheng's smooth, well-shaped legs visible under her shorts, and said casually, nice legs. So she had seen it. Sue-E returned to the sofa with a glass of water and commandeered the TV. Glancing at Yu Sheng, who was reading a novel, Sue-E asked, why aren't you watching videos anymore? Nothing good to watch. Yu Sheng said. Oh. Sue-E nodded, then reached out and touched the ears on Yu Sheng's head. The texture was soft, the craftsmanship was good. You should wear them all the time from now on. Sue-E adjusted the headpiece's position. But I have to go out. Yu Sheng reminded her tactfully. She was already attractive enough. If she went out wearing that, the turn rate would be off the charts. Sue-E shot Yu Sheng a look. I meant at home. Who said you should wear them outside? On the way over with the headpiece, many curious passersby had stared at Sue-E. Even though she was used to being watched, the constant scrutiny was a bit much. She almost regretted not putting the headpiece in a paper bag beforehand. But if you ever want to wear it out, let me know. Sue-E sat on the sofa, her eyes fixed on the television, but her hands couldn't stay still. One moment Shed pinched Yu Sheng's cheek, the next Shed toy with a pair of fluffy fake animal ears. A delicate blush crept across Yu Sheng's face like a faint layer of rouge. Still so easy to tease. How about adding a tail? Sue-E withdrew her hand and spoke nonchalantly. Just ears alone feels like something's missing. Not interested. Yu Sheng's expression remained impassive. A tail would be nice, fluffy, and able to wag anytime. No. Yu Sheng countered. Why don't you wear a tail? Fine. Su-yi didn't press further, then suddenly remembered something and asked with a smile, has your cousin discovered the truth these past few days? Su-yi was certain that at least on National Day, Yu Sheng had been with her cousin. Close relatives might be more likely to notice something amiss. No, Yu Sheng shook her head. But she knows I slept outside. How did she figure that out? She came to pick me up at school and found me coming from off campus, so I simply told her. Has she been to your place? At the affirmative answer, Su-yi raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing in her gaze. Did she offer any profound observations about your kitchen and refrigerator? No. Yu Sheng thought for a moment and added, she's too lazy to cook herself. If Qin Wanqiu were to say anything, it would probably be to tell Yu Sheng to buy a few cans of beef. Oh, so she knows where you live. If she drops by again someday, won't you be constantly worried about being exposed? It's the same at school. Yu Sheng said, besides the neighborhood has a security gate, so she can't get in. Even if my cousin somehow managed to sneak in, she couldn't unlock my door. Su-yi found this reasonable. It applied equally to Yu Sheng's cousin and to herself. Every time she visited, she had to have Yu Sheng notify the security guard to let her through, giving Yu Sheng advance warning. So Su-yi had a sudden idea. She decided to take the spare access card that the property management had given Yu Sheng. That's again. Yu Sheng frowned. It's not meant to be lent to outsiders. Moi. Su-yi shot her a glance. You don't want to. I understand. Su-yi's threatening words had almost become a catchphrase. How could a mouth at 37 degrees Celsius utter such icy words? Thus the cat-eared Yu Sheng had no choice but to get up, walk into the bedroom, open the drawer, and retrieve the spare access card. She looked at the two documents lying quietly inside, recalling that both Su-yi and her cousin had entered her room before, and suddenly felt it was unsafe to keep them there. So she casually stuffed the two documents into the wardrobe, tucking them deeper inside. Returning to the living room, Yu Sheng handed the axe. Su-yi took it without even a glance and slipped it directly into her pocket, her movements as natural as if it had always belonged. You won't misuse it, will you? Yu Sheng couldn't help asking. Su-yi looked up, a half-smile playing on her lips. What do you think? Forget it, pretend I didn't ask. Su-yi had arrived quite late anyway, and after watching some variety show, the sky had darkened. She patted Yu Sheng's bare thigh. Yu Sheng's body instantly trembled. So sensitive. Su-yi's lips curled. Yu Sheng opened her mouth. Su-yi had patted the inner thigh, a place no one had ever touched before. She decided to change the subject. What are you doing? Ordering takeout. Oh. Yu Sheng opened the food delivery app and asked Su-yi what she wanted to eat, just like last time. After ordering, Su-yi looked at the t-shirt Yu Sheng was wearing and suggested, you should buy some more clothes. Those loose tops have too wide a neckline. They don't fit well. Be careful not to show too much. That won't happen. Yu Sheng was secretly scrolling through short videos again, and just as she came across a video of a beautiful girl dancing, she swiped up without hesitation. How do you know? I've already seen it. Su-yi's tone was light. Yu Sheng's hand froze. What did you say? I said. Su-yi drew out the words, I've already seen it. Seen what? Yu Sheng was still incredulous. Su-yi glanced at Yu Sheng's chest. Exactly what you're thinking, the part you should. When oi. Yu Sheng was stunned. The day I taught you piano. Why do you think I stood behind you in the first place? I had to lean forward while you were sitting down to get the. Su-yi smiled, her tone playful. But even though they're small and you don't need a bra, you could still try wearing one for the experience. You? The cat-eared Yu Sheng abruptly sat up straight, her hands covering her chest, cheeks flushed. How could you do such a thing? Why not? Su-yi said with an air of entitlement. Seeing is believing. She wouldn't dare draw conclusions without witnessing it firsthand. You even said it so casually without blushing. Why should I blush? You're a pervert. Then what do you want to do? I want to see you back. Yu Sheng huffed, her lips pressed tightly, but her eyes didn't dare meet Su-yi's. She just felt that not retorting would be too humiliating. Su-yi paused for a moment, then raised an eyebrow, leaning back on the sofa and tilting her head to look at Yu Sheng. 3 words escaped her lips, I don't understand. Su-yi's feigned ignorance was oddly adorable. Yu Sheng took the easy way out, turning away to scroll through her phone, pretending to be angry. Won't you consider it? Su-yi asked again. Consider what? Buying clothes. Su-yi was still lounging on the sofa, completely unguarded. It doesn't have to be women's clothes, but at least pick something that fits. Of course it'd be best if you bought a few women's outfits. You'll have to wear them sooner or later, so why not start getting used to it now? No. Yu Sheng didn't think so. Except for that one time when the system forced her, she had been extremely reluctant to wear women's clothes. No, even that time she had been reluctant. It had been barely over half a month since she turned into a girl. The male mindset still dominated. At least most of the time. Su-yi wasn't surprised by this answer and patiently coaxed. You can just buy them and leave them there for now. You have to think about the future, right? Yu Sheng pondered for a moment and replied, all right. But while she said that she had already schemed in her heart, she did need to buy well-fitting clothes, especially with the holiday discounts. As for women's clothes, Su-yi wouldn't know whether she actually bought them or not. When Su-yi asked later, she would just brush it off with a, I bought them. Fine, Su-yi said. It's getting late today. Tomorrow we'll take you to the mall to buy them. The next day in the afternoon, the sunlight was somewhat dazzling, and the air still retained the stuffy heat baked by the scorching sun. Yu Sheng had agreed to go to the mall with Su-yi, so she obediently stayed in the rented apartment waiting. Originally, she wanted to meet at the entrance of the neighborhood or the school gate, but Su-yi insisted on her waiting at home. Yu Sheng felt that Su-yi, having obtained the access card, was eager to test it out. At the appointed time, light footsteps were heard outside the door. When she opened the door, Yu Sheng saw Su-yi standing there with a bright smile, holding a canvas bag in her hand. Could she have actually bought a tail? Yu Sheng wondered silently. Here you go. Su-yi handed the bag to Yu Sheng. There are still plenty of mooncakes left from the school, so I brought you some. Oh, okay. Yu Sheng took it. Mid-Autumn Festival was coming soon. I forgot to ask you for the door lock password yesterday, Su-yi complained as she stepped inside. In the end, I still had to let you open the door yourself. How about this, tell me the password, or even better, register my fingerprint. That would be more convenient. Don't push your luck. Hey, you already gave me the access card. The password shouldn't be a big deal, right? Su-yi blinked with feigned innocence. Yu Sheng eyed the smiling Su-yi and said, what if one day I'm not dressed and you Su-yi's eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new continent. So you usually walk around naked at home. No wonder you took so long to open the door. After saying that, Su-yi cast a meaningful glance at the floor-length mirror in the living room. No, I don't. Yu Sheng sighed helplessly. Don't let your imagination run wild. I was just giving an example. Anyway, I want the password, Su-yi said, flopping onto the sofa. Or else register my fingerprint. Got it. They'll send it to you on WeChat. Good girl. Let's go then. Yu Sheng placed the canvas bag on the coffee table and prepared to head out. Wait. Su-yi casually took out a mooncake from the bag, tore open the wrapper, and took a small bite. The mooncakes distributed by the school were homemade in the cafeteria with a shelf life of only 3 days. This batch was specially made today for students staying on campus. This mung bean paste flavor is quite tasty. Su-yi commented. You should try some too. Okay. Yu Sheng also opened one. Su-yi glanced at Yu Sheng and asked, why are you wearing long pants today? So are you. I always wear long pants. Me too. After finishing the mooncakes, the two of them headed out, going to the same mall near the school. The automatic doors felt like 2 different seasons, scorching heat outside but a cool breeze inside, with the air conditioning carrying a faint fragrance that seeped into one's pores. So many people, Yu Sheng remarked. It's the National Day holiday, Su-yi said, glancing at a couple nearby who were cuddling. Suddenly she turned to Yu Sheng and asked, want to hold hands? Huh. It's crowded, so we won't get separated, Su-yi said seriously, then added, just for a little while. We'll let go when our hands get... Yu Sheng didn't refuse and gently nodded. Su-yi smiled and seamlessly took Yu Sheng's hand. The warmth transferred through their palms, but the delicate touch made Yu Sheng instinctively tense up for a moment. As they walked further in, they saw a store that seemed to be holding an event with a crowd of young students lining up at the entrance. Most of the students who stayed on campus during the National Day holiday were probably crammed into this mall to kill time. Su-yi didn't rush straight to the clothing section. Instead, she leisurely led Yu Sheng around the mall. For her, shopping at the mall was no different from strolling. The focus was never on buying, but on the act of shopping itself. Didn't you say you were taking me to buy clothes? Yu Sheng asked, turning her head. Yes, Su-yi said matter-of-factly. But I also want to look around and see what else there is. The two bought milk tea in the beverage area and wandered to the rest area on the 3rd floor. The sky outside was pale, and the floor-to-ceiling windows let in a flood of daylight. A few people with shopping bags were sitting on the sofas, some looking at their phones, others chatting in low voices. Yu Sheng glanced around. Many girls were wearing skirts. Then she looked down at Su-yi's long pants and, struck by a sudden whim, asked, have you ever worn a skirt? Why are you asking? Just curious. I wore them when I was a kid. Su-yi nodded. Then I stopped wearing them much. Nightgowns don't count though. My mom said I don't look good in skirts, especially short ones, and I feel the same way. Oh. Yu Sheng simply responded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Su-yi's appearance was on the cool, aloof side, with a certain coldness that kept people at a distance. But she loved to laugh, and when she smiled it was like ice and snow melting, softening that sense of detachment. As for other skirts, Yu Sheng wasn't sure, but she felt that short skirts would indeed look out of place on her. I said all that, and you only reply with one word. Su-yi frowned. Boring. Can't you talk to me without being so reserved? Then, Yu Sheng frantically searched her mind for something to say that wouldn't sound restrained or forced. Finally, 3 words popped out of her mouth. Let me see your legs. Su-yi gave her a speechless look. They'll show you tomorrow. Is that the only thing you can say? Then let me see yours. Yu Sheng mumbled quietly. Little pervert, Su-yi scolded. See, if she didn't say anything, she'd be criticized. If she did, she'd get cursed. It's really tough. After a while, Su-yi leaned against the sofa, turned sideways to look at Yu Sheng, and suggested, let's take a photo together. Why? Yu Sheng looked confused. For future use. If we ever run into persistent pests at school, we can use the photo to fend them. She paused, grinning mischievously. It works for both you and me. How do you want to take it? Should I put my arm around you? Su-yi raised an eyebrow. Better not, Yu Sheng flatly refused. Then you put your arm around me. Okay. Yu Sheng's nearly imperceptible Adam's apple bobbed. She had no experience, so she raised her hand and placed it on Su-yi's shoulder like she was hugging a buddy. Relax, Su-yi said, holding back a laugh at her nervous expression. If you can't do the shoulder, you can put your arm around my waist. Oh, okay. But Yu Sheng didn't know how to do that either. Her movements were stiff and her hand ended up too high. Su-yi looked down and patted the back of her hand. Where are you putting your hand? Lower it down. Yu Sheng's face flushed, and she slowly moved her hand down until it touched the soft fabric at Su-yi's waist. Yes, right there. Su-yi seemed to be teasing her on purpose, her smile spilling from the corners of her eyes. The two stood close together, and Yu Sheng's profile was reflected in the polished floor tiles of the mall. Su-yi raised her phone and aimed it at them. In the frame were their shoulder-to-shoulder silhouettes along with the bustling crowd of shoppers and look at the camera. Sue-yi reminded softly. Click. The shutter sound rang out, freezing this moment forever within the frame. After taking the photo, Sue-yi glanced at the finished product on the screen, and a smug curl lifted the corner of her lips, not bad enough to ward off a few undesirable admirers. Yusheng reached for her phone, but Sue-yi quickly twisted away. What are you grabbing for? I just wanted to see how it turned out. How could anything I take be bad? Sue-yi raised an eyebrow. Come on, time to get down to business. The two of them turned into the store's lighting was soft and bright, making every piece of clothing appear especially vibrant. Sue-yi pulled Yusheng toward the casual wear section. Her fingers flew swiftly among the racks, and in no time she had picked out a few neutral hoodies and casual pants. Gray, cream, white, khaki, all understand. Then Sue-yi handed Yusheng a pink hoodie. This one suits you, matches your vibe. Yusheng took it, glanced at the price tag. Acceptable, but the color. Maybe you'll pick a different color. No need to change. Sue-yi waved a hand. Pink isn't gender exclusive, and besides you'll have to wear it sooner or later. Even if I wear women's clothes, I wouldn't necessarily choose pink. Yusheng protested weakly. The sales assistant nearby glanced at them and smiled as she approached. Can I help you too with anything? Help my friend switch up her style. Sue-yi tilted her chin toward Yusheng, her smile, causing her brows to arch. Sure. The assistant gave a professional smile and sized up Yusheng. Your features are quite delicate. These neutral outfits look good on you, but a brighter color would make you appear more vibrant. Sue-yi immediately chimed in with a right. As if she had found an ally, turning to the assistant with a grin. Could you take a look and see what bright color would suit her? The assistant studied Yusheng. This pink one is quite nice. Or, the assistant reached over and took a loose mint green hoodie from a nearby rack. This color is bright, but not harsh, and the cut is unisex. Pair it with dark gray pants and it'll look great. Want to try it? Sue-yi immediately shoved both items along with the clothes and pants she had already picked into Yusheng's arms. Go try them on. While changing in the fitting room, Sue-yi occasionally called out, How's it going? What else could it be? Just changing clothes. Yusheng replied from behind the curtain. I can hear the reluctance in your voice. Sue-yi's laughter carried a hint of teasing. Hurry up. When she came out, the assistant's eyes lit up. Hey, this one looks great. The shoulder line fits perfectly, and the fabric gives a clean, sharp look. Yusheng was then pushed back in to try the other outfits. After selecting several outfits, Sue-yi murmured to herself, still missing something. And soon exactly what was missing became clear. Sue-yi, carrying a few chosen items, changed direction and led Yusheng toward a certain rack. The styles here were distinctly different. It was filled with warm-tone knitwear skirts and fitted jackets, completely different from the previous section. Why are you bringing me? Yusheng stopped immediately. To buy women's clothes. Sue-yi said it as if it were the most natural thing. You can't dress like a guy every day. Switch it up once in a while. I'm not used to it. Trying it won't cost you a thing. Sue-yi took down an apricot knit top and pressed it into Yusheng's hands. This complements your skin tone, very clean. The assistant also chimed in with a smile. Give it a try, young lady. I'm sure you'll look lovely in it. Feeling a bit awkward but caught between Sue-yi and the assistant, Yusheng reluctantly entered the fitting room. When she came out, her eyes were downcast, as if afraid of being seen by passersby. Sue-yi stared for a long moment, then suddenly laughed. See, my eye for style is spot on. It feels so weird. Yusheng pursed her lips, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of the clothes. Weird is what makes it fresh. Sue-yi picked up a tweed jacket and then pulled out in a lean mini skirt in the same color, handing both to Yusheng. Try this set. A jacket with a skirt is the real deal. When they walked out with their bags, Yusheng now had 3 different women's outfits in her hands: a warm knit top, a fitted mini skirt, and a short jacket. The Aline skirt had been vetoed. Logically, the shopping trip should have ended there. But Sue-yi paused in the middle of the mall, her gaze drifting toward a lingerie store nearby. The window displayed delicate bras and sleepwear in soft pastel shades. Let's go. She turned to look at Yusheng. Where? To buy underwear. Sue-yi said it with complete confidence. You've bought women's clothes, but no underwear. No, didn't you say I'm too small and don't need to wear any? Yusheng's voice suddenly rose, her face flushing bright red in resistance. Just try for the experience. You don't want to. Sue-yi didn't finish, but her gaze lingered on Yusheng, tinged with teasing. Yusheng felt her ears burn under that look. After hesitating for a long time, she was half dragged, half pulled into the store by Sue-yi. A faint pleasant scent mixed with the smell of fabric floated in the air. The walls were lined with all kinds of bras, from basic black and white to pink, cream, and light blue, a dazzling array. A sales assistant walked over, her gaze shifting between the two. Yusheng's shy demeanor made her understand. Helping a friend choose. Sue-yi tilted her head toward Yusheng. It's her first time buying these, so I need to keep an eye on things. Yusheng opened her mouth, but couldn't get a word out. How about this? Sue-yi picked up a child's-size bra. No need to measure the chest. But Yusheng shook her head. No. Then this, eh? Sue-yi switched to a smooth, seamless one in a very light cream. The assistant nodded beside her. This one won't show under light-colored clothes. Very practical. Yusheng hesitated, realizing there was no escape, and finally nodded. Try a few more. Sue-yi selected a couple more items and guided Yusheng toward the fitting room. Don't be afraid of the trouble. Get it all done today. The fitting room mirror was tall, and the lighting was soft. When Yusheng changed into the first piece, she stared at herself in the mirror, a bit at a loss. It fit better than she had imagined, and it wasn't as hard to accept as she had thought. Sui's voice came from outside. How is it? Not bad. Let me see. In your dreams. Yu Sheng refused from behind the curtain. Sui chuckled, didn't push further, but added lightly, then he'll wait for you to come out and pay. By the time everything was bought, the bags in their hands had piled up into a small mountain. Yu Sheng felt that the whole day's itinerary had been packed tight by Sui. From start to finish, there was no room for her to refuse. Tired, Sui glanced at her. Let's go back and get something cold to drink. Yu Sheng hummed in agreement, saying nothing more. She felt that at least half of what she had bought today was just to satisfy Sui's own curiosity. Sui, on the other hand, looked thoroughly satisfied. She carried a few of the shopping bags for Yu Sheng, walking ahead with a light, brisk step, as if she had just come from an amusement park. As she walked out from the courtyard, the shop that had been crowded earlier now saw its throngs of people dispersing by half. A large poster stood at the entrance with 4 bold characters printed on a vivid red background. Double Festival Special Offer. Below it read, Reunion Gift Box, buy one get one free, accompanied by models of gift boxes tied with golden ribbons, exuding an air of festivity. Yu Sheng glanced at it and looked away. No wonder so many people were queuing up. Buying gift boxes to give to others during the holiday was a perfect choice. As they approached the mall entrance, Sui suddenly stopped and pointed to one side. There are claw machines over there. Yu Sheng paused mid-step and followed the direction Sui was pointing. People were bustling about, blocking most of her view, but she still nodded in acknowledgement. Sui added, let's go play for a bit. Yu Sheng followed Sui, feeling rather surprised. She had never thought Sui would be interested in such things. It always seemed to her that Sui wasn't the type to voluntarily play claw machines. Perhaps she had been teased too often, forgetting that Sui had a girlish side too. In a corner of the mall, 3 claw machines stood side by side. The glass was crystal clear with plush toys stuffed inside and colorful lights swirling within. Sui handed her shopping bag to Yu Sheng, casually chose a machine, and pulled out her phone to. The last time Yu Sheng had played a claw machine was in her childhood, and this was the first time she learned that modern machines could also accept payment via. She glanced at the other 2 machines and noticed the plush toys inside were different. One was a cartoon animal theme, one was a Japanese anime theme, and the last was a mix of random. While scanning the code, Sui asked, do you know how to catch? No. Yu Sheng shook her head. Sui didn't reply further. She manipulated the joystick, moving the claw over a blue chubby toy pressed against the glass edge. This machine had a Japanese anime. Under Sui's expectant gaze, the claw descended unsteadily, landing on the side of the blue chubby's body, catching one of its small round hands. However, as the claw tightened, it lifted the toy only halfway before the blue chubby fell back into its original spot. Sui blinked undeterred and began a second attempt. The target remained the same blue chubby. This time she aimed longer, waited for the claw to stabilize, then pressed the button, precisely catching the small bell on the blue chubby's neck. The claw moved toward the exit. The blue chubby fell again prematurely. Sui turned back and glanced at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng looked down at the floor tile, silent. Third time. Fourth time. By the time her attempts were exhausted, the blue chubby's position had barely changed. Sui wasn't annoyed as she pulled out her phone to scan the code again and said to Yu Sheng, your turn. I can't do it. Just have fun. It's not like you have to catch one. So Yu Sheng placed the shopping bags on the ground. She stepped up to the machine and operated it. The claw dropped. It brushed past the blue chubby. Empty. The 2 exchanged. Sui couldn't help but laugh mercilessly. Don't laugh, Yu Sheng said, embarrassed. It made her look so foolish. Sui pursed her lips, controlling her expression. That last one seemed to have the guaranteed strong grip. Yu Sheng agreed, having noticed the claw clamped tightly, its grip completely different from the previous attempts. The machine had no consecutive guaranteed mechanism, and soon Yu Sheng's attempts were also exhausted without catching anything. 2 novices utterly clueless about the techniques of claw machines. This machine even had anti-swing plates, so they couldn't mimic the swinging technique even if they tried. They simply took turns, 1 attempt each, as the number of scans increased. The blue chubby's position was repeatedly nudged, sometimes hooked to the edge, sometimes bouncing back. Occasionally the claw would grip tightly, but always loosened before reaching the drop hole. By the time Sui scanned the code for the 5th time, Yu Sheng opened her mouth, wanting to say, maybe we should just give up. They had spent so much money. It was already a losing proposition. She suspected the machine was malfunctioning, as it hadn't triggered the guaranteed catch after so long. But Sui seemed to be in a good mood, showing no signs of impatience. Now the claw machine next to them was also being used by 2 girls. Compared to Sui and Yu Sheng, they were much more animated. Sui's mentality was indeed excellent. The money spent on several scans hadn't even eaten up today's interest from her Yubao account. At worst, she'd spend several times the cost to get the plush toy. In the end, it was all about having fun. Just then a young man in a trendy hoodie walked over, a forced smile on his face, and flicked his hair with self-perceived charm. You 2 don't know how to play, do you? He'll teach you. There's a trick to it. He had been observing for a while, seeing that the 2 girls clearly didn't know how to play, and it was his chance to show off. He planned to use the excuse of Hansen teaching to touch their hands. Yu Sheng glanced sideways. The guy's looks were passable, but he was way too greasy. Who wears a slick-back hairstyle in this day and age? She instinctively stepped back and politely but firmly declined no thanks. Sui didn't even look at him, nor did she speak, continuing to manipulate the joystick to catch the toy. The young man froze for a couple of seconds, his smile somewhat awkward. He had been watching their backs earlier, but now up close he realized both girls were stunning. he definitely had no chance. Feeling disheartened, he turned and left. The two girls at the neighboring claw machine had witnessed the scene and initially thought the young man might come to hit on them, but he walked straight past without even a glance. They exchanged a look and then lowered their heads to continue playing. Indeed, only the good-looking ones get to experience youth. Yu Sheng and Su Yi continued their attempts. Before long, only one final attempt remained. It was Su Yi's turn to operate. The claw descended slowly, grazing the top of the blue chubby's head, then shifted back slightly, aligning roughly with the center of its belly. The position seemed less than ideal. With a slight sound of metal parts clicking, the claw tightened, and this time it gripped firmly. The moment the blue chubby was lifted, neither of them spoke, their eyes fixed on it, swaying unsteadily in the air. When it reached above the exit, the blue chubby dropped steadily, landing right into the retrieval slot. Phew! Yu Sheng let out a breath, half surprised, half Su Yi bent down, scooped out the blue chubby, her palm filled with a fuzzy texture. She looked at it for a second, then handed it to Yu. Huh? Yu Sheng was taken aback. Don't like it. Su Yi looked puzzled, as if genuinely pondering the matter. No. Yu Sheng took it and held it in her arms. The short fur of the blue chubby was a bit cool, but very soft, and the touch against her arm stirred an indescribable feeling. Is this right? Back in the rental apartment, Yu Sheng first placed the chubby blue cat on the sofa, its round body leaning against the backrest. Since it wasn't positioned properly, it sat slightly askew, looking rather adorable. Then she carried a pile of shopping bags into the bedroom. Several neutral tops and pants were directly tossed onto the bed. A few pieces of clothing were already scattered on the bed. She was always like this, not overly concerned with order, as long as she could find what she needed. Even if she tidied up on a whim one day, it would soon become messy again. However, she neatly stored away intimate items like underwear. After all, Su Yi and her cousin had both been in her bedroom, and she still had some sense of decency. As for the few women's outfits, she stuffed them into the deepest corner of the wardrobe. The smaller garments needed no mention. Just glancing at them twice made her face burn with heat. Previously, the innocent Yu Sheng's acceptance of such items was still confined to her imagination. It was worth noting that among the small garments Su Yi had chosen for her one was particularly eye-catching. It was a string-tied piece, a halter neck style. The thin strings tied around the back of the neck into a knot, and with a gentle tug. Though it had support and wouldn't slip, what if it did? She stared at it for 2 seconds, then suddenly felt her face flush. She decisively snapped the wardrobe door shut, pretending not to have seen it. After tidying up, Yu Sheng returned to the living room. Su Yi was lounging on the sofa, long legs propped on the edge of the coffee table, her phone camera aimed at the chubby blue cat, snapping a few shots. Yu Sheng thought to herself that Su Yi wasn't even pretending anymore. During her first visit to help inspect the apartment, she had at least sat upright. She walked over and sat down, unable to resist asking, "How did the photo you took at the mall turn out?" Su Yi glanced at Yu Sheng. "You were in the frame yourself. Aren't you clear on how it turned out?" "The final result and the viewfinder image don't feel the same," Yu Sheng murmured. "Besides, you didn't show me after you took it." Su Yi paused, then handed her phone to Yu Sheng, her voice carrying a rare hint of guilt. "See for yourself." Su Yi's expression was calm, but Yu Sheng still caught an unusual trace of shyness. She took the phone and flipped through it. On the screen, the two of them were leaning together. The composition wasn't particularly refined, and the lighting wasn't deliberately handled. It felt more like a casual snapshot. Yet the two people in the frame managed to elevate the photo's appeal with their looks alone. It was just that the people were good-looking, but the overall photo lacked that certain atmosphere. This was understandable, even expected. After all, Su Yi didn't take selfies, and her photography skills, if shown to her cousin, would likely be met with disdain. Yu Sheng handed the phone back to Su Yi. She suddenly realized something was off. When Su Yi took the photo, she said it was for anti-harassment purposes, and both of them could use it. But now only Su Yi had the picture. So Yu Sheng said, "Send the photo to me." "Okay." Su Yi opened WeChat, entered the chat with Yu Sheng, then opened the album, deliberately selecting the original image. But just before clicking send, she suddenly stopped. "Forget it, let's take another one with your phone." Su Yi attempted to attribute the poor quality of her photo to the inadequacy of her phone. "Alright." Yu Sheng pulled out her phone and handed it to Su Yi. To be honest, she knew nothing about photography. Her most frequent use of the camera was scanning QR codes. She almost never opened the camera app otherwise. In comparison, Su Yi at least photographed scenery and knew to long press the screen for focus. She was definitely better than Yu Sheng. "Let's go with arms around shoulders this time," Su Yi said. "If we do, waste your hand might wander where it shouldn't." "I didn't." Yu Sheng's face flushed, and she wanted to defend herself, but feared it would only make things worse. She hadn't done it on purpose, and besides, she hadn't even touched anything. Without further ado, Su Yi took Yu Sheng's phone and prepared to snap a photo. "Hurry up," Su Yi said. "Let me get in the mood," Yu Sheng replied. "What's there to prepare?" Su Yi chuckled. "Hold tighter, so it won't look like a casual." "He'll try." Yu Sheng raised her hand and placed it on Su Yi's shoulder. Through the fabric, her fingers could feel the firmness beneath the soft skin. Su Yi's figure was slender, so her shoulder felt naturally bony. However, Yu Sheng's hold was awkward, her arm as stiff as a marionette. "Move your hand a little closer." Su Yi adjusted Yu Sheng's hand position. After a few shots, Su Yi complained that they weren't satisfactory, so they changed angles and poses around the room. Since they were in Yu Sheng's rental apartment with no one watching, they could take as many as they wanted. Finally, they picked one that both found agreeable and called it done. By the way, after taking the photo, Sue stretched and shifted the topic. The school sports meet is at the end of this month. Registration starts after the National Day holiday. Are you going to participate? I haven't heard about it, Sheng said, puzzled. Your class committee probably hasn't announced it yet. The student council is already preparing. I see. Do you plan to sign up? Sue asked again. No ID, just be a free kill. Sheng was still active at school as a male, so signing up for events would put her in the men's group. Competing with a female body in physical events would be asking for trouble. You can just sign up for a random track event and have your roommate run for you, Sue suggested with a straight face. Is that okay? What if we get caught? Who would bother to expose you? It's foolproof. Forget it, Sheng waved her hand. It wasn't that she was cowardly, but she simply couldn't find a suitable stand-in. Not to mention whether they'd be willing. Among her roommates, Gashun and Zhao Hengyu were like her, preferring to stay in the dorm and lacking athletic ability. As for Shen Liuchuan, despite his long legs and a name straight out of a CEO novel, he was not outstanding in the physical aspect of the 5 virtues: morality, intelligence, physique, aesthetics, and labor. He could easily pass the physical fitness test, but participating in the school sports meet would be beyond his capacity. So he only mentioned it casually and didn't press further. They continued chatting their topics, drifting to trivial matters. Sue opened another mooncake and said to Sheng, you should eat these quickly. They were made by the school cafeteria, no preservatives, so they don't last long. By evening, Sheng noticed that Sue was still sitting there with no intention of leaving. She deftly pulled out her phone. What do you want to eat? Whatever, Sue said. Oh, what exactly is whatever? Sheng felt a cold sweat. Sue added, you really should buy some frozen food. I've told you many times, but you haven't. Or at least buy seasonings and cook for yourself instead of always ordering takeout. I know. Evening. Sue wasn't watching any variety show, and she hadn't decided on a new drama to binge either. The sofa was empty, and the living room was unusually quiet. Can I have a taste of yours? Which one? Yours looks quite big. Go ahead, take some. On the dining table, 2 takeout containers steamed, their aroma wafting through the air. Sheng was eating with her head down the plastic takeout box filled with glistening pork ribs coated in sauce. Sue's gaze landed on one of the ribs, and she picked it up with her chopsticks. They each had their own set meal. On top of Sheng's head sat a pair of fluffy fox ear headpieces. The soft fur glistened faintly under the light, appearing quite adorable. Except that Sheng's expression was utterly devoid of any. She lowered her head and ate, a hint of resignation hidden in her brows. This was certainly not voluntary. She was completely under the tyranny of Sue. Sue ate, her gaze occasionally drifting to the top of Sheng's head. How infuriating, Sheng cursed inwardly. Next time, even if just symbolically, she had to let Sue know she wasn't without limits. Just as she was thinking this, Sue put the rib into her mouth and said casually, from now on wear women's clothes at home. No one will see you anyway. Sheng's chopsticks paused mid-bite, and she immediately became wary. I think he'll pass. What are you afraid of? Sue asked seemingly offhand, but her eyes were watching Sheng's reaction. It's too weird, Sheng said quietly. You'll get used to it. Sue smiled, leaving no room for negotiation. Tell you what'll give you a day to prepare mentally. I want to see it. Haven't you already seen it? When Sheng tried on clothes in the mall, Sue was there the whole time, even seeing how the ones she didn't buy looked. Can I see it again? Can I refuse? No. Sue cut off the conversation firmly, without even looking up. After the meal, Sheng stacked the empty takeout containers and stuffed them into a trash bag. Sue took the bag, saying she would take it downstairs on her way out. Then she picked up her phone and started scrolling for a new drama to watch. The living room lights were bright, but for some reason Sheng felt Sue's words, I want to see it tomorrow, echoing in her ears, lingering for a long time. The next day, Mid-Autumn Festival. The weather was clear, the sun scorching. Last night Sheng tossed and turned in bed, spending the whole night mentally preparing herself, trying to it's just at home, no one will see me, what's the big deal? Thoughts like this looped dozens of times before she finally managed to close her eyes. But Sue didn't come over today at all. It was said that the city was hosting an international event and needed thousands of volunteers from most of the student council's core members hadn't returned to school yet, so there was a temporary shortage of staff. Sue voluntarily helped with on-campus recruitment, posting information, organizing application forms. When Sheng woke up, it was almost noon. After washing up, she collapsed on the sofa and scrolled through her phone for a while. Seeing Sue's message, she muttered to herself, you promised to show me your legs, but it was just an empty promise. I got my hopes up for nothing. Just as she was about to exit WeChat, Qin Wanqiu sent another red envelope. This time the cover had words, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Sheng tapped to claim it. 66 yuan. Sheng sis, you're so stingy. Wanqiu GM broke. Wanqiu GS so poor. Sheng serves you right. Sheng, who told you not to check your wallet before spending? Wanqiu GN, none of your business. Sheng, oh. Wanqiu GN, I've sent you 2 red envelopes, you should send me one too. Sheng, do you even hear yourself? Sheng, you're a working person asking me, a student, for a red envelope. Wanqiu Jia him. Wanqiu Jia, how's the scenery at your school? Sheng, it's just so-so. Sheng, why are you asking? Wanqiu Jia, come with me to your school tonight for a stroll. Sheng, you're still in Xinjiang. Wanqiu Jia, I'm going back tomorrow. Wanqiu Jia, what? Sheng, nothing. Thinking about it, it made sense. She came to Xinjiang for a 3-day trip, but it was early out and late back. Whereas her cousin, she stayed in the hotel in the morning and only went out in the afternoon. Half-day trips every day? So by that calculation it was reasonable that she was still in Xinjiang. Wanqiu Jie, will you accompany me? Yusheng, you can go by yourself. Wanqiu Jie, but walking the path you take every day alone. It feels kind of empty. Here we go again. Yusheng hesitated, too lazy to go out, so she just made something up. Yusheng, actually I already have plans. Her cousin replied quickly. Wanqiu Jie who? Wanqiu Jie time. Wanqiu Jie location. Yusheng, that girl you saw before. Yusheng silently chanted, sorry Sui. A shield should work both ways, right? Wanqiu Jie, I knew you two had something special. Yusheng. Wanqiu Jie, perfect, let's all go together tonight. You'll get to know her too. Yusheng. Wanqiu Jie, not convenient. Wanqiu Jie, where are you meeting? Wanqiu Jie, oh don't tell me it's at your rental place. Yusheng, no. Yusheng, it's very convenient. Wanqiu Jie, then let's set a specific time. Yusheng covered her face. There was no backing. After dealing with her cousin, she braced herself and sent a message to Sui. Yusheng, little girl, are you there? Sui, yes. Yusheng, little girl, are you free tonight? Sui, yes. Sui, what's up? Yusheng, little girl, today is Mid-Autumn Festival. Yusheng, little girl, let's take a walk around campus and look at the moon. Sui, okay. Sui, are you wearing women's clothes? Yusheng, little girl, no. Sui, that's a bold move. Where are you planning to take them off? Yusheng, little girl. No. Yusheng, little girl, there's another person coming with me. Sui. Yusheng, little girl, my cousin, she insists on meeting you. Sui, huh? Yusheng, little girl, she saw you that day before you entered the station. Yusheng, little girl, she probably misunderstood something. Sui, got it. Yusheng, little girl, so. Sui, it's fine. Yusheng, little girl, is 7 in the evening, okay? Sui, no problem. Seeing Sui agree, Yusheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had learned a lesson from this experience. Next time she made something up, she'd have to invent someone her cousin didn't know at all. By evening nearing 7 o'clock, the sky had completely darkened. Yusheng arrived at the school gate 10 minutes early and waited under the streetlight. Before long, Qin Wanqiu appeared. She wore a cream-colored knit sweater, her steps leisurely, as always holding a cup of milk tea in her hand. Have you been waiting long? Qin Wanqiu approached, her gaze sweeping over Yusheng from head to toe, a faint smile playing on her lips. Why are you dressed so? Like a student. I'm a student after all. Yusheng pocketed her phone, tilted her body slightly, and said, let's go. The two entered the school gate one after the other. With her face, Qin Wanqiu had no trouble getting in. The night breeze carried a hint of chill lamplight spilling onto the campus paths where silhouettes of passers-by flickered. Just as they reached the square in front of the library, Yusheng spotted Sui standing on the steps looking at her phone. She called out and waved. You're here. Sui walked over, glanced at Yusheng, then at Qin Wanqiu, his gaze pausing between them for half a second. And my cousin, Yusheng said. She wanted to visit Gan University tonight, and we happened to run into each other. Oh, hello. Sui nodded. Qin Wanqiu nodded in return. They exchanged a brief greeting and then began to wander around. Qin Wanqiu remained restrained, asking no probing questions and making no inquiries about Sui. She still didn't know that Yusheng had already set her up. She thought that in Sui's eyes their meeting was merely a coincidence. Gan University's campus wasn't large. The main teaching building's library and living quarters formed a single line, and it didn't take long to walk around it. The three arrived at the sports field. The field was bustling with activity. Since it was the Mid-Autumn Festival, several student clubs had set up a small open-air stage performing under a kaleidoscope of colorful lights. On the stage, someone sang and someone danced, while nearby, people distributed mooncakes, their fragrance mingling with the chatter of the crowd. A circle of spectators gathered, occasionally clapping in rhythm to the performances. Midway, Qin Wanqiu, feeling thirsty from the milk tea, went to buy water. Leaving Yusheng alone with Sui sitting on a bench by the... Did you wear it today, eh? Sui suddenly asked. Yusheng was taken aback. Wear what? Underwear, Sui said with a mischievous grin. Even if you don't go out in women's clothes, at least you should have underwear on. I wore it, Yusheng nodded. Oh. Sui seemed a bit surprised, stared at Yusheng for 2 seconds, then suddenly reached out to grab her collar. Let me see. Yusheng sensed danger and immediately covered her chest, shouting no. But she was already too late. Sui had pulled open her collar and peeked inside. She released her fingers from Yusheng's collar, and the fabric snapped back into place. Liar, you're not wearing any. Say something, you. Yusheng was momentarily speechless, her face flushing bright red. How could you do that? Qin Wanqiu returned with 3 bottles of water, handing one to each of them. She had wanted to buy beer for herself, but thought it inappropriate to drink in front of Sui. Later she discovered that the campus supermarket didn't sell. As they sat down again, despite the dim lighting, Qin Wanqiu noticed that Yusheng's face seemed slightly flushed. These two. So impatient. Had they done something intimate while she was gone? But she didn't call them out, pretending to be oblivious. She looked up at the night sky and said, the moon is so round tonight. Afterward, the three walked around the track a few more times as the crowd gradually dispersed and the lights dimmed. Sui took her leave and returned to the dormitory. Yusheng and Qin Wanqiu walked out of the school gate. Suddenly Qin Wanqiu stopped and said earnestly, I have no objection to you dating, but be careful. Don't cause any accidents. What? Yusheng was taken aback. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Wanqiu let out a huh and said meaningfully, if there's something you're too embarrassed to buy, I can buy it for you. Just remember to use it. Huh. Qin Wanqiu didn't bother to respond, thinking, just keep playing dumb. Back at the rental apartment, Yusheng changed into slippers, scrolled through her phone for a while, then went into the bathroom to shower. About 10 minutes later her phone rang. Hello. Yu Sheng answered and put it on speaker. What are you doing? Qin Wanqiu asked, puzzled. Why is there so much water noise? I'm taking a shower, Yu Sheng said, turning off the faucet. You bring your phone into the shower. What if I miss an important message? Yu Sheng replied. What do you want this time? Cut the crap. Come talk to the security guard. I told him I'm your cousin, but he doesn't believe me and won't let me in. Yu Sheng explained to the guard, and her cousin was successfully let into the complex. The call was still connected. Yu Sheng asked, why are you back again? You're not going home for National Day, and you didn't bring any winter clothes. I'm bringing you some. Why didn't you give them to me earlier? I forgot. What Qin Wanqiu meant by forgot was that she had never remembered to bring Yu Sheng's clothes to Qianjiang in the first place. She had just bought 2 outfits from a clothing store on the spot. If Yu Sheng had known, she would have retorted, can I buy them myself? When they arrived at door 1501, Qin Wanqiu messaged Yu Sheng for the password before she could enter. Entering Yu Sheng's bedroom, she heard a voice from the ensuite bathroom, where the water was roaring, don't come in. Who wants to? Qin Wanqiu rolled her eyes at the air. She opened the wardrobe and hung up the clothes when she suddenly noticed a piece of fabric peeking out from the corner deep inside, different from Yu Sheng's usual style. She pulled it out. It was a piece of women's clothing. Qin Wanqiu's eyes widened. Little Sheng had such a hobby. But then she thought it made sense. Su-yi must have asked her to wear it. She had learned Su-yi's name from Yu Sheng. With little Sheng being so pretty, there must have been girls who wanted to dress him in women's clothes. The young couple certainly had their fun. Qin Wanqiu thought as she tucked the clothes back, but then noticed something suspicious. Under the clothes there seemed to be a file folder. She pulled it out. The lamplight fell on the paper, making it glaringly bright. A long silence. Then Qin Wanqiu took out her phone and photographed what she had found. Just then the sound of running water in the bathroom suddenly diminished. Qin Wanqiu quickly put everything back in its original place, took out the 2 new clothes, tossed them onto Yu Sheng's bed, and closed the wardrobe door. She faked a scene that nothing had happened. By the time Yu Sheng, wearing pajamas and pants, came out of the bathroom, her cousin was no longer in the bedroom. Sis, Yu Sheng called out. Are you still here? Living room. The lights were bright, yet they could not dispel the chill that ran down Qin Wanqiu's spine. She sat on the sofa staring intently at the photos she had just taken, zooming in and out repeatedly, her eyes unblinking, afraid that she might have misseen. But no matter how she looked, the words seemed etched into the screen, clear as day. Qin Wanqiu pressed her lips together, saved the photos into a private album, then returned to the main screen and opened the browser. She typed keywords into the search bar and queried them one by one. The search results flooded in overwhelmingly, each one like a heavy blow, making her breathing unconsciously quicken. Just then Yu Sheng's voice came from the bedroom. Sis, are you still there? In the living room. Qin Wanqiu locked the screen, placed the phone face down on her lap, and tried to make her voice sound calm. Yu Sheng walked into the living room and saw her cousin neither on her phone nor watching TV. She asked, what are you doing? Qin Wanqiu's mind was in turmoil, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. Suddenly feeling parched, she said, I'm so thirsty. Is there any water? Oh yes. Yu Sheng turned to pour water. At the same time she felt a little puzzled. Her cousin had just finished a bottle of water. How could she be thirsty again so soon? On the dining table were 2 cups. One that Yu Sheng had used and the other that Su-yi had used. Every time Su-yi came over she would use that specific cup, and it had almost become her designated cup. Yu Sheng took a new cup, poured water for her cousin. Qin Wanqiu drank several gulps, finally recovering a little. Setting down the cup, she stared at Yu Sheng's face without expression, as if trying to see through her. Although her gaze was very gentle, Yu Sheng still felt unnerved. Why are you staring at me? Without saying anything. I'm going back to Danqiu tomorrow. Qin Wanqiu forced a smile, trying to sound natural. Is it a crime to look at you a little more? We didn't even see each other during the summer vacation. Alright. Auntie specifically asked me to check on you. What are you up to, not coming home for National Day? Hearing this, Yu Sheng's heart tightened. You didn't tell my mom about me renting a house, did you? Don't worry, I said I wouldn't. After a moment of silence, Qin Wanqiu suggested, Little Sheng, let's take a group photo. Why? Not willing. No, it's not that. Then go change your clothes. Are you going to show it to someone after taking it? No. Then just wear your pajamas. Okay. Qin Wanqiu's selfie skills were clearly better than Yu Sheng's and Su-yi's. After just one shot she achieved the desired effect. After that, Qin Wanqiu didn't stay long, as she finished her water and took her leave. After exiting the residential complex, Qin Wanqiu originally planned to save money by taking the bus. She stood by the roadside for a few minutes, but eventually hailed a taxi. Back at the hotel, she threw herself onto the bed, tossing and turning, unable to stop the turmoil in her mind. Glancing at the time, it was still early, so she made a call. The call was answered quickly. Hello, Auntie. Chio. It's me. Is something wrong? Calling so late. For Ms. Qin, 9 o'clock was already late, and this standard could only be relaxed to 9:30 at most. Auntie. Qin Wanqiu hesitated for a few seconds before speaking softly. Have you received any unexpected news lately? What news? Did the price of pork at the market go up? Not that. Is there something wrong with your work? No, it's about Yu Sheng. Oh, then tell me. Qin Wanqiu paused. It's hard to explain in a few words. After I hang up, I'll send you a few pictures on WeChat, and you'll know. Now the photos were still in the private album, as she would retrieve them later and send. What is it? Ms. Qin asked curiously. Judging by your tone, you're carrying a heavy heart. Big matter. Qin Wanqiu had promised Yu Sheng that she wouldn't tell Andy about small matters, but today, this clearly no longer fell under the category of small matters. Alright, talk on WeChat. Beep. The call ended. Old Yu was scratching his back with a back scratcher. He turned his head to glance at Miss Qin and asked curiously, what's curious matter? Calling so specifically, did Sheng get into trouble at school and is afraid to come home? I don't know. Miss Qin frowned. Qiu is being so mysterious I can't make sense of it either. A minute later the phone kept popping up with new messages. The old couple squeezed together on the sofa staring at the screen. Move over a bit. Miss Qin pushed Old Yu, annoyed that he was blocking her. It's so hot. Then forward the pictures to me. Old Yu squeezed back, not willing to be outdone. These have Sheng's name on them. Miss Qin's tone carried a hint of gravity. Is this real or fake? Old Yu saw the pictures and became serious too. He'll call again to ask. Miss Qin opened her contacts. Qin Wanqiu answered immediately and replied very seriously, it's real. I took the original photos and am pretty sure this isn't a prank by Yu Sheng, because when I found them they were hidden deep in the closet. If she was playing a trick and wanted me to find them, she would have put them in a more obvious place. After a few more seconds of silence, Ms. Qin chose to believe it for now and asked, in that case how can Sheng still live in the dormitory? She thought Qin Wanqiu had been to Yu Sheng's dormitory, and the closet she mentioned was the one in the dorm. She rented a house off campus. Qin Wanqiu said, this shouldn't count as me breaking my promise since Annie asked. Qin Wanqiu thought to herself. They chatted a bit more. Alright, let's hang up first, Qiu. Let me digest this. The call ended. The living room fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Old Yu broke the silence. I just checked. The medical terms and codes on this are all real. Ms. Qin pressed her lips together. Such a big matter, why didn't Sheng tell us? Think about it, Sheng didn't even come home for National Day. Wasn't it because she was afraid we'd notice something if we met? Old Yu looked at her. I think Sheng just doesn't want us to know for now. But this matter. Ms. Qin paused, frowning deeply. It has to be faced sooner or later. I know. Old Yu sighed. But I'm afraid she's not mentally ready yet. Forcing the issue will only backfire. They exchanged a glance as if reaching a silent consensus. Then we'll pretend we don't know for now. Old Yu nodded, not sure if he was comforting Miss Qin or himself. Sheng can handle it herself. Ms. Qin silently picked up the remote and turned off the TV. The entire living room became eerily quiet. Rented apartment. After seeing off her cousin, Yu Sheng suddenly realized something. She quickly walked back to the bedroom, opened the closet, and looked inside. Turning her head, she saw two new unfamiliar thick coats thrown on the bedside and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Good. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, Su-yi, unable to find a drama that piqued her interest, simply didn't come to the rental apartment. Yu Sheng's life rhythm consequently quieted down considerably. Eating, sleeping, scrolling through her phone, time slipped by. Ms. Qin, however, had transferred 2 months' worth of living expenses to her in one go and frequently sent messages checking in on her. She probably stumbled upon another tear-jerking short video about the elderly burying the young again. Yu Sheng accepted everything without question, whatever Ms. Qin offered she took. How delightful. On the noon of the last day of the holiday, the dormitory group chat suddenly erupted with several messages. Gushun, have arrived at school. Gushun, why haven't any of you come back yet? Xiaoheng, you on the way. Xiaoheng, you almost there. Shun Liuchuan 1 Gushun, Yu Sheng. Gushun, what about you? Yu Sheng, I didn't even go back. Yu Sheng, are you that forgetful? Gushun, oh. Yu Sheng opened the chat with Su-yi again. Yu Sheng coming over today. Su-yi, no. Su-yi miss me that much. Su-yi, or can't wait to cross-dress again. Yu Sheng, you promised to show me your legs. Yu Sheng, when will you deliver? After waiting for a while, Su-yi didn't reply. Yu Sheng scratched her head. Had she gone too far? The next second, Yu Sheng opened it, zoomed in, inspected carefully, and saved it. All in one fluid motion. In the afternoon, Yu Sheng picked up the remaining mooncakes and returned to dormitory 404. Su-yi had brought too many that day, as she couldn't finish them alone. The printed shelf life on the packaging was 35 days, but they could actually last a bit longer. Still, Yu Sheng preferred to get rid of them as soon as possible, so she decided to bring them to her roommates. When she arrived at the dorm, Zhao Hengyu and Shun Luchuan still hadn't shown up. When they sent the messages, they hadn't even left home yet. As hometown buddies from the neighboring city, it took them less than half an hour to reach Xinjiang by high speed. Gu Shun was squatting beside his chair, organizing his luggage. When he saw Yu Sheng, he immediately raised his hand to greet her. Hey, what did you bring back? Leftover mooncakes, I'll share them with you guys. Yu Sheng placed the canvas bag on Gu Shun's desk. Hearing this, Gu Shun pulled out a box of mooncakes from his suitcase, unwrapping it. As he said, my mom had some strange idea this year. She bought 5 boxes. We ate until yesterday, and there were still 3 left. I brought them all back. Then you'll have even more trouble finishing them now. Yu Sheng climbed onto the bed and wrapped herself in Su-yi's soft blanket. Yu Sheng. Gu Shun looked up at her and called out. What? Yu Sheng asked. Haven't seen you in a few days, but I think you're starting to look more and more like a girl. Gu Shun rubbed his chin as if pondering something. Honestly, when you walked in just now for a second, I thought some girl had wandered into the wrong dorm building. What are you trying to say? I'm thinking. Gu Shun paused. Is there a possibility that you're actually a girl, but for some reason you had to disguise yourself as a boy to attend university? You've been watching too many TV dramas. What if? Yeah, you're right. I actually went to Sheng country and had sex reassignment surgery. Now I'm a girl. Huffed who would have a flat chest after surgery. Why aren't you saying anything? At least curse me or something. Not long after the dorm door swung open, and Zhao Hengyu and Shun Luchuan walked in one after the other. In back. Zhao Hengyu greeted them in a rather cheerful mood, setting down his suitcase before shifting topics. Too bad, I still couldn't escape my mom's arrangement to visit relatives. Didn't you go to Guizhou province for National Day? Gushin asked. Based on Zhao Hengju's moments post, Gushin knew he had gone traveling. Yeah, I got back the day before yesterday, and then my mom made me visit relatives. Zhao Hengyu spread his hands helplessly. Even my grandma's cat didn't recognize me. Shun Luchuan also laughed. I was fine. I stayed at home occasionally running errands for the family. Yu Sheng casually asked, didn't you go anywhere? Only then did Zhao Hengyu notice Yu Sheng lying on the bed. Hey, why are you back in the dorm today? Brought you mooncakes. After answering Zhao Hengyu, Yu Sheng repeated the question to Shin Luchuan. Shin Luchuan shrugged. Too many people, tickets too expensive, couldn't be bothered. Gushin chimed in. I thought you'd go traveling with your girlfriend. She's a homebody, she won't be back until tomorrow. Shin Luchuan said. What about you, Yu Sheng? Did you go anywhere? Gushin asked again. Yu Sheng replied from the blanket. I spent half a day at Westlake. The group chatted about various trivial matters from the National Day holiday while organizing their luggage. As they talked, Gushin suddenly suggested, how about we go out for a meal this afternoon? A little wrap-up for the holiday. Zhao Hengyu immediately raised his hand to me. Shin Luchuan nodded. Then let's decide on a place. Yu Sheng initially wanted to refuse, thinking she had no desire to go out, but when 3 pairs of eyes turned to her in unison, she changed her mind. Alright. The 4 settled on a time and headed to the commercial street near the school in the afternoon. It was bustling with people, as if the returning students had all coincidentally chosen to go out for a stroll. They chose a new-style Japanese restaurant with a clean environment, seats, and spacious seating. After sitting down, Gushin flipped through the menu and clicked his tongue. At these prices, they're treating us like tourists. But the forum says this place is expensive, yet the sake and yuzu liquor are authentic. Zhao Hengyu leaned over for a look. Then we should be careful. How about we order less and grab some skewers at the end of the alley to fill up? After ordering, they chatted while waiting. Topics ranged from the misery of early morning classes to course schedules, and then to the school recruiting volunteers for an international competition to be held in Xinjiang. When the server brought over hand towels and appetizer dishes, Gushin waved them over 2 pots of hot sake first and a bottle of chilled aside. Zhao Hengyu chimed in, add some yuzu liquor too. I heard yours is quite refreshing. Shin Luchuan smiled, mixing drinks no problem. Yu Sheng wasn't interested in alcohol and browsed the drink menu. Matcha milk cap smoothie, she said, then added, don't make the milk cap too salty. Gushin looked up at her, raising an eyebrow, with a smile, ordering that at a Japanese place. You're acting like you're here for tea. Still better than drinking. Why don't you drink? Alcohol harms the body. In Danqiu City, at a certain tertiary hospital, the autumn wind surged through the glass revolving doors at the outpatient building's entrance, carrying a chill. Though the weather was actually quite warm today, the hospital seemed to exude an inherently cold aura. Ms. Qin and Old Yu stood at the entrance of the endocrinology department, clutching a registration slip. The slip bore Ms. Qin's name. They had registered under the pretense of seeking disease education. The DSDMDT Disorders of Sex Development Multidisciplinary Teen Clinic could not be directly booked. Of course, no such clinic existed in all of Danqiu. The DSDMDT clinic operated infrequently and was generally available only in major cities, such as Xinjiang. Do you think we should both go in? Ms. Qin asked in a low voice. Definitely. Well, asked together, Old Yu said, gripping his phone tightly. Do you remember what to ask? I do, Ms. Qin nodded. Her gaze drifted to the call number screen, not far away. Soon the electronic display jumped to number 39, and they pushed open the door to the consultation room together. Inside, the female chief physician wearing rimless glasses spoke in a steady tone. What seems to be the problem? We're here for a consultation, doctor. After some discussion, Ms. Qin asked the question that weighed most on her mind. Will there be any after effects? That depends on the specific situation, the doctor replied, her tone still calm. If it's due to the cause you mentioned, the main impact is on the morphological development of the external genitalia. The long-term effects on physical function and health are actually quite minor, and there are generally no serious after effects. The doctor paused, then added, as for reproductive function, there may be a slight impact, but if there's no need for childbirth, special treatment is usually unnecessary. Stepping out of the endocrinology department, both Ms. Qin and Old Yu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it doesn't affect normal life, Old Yu said. Sheng has a good attitude, Oh Chio said. She's even in the mood to bicker with her. Thursday, after the holiday. After lunch, Yu Sheng and Su Yi walked towards the student union office. They had no specific purpose, just wanted to find a quiet place for a midday rest. Aside from the library and the dormitory, this was considered the third decent option. Yu Sheng had ruled out empty classrooms. Turning on the air conditioner in a classroom alone always carried an inexplicable sense of guilt. She needed an accomplice. The office was silent, devoid of anyone. Today was the day for the student union's leadership transition, and a small handover meeting was scheduled for noon. Lu Xiqing naturally had to attend. According to tradition, the student union at Gan University operated on a progressive handover system. The current president would transfer duties to the vice president, who would then hand over to the newly joined freshman. Then the dirty and tiring work would be left to the newcomers, allowing Lu Xiqing to slack off. She could even justify it as training the new blood. A complete exploitation. Entering the office, Yu Sheng skillfully pulled out a chair and sat down, rubbing her arm to relax. Are you wearing it today? Su-yi suddenly asked. Having learned from the previous experience, Yu Sheng was honest this time and replied no. Not wearing it again. Su-yi raised an eyebrow, leaned in, and said, let me see. Hey, Yu Sheng quickly covered the collar of her shirt. I told you I'm not wearing it. How do I know if you're telling the truth? What if I really am not wearing it? If you're not, then you're not. It's not like I haven't seen it before. If you don't want me to see, wear it next. Yu Sheng didn't bother arguing with Su-yi. Su-yi was just teasing Yu Sheng and said nothing more. She continued with the volunteer recruitment, organizing the list, while Yu Sheng scrolled through her phone and occasionally rested her head on the desk. About half an hour later, an unfamiliar girl entered the office. The girl was carrying a bag of small cakes. Spotting Su-yi and Yu Sheng, she suddenly exclaimed, hello, seniors. Without waiting for a response, she promptly took out the small cakes and handed one to each of them. Yu Sheng was utterly bewildered. What an enthusiastic young girl. Seeing this, Su-yi explained to Yu Sheng, this is Cheng Cheng's successor, the newly appointed vice president. Hello, the girl greeted again. Oh, hello, Yu Sheng replied. She felt something was off. The girl had already distributed small cakes in the adjacent room. After placing one on Lu Siqing's desk, she sat down in the form. Though Lu Siqing was now the president, she still used her original desk. The small cake was vanilla flavored. Just as Yu Sheng was about to take a bite, let me feed you, she said. There are people here, Yu Sheng whispered, glancing at the girl. What's there to be shy about? Su-yi chuckled. She doesn't see you as a boy. Yu Sheng finally realized what felt wrong. Had this freshman not attended the welcome party? Come on, open up, Su-yi urged. Yu Sheng shrank her neck, looked at Su-yi, still haunted by the last incident, and muttered, you can't jab me. It's just a cake, Su-yi said with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. How could I jab you with it? Yu Sheng pursed her lips, but still cast a suspicious glance at the girl across from Lu Siqing's desk. The girl was intently focused on her computer screen, not looking their way at all. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Yu Sheng finally opened her mouth. The next moment, MMPH. Su-yi pushed the entire small cake into Yu Sheng's mouth. Yu Sheng's cheeks bulged instantly, her breath filled with the cloying sweetness. She chewed several times before she could manage to speak. Her eyes resentful, she lowered her voice. It's too big, don't shove it all in at once. Too big. I don't want you to feed me next time, Yu Sheng said indignantly. I can eat by myself. With that, she pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth, the paper stained with a faint milky white cream residue. Su-yi's lips curled into a smile. After a quiet moment, she asked Yu Sheng, did you sign up for the school sports meet? No, Yu Sheng said. The 4 members of room 404 had unanimously decided not to register. Events like the school sports meet were best enjoyed as spectators. Coward, Su-yi said. She was referring to Yu Sheng's reluctance to find someone to run in her place. Did you sign up? Yu Sheng retorted. I signed up for the long-distance run, Su-yi nodded. Is that so? Yu Sheng felt a bit of admiration for Su-yi. Running with weighted gear was already strenuous, yet she chose the long-distance event. A few minutes later, the girl left the office, glancing back at Su-yi and Yu Sheng before going out. She didn't see us, did she? Yu Sheng murmured. She was sitting in that corner, and we were diagonally opposite. How could she have seen anything? Su-yi said. A minute later, the girl returned. She looked them over once more. Catching Yu Sheng's gaze, she immediately averted her eyes guiltily. So she had seen them after all. Why are you back? Su-yi asked. I went to the restroom to wash my hands, the girl explained calmly. On Friday morning, right after the last class ended, the PE representative called everyone to stop. There was no help for it. Too few people had signed up for the school sports meet. Early Thursday morning, he had posted the relevant information about the school sports meet in the class group and called for volunteers. As a result, the message quickly sank to the bottom of the group chat. Aside from 1 or 2 classmates who were always into sports, everyone else pretended not to see it. Now a day had passed, and the number of new names on the list could be counted on one hand. If the first day was like this, the situation in the following days was easy to imagine. The PE representative was also helpless. These days, trying to use collective honor to pressure people in college was nothing but asking for trouble. Not only would no one buy it, but it would also easily earn him eye rolls. Thus he came to a realization: begging and pleading was inevitable sooner or later. Rather than dragging it out until the last day of registration, it was better to meet the quota right now. Holding his phone, the PE representative read out the list like a salesman. Come on, we need 1 more for the men's 4,400 relay, 1 more for women's long jump, no 1 for women's high jump, and only 1 person for men's shot put. As soon as the words left his mouth, the classroom erupted in a cacophony of refusals. I can't, my knees are bad. I'm afraid of getting tanned. I used up all my athletic cells in elementary school. The 4 from room 404 tried to slip away in the chaos, but just as they reached the door, they heard the PE representative shout, Brother G. Don't leave. You take the shot put, just 1 throw, it's easy. I've never thrown a shot put before. Gushun waved his hands repeatedly. Go on, go on. Zhao Hengyu chimed in from the side. Brother G, you're strong. This event is made for you. The PE representative also joined in the persuasion. Brother G had no choice but to say, all right, I'll give it a try. Upon hearing this, the PE representative immediately noted down Gushun's name and casually handed him a piece of candy. Good people live a safe life. Then the PE representative's gaze locked onto Shun Liuchuan. Classmate Shun, how about a sprint? 100 meters from start to finish, just a few seconds. My shoes aren't suitable for running, Shun Liuchuan frowned. No problem, you can borrow a pair then, said the PE representative. Thus young Master Shen was also honorably arrested. Zhao Hengyu and Yu Sheng narrowly escaped. Saturday. Sunlight slanted in through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the dust particles in the air until they shimmered. Another day of makeup classes. Who on earth invented the system of swapping workdays? Yu Sheng lay in bed feeling waves of pain coming from her abdomen. As her consciousness gradually cleared, she frowned and reached for the phone on the bedside table. The screen lit up. It was 8:30 and class had already been going on for half. Damn it, I forgot to set the alarm. Ugh. Just as Yu Sheng was about to stretch and get up, another sharp cramp twisted in her abdomen. She curled up in pain. It was a strange sensation, as if someone was wringing a towel inside her stomach, a dull ache accompanied by an indescribable feeling of heaviness and pressure. Yu Sheng reached her hand under the covers. When her fingertips touched the dampness on her underwear, she snapped fully awake. She threw off the covers abruptly, and the sight that met her eyes was a glaring vivid red. Not just her underwear. Even the bedsheet had a large patch spreading across it. Her mind went blank with a buzz, and Yu Sheng stood frozen for a full 2 seconds before she realized what had happened. Holy crap. The cramp in her abdomen struck again, forcing her to grab the desk to steady herself. She finally understood what was going on. Aunt Flo had arrived. This was the first time in her nearly 20 years of life that she had encountered this situation. Well duh. Ever since she became a girl, she had never considered this problem. Yu Sheng stood frozen for several seconds, her mind a jumble of chaotic thoughts: bedsheet, underwear, washing machine. So painful. And she didn't have any supplies to deal with this situation. Another wave of cramps hit, and Yu Sheng, slightly pale, quickly walked into the bathroom. After hesitating for a few seconds, she took out her phone and opened the chat with Su Yi. No choice, it seemed. She could only ask Su Yi for help. Asking her cousin or Ms. Qin was definitely out of the question. It would only raise unnecessary suspicion. Young Master Shen might also know some ways to deal with it, since he was the only one in room 404 who had a girlfriend. But after thinking it over, asking Su Yi was the best choice. Sitting on the toilet, Yu Sheng typed quickly. Little girl Yu Sheng, are you there? As someone with a good routine, Su Yi naturally wouldn't oversleep. Su Yi, state your business. Su Yi, state your business. Su Yi, stop asking are you there all the time. Little girl Yu Sheng, Little girl Yu Sheng, I think I got Su Yi. Little girl Yu Sheng, you know that thing. Su Yi was silent for 2 seconds, then realized. She glanced up at the teacher at the podium and typed a reply. Su Yi, can you handle it yourself? Little girl Yu Sheng, I'm afraid not. Little girl Yu Sheng, and my stomach hurts a bit. Su Yi, does it hurt a lot? Little girl Yu Sheng, it's okay. Little girl Yu Sheng, I can bear it. Su Yi, have you eaten anything cold in the past 2 days? Little girl Yu Sheng, I had milk tea a couple of days ago. Little girl Yu Sheng had milk tea a couple of days ago. Su Yi, wait for me to come over. Little girl Yu Sheng, okay. Yu Sheng rested for a while longer, then decided to clean up the messy scene in the bedroom. Meanwhile, Su Yi was frowning as she watched the teacher flipping through slides and talking endlessly at the podium. She had a full schedule in the morning, and there were still more than 10 minutes until the first period ended. After a moment's thought, she simply stood up and walked out of the classroom. The teacher saw her leave, but didn't say anything. Walking out so calmly and confidently. She must be going to the restroom. After all, it's college, and they wouldn't require students to report such things. But the other girls in room 520 didn't think so. Su Yi never suddenly left the classroom for no reason. If she needed to go to the restroom, she would always tell them. Chen Yushu, who was also attending the lecture, sent a message in the group chat. Chen Yushu, Yi Bao, where are you going? Yu Xian on ya. Lu Xiqing 1. Lu Xiqing 1. Su Yi replied as she walked. Su Yi, something came up. Su Yi, help me bring my textbooks back. Su Yi also asked for leave for the next. The three in room 520 exchanged bewildered glances. Who was sending messages to Su Yi just now? Lu Xiqing asked in a low voice. Don't know. Didn't notice. While the three were guessing what Su Yi was up to, Su Yi had already walked out of the school gate. It was only a 10-minute walk to Mingzhu Mansion, and she usually walked. This time she scanned a shared bike. There were no shared scooters near the school, so compared to taking the bus or a taxi, a bike seemed to be the most convenient transport. After arriving near the residential area, Su Yi thought for a moment, then turned into a convenience store and bought a pack of sanitary pads before reaching the gate. Fortunately, she always kept the access card in her pocket, so she didn't need to bother Yu Sheng and walked in smoothly. Yu Sheng stuffed the sheets and pajama pants into the washing machine, pressed the button, and watched it start running. Her heart was in turmoil. She took a light gray blanket from the closet and spread it on the bed, making do as a substitute sheet. Lying on her side, Yu Sheng instinctively placed her hand over her. The waves of pain caused fine beads of sweat to form on her forehead. At that moment, Yu Sheng suddenly understood why her cousin used to curl up and cling to a hot water bottle during her period. It was truly this unbearable. While she was lost in such thoughts, a noise suddenly came from outside the house, followed by footsteps approaching. The next second, the bedroom door was pushed open, and a familiar figure walked in carrying a shopping bag. Su Yi, Yu Sheng blurted out, instinctively, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. How did you get here so fast? Fortunately, she had put on her pants while tidying up earlier. Su Yi didn't reply. She looked at Yu Sheng's pale face and asked, can you hold on? It's okay. That's good. Su Yi walked over to the desk, took something out of the shopping bag, and handed it to Yu Sheng. Use this first. Yu Sheng stared at the packaging, her cheeks instantly burning, and for a long moment, she didn't dare reach out. Seeing her hesitation, Su Yi raised an eyebrow. What? Do you want me to open it for you? No, I'll do it myself. Yu Sheng scrambled to her feet, as if holding a hot potato, and hurried to the bathroom door. Just as she pushed it open, Sui noticed another blind spot and asked, "Do you know how to use it?" Yusheng stopped in her tracks, turned around slowly, and said in a voice as faint as a mosquito's, "No. Who would study this for no reason?" So Sui explained how to use it. Though it was just a few simple sentences, Yusheng's face burned crimson, even the tips of her ears. When she closed the door, Sui called out, "Don't stick it on the wrong side. I'm not stupid. Want me to help you stick it?" A click, the sound of the lock. Sui smiled silently, turned around, and walked to the kitchen. She filled the kettle with water, plugged it in, then took out her phone and tapped a few times, searching for how to relieve menstrual cramps. Sui herself had never actually suffered from this kind of trouble. For her, those few days each month were no different from ordinary days. She ate, drank, ran, and jumped freely, sometimes even forgetting about it. The lower back pain and abdominal heaviness that her friends often complained about, she had never experienced them. The so-called special period precautions were completely foreign to her. Apart from avoiding cold drinks, she had almost no extra restrictions. Now seeing the search results pop up, drink more hot water, avoid strenuous exercise, keep warm, Sui frowned slightly. She continued scrolling her finger and saw someone say that a hot water bottle could be used to warm the belly, or that one could massage the belly with hands. Sui recalled that Sheng used to rub Shu's belly. After the water boiled, she added a spoonful of brown sugar to a cup, stirred it, and carried the cup back to Yusheng's bedroom. Yusheng had already come out of the bathroom and was sitting on the bed wrapped in the blanket. Her small hands clutching the edge of the blanket, she watched Sui enter. "Did you stick it on?" Sui asked. Not crooked, I hope." "No, better not be, or you'll regret it." Sui handed over the cup. "Drink it while it's hot." Yusheng took it, looked down, and asked curiously, "Doesn't it need to simmer for over 10 minutes? How is it ready so fast?" She had also searched online herself. Brown sugar water needed to be simmered for about 10 minutes. "This is instant." Sui rolled her eyes. "Take it or leave it." Yusheng touched it with her lips and muttered softly, "It's too hot." "It's supposed to be hot." Sui pulled a chair over and sat down by the bed. "If it's not hot, how can it warm your stomach?" Yusheng pursed her lips, but didn't say anything. She lowered her head and blew on it a few times before taking a small sip. The sweet and cloying taste of the brown sugar water spread across her tongue, seeping slowly into her stomach. But hot water didn't work that quickly. Yusheng's face was still slightly pale. Suddenly she thought of something and asked, "Don't you have class?" "I do, but I asked for leave." Sui leaned forward, her gaze seeming to pierce through the blanket and land on Yusheng's lower abdomen. After a few seconds of pondering, she said, "Do you have a hot water bottle in your room? Electric, or the kind you fill with water?" "No," Yusheng answered. "Oh." A smile curled at the corner of Sui's mouth, and she suddenly reached her hand into Yusheng's blanket. Hey. Yusheng was stunned. "What are you doing?" "No hot water bottle, so we'll have to rub it for you." "Huh. Rub your belly." Sui's expression was calm. "Rubbing will help a bit." Oh. Yusheng felt strange and a bit awkward. The next second, Sui's hand pressed against her lower abdomen. The warmth of her palm seeped through the fabric of her clothes, making Yusheng's entire body stiffen. Before she could recover, Sui's fingers lifted the hem of her shirt and slipped inside. Yusheng flinched as if scalded, her breath catching. "You? Don't put it in." Sui paused, looked up at her, and said with a fairly calm expression, "Through the clothes the warmth can't get through. Rubbing like that but..." Yusheng's cheeks were so hot they could fry an egg, her words stumbling. "This is too what?" Sui raised an eyebrow. Her fingertips had already landed on Yusheng's lower abdomen, which felt icy cold. "Do you want to keep hurting?" The words silenced Yusheng. Indeed, the earlier cramping had nearly made her curl up like a shrimp. Now pressed by this warm, firm touch, the piercing pain actually eased a little. Yusheng bit her lip and turned her face away, afraid to look at Sui, but the tips of her ears were red enough to drip blood. Sui didn't say anything more. Her fingertips began to gently circle. The pressure was steady, slowly rubbing in a clockwise direction, occasionally pressing a little harder on a tender spot, before quickly releasing. "Relax a bit." Sui's voice lowered. "You're tensed up like a rock. How can it work?" Yusheng hummed a muffled loosened her clenched fists, and tried to relax her abdominal muscles. Yet being touched like this, her heart still raced as if about to leap out. Her eyes darted around, refusing to rest on Sui's face. Sui seemed unaware of her embarrassment, still focused on the massage, occasionally asking, "Does it hurt a lot here?" "How about this?" She adjusted the pressure slightly. Yusheng took a breath. The dull ache in her lower abdomen seemed to have eased a lot, and her voice gained some energy. A bit better. After a moment, Yusheng suddenly felt Sui's hand moving upward inch by inch, as if heading somewhere. She quickly grabbed Sui's hand. "What are you doing?" "I'm not doing anything." Sui played dumb, her tone indifferent. She was just teasing Yusheng. If she really wanted to catch her off guard, she wouldn't be moving up so slowly. "You're so weird." Yusheng pulled Sui's hand out from under the blanket, stopping her from touching. Seeing this, Sui didn't insist. Noticing that Yusheng's expression had softened considerably compared to before, Sui withdrew her hand, leaned back against the chair, smiled, and asked, "Did you wear it today?" "No." Yusheng cast a resentful glance at Sui. "You already touched me. Don't you know if I wore it or not?" "I only touched your upper abdomen, not your underwear." "How would I know if you wore it?" "Is that so?" "Of course." Sui sat up straight, her chest rising. "Don't believe me. Check for yourself." You? Yu Sheng felt her face heat up again, her voice involuntarily softening. What kind of check is that? Isn't it inappropriate? At first Sui was puzzled by Yu Sheng's inexplicable shyness, but then she understood and immediately spat. What are you thinking? I meant for you to touch your own upper abdomen. Oh, your mind is full of dirty thoughts, isn't it? I don't. Then what were you thinking just now, eh? In a flash Yu Sheng buried her head in the blanket. Please don't say any more. The corners of Sui's mouth lifted. She didn't dwell on the matter and instead changed the subject. Your physical condition is really poor. You should exercise more. I never get cramps like this. I don't believe you. Yu Sheng poked her head out again, pouting. Why not? Not even once. Some people are just born that way. Then it's only because I had iced milk tea 2 days ago that it turned out so severe. Yu Sheng refused. Sui raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing in her smile. Will you dare to drink it again, next time? Who would have thought it would come so suddenly? Yu Sheng murmured in protest, her gaze dropping guiltily. Sui didn't press further, only gently reminded. You're feeling better now, but you still need to be careful later. Yu Sheng pursed her lips, but said nothing. A moment later Sui poured another cup of brown sugar water for Yu Sheng. Since there was no thermos to keep it hot, it wasn't as scalding as when it was first boiled. She said, I'll go to the kitchen and boil some more hot water for you to warm you up. No need. Yu Sheng replied, I'm almost better. Who was it just now that wanted stewed brown sugar water? Sui said with a half smile. I just asked casually. It's not like I absolutely had to have the stewed kind. Yu Sheng mumbled softly, besides there's no ginger at home. I saw online that stewed brown sugar water always needs ginger. Got it. I need to buy ginger. I really didn't mean that. Yu Sheng looked at Sui in surprise. Was this what they called corporate-level understanding? In the end Sui insisted on going out to buy ginger, and also picked up some red dates. She returned with a steaming bowl of brown sugar ginger. A small spoon rested carefully on the rim of the bowl. Drink it before it gets cold. It's not effective otherwise. She handed the bowl toward Yu Sheng. Steam rose, carrying a sweet and spicy aroma. Yu Sheng looked at the bowl of soup, a mix of emotions swirling in her heart. Eventually she took it, carefully blew on it, and scooped up a small sip. The spicy ginger flavor hit her tongue first, and she barely resisted the urge to frown. But then a warm stream slid down into her stomach, gradually spreading. The warmth from within eased the ache in her abdomen. Why are you so good to me? Yu Sheng couldn't help asking. Now you know how good I am. Then why don't you put on women's clothes? Next time for sure. By noon, Yu Sheng had basically recovered. Whether it was the bowl of brown sugar ginger and date soup or Sui's stomach rub that worked, anyway she was alive again. The washing machine had long stopped. Yu Sheng hung up the clothes. For lunch they still ordered takeout. But at Sui's request the dishes were much lighter than usual: porridge, steamed egg and vegetables, simple and plain. They sat across from each other at the dining table. Yu Sheng held a bowl full of porridge in her hands, taking small sips. A pair of fox ears were placed on her head again. She glanced at the culprit across from her. As soon as she was fine, this person showed her true colors. Sui, while eating, glanced back at the refrigerator. Thinking of its empty interior, she couldn't help saying, when will you put some real food? Yu Sheng, burying her head in her bowl of vegetable porridge, looked up and mumbled, there's milk and bread in the fridge. I can manage when I'm in a rush in the morning. What's wrong with that? Sui raised an eyebrow, scooped a spoonful of steamed egg into her rice, and said quickly, how many meals can milk and bread cover? I told you to buy some frozen food, but you never do. If takeout can't be delivered, are you going to survive on fruit? I just forgot. Yu Sheng felt guilty. Next time when I go to the supermarket, I'll definitely buy some. You'd better. Sui shot Yu Sheng a glance. Next time I go to the supermarket, the first thing you'll buy is. That's more like it. While they were eating, Sui looked at her phone and chatted with someone for a while. Suddenly she said, the student union is having a dinner gathering soon. You should come too. When Yu Sheng asked instinctively, then added, but I don't do any work. It might not be appropriate for me to go. The exact time hasn't been set yet. Sui said, this dinner is jointly hosted by the former president and the current vice president. That was a bit convoluted. Yu Sheng paused to process it, then realized, why are they treating together? Apparently they're relatives. Sui said casually. The newly appointed girl wants to build good relationships, and she's not short on money, so she decided to treat the core members to a meal. She paused and added, and the former president, because she didn't participate in the welcome party at all and left everything to others, decided to treat everyone who helped with the welcome as compensation. As a performer, you're certainly eligible to come. There's nothing wrong with it. Yu Sheng lowered her head in thought, feeling a bit conflicted. But won't it be awkward if I go? I don't know many people. Sui looked at her, calm and composed. With me there, what are you afraid of? Yu Sheng opened her mouth as if to say something, but couldn't get the words out. She finally mumbled. Well, see. After lunch, Yu Sheng collapsed on the sofa. She had no intention of going to school in the afternoon. Since she had already skipped half a day's classes, she might as well skip the other half and throw caution to the wind. Yu Sheng collapsed onto the living room sofa, sprawling out with limbs askew. The weather outside was still sweltering, but with the curtains half drawn, the room was imbued with a lazy tranquility. Her head rested against the armrest, one leg dangling over the edge of the sofa, swaying while the other was bent with her knee pressed against the backrest. The hand holding her phone was too languid to exert any effort, her wrist hanging limp. If Miss Sheen were to see this posture, she would surely frown and say your lumbar spine will have problems sooner or later. But in Yu Sheng's eyes, comfort every second counted. Who cared about the future? Sui approached holding a thermos cup filled with brown sugar ginger and jujube soup. It was left over from the morning. When she had gone to buy ginger and jujubes, she had also bought a thermos. Even after a whole morning, it was still steaming. It was just a pity that the refrigerator was still empty, otherwise she might as well have bought some frozen glutinous rice balls, dumplings, and even meat and seafood. Seeing Yu Sheng's languid demeanor, Sui reached out and patted her arm, signaling for her to make room. Yu Sheng was so engrossed in her phone that she didn't notice anyone approaching, let alone understand what the pat meant. Feeling an itch on her, but she scratched it twice. Smack! A crisp sound exploded in the quiet living room. It didn't hurt, but Yu Sheng jolted, sitting up abruptly. Why did you hit me? Sui remained calm, placing the thermos on the coffee table, as if nothing had happened. I told you to move over, but you didn't budge. After a pause, she said slowly, drink the rest too. Yu Sheng took the thermos, unscrewed the lid, and took a look. Good heavens! It was full to the brim. Her face instantly turned bitter. This stuff was truly awful to drink. The pungent spiciness of ginger especially irritating. She shouldn't have been so careless as to mention something I saw online. Staring at the steaming liquid, Yu Sheng said, I'm fine, now no need to. Sui's tone was light, but her voice carried an unyielding firmness. Brown sugar warms the wound, ginger slices dispel cold. If you slack off, you'll start hurting again tonight, and I won't have time to deal with you. Tonight. Yu Sheng tried to change the subject. Don't you have class this afternoon? I don't have the first class this afternoon, Sui said. But you lazing around. Aren't you going to class? I have no class all afternoon. Are you sure? Positive. I have your schedule. Oh. Yu Sheng suddenly remembered that Sui had asked for her class schedule. Awkward. Lacking confidence, she made a weak excuse. Skipping just one day isn't a big deal, right? Speaking of which, today was Saturday. It was meant for rest. Sui nodded unexpectedly, then circled back. Drink it first. Yu Sheng hugged the thermos and took small sips. The ginger flavor was strong, but sipping it slowly made it barely tolerable. Seeing her obedient, Sui leaned back on the sofa and said no more. A few minutes later, the cup was finally empty. Sui clapped her hands and said, all right, it's about time to change. Change what? Yu Sheng blinked. So Sui launched into another explanation. Change every 3 to 4 hours to avoid bacterial growth, daytime versus nighttime pads. All of which made Yu Sheng's head spin. Another day of longing for little Yu Sheng. When Yu Sheng came out after changing, the living room was quiet. She looked up and saw Sui sitting on the sofa, munching on a bag of chips, crunch crunch with relish. Hey, Yu Sheng was puzzled. Where did these come from? From the drawer under the coffee table. There's a ton of snacks inside, Sui said without looking up. Why don't you put them on the table? Afraid they'll take up space. How could you? Yu Sheng was suddenly anxious, not because she grudged Sui eating her snacks. She wasn't that petty. What bothered her was that this person had rummaged through her drawers. She didn't know if her cousin had this bad habit, but fortunately she had been proactive and moved both certificates into the wardrobe. Sui paused, glanced at Yu Sheng, and said matter-of-factly, you're in a special period now. You can't eat these things. I'm helping you get rid of them. Robber logic. So why do you hide your snacks? Sui asked curiously. What's wrong with the drawer? It's moisture-proof and bug-proof. Yu Sheng sat down speechlessly. Sui took out a chip and pressed it against her lips. Seeing Yu Sheng's mouth closed, Sui pushed the chip against her lips again. Didn't you say I can't eat it? Yu Sheng asked. A little bit won't hurt. Oh. Yu Sheng ate the chip in one bite. Sui fed her another. Yu Sheng ate it. Sui fed her yet another. Why aren't you eating? I'll do it myself. Yu Sheng took a chip from the bag. Eating chips without licking your fingers is soulless. Sui turned on the TV. There were no hit dramas recently, so she put on a documentary. Just then her cousin sent a message. These past few days, besides Miss Sheen frequently checking in on her cousin had also been in touch. Yu Sheng simply assumed her cousin missed her too much. Sister Wanchio, little Sheng. Sister Wanchio, what are you up to? Yu Sheng, nothing much. Sister Wanchio, then hop on the game. Yu Sheng, don't you have work? Yu Sheng, you didn't take leave again, did you? Sister Wanchio, don't you have school? Sister Wanchio, you didn't skip class again, did you? Yu Sheng. It's lunch break now. Yu Sheng felt a bit guilty. How could this be a coincidence? Sister Wanchio, I'm on lunch break too. We wage slaves do get lunch breaks. Did you think I was a robot plugged in to work 247? Even if the heavens themselves came, this lunch break is mine. Yu Sheng, wow, first time I've seen you write such a long message. Sister Wanchio, less talk, got it. Yu Sheng, okay. Sister Wanchio, get on the game. Yu Sheng, don't want to play. Sister Wanchio, why? Yu Sheng, no reason. Sister Wanchio looked down on me for being bad. Yu Sheng wasn't a hardcore gamer, as she usually played a few rounds occasionally with Gushun and Zhao Hengyu. Her skill level was average, not top tier, not a liability. But with her cousin's performance as a foil, Yu Sheng's level seemed quite decent. She typed a reply. Yu Sheng, it's not about that. Sister Wanchio, so you do think I'm bad, huh? Yu Sheng, I'm feeling unwell. During the National Day holiday, her cousin had asked Yu Sheng to play games every day. Now that she finally had a break, who would want to keep suffering? Sister Wanchio really unwell or faking it? Yu Sheng, faking it. Sister Wanchio, so blunt. Yu Sheng, see you later. Sui glanced at Yu Sheng and asked, who are you chatting with? My cousin, Yu Sheng said. She wants me to play games, but I don't want to. Oh. The moment Sui finished speaking, her WeChat messages arrived. A string of familiar names popped up. Chen Yushu Bao. Chen Yushu, where did you go? Chen Yushu, are you coming back to class this afternoon? Lu Xiqing 1 Yu Xiaonan, should I ask for leave for you this afternoon? Sui, no need. Sui, you'll be back for class this afternoon. Chen Yushu, why didn't you answer my first question? Yu Xiaonan eating melon emoji. Yu Xiaonan Xiao Yu is so persistent. Xiao Yu is Chen Yushu. That's what Yu Xiaonan calls her. Chen Yushu mysterious. Chen Yushu, there must be something fishy. Lu Xiqing 1. Su Yi directly logged out of WeChat. At 1 in the afternoon, Su Yi saw that Yu Sheng looked normal with no more cold sweat on her forehead. She must have truly recovered, so Su Yi prepared to go back to school. Yu Sheng recalled the comfort of snuggling in Su Yi's blanket a couple of days ago and immediately decided to go back with Su Yi. So almost instinctively she blurted out, "He'll go back to school with you. Didn't you say you weren't going this afternoon?" Su Yi raised an eyebrow a little surprised. "He'll still go? Gotta earn some participation points for the class." Yu Sheng's excuse sounded plausible. Su Yi found it odd, but didn't ask. There was still plenty of time, so instead of renting a shared bike they chose to walk. The early autumn breeze blew, gently rustling the leaves. Sunlight filtered through the branches of the plane trees, scattering into patches of light and shadow. Yu Sheng walked beside Su Yi, unable to resist sneaking glances at her profile. Su Yi's profile flickered in and out of light and shadow, her eyelashes casting a faint shadow, her nose straight, and her lips delicately shaped. Her expression was cool, yet it brought an inexplicable sense of peace. Yu Sheng slowly edged closer to Su Yi, reaching out her hand. First she hooked her fingers with Su Yi's. "What are you doing?" Su Yi turned her head to look at her. Was this girl being so forward now? "Didn't you say so yourself?" Yu Sheng avoided her gaze, muttering softly, "You can touch my hand freely, but nowhere else." Su Yi chuckled lightly, but didn't pull her hand away. Seeing that Su Yi didn't object, Yu Sheng grew bolder. After all, Su Yi had already taken advantage of her plenty. What was just holding hands? It wasn't excessive at all. She silently encouraged herself. So Yu Sheng's actions became increasingly audacious. She turned Su Yi's palm over, tracing the lines with her fingertip, stroking every curve. Then she compared the size of their hands, alternately closing and opening them like a child with a new toy. Finally, Yu Sheng even poked at Su Yi's fingertip and couldn't help laughing, so soft. Su Yi was both amused and exasperated by her antics, but she didn't stop her. She just gazed ahead, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curling at the corner of her lips. Yu Sheng had been shy before, but now she was feeling smug. When they were almost at the school gate, Yu Sheng still refused to let go. She bent Su Yi's index finger back and forth like pulling a trigger. "Can you settle down?" Su Yi finally couldn't help saying. "Imperfectly settled," Yu Sheng said with a straight face. "You said it yourself, I can touch your hand." Su Yi was left speechless. Once they entered the campus, Yu Sheng instantly behaved and let go of Su Yi's hand. Su Yi smiled faintly, still timid. She didn't plan to go back to the dormitory. Instead, she headed straight for the administrative building. Lu Xiqing had become the new president and had already turned into a hands-off manager, delegating all the work to the newly appointed junior. She was definitely in the dorm right now. When Su Yi went back, besides Nan, who was probably in the library, she would at least have to face Cheng and Shu's relentless. Just thinking about those two pairs of sparkling eyes coming up to her with endless questions gave Su Yi a headache. Rather than enduring a double interrogation, it was better to go straight to the student union office. As for the textbooks, she could just ask them to bring them along. Yu Sheng followed Su Yi to the office. The door opened, and inside only the vice president was present. The junior girl was hunched over the computer staring at a spreadsheet and inputting data. Lu Xiqing had pawned off the task of organizing the volunteer list onto her. Hearing the sound, the girl looked up and immediately saw the two of them walking in side by side. Their hands were of course not held, but the girl seemed thoughtful. She quickly stood up, approached with light steps, and smiled with a hint of slyness. "How come you two are here together again?" Her tone rose, clearly carrying a gossipy undertone. Su Yi's expression remained indifferent, as if she didn't notice anything, and casually brushed it off. "We happen to be heading the same way." "Same way?" The girl drew out the last syllable, her eyes darting between them. "All the way to the office door." "She's also in the student union, so it's naturally the same way," Su Yi said, gesturing with her chin toward Yu Sheng. "Oh, I see. Even if they were on the same path, this senior should have been going to the office next door." Their relationship was definitely unusual. Su Yi noticed Yu Sheng's flustered look and smiled inwardly, but didn't say anything more. The vice president, after all, knew her limits. She didn't press further and turned back to her seat. The atmosphere gradually quieted down, leaving only the sound of keyboard clicks and the subtle rustle of pen on paper. But Yu Sheng felt a bit restless. Her palms were still slightly sweaty, not because of the junior girl but from all the hand-holding. She glanced at Su Yi, who met her gaze with a calm look, not avoiding her eyes. Yu Sheng had a class in the first big period of the afternoon. So after sitting for a while, she went to attend class. She first strolled around the campus, then quietly sneaked back to the room was empty. Gushun and the others were in class. The feeling of sneaking back in was oddly thrilling. Yu Sheng kicked off her shoes, climbed into bed, and wrapped herself in Su Yi's blanket. Su Yi's blanket was really comfortable to sleep in. Yu Sheng decided she had to swap the two blankets. Just as she was thinking this, a WeChat message popped up. "Gushin, Yu Sheng. Gushin, you have class today, you didn't forget, did you? Gushin, you didn't come this morning, and now you're skipping the afternoon." "Yu Sheng, I didn't forget." "Gushin, then what are you doing?" "Yu Sheng, starting my weekend early." "Gushin, hella cool." Zhao Hengyu 1 Shun Liuchuan 1. A moment later, Gushin sent another message. "Gushin, the teacher took attendance." "Gushin, Yu Sheng, just answer for me." 1 minute later, in the classroom, the teacher glanced at the roll and called out, "Yu Sheng." Here, Gushun answered in a falsetto. The teacher silently stared at the dark figure on the podium. In the end, she didn't call it out. It was Sunday. Yusheng didn't get up particularly late, but she lingered in bed for a few minutes after waking. She rubbed her eyes, threw off the covers, slipped into her slippers, and padded into the bathroom. Today, Sue-yi had invited her for a morning run. However, Yusheng knew well enough that her current state would at most allow her to jog along symbolically for a few steps, just for show. When she couldn't run anymore, she would simply walk. After washing up and getting ready, Yusheng changed into a loose casual outfit, a light-colored top and sports pants. As she lowered her head to adjust the hem, she caught sight of the phone screen glowing with several unread messages. They must have come in while she was washing up. She tapped the screen. Sue-yi, are you up yet? Sue-yi, I'm coming in. Sue-yi, if you're not dressed, hurry up. If I see something inappropriate, I'll take a photo for keepsake. Yusheng was stunned. The first two lines were easy to understand, but what was that last one about? She couldn't help frowning. So perverted. She grumbled as she typed a reply. Yusheng, the little girl, him up. Her fingers were about to type the second sentence. Come in, when her steps halted in the living room. The living room light was on, and someone was sitting on the sofa. Sue-yi was sitting there. Her posture was relaxed, one hand resting on the backrest, the other scrolling through her phone. Her demeanor made it seem as if she wasn't in someone else's home, but in her own living room. Morning, Sue-yi said casually. You? Yusheng was taken aback. When did you come in? I didn't even hear the door. I came in when I sent the message. Then why did you ask if I was up? You just walked right in anyway. I didn't go into your room. Yusheng pursed her lips and muttered, that's called trespassing. Sue-yi didn't respond. Instead, she looked Yusheng up and down, then suddenly asked, did you wear it today? What? Yusheng didn't catch on at first. What else could it be? Sue-yi said with a half smile. Yusheng instinctively turned her face away and mumbled, no. Put it on. Why, oi? Yusheng was a bit displeased. You bought it days ago and haven't worn it once. What's the purpose? To let it collect dust. Sue-yi raised an eyebrow. It's not like I wanted to buy it. Yusheng muttered. Before she could finish, Sue-yi had already stood up, walked over to her, and pushed her toward the bed. At the bedroom door, Sue-yi urged, change it quickly. Don't blame me when you start complaining about pain later. Crying won't help then. And by the way, let me see if you even know how to wear it. What pain? Yusheng asked, confused. Sue-yi glanced at Yusheng, then raised her hand and patted her chest twice, producing a thumping sound. What do you think? Yusheng froze, her cheeks instantly burning. Of course she understood what Sue-yi meant, but she wasn't going to run far anyway. Still, to end this conversation quickly, she said. Think. Sue-yi said nothing more, turned around, and walked out, closing the bedroom door behind her. Yusheng took a deep breath, her heart racing uncontrollably. She quickly rummaged through the wardrobe, obediently put on the unfamiliar item, and then slipped back into her casual clothes. From the outside, there was almost... When she opened the door and came out, Sue-yi was waiting right there. Wearing it. Wearing it. Sue-yi reached out without hesitation, pulled open Yusheng's collar and glanced. Yusheng's heart tightened. She wanted to block the move, but it was too late. Sue-yi withdrew her hand and patted Yusheng's shoulder. Remember to wear it from now on. When the two left the residential complex, it was still early. The morning light was faint, as if veiled in gauze falling on the roadside plain, trees glittering in fine speck. The air was cool, carrying a fresh scent of grass and soil. Let's have breakfast first. Running on an empty stomach isn't good, Sue-yi said. Yusheng nodded. Sue-yi led the way along the street. Soon they spotted a breakfast shop, and she was about to turn in. Yusheng saw the familiar sign and hesitated. Maybe we should try another one. What's wrong with this one? Sue-yi stopped and turned around to ask. Yusheng found it hard to say. This kind of experience was truly embarrassing. Her eyes flickered, and she instead said, anyway, I suggest you don't go there, or you'll regret it. Is it a hygiene issue? No, it's not hygiene. Then why? Yusheng's cryptic answer only made Sue-yi more curious. She had to see for herself, and so a few minutes later, the boss lady grabbed Sue-yi's hand and wouldn't let go, saying warmly, young lady, you're from Gon University, right? My son is also from Gon University. He just graduated this year, and now works at a state-owned enterprise. How about adding each other on WeChat to get to know one another? No need, auntie. Oh, it's good for young people to make friends. The boss lady smiled. He likes playing basketball, and when he was in school, he often went to the library to study. He's a very steady kid. Sue-yi declined repeatedly before finally managing to extricate herself. She glared at Yusheng. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I warned you, Yusheng said, barely holding back a laugh. The tables had turned, and it was finally Sue-yi's turn to be embarrassed. The two walked for about 10 minutes to digest a bit, then planned to start their morning run in earnest. How long has it been since you exercised? Sue-yi asked. Last time was the end of last semester, when I had to take the physical fitness test. I ran a few days beforehand to get used to it, Yusheng answered truthfully. Then if you can't keep up, just wait for me here, or take a walk. Sue-yi didn't run very often, about 3 or 4 times a week, but after signing up for the school sports meet, she started running every morning. Her stamina was far superior to Yusheng's, who never exercised. Yusheng rolled her eyes inwardly. She was planning to walk anyway, did she need a reminder? But she didn't retort aloud and obediently followed Sue-yi's pace. The main road outside the residential area was wide, and there were quite a few morning joggers. There were students with earphones as well as groups of middle-aged men and women. Occasionally a cyclist would glide by, the bell ringing crisp and clear in the quiet atmosphere. Sue-yi ran at a moderate pace with proper form. Yusheng kept beside her, but after only 100 or 200 meters, she began to feel out of breath. She immediately and guiltlessly slowed down, breaking into a shuffle, and finally settled into a leisurely walk. Weren't we going for a morning run? Sui stopped and waited for her, an eyebrow raised. Don't tell me you're already out of breath. Your physical condition is really too poor. I am on my period, can't run. Yu Sheng panted successfully, using the excuse her female classmates once used to skip PE class. All right, Sui nodded. She had almost overlooked that. Why aren't you running? Yu Sheng asked, puzzled, seeing Sui still walking slowly beside her. I want to hear you pant a little more. Sui ran for over an hour, covering a full 10 kilometers. She set out from outside the residential complex, ran to the nearby park and back. That alone was 5 kilometers. She repeated the route twice without any slackening. Yu Sheng took a brief rest by the roadside, but instead of waiting in place, she strolled around and looked about. Presently Sui appeared on the return path. Her posture was straight, her pace unchanged. Her chest rose and fell gently with each breath, and sweat had plastered a few strands of hair to her cheeks. Her skin post-exercise glowed with a faint flush in the sunlight. Yu Sheng's gaze involuntarily lingered on a certain part of Sui's body. Sui gradually came to a halt, looking at Yu Sheng. I know where you're looking. Yu Sheng looked up at the sky. She didn't understand. After running, Sui didn't return to the school, but followed Yu Sheng to. After drinking some water, Sui gathered her wet hair and headed straight to the bathroom. She used the guest bathroom. Seeing this, Yu Sheng seized the opportunity to slip into her own bedroom and locked the door. She quickly removed her top and hung it on the back of a chair. Next, she started to take off her undergarment. Wearing this thing still felt awkward. The way it clung to her skin was strange. In the dim room, Yu Sheng was about to quickly change out of it when Sui's voice came through the door. Yu Sheng, where did you go? Yu Sheng responded, in the bedroom. She sped up, took off the undergarment, and pulled on her top. What are you doing in the bedroom? Didn't get enough sleep? Sui's voice grew closer. No, Yu Sheng replied, grabbing a charger on her way to the door. She unlocked it and opened it, explaining, I'm getting the charger. Sui had just come out of the guest bathroom, her face still damp. Why lock the door when you're just getting something? Are you doing something bad? Yu Sheng forced a smile. No, I'm not. Sui didn't believe her. Her gaze passed over Yu Sheng and landed on the suspicious clothing at the foot of the bed. She raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of her mouth. I have a feeling it's not as simple as just getting the charger. She tilted her chin toward the bedroom. Already took it off that quickly. It felt uncomfortable to wear. Caught red-handed, Yu Sheng stopped pretending and came clean. As if Sui could force her to put it back on. You'll get used to it after wearing it a few more times, Sui said, leaning against the doorframe. Going commando every day, aren't you embarrassed? Who's going commando? Yu Sheng retorted. I'm still wearing underwear. Suit yourself, you don't have to wear it if you don't want to, Sui said indifferently. Yu Sheng almost misunderstood. But, Sui suddenly changed the subject. You promised to wear women's clothes, remember? You kept putting it off, and when you came yesterday, I didn't bring it up because you weren't feeling well. Yu Sheng's expression stiffened. She shrank back, hiding half her body behind the door. You still remember? You even remember the hand-holding incident before National Day, and I've only been a few days. Hurry up, put on the skirt first. No. Yu Sheng started being stubborn. Moi. Sui frowned. You were willing to wear a dress before just to move out, but now you're resisting a simple skirt. Yu Sheng sat down on the bed. I don't want to wear it now. What can you do about it? Sui sighed, starting to wonder if she had been missing something in her words lately. You don't want anyone to know. Say something. You promised, so change now. Okay. Good. Sui was satisfied with Yu Sheng's response and stepped back. Hurry up and put it on. After all these days, you should have prepared. The bedroom door clicked shut. Yu Sheng took a deep breath, silently opened the wardrobe, and took out the skirt. She hadn't even touched these clothes since buying them. After steeling herself for a moment, Yu Sheng reluctantly took off her pants and put on the skirt. It barely reached her thighs, feeling empty and bare. Compared to the knee-length dress she had worn before, this skirt exposed far too much. It took Yu Sheng a while to adjust before she opened the door, her cheeks flushed crimson. The navy blue hem of the skirt hung at her thighs. See, doesn't it look good? Sui was right at the door, her eyes lighting up. She reached out and pulled Yu Sheng out, then stepped back 2 paces to look her up and down. Your skin looks even fairer, but your expression is too stiff. Come on, smile. Yu Sheng ignored her, turning her face away and clutching the hem of the skirt tightly. Seen enough. We're only getting started. Sui pointed at the wardrobe. There are 2 more pieces. Put on the jacket and cardigan too. Yu Sheng seemed to have all her strength drained away as she turned and resignedly went back to the bedroom. Before long, the door opened again. Yu Sheng had put on the beige cardigan, still wearing the navy blue skirt beneath it, the hem swaying gently with her movements. Turn around a bit, Sui said with a smile. The cardigan goes really well with the skirt. Look, the lines at the shoulders are so nice. Finally, after putting on the jacket as well, Sui led Yu Sheng to the living room and pressed her down onto the sofa. Are we done? Yu Sheng asked gloomily. Done. Sui stepped back, appraising her, then took out her phone. Come on, let's take a photo to commemorate. No. Hearing this, Yu Sheng raised her hand to cover her face. Just one, Sui said, shaking her phone with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Strike a pose, Sui instructed. I don't know how. Just act cute. Yu Sheng fell silent. She might not know how to act coy, but when it came to acting cute, Curse that system. So they moved to the Yu Sheng applied the knowledge she had gained from the system, resting her elbows on the table and cupping her cheeks with her hands. Oh my, aren't you good at this? Su-Yi's smile was almost overflowing from the corners of her eyes. Click. Yu Sheng was captured with a shy expression. Come see, Su-Yi beckoned. Yu Sheng shuffled over reluctantly, and as soon as her eyes touched the screen, she wanted to look away. In the photo, her cardigan's collar was crooked, revealing a section of her reddened collarbone. Her face showed undisguised embarrassment, yet the sunlight fell on the ends of her hair, gilding them with a golden edge, making her look a bit more gentle than usual. You made me look so silly, Yu Sheng muttered, reaching for the phone, but Su-Yi pressed her wrist down. How is it silly? Su-Yi zoomed in on the photo. Look at this expression, fierce and embarrassed like a child caught stealing candy. Her fingertip tapped the screen on Yu Sheng's flushed little face. And this detail so real. Yu Sheng's face grew hot again. Su-Yi noticed Yu Sheng's pursed lips and deliberately teased her. Should I set it as the wallpaper? No. Yu Sheng whined in dissatisfaction and flopped onto the sofa. Su-Yi laughed at her back and saved the photo into a private album. It was noon. The weather was much cooler than the previous days. Standing on the balcony of the 15th floor, she pushed open the window and took in the panoramic view outside. The sky was a pale blue with a few white clouds drifting slowly, their edges gilded by sunlight. In the distance, towering buildings clustered together, their grayish-white facades interspersed with patches of green shade, while the trees in the park swayed gently in the breeze. There were few cars on the street, only an occasional taxi passing by, leaving behind a brief honk. Yu Sheng stood by the window, her hands resting on the sill, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The wind from the height brushed against her face, carrying a hint of chill. It was entirely different from the ground level. Here she could overlook nearly half the city, the expansive view refreshing both her mind and body. Glancing down at the hem of her dress, Yu Sheng whispered to Su-Yi, "Can I change back into my own clothes now?" After wearing women's clothing all morning, she had only wanted to find something to do. Go to the balcony to collect the bedsheet. But that wicked woman had pinned her here to enjoy the view. It felt like some strange kind of play. Wear it a little longer, Su-Yi said with a smile. Or you could just put on the small clothes. Yu Sheng twitched the corner of her mouth. Still, she didn't plan to struggle further and turned to walk toward the bedroom. After changing, she returned. Yu Sheng was hungry. Curled up on the sofa, she scrolled through food delivery apps and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Ordering takeout again. Su-Yi frowned upon seeing Yu Sheng with her phone. "Didn't you go to the supermarket yesterday?" "No. Let's go to the supermarket to buy some groceries and cook at home. Ordering takeout all the time isn't healthy." Su-Yi couldn't help but doubt Yu Sheng's cooking skills. Yu Sheng had once claimed she could cook, but after all this time she hadn't even bought or boiled frozen dumplings or wontons. Every time Su-Yi opened the fridge, there were only fruits and drinks inside. And what made her even more suspicious was that Yu Sheng had stocked up a whole box of instant noodles. "It's too much trouble. I haven't bought many things," Yu Sheng prevaricated. "The supermarket isn't far. What's the trouble? I just don't feel like cooking." "It's fine, I'll cook." "Huh? What, doubting me?" "No, not at all." Yu Sheng wasn't surprised that Su-Yi knew how to cook. After all, Su-Yi had mentioned renting a place for 3 years during high school, so she must have picked up at least some survival skills. What surprised her was the fact that Su-Yi was going to cook. It was hard to imagine. What would a woman who appeared aloof and seemed untouched by worldly affairs look like when she was in the kitchen? "Let's go," Su-Yi said, turning off the TV that was playing a documentary. "Okay." It was the same mall, the same supermarket. Su-Yi pushed the cart while Yu Sheng walked beside her, occasionally picking up an item to examine its ingredients before putting it back. She wasn't responsible for buying anything, just browsing. For her, walking through a supermarket was no different from window shopping. If she didn't find something to distract herself, the pain of shopping would creep back in. Nearby, a promoter was handing out free samples of beef jerky. Yu Sheng deliberately went over to grab a piece, found it tasty, and then took one for Su-Yi as well. Su-Yi was pushing the cart and couldn't free her hands. It was another instance of reverse feeding, but Yu Sheng didn't dare to poke her. When they passed the fruit section, an elderly woman was taking her time picking apples, scrutinizing each one before carefully placing it. Not far behind her, a little boy was standing on tiptoes trying to reach a chocolate bar in the shopping cart, only to be gently stopped by his mother. "You can only eat it after lunch, not now." As Yu Sheng looked around, she turned her attention back to the cart and found it already filled with various bottles and jars along with a small bag of rice. "What do you want to eat?" Su-Yi asked. "I don't know," Yu Sheng replied. Indecisive. Yu Sheng was just as helpless. What to eat was indeed a timeless dilemma. When they reached the fresh seafood section, a fishy smell hit their noses. "It stinks, Yu Sheng." "That's normal," Su-Yi said calmly. The smell wasn't pungent. If it were too strong, that would be a cause for concern. Su-Yi had a clear goal. She pushed the cart straight to the seafood counter, scanning the glass tanks. Just then a hearty voice rang out. "Ladies looking at fish." A middle-aged man in a thick rubber apron grinned, holding a slender fish knife. Come take a look at this sea bass. It just arrived, best for steaming. Perfect for young ladies like you. Nutritious and not fattening." The man was speaking to Yu Sheng, perhaps because he thought she looked more approachable. But the decision-maker wasn't Yu Sheng. Su-Yi stepped forward, examined the fish, and picked one that was wagging its tail the most. It was weighed, then cleaned, and prepared on the spot. Next, Su-Yi went to select shrimp. Yu Sheng couldn't help asking, "You can pick these too?" Su-Yi replied calmly. "When I rented a place, I occasionally cooked for myself." She nudged Yu Sheng with her elbow. How about these shrimp? We can blanch them and serve with a spicy sour dipping sauce. Just not far away, passing by, Chu-Ju's sharp eyes immediately spotted Su-Yi and Yu Sheng. Hey, isn't that your roommate? Chu-Ju shook Shen Luchuan's arm. Shen Luchuan looked up and nodded. Yes. What's he buying seafood for? And who's that girl next to him? His girlfriend. So this is the type our cold goddess likes. Chu-Ju fired off questions like a curious child. He moved out. Now he is probably planning to buy groceries and cook, Shen Luchuan replied. Why did he move out? After that incident last month, he felt deeply sorry for causing you trouble, so to avoid any more misunderstandings he moved out. Shen Luchuan said it with a straight face. Huh. Chu-Ju was shocked. She actually believed him. That's not necessary. I'm not that unreasonable. I was joking, Shen Luchuan chuckled. You actually fell for that. Chu-Ju stomped her foot in embarrassment. How annoying. Then she pressed again. You still haven't answered my other question. Well, Shen Luchuan paused for 2 seconds, then lied without blushing. They're living together. Chu-Ju's eyes darted around as she fell into thought. In the end, Shen Luchuan didn't go over to greet them, and Yu Sheng and Su-Yi didn't notice them. After buying everything, they checked out. Su-Yi carried the heavier items, rice oil and the various bottles, while Yu Sheng was left with the vegetables. Watching the tightly stretched, obviously heavy shopping bags in Su-Yi's hands, Yu Sheng suggested, how about I carry one? Su-Yi glanced at her and said flatly, no need. In the distance, Shen Luchuan shoved a large bag of snacks into Chu-Ju's hands. Here, take a lesson. After returning to room 1501, Yu Sheng collapsed onto the sofa completely. She hadn't realized until she checked her phone that they had been wandering around the supermarket for over an hour. Her feet were aching and her mind felt slightly blank. Yet Su-Yi, as if nothing had happened, neatly arranged the bottles and jars and placed the purchased vegetables in an orderly manner on the kitchen island. Yu Sheng felt envious. Why hadn't she changed at all in this aspect after becoming a girl? Su-Yi rolled up her sleeves, tied her apron with a deft movement, and called out crisply, come over and wash the vegetables. Oh. Yu Sheng responded, slowly dragging herself off the sofa and obediently standing by the sink. As she turned on the faucet and rinsed the broccoli upside down under the stream, she couldn't help stealing glances at Su-Yi. Su-Yi stood beside her, head bowed, carefully inspecting the ingredients. Her sleeves were rolled up high, revealing a slender section. Yu Sheng couldn't resist poking her with a finger. It was soft. How could she carry things so effortlessly without any visible muscle? Su-Yi glanced at Yu Sheng and suddenly remembered that during that special time one should avoid cold water. So she said, chop the veg. Troublesome. I don't even fuss over myself that much. Why, oi? Yu Sheng asked. Avoid cold water, Su-Yi replied. All right, Yu Sheng said, forgetting that the kitchen had hot water. Hesitantly, she picked up the kitchen knife. She hadn't cooked in years, and even her experience as a helper was minimal. She wondered how much of her skill remained. She gestured at the carrot a couple of times, took a moment to gather herself, and then brought the knife down. The cut was crooked with uneven thickness. After just 5 cuts, Su-Yi intervened. That's enough. You'd better just stand aside, Su-Yi said with a hint of resignation. I just haven't cooked in a while. I'm a bit rusty. Yu Sheng quickly explained, defensive yet unconvinced. Your level doesn't even qualify as rusty. Su-Yi expressed disdain. Knife skills weren't the same as cooking ability. Yu Sheng didn't dare voice that thought. She stood aside, sullenly watching Su-Yi work. Su-Yi picked up the knife, and its blade rose and fell on the cutting board with a rhythmic thud, thud, thud. The carrot slices she cut were perfectly uniform in thickness, as if machine cut. Yu Sheng felt a pang of unease watching her. Su-Yi's skill didn't seem like something done occasionally. It looked more like the result of years of practice. In fact, even Ms. Yang didn't know that Su-Yi had honed this skill during her 3 years of high school. Su-Yi had never had a chance to show it at home, nor did she have any intention of deliberately displaying it. After all the vegetables were washed and chopped, Su-Yi casually pulled a black elastic band from her pocket and twisted her long hair into a neat bun at the back of her head in a few quick moves. All her hair was gathered up, revealing the clean line of her neck and jaw, making her whole demeanor appear more crisp and fresh. Yu Sheng was momentarily stunned, then realized she had been staring at Su-Yi. She quickly averted her gaze. Why did you suddenly tie up your hair? Cooking, of course. Otherwise hair would fall into the pot, Su-Yi replied matter-of-factly. Makes sense. Su-Yi studied Yu Sheng for a moment and suddenly smiled. You should grow your hair longer. This length isn't flattering enough. Me. Yu Sheng pointed at herself. With the system tasked, she was already planning to grow it long. Su-Yi leaned against the island. Your hair is straight. If you grow it long and tie it in a ponytail, it would look pretty good. Wouldn't that make me look even more like a girl? You already are one. Oh, hot oil sizzled in the pan and the aroma of smoke and oil filled the air. Su-Yi's busy figure appeared remarkably composed amidst the cooking fumes. Her movements of stir-frying and seasoning were clean and efficient without a hint of hesitation. Yu Sheng had only intended to glance, but before she knew it, she had been watching for a long time. Whether she was holding the ladle or placing shrimp one by one into the water, Su-Yi remained calm and unhurried. Even the occasional gesture of brushing a stray strand of hair from her forehead carried an indescribable elegance. After several tens of minutes, 3 dishes were set on the table: steamed sea-based boiled shrimp and stir-fried carrots with broccoli. 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. Just the right portion, simple, yet full of homey warmth. Unlike some people who clatter about ordering a mountain of food piling the table high only to leave it unfinished, sheer pretense. Su-yi untied her apron, washed her hands, and sat down at the table. She glanced at Sheng and suddenly seemed to remember something, raising an eyebrow. Did you change back into your clothes and put on your underwear? I did. Quick as a flash, Sheng shielded her chest. Su-yi watched her reaction, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of her mouth. She leaned forward and hooked her finger into Sheng's collar. Let me see. You're so perverted. Sheng clutched it tightly. I've already seen it all before. Su-yi found it amusing. What's there? That was true. In the end, Sheng pulled open her own collar and let Su-yi look. She really had put it on. Such was her integrity. Let's eat first, Su-yi said, withdrawing her gaze as if nothing had happened. Sheng shot her a dissatisfied, but her chopsticks dutifully reached out and picked up a piece of sea bass, bringing it to her mouth. The fish meat was tender and white, steamed to perfection with not a trace of fishy smell. Instead, it held a subtle sweetness. Sheng chewed a couple of times and couldn't help nodding. Delicious. She looked up at Su-yi and stubbornly added, but the presentation is average. Su-yi let out a soft laugh. Can you do better yourself? Sheng refused to take the bait. Then she tried the stir-fried carrots with broccoli, crisp and tender, and finally the boiled shrimp. The shrimp meat was firm and springy with a sweet freshness upon entry, and the tangy spicy dipping sauce was appetizing. How is it? Su-yi asked. Delicious. After the meal, the plates on the table were stained with oil. Su-yi leaned back in her chair, squinted at Sheng across from her, and said leisurely, You wash the dishes. Sheng, who had been about to lounge on the sofa, froze at the words. She looked up in protest. Why, Su-yi raised an eyebrow. You just ate without doing anything. We should share the work. Sheng pouted. Su-yi's argument was sound, and she couldn't refute it. She slowly stood up, walked to the sink, rolled up her sleeves, and was about to turn on the faucet when Su-yi called. Su-yi came over and patted Sheng on the shoulder. All right, go take a rest. He'll do the washing. You really don't need me to. Before Sheng could finish, Su-yi interrupted. If you really want to help, just stay here and chat with me. Otherwise, it's too quiet. So Sheng stood by the sink watching her wash the dishes. Su-yi dipped her hands into the warm running water, working up a lather, turning the bowls and plates this way, and that their crisp clinking echoing in the kitchen. Her hair was tied up in a bun at the back of her head, and her silhouette was upright and focused. Sheng was lost in the sight. The kitchen was originally the most desolate corner of the rented apartment, with the stove spotless and the cabinets lacking even the most basic pots and pans. But after that lunch, everything changed drastically. Su-yi would come by every few days with fresh ingredients, deftly tying up her hair and slipping on an apron the moment she stepped through the door, looking every bit the homemaker. Cooking, though seemingly troublesome, brought a sense of stability with repeated practice. With work in hand and dishes gradually taking shape before her eyes, a warmth spread through her heart, and she found herself unconsciously addicted to it. Every time Sheng watched Su-yi slice vegetables, she was genuinely impressed, unable to help but exclaim, You must have practiced this right. Or else you're just naturally gifted. I practiced all through high school, Su-yi said lightly, her knife rising and falling with practiced ease. By contrast, Sheng's first attempt at cooking was a complete mess. The scallions were unevenly chopped, and the oil temperature in the pan was poorly controlled, nearly burning the dish. However, the end result was passable, and when the finished dish was placed on the table, its appearance was surprisingly decent. Su-yi hadn't held high expectations from the start. Watching Sheng fluster around, she didn't seem very capable. She didn't ask Sheng to create a gourmet feast, only hoping she wouldn't end up with a table of disastrous dishes. After a small taste, Su-yi said slowly, Not bad. Looks like you're not just good at eating. Upon hearing this, Sheng immediately lifted her chin, her eyes curving into crescents. I told you I can cook. Thus the kitchen gradually formed a fixed routine. Su-yi was the head chef, while Sheng joined in the fun on the side. Occasionally Sheng would take over the cooking, and Su-yi would stand by with her arms crossed, watching coolly. After meals, there was naturally cleaning up to do. According to their agreement, Sheng had to wash the dishes. That afternoon, Su-yi discovered that the kitchen was connected to a hot water pipe. The good old days when Sheng waited for meals at the table and then flopped onto the sofa right after eating were gone forever. In this way, time passed until Saturday arrived. The student union dinner had been scheduled long ago, set for this evening. After all, everyone's class schedules were different, and this was the best time they could coordinate. At Su-yi's request, Sheng arrived at the school in the afternoon and entered the student union office. Only Su-yi was inside. Sheng pulled out a chair, sat down, and asked, What unreasonable demands do you have today? Where did you pick up that tone? Su-yi smiled and pinched Sheng's cheek. A hint of willfulness. Can't you speak properly? Who told you to always threaten me? Sheng leaned back in her chair. I was perfectly fine lounging at home. Why did you call me over? Su-yi unhurriedly pulled up a seating chart on her phone and handed it to Sheng. I told you this dinner is being organized by the former president and vice president. The former president said we didn't put in enough effort for the welcome party, so they want to treat those who contributed to a meal. You've met the vice president too. She's quite enthusiastic. She wanted to gather the department heads for a meal and build better relationships. So the two of them decided to invite everyone together. There will be quite a few people filling 2 tables, mainly classmates who helped out with the welcome party. Su-yi said while pinching Sheng's cheek. The venue is set at Old Place Restaurant, a bit far from the school. The private room is already booked. Take a look at the seating chart. Assign seats. Sheng took the phone. Is it that formal? It's not a general meeting. The former president arranged it. She said new and old members should sit interspersed to make it easier to chat and get to know each other. Since she's hosting, well, let her have her way on this. He pointed at the seating chart where her name was right next to Sheng's. Don't worry. I already spoke to the former president. Sheng nodded, her eyes sweeping over the seating chart. Most of the names were unfamiliar. Only when she saw the name Song Shihan did she finally learn that person's full name. When she saw the three characters, Chun Yushu, a huge question mark immediately appeared above Sheng's head. What contribution had? Wasn't she not even a member of the student union? Was everyone being invited here? Seeming to read Sheng's confusion, he explained. Shushu said she helped record videos while we were practicing piano, so that counts as a contribution. Plus she later helped Chengqing check the cosmetics. In fact, Chun Yushu had also mentioned that she helped hang the dress Sheng wore back on the hanger. He thought that detail was too absurd to mention. That counts. Sheng turned to look at Sui. Shouldn't we be inviting a ton of people then? Anyway, after Shushu brought it up, neither president had any objections. Opportunities have to be seized for yourself, right? Alright. Sheng handed the phone back to Sui. She didn't dare to complain that this little matter could have been handled over a text instead of making her come all the way to school. Instead, she asked who's sitting on my other side. Xiao Tang. Having a stranger beside her would make Sheng feel a bit constrained given her personality. Sui smiled, then glanced toward the vice president's desk. The young woman wasn't in the office at the moment. That's the vice president's name. Oh, so it's her. Sheng nodded, also glancing over, thinking about the young woman's behavior over the past couple of days, and asked again. Did she misunderstand something? I always feel like she's giving us strange looks. That means you're acting well, Sue, he said, unfazed. Keep it up. But she thinks I'm a girl. Why would she think that? What do you think? Could she be? Sue, without waiting for Sheng to finish, guessed what she was about to say, and gave a positive answer. How do you know? Sheng was astonished. How long had the young woman Xiao Tang been in the student union? Had she confessed to That was a hard image to imagine. Chengqing told me, Sue, said. Then, how did President Liu know? Sheng had a small head filled with huge curiosity. She said. Sue paused. It was instinct. So it was all based on guesses. Sheng didn't press further, instead scrolling through her phone to kill time. The sky grew dark with tree shadows stretched long by the streetlights outside the window. It was almost time for the dinner. Song Shihan walked into the office carrying a jacket, her gaze falling on Sue as she asked. Are you going with the presidents? Shushu and Chengcheng were out playing this afternoon and have probably arrived by now. Sue shook her head. I see. Song Shihan responded, well, I'm done packing up here. If you haven't made plans with anyone else, how about we go together? The air was silent for a few seconds. Sue turned to look at Sheng, then back at Song Shihan. Together. Very quickly Song Shihan turned and walked away. Sorry to disturb. Goodbye. The first gathering of the student council this semester was held at a quaint little eatery. Though not large, the place was festively decorated with vintage movie posters adorning the walls, their sepia tones lending an air of nostalgia under the dim, warm lights. A small line of text beneath the sign at the entrance read Private Home Cuisine, suggesting an old establishment, yet the prices were surprisingly reasonable. Who picked this place? A boy clapped his hands. It's got quite the vibe. I did. A girl raised her hand, gesturing to a few others around her with a smile. We chose it together. The portions are generous and the flavors are authentic. The former president and current vice president, flush with funds, simply footed the bill, letting everyone pick the venue freely with the specific instruction not to choose anything too cheap. In the end, a few girls from the student council settled on a moderately priced restaurant with good reviews. Awesome. A younger student immediately cheered. Sheng and Sue pushed open the door to find two round tables set up in the private room. Hey, over here. Little Xiao Tang, already seated, waved them over. Sue pulled out a chair, and Sheng sat down beside her, glancing around to see a few empty seats. Relieved she wasn't the last to arrive, she breathed. People trickled in, gradually filling the round tables. A few appetizers were already laid out. Peanuts, smashed cucumber, and cold lotus root slices. A perfect palate teaser. Is everyone here? The former president seated next to Xiao Tang stood up with a smile, raising a teacup in jest. Once the dishes come, well, break out the drinks. This is our first gathering, so keep it relaxed, no need to be formal. Only then did Sheng learn the former president's appearance and gender. It turned out the previous president was also a woman. The student council truly thrived with female members. The president speaks the truth. The head of the external relations department, seated almost diagonally across, stood up, still holding a peanut. In our student council we give our all when working, but at gatherings we let loose and chat. Otherwise, how could we do justice to this feast? With that, he tossed the peanut into his mouth, crunching loudly, drawing suppressed giggles from a few freshmen. The former president beside Xiao Tang waved him back to his seat with a smile, her gaze sweeping over the attendees before settling on a few visibly nervous newcomers. Especially you new students. Don't see me as a former leader. Think of me as just a senior chatting with you. When I first joined the student council 2 years ago, I was even more nervous than you. At my first gathering, my hands were sweating holding the chopsticks. At this, a few lower-headed female students looked up. One with a high ponytail whispered, "Senior, we just don't know what to say." "What's so hard about that?" The sophomore beside her immediately chimed in. "When the food comes, just say this dish is good, and that dish is good too." Just then the door opened, and a waiter entered with a tray. Braised spare ribs, garlic baby bok, choice sweet and sour mandarin fish. One by one the hot dishes were placed on the table, their aroma instantly filling the room. Seeing everyone eyeing the food, the former president waved her hand with a laugh. Don't wait, eat while it's hot. It loses its flavor. Without further ado they all dug in. Sui picked up her chopsticks first, placing a piece of braised spare rib into Yusheng's bowl. Yusheng's eyes widened. She glanced around, then tugged at Sui's sleeve, whispering, someone might see. Let them see, Sui smiled. Isn't that the point? To discourage any wandering thoughts. Yusheng was momentarily stunned, then cautiously picked up the rib. The meat juice slid between her teeth, the fragrance spreading in her mouth. How is it? Good. Sui leaned in, her eyes crinkling with a smile. It's quite good, Yusheng nodded. Dish after dish arrived. Shredded pork with fish flavor, kung pao chicken, sweet and sour tenderloin. The aroma, overwhelming. The former president popped open a beer bottle, poured herself a glass, and raised it. Come on, a toast. Sui handed a juice bottle to Yusheng. Yusheng poured herself some juice. They were all young, and few were foolish enough to impose formal drinking customs. Many girls and some boys opted for non-alcoholic drink, so no one objected. Cheers. Yusheng and Sui's voices were soft, but the freshmen were mostly full of enthusiasm. Especially Chiu Tang beside Yusheng. The little girl was incredibly excited, shouting so loudly that Yusheng felt she needed earplugs. As more hot dishes arrived, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly lively. Some started scrambling for crawfish, moving swiftly, while Yusheng quietly watched from the sidelines. Seeing this, Sui casually picked one up, peeled it, and placed it in her bowl. Take your time. Yusheng simply couldn't be bothered to join the scramble. Someone called for another toast, and glasses clinked noisily. A few boys' voices grew louder, making the room even more chaotic. Yusheng sipped her juice slowly, as Sui occasionally added food to her bowl. Yusheng's expression was blank. Once or twice maybe no one noticed. But this many times, surely someone had seen. This dish is good, Sui commented softly. Yusheng picked up some garlic baby bok choy, and ate it, nodding in agreement. Little Chiu Tang, seemingly focused on her meal, was actually sneaking glances at Yusheng. She felt she was getting close to the truth. Some male freshmen in the student council who had been interested also felt a pang of disappointment. The gathering lasted from 6 in the evening until past 8. After settling the bill, the former president clapped her hands and called out with a smile, it's about time. Everyone head back early, and be careful on the way. The group responded in scattered voices, bidding each other farewell. Some headed arm in arm toward the subway, others hailed taxis back to school, while a few close friends decided to wander around the area a bit more. Just as Yusheng was about to head home, Chen Yushu and Lu Xiqing approached. Yibao, heading back now. Want to hang out some more? Yeah, Lu Xiqing added. It's Sunday tomorrow, no classes. A second round, the former president interjected. Not including. Little Chiu Tang chimed in, I want to go too. Where are you planning for the second round? Sui asked. She needed to know beforehand. KTV. Sure, Sui turned to Yusheng. I can't sing, Yusheng said. That's fine, Chiu Tang suddenly spoke up. None of us are pros. It's just for fun. If you really can't, just sit and listen. All right. Yusheng nodded. She had nothing to do back home anyway. It might as well be a way to digest the meal. After leaving the restaurant, the sky had already darkened, and the streetlights along the road were lit. Let's go. That KTV ahead looks decent, and it's quite affordable for students. Chen Yushu led the way with enthusiasm. There was a KTV near the restaurant, which explained why she and Lu Xiqing had suggested singing karaoke. A group of over a dozen people walked together on the not-so-wide sidewalk, occasionally having to sidestep to avoid passers-by. Originally just a small gathering of 6, word had gotten out to other classmates, and several more girls and boys had voluntarily tagged along, making the group much larger than anticipated. Song Shihan was naturally among them, wearing an expression that said wherever there's excitement, it'll show up. It was the peak weekend hours, and the KTV entrance was bustling with people. The front desk lights were dazzlingly bright, and faint strains of singing and laughter drifted from the private rooms. Yusheng was entering such a place for the first time. Among the companions, a few familiar faces walked to the front desk, reported the head count, and quickly secured a large room. The room was not small. At the center was a large coffee table, surrounded by a circle of plush sofas. Colorful lights flashed on the ceiling, and a massive screen played music videos with lyrics scrolling continuously. The dozen or so people rushed to sit down, instantly occupying most of the sofa. Order some snacks and drinks. Chiu Tang shouted first. One must admit the vice president was truly passionate. Before the food even arrived, she had already selected a song, pressed play, and eagerly grabbed the microphone. As the music started, she belted out the lyrics at the top of her lungs. There was no technique, no emotion. Just pure noise. Go, vice president. Someone cheered and clapped. Yusheng wasn't used to this environment. The music wasn't piercing, but it was deafening, lingering in her ears. The warm yellow lighting should have been soft, but it flickered with the dancing colors from the screen. She sat in a corner of the sofa, scanning the seated classmates around her. The girls and boys she didn't recognize seemed to all be fresh. She had heard that some people had joined the student union because of Sui. She wondered if any of them were among this group. After the platter was served, Sui noticed Yusheng hadn't touched anything and asked, did you eat enough tonight? Have some more. What? Yusheng turned her head. The room was too noisy and she hadn't heard clearly. Sui didn't repeat immediately. Instead, she leaned over, placing her hand on Yu Sheng's shoulder, and whispered close to her ear, "I said, do you want to eat something?" The warm breath brushed against Yu Sheng's ear, tickling slightly. Yu Sheng stiffened, tilted her head, and murmured softly, "This candy is quite sweet, want to try it?" Su-yi picked a fruit candy from the snack bag, unwrapped it, and held it out to Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng reached out to take it, but Su-yi suddenly pulled her hand back. "Open your mouth. There are so many people here." Yu Sheng leaned in close to Su-yi's ear and whispered, "They're either chatting or playing on their phones. No one's paying attention to us," Su-yi said with a smile. "Besides, even if they saw, so what? Why do you always say the same thing?" "All right." Yu Sheng relented. Carefully, she went to take the candy, trying her best to avoid touching Su-yi's fingers. But Su-yi didn't mind as she casually popped the candy into Yu Sheng's mouth, her fingers brushing against Yu Sheng's lips. In the room, Chiu Tang was still singing, hitting the climax, the sound pounding in their ears. Su-yi leaned in closer to Yu Sheng. "This candy is pretty common. When I was a kid it cost a penny each." The warm breath brushed against her ear, and Yu Sheng instinctively shrank her neck. With the candy in her mouth, she murmured, Do you want to sing a song?" Su-yi pointed at the massive screen. "The vice president is almost done with her song." "No," Yu Sheng said firmly. "Are you Yes. You don't want to?" Yu Sheng's eyes widened as she looked at Su-yi. "How can you be like this?" Su-yi chuckled. "Just kidding. Sing if you want, don't if you don't." At that moment, Song Shihan, sitting on the other sofa, watched the two whispering together and couldn't help but pat the boy beside her. The boy looked confused, staring at Song Shihan, not understanding what she wanted. Song Shihan pointed at the two and said, "See that? You don't have a chance." The boy was even more bewildered. He had indeed gone to the welcome party and heard the rumor that Yu Sheng was a boy, so he knew what Song Shihan meant. But he had tagged along tonight because the female freshman host had also come. It had nothing to do with that. After Chiu Tang finished singing, Chen Yushu picked up a beer can from the table and said to her, "Cheers." Chen Yushu was able to join the fun tonight, thanks to Chiu Tang and the former president. Chiu Tang smiled and picked up a beer can as well. "Cheers. Can you handle it?" Lu Xiqing teased Chen Yushu. "If you get drunk, we'll have to find someone to carry you out. I know my limits." Chen Yushu pouted. "I'm mainly grateful to Chiu Tang, otherwise I wouldn't be here freeloading." Yu Sheng then noticed that Chen Yushu was sitting on Lu Xiqing's lap, leaning casually against her. She paused for a moment, then looked away. Sui followed her gaze toward Lu Xiqing and asked with a smile, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Songs were being sung in turn, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. After Chiu Tang, Chen Yushu and Lu Xiqing each picked a song. Some freshmen bravely grabbed the microphone, singing off-key, but not caring, which only drew laughter and applause. Chiu Tang was the best at stirring things up, one moment demanding a duet, the next dragging someone to play dice. Yu Sheng remained still. She sat quietly in the corner, holding a drink, occasionally nibbling on some fruit. Su-yi didn't sing, either. Neither of them had the talent for it. She leaned back on the sofa, occasionally whispering a few words to Yu Sheng, smiling as she passed her some snacks. The noise around them seemed distant. They formed their own little quiet corner. Chen Yushu was thoroughly tipsy, waving her arms and dancing to the rhythm. Lu Xiqing looked both helpless and amused, reaching out to hold her down and make her sit still. Time passed until a server came to remind them that their room time was almost up. Someone called out, still unsatisfied, "Let's sing." Finally, the whole group sang one last song together, noisy and chaotic as a send-off. People drifted out of the room in twos and threes. When Yu Sheng stood up, she felt her head still buzzing. Finally, the whole group sang one last song together, noisy and chaotic as a send-off. People drifted out of the room in twos and threes. When Yu Sheng stood up, the noise was shut behind the door, the streetlights shone brightly. Only then did Yu Sheng feel her ears finally quiet down. Sui glanced at her and smiled. "You didn't sing. How did the night feel?" "It was okay," Yu Sheng murmured softly. If Sui hadn't been sitting next to her, she would have either left early or stepped outside for some peace. The night was already deep. Yet the crowd on the streets hadn't dispersed. The lively nightlife was just beginning. The student union group instinctively stopped at the KTV entrance, not yet ready to leave. Inside the room, they had been swept up by the music and excitement, none of them paying attention to the time. Now that they were outside, someone checked the time and let out a soft exclamation of belated realization. "Dorm curfew is almost up. We sang for 2 hours. Did we cut it too close?" At those words, the freshmen exchanged glances. The more immersed they had been moments ago, the more dazed they felt now, a subtle silence hanging in the air. In truth, they could still make it back in time, but their minds were already racing with what to do if they didn't. Seeing their anxious expressions, Lu Xiqing waved her hand with a smile, saying that everyone could stay out if they wanted. The school didn't do room checks on weekend. But these freshmen were well behaved and none of them planned to sleep outside, and they all insisted on returning to the school. That meant they had to hurry. Though they could occasionally explain to the dorm matron, doing it too often would still get them marked. Everyone called several cars and split into groups. Among the freshmen, there were exactly 4 boys and 4 girls, so they formed. Lu Xiqing took a slightly tipsy Chen Yushu and hailed a separate car. Song Shihan stood among the crowd watching as everyone paired up and turned her gaze to the 2 presidents who had treated them, as well as Yu Sheng and Sui. "President Run." Song Shihan began hesitantly. Yu Sheng only then learned that the former president's surname was Run. President Rin immediately understood what Song Shihan meant. She raised her phone and said with a smile, President Chiu and I aren't in a hurry to go back. Then she turned to Su-yi and Yu Sheng. You two can go with her. Given their interactions during the meal and in the room, President Ren assumed Yu Sheng and Su-yi were together. Yu Sheng didn't speak. She instinctively glanced at Su-yi beside her. Su-yi's expression remained calm, and she replied briefly. Song Shihan was silent for a second, but ultimately didn't raise any objection. The words died on her lips, turning into a silent complaint. What a disaster. Then, as if to avoid an awkward silence, she started a conversation. President Ren, if you're not going back, what are you planning to do? 3 more rounds. She booked a hotel, President Ren said, patting Chiu Tang's shoulder. I'm taking her there. Oh, I see. Song Shihan looked at the hotel building not far away and nodded. President Ren had been the main organizer of the dinner, so it was indeed necessary to ensure everyone's safety. After saying goodbye to the 3, President Ren and President Chiu walked unhurriedly toward the hotel. President Ren reached out to tuck the stray strands of Chiu Tang's hair behind her ear and straighten her collar. It's cold at night. I know. Chiu Tang said, leaning closer to President Ren. Suddenly she pulled her shirt down a bit on one shoulder. The places you touched are all warm now. President Ren calmly pulled Chiu Tang's shirt back up. In such a hurry. Wait until we get to the hotel to take it off. Little Chiu Tang leaned in close to President Ren's ear, her breath soft as orchid. At the hotel, who knows who'll be in a hurry. So improper. That was President Ren's assessment. The hotel they went to was small with a pot of evergreen at the front desk. How many guests? The front desk asked. 2, President Ren replied. Room type. A double bedroom will do. As they entered the elevator, Chiu Tang let out a small yawn and leaned her shoulder against President Ren's. President Ren said nothing, only gently stroked the back of her neck. If you're sleepy, take a shower first. You'll have plenty of energy later. Chiu Tang obediently replied, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Ding. The elevator doors opened. They walked out side by side, the corridor carpeted with soft rugs, their footsteps nearly inaudible. They reached the door, swiped the card, and the green light flashed. The door closed, and the corridor fell silent again. On the other side, Su-yi's taxi arrived quickly. Hailing a cab at this hour wasn't difficult. Song Shihan opened the passenger door and looked back at Su-yi and Yu Sheng. 3 people in one row is too cramped. Su-yi said, I'm just afraid you'll misunderstand. Normally when 3 people are in a car, 1 sits in the front and 2 in the back. Doesn't that prove 3 is indeed cramped? It proves your explanation is unnecessary. I said I wasn't explaining. You're right. You're so annoying. You're the annoying one. Su-yi let Yu Sheng get in first, then slid in last. The taxi started and sped out of the intersection. The streetlights receded one by one, and convenience stores and barbecue stalls were left behind. The radio host's voice filled the car with a slow, sentimental song playing in the background, a stark contrast to the earlier noise. Yu Sheng leaned against the window, breathing in the cool night air. She hadn't drunk any alcohol, yet her mind felt as empty as if she had, and the echoes of the KV lingered in her ears. Su-yi, on the other hand, was very relaxed, one hand resting on her knee, the other supporting her chin as she gazed out the window. Song Shihan, however, sat with her arms crossed until the taxi turned a corner when she suddenly spoke. It was quite lively today. It was indeed lively, Su-yi said with a raised eyebrow. Yu Sheng agreed. Song Shihan turned around and let her gaze linger on the two of them. Did you two not sing a single song the whole time? It was nice just sitting in the corner and watching others sing, Su-yi said with a smile. Song Shihan was momentarily speechless. She felt she shouldn't have asked that question, but she couldn't help it. The rest of the journey, she remained silent. The taxi stopped at the school gate just in time, only moments before the dorm curfew. We're here, the driver said. The 3 got out. They'll go first. Without looking back, Song Shihan quickly walked toward the school gate. Yu Sheng watched her retreating figure and was about to say goodbye to Su-yi when Su-yi said, let's go. Huh? Yu Sheng was startled. Go. Where? To your place. They'll walk you back, Su-yi said, looking at the stunned expression on Yu Sheng's face. You're so frail. What if you run into some bad guy on the way? But Yu Sheng hesitated. The dorm is about to close. It's fine, Su-yi said nonchalantly. They'll come back later. I can just explain to the— Oh. Yu Sheng nodded instinctively. The sound of the wind in her ears was as soft as a sigh. The night was not yet over. They entered the residential complex and took the elevator upstairs together. Yu Sheng unlocked the door and watched as Su-yi walked in with practiced ease, swapping her shoes. She couldn't help but ask, since I'm home now, there's no danger left. Aren't you heading back? Su-yi bent down, neatly arranged her shoes, and looked up with a retort. What? After going out of my way to see you home, you're not even going to invite me in for a bit? Yu Sheng didn't respond. It wasn't that she was unwilling to let Su-yi in, but it was already quite late. Her original plan had been simply to wash up, get into bed, turn off the lights, scroll through a couple of videos, and then fall asleep peacefully. Now with Su-yi sitting here, all that seemed like a distant luxury. What bothered her even more was the fact that she herself had once been a boy. At least in Su-yi's eyes, she had always lived as a male. Wasn't it a bit careless to let someone in alone at this late hour? Su-yi leaned back on the sofa, hugging a cushion, and watched Yu Sheng approach. What's with that look? Worried he'll crash here? No. Your eyes are darting all over the place. Are you scheming up a way to kick me out? Really, no. Yu Sheng walked to the dining table and poured herself a glass of water. Just as she raised the cup to her lips, Su-yi called out, pour me one too. Yu Sheng had no choice but to pour another glass, walked over to the sofa, and set it on the coffee table. Did you eat enough tonight? Sui asked. I noticed you barely picked up. It was okay. Yu Sheng had indeed barely touched her chopsticks. Sui kept adding spare ribs and fish to her bowl, and before she could finish what was already their new portions arrived. She had no choice but to bury her head in eating with no chance to serve herself. Being taken care of like this gave her an unreal feeling, as if she weren't at a student union dinner but had been forced into the role of someone. Oh, Sui nodded and casually picked up the glass beside her. Wait! Yu Sheng suddenly shouted. But it was too late. Sui had already taken a small sip from the rim. She looked at Yu Sheng with a hint of confusion. What's wrong? I drank from that cup. Yu Sheng was a bit dazed. Sui raised an eyebrow, glanced at the cup, then at Yu Sheng, her face showing no sign of panic. Instead she shrugged and said nonchalantly, I thought it was something serious. I was afraid you'd put something undrinkable in it. Yu Sheng was momentarily speechless. She silently picked up the other glass, intending to take a sip, but stopped midway. Because she remembered that this cup was the one Sui had been using all along. Suddenly she found herself in a dilemma. The situation before her seemed like a bizarre multiple-choice question. Before her were two glasses of water. One Sui had just drunk from, and the other Sui had been drinking from earlier. In other words, no matter which she chose, it was essentially the same. Yu Sheng lowered her head and suddenly understood the famous line from Lu Xun that was often mocked as nonsense literature. In my backyard I can see two trees beyond the wall. One is a jujube tree, and the other is also a jujube tree. What's up with you now? Sui frowned. Did you actually put something in this one? No. Then take a sip. The two cups were identical. Yu Sheng relied on memory to know which one Sui had been using, but Sui naturally had no idea. In the end, Yu Sheng decided not to drink. She walked to the refrigerator and grabbed a bottle of soda. Sui watched her back with a puzzled expression, then casually picked up the glass Yu Sheng had just set down and took a sip. She smacked her lips and raised an eyebrow slightly. No strange taste, no physical reaction. It was just water, wasn't it? When Yu Sheng returned and sat down, she said, Don't drink too much of that. You'll get a stomachache again. Yu Sheng looked down at the droplets of condensation trailing down the bottle and murmured an absent-minded Sui noticed her distracted state, raised an eyebrow, and added, Last time you drank a cold drink and got cramps, you curled up in bed for half the day. Remember? I'm fine now. Yu Sheng twisted open the cap and took a small sip. Just be careful on your own, Sui said. Got it. Sui didn't press further. Suddenly she reached out, and without warning pulled down the collar of Yu Sheng's shirt to peek inside. The gesture was so familiar that Yu Sheng didn't even. Sui performed this routine check almost every day to make sure she was wearing her undergarments properly. At first she would instinctively dodge, but now she was numb to it. After all, there was a layer of fabric and nothing could be seen. Why aren't you wearing that halter neck one? Sui asked again. The straps are too obvious, Yu Sheng explained. Others would know from behind that I'm wearing it. She already felt a bit embarrassed just wearing the undergarment. If anyone found out, it would be social suicide. True, Sui said thoughtfully, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips. I was thinking of trying to undo it. Yu Sheng was left speechless. She really could say anything. Sui rested her chin on her hand, thought for a moment, and suddenly suggested, Tomorrow is Saturday, and you're such a homebody. Why don't you change into it? No, Yu Sheng blurted out. Why? It's washed. Sui stood up and went to the balcony to check. On the clothesline hung a t-shirt and trousers, but not a single piece of intimate apparel. She returned to the sofa and sat down. Anything else you want to say? You might as well just tell me to take it off, Yu Sheng muttered. Since she had already said she wanted to undo her undergarment, if she wore that one, she'd be handing herself over on a silver platter. Oh, Sui's eyes sparkled. That's what you said. Yu Sheng was startled and looked at Sui warily. Even if you threaten me, I won't take it off. Threaten? Sui's tone carried a hint of amusement. Why did you bring that up? Do you like being threatened? Are you afraid I won't do it, so you're reminding me on purpose? That's not what I meant. You look at me every day, but you won't let me look back. That's not fair. You want to look back? Dream on. I was just saying. I know. Sui paused, then patted her own thigh. But you can sit on my lap. Wah. What? Yu Sheng wondered if she had misheard, but Sui's expression was clearly serious. Didn't catch that, eh? Sui's face was full of mischief. Want me to repeat it? You think I wouldn't dare? Yu Sheng bit her lip. Sui brought her legs together. You said it's not fair, so I'm compensating you. Yu Sheng's heart felt like a stone had been tossed into it, ripples spreading outward. On one side, reason warned her. No, it's too absurd. Who would actually sit there? On the other side, Sui's tone stirred a restless curiosity within her. She stood frozen as if caught in a celestial battle. After hesitating for a long time, Yu Sheng finally stood up and shuffled over slowly. Just as she turned around to sit down, she felt a sudden pressure on her waist. Sui's hand had somehow reached out and lightly patted her bottom. Yu Sheng froze instantly as if struck by a jolt of electricity, her face flushing crimson. She spun around abruptly, glaring at Sui, her voice rising half a pitch. You. Sui, however, wore an expression of utter naturalness, her eyes slightly tilted upward, squinting like a fox that had just gotten its way. Your bottom is so soft. Clearly you don't exercise enough. Yu Sheng didn't know what to do. She couldn't get angry, couldn't run away, and didn't know where to put her hands. So she rigidly changed direction, intending to sit facing forward. But when she faced Su-yi directly, her eyes accidentally met Su-yi's, and the atmosphere became unbearably awkward. Those eyes were bright, focused like a predator eyeing its prey. "Sit down," Su-yi teased. Sheng felt that the look in those eyes was exactly like the blue fat cat on the sofa, a crotch-watching cat. Thus she tensed her shoulders and turned back around, mumbling softly, "Don't touch me randomly." Su-yi agreed readily. Sheng gritted her teeth and braced herself to sit down. As soon as she was settled, Su-yi's arms snaked around from her side, encircling her waist and pulling her gently into an embrace. Su-yi knew her limits, aware that Sheng was extremely shy, so she didn't press against her back, leaving a small gap. Stroking the soft flesh at Sheng's waist, she asked, "How does it feel?" Sheng opened her mouth, but couldn't speak. She felt all the blood in her body surge to her head, her ears burning as if they were about to catch fire, and even her toes curled in Su-yi let out a low laugh and bounced her leg. "If I were a guy, I'd be hard right now." Sheng shuddered violently, as if scalded, and tried to lurch forward, but Su-yi's arm around her waist held her in place. She bit her lip and turned her head to glare, her eyes full of shame and annoyance, but her voice came out soft and weak. "You? What nonsense are you talking?" She wanted to find an excuse to get up, but couldn't think of a good one. Su-yi pretended not to notice her embarrassment, and instead deliberately tightened her arm, pulling her closer. "Sit still. Don't move around." Sheng instantly became even more rigid. She kept her head down like a caged animal that both wanted to escape and didn't dare to. This wasn't compensation, it was a trap. But soon her stomach let out a very untimely growl. Grumble. Sheng's face changed instantly. She hadn't eaten any staple food at dinner, so she was getting hungry quickly. "Hungry?" Su-yi asked. Sheng tried to stand up again, and this time Su-yi let go. Only when Sheng turned around did Su-yi notice that her face had turned as red as a ripe tomato, as if it might drip blood. "Are you?" Su-yi chuckled. Back at the KTV, Shu also sat on Cheng's lap. "We're all girls, it's nothing." Sheng wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. "What do you want to eat?" Su-yi asked, looking at Sheng's self-isolating manner. "There are frozen dumplings in the fridge. If you want some." Sheng initially wanted to say, "I'll do it myself," but the thought of fumbling around in the kitchen with Su-yi watching and probably getting laughed at made her mutter, "Whatever. Then dumplings it is." Soon the sound of running water came from the kitchen. Su-yi moved efficiently and quickly dropped the pot of dumplings. Before long, the aroma of dumplings drifted out. Su-yi brought a plate of dumplings and a small bowl over to the coffee table. "Careful, they're hot. Blow on them first." Sheng picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a dumpling, placed it in the bowl, and blew on it to cool it. But the first bite still nearly burned her tongue. She sucked in air, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. Seeing this, Su-yi suppressed a smile. "Why are you in such a hurry? No one's going to steal them from you." Sheng pursed her lips and stayed silent. After finishing the plate of dumplings, she felt a bit more grounded. "Want some more?" Su-yi asked. "Enough?" Sheng shook her head, then drank the last of the soup from the plate, letting out a contented. She stood up to clean up, but Su-yi snatched the plate away. "He'll do it. Aren't you going back?" Sheng suddenly remembered something. At this, Su-yi was also taken aback. She had been so absorbed in teasing Sheng that she had lost track of time. She pulled out her phone and saw it was nearly midnight. After all, the school dormitory gate closed at 1030. Occasionally, if someone returned late, the auntie would turn a blind eye and let them in. But now it was almost 12. The dormitory auntie was probably already asleep and wouldn't get up to open the door. Sheng also checked the time and was equally. "I probably can't go back," Su-yi said. The auntie wouldn't have the patience to open the door for someone at this hour. "Then what?" "Looks like you'll have to find a hotel." Su-yi shrugged. "Or I could crash here for the night." "You wouldn't sneakily do something to me while I'm asleep, would you?" "Of course not, but the spare room isn't set up for sleeping." Sheng scratched her head. The apartment had 2 bedrooms and a living room. Besides her own room, the other bedroom was usually cluttered with storage, and a suitcase was piled on the mattress, making it impossible to sleep on directly. After a moment's thought, she spoke softly. "How about you sleep in my room? He'll clear out the spare room and make do for the night." "No need for that trouble." Su-yi stretched lazily. "He'll sleep on the sofa. It's not hot today. The sofa isn't comfortable to sleep on." Sheng felt it wasn't right to let someone sleep on the sofa. "It's fine," Su-yi waved her hand. "It's just for one night." Sheng was still hesitant, but Su-yi seemed to have made up her mind. So she stopped worrying and went to her bedroom to fetch a blanket for Su. After Su-yi took it, she asked cautiously, "Do you want to take a shower?" "No," Su-yi said. "You go ahead. He'll wash the dishes." Sheng had no choice but to grab her change of clothes and head into the bathroom. As the hot water cascaded down, white steam rose and the tension that had been coiled in her nerves all evening gradually eased. After about 20 minutes, Sheng dried herself with a towel and changed into her pajamas before stepping out. When she opened the bedroom door, the living room light was still on. Su-yi had already finished washing the dishes and was half reclining on the sofa scrolling through her phone. When she saw Sheng come out in her pajamas, she asked, "What's up?" "Nothing, just letting you know I'm going to bed." Go ahead." "Chen Yushu Bao. Chen Yushu, are you coming back tonight?" "Yu Xiaonan, where did you go?" "Lu Xiqing 1. Su-yi, are you all still awake?" Su-yi gazed at the screen, a flicker of confusion in her heart. Usually their dormitory kept a strict routine. Why was everyone? Was it just because she wasn't there? "Yu Xiaonan, Xiao Ci, and Xiao, you made a bet on whether you'd come back tonight." "Yu Xiaonan, now it seems Xiao, you're not coming back." "Su-yi, it's too late, the dorm matron is already asleep." Chen Yushu, so, Bao, where exactly did you go? Su, weren't you? Chen Yushu, I've sobered up now. Sui, fine. Lu Xiqing, let me guess. Lu Xiqing, are you at Yusheng's house right now? Lu Xiqing, everyone else takes a taxi back to school, but you took a taxi to Yusheng's house, right? Su, don't talk nonsense. Su, I have a witness. Lu Xiqing, then why aren't you coming back so late? Su, I walked Yusheng home, and she invited me to sit at her place for a while. It ended up getting late. Su, was a master of deception, lying without a hint of hesitation. Lu Xiqing, which swa? Lu Xiqing, did you make a typo? Chen Yushu 1. Yu Xiaonan 1. Sui, you guys be serious. Chen Yushu, then Bao, if you're not coming back, why didn't you tell? Su, do I have to report everything to you? Chen Yushu, where are you now? Su, at a hotel. Chen Yushu, with whom? Su, just myself. Chen Yushu, I don't believe it. Yu Xiaonan, take a photo and show us. Lu Xiqing 1. Chen Yushu 1. Su, what's there to photograph? Yu Xiaonan, taking a photo isn't hard. Su, I can't be bothered. Yu Xiaonan, you're up to something. Su, am done talking. Su, going to sleep. Lu Xiqing, see, she's guilty. Chen Yushu, see, she's guilty. Yu Xiaonan, see, she's guilty. Su, directly put away her phone. Meanwhile, Yusheng tossed and turned in her bed, flipping over, pulling at the blanket, but she couldn't fall. Her eyes stared at the ceiling as Sui's image kept floating in her mind. There was a breathtakingly beautiful woman sleeping in the living room. How could she possibly sleep? Just sleeping in someone else's home like that. She trusted me that much. Thinking about the soft touch of Sui's thigh, Yusheng couldn't help but squeeze her legs together. It wasn't until she was too tired to stay awake that she finally fell asleep. The next day, Yusheng woke up naturally without an alarm. She didn't rush to wash up. Instead, she immediately walked out of her room and came to the living room. Sui was already awake, standing on the balcony with her back to her, quietly gazing at the scenery outside. Sunlight spilled over her figure, making it look exceptionally warm and serene. Hearing the sound, Sui turned around, her eyes sweeping over Yusheng's pajamas, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Next time I'll buy you a set of pajamas. No. Yusheng instinctively felt there was a trick. You'll have to take it then, whether you want it or not. Sui smiled, her tone meaningful. Yusheng was speechless. Was this person threatening her again, first thing in the morning? I'm going for a run, are you coming? Sui walked toward the door. I'm not going. All right. Sui didn't rush to go for a morning run after coming downstairs. Instead, she strolled leisurely along the street. The morning air still carried a hint of chill, with few pedestrians on the road. She casually surveyed the shops on both sides, looking for a breakfast place that caught her eye. Turning a corner, the aroma of fried dough sticks wafted through the air, mingling with the scent of hot soy milk. Looking up, there were already several people queuing in front of the shop, which seemed to be doing good business. Sui quickly walked over and ordered a fried dough stick and a cup of hot soy milk. The owner swiftly packed the order when Sui suddenly thought that Yusheng would surely be too lazy to eat breakfast, so she added, "Make it 2 portions, pack them together." Back in the rented apartment, the room was quiet. Yusheng was curled up on the sofa, hugging a cushion with her hair disheveled and her eyes half closed, half open. She had trouble falling asleep last night and had to get up early this morning, so she was still drowsy. Hearing the door open, she slowly raised her head and asked, "Why are you back so soon?" "I brought you breakfast." Sui walked over and placed the bag in front of her. Yusheng glanced down and saw it was breakfast, then let out an "oh." Seeing that she wasn't very enthusiastic, Sui simply bent down, looked her in the eyes, and said with a hint of teasing, "Don't feel like moving? Then let me feed you." No, I'll do it myself." Yusheng pushed herself up from the sofa. "Eat quickly, it'll get cold if you wait any longer." Sui pretended not to hear, took a fried dough stick from the bag, and directly held it to Yusheng's mouth. Yusheng stared at the offered stick, frowned, and said with some hesitation, "It's too long, I can't fit it in." Hearing this, Sui not only didn't pull back, but pushed it forward a bit more, the fried dough stick almost touching Yusheng's lips. "Can't fit it in. Then slowly take it in your mouth." Yusheng glanced at Sui, whose eyes were full of barely concealed mischief, and muttered, "You did that on purpose." However, despite saying that, Yusheng still raised her head and leaned in with small bites. "Raise your head a bit more, tuck your chin slightly." Sui instructed. "You're too demanding. Find a good angle so it's easier for you to bite. Can you hurry up? What's the rush? You can't just shove it in suddenly. Move a little closer, yes, like that. Eat slowly, don't choke. Yusheng felt her mouth dry, so she picked up the soy milk and took a few sips. The air was silent except for the sound of swallowing. Seeing that she had obediently swallowed it all, Sui nodded with satisfaction. After feeding Yusheng a small half of the stick, Sui lowered her head and took a bite of her own fry. Watching, a thought crossed Yusheng's mind. She stared at the hand Sui was holding the fried dough stick with, then suddenly reached out and grabbed. "What are you doing?" Sui asked. "You fed me just now, now it's my turn." Yusheng's voice was a bit lower than usual. Sui thought for a moment, looked at Yusheng, and said, "But let's make it clear first, you can't tease me, and you definitely can't shove it in suddenly." Such a double standard. Yusheng didn't say anything, just took the fried dough stick and held it up in front of Sui. Sui looked at the golden brown stick, then at Yusheng's smiling eyes. She leaned forward slightly, slowly opened her small mouth, and pretended to bite. Yusheng's fingers tightened imperceptibly, and the moment Sui was about to bite, she withdrew her hand and pulled the stick away. Sui bit into nothing. That was fun. After breakfast, Yusheng walked into the bathroom to wash her hair. She had planned to do it last night, but her mind had been a tangled mess, and she had completely forgotten. Now feeling uncomfortable all over after waking up, she decided she had to freshen up. Between the sink and the shower, Sheng chose the shower. The moment she turned on the shower head, she heard footsteps behind her. Turning around, she saw Su-yi walking in as well. "What are you doing in here?" Sheng asked, puzzled. "Washing my face," Su-yi replied matter-of-factly. "Can't brush my teeth, but I still need to wash my face, right? No one would notice if you skipped washing your face." "Huh. I mean, didn't you wash after waking up?" "Forgot." "Oh." Looking at Su-yi's clothes, then at her own pajamas, Sheng had a sudden thought. "Did you take off your clothes when you slept last night?" "No." "Why not?" "Huh. Oh." Sheng paused, then reminded, "I don't have an extra towel. Plain water is fine." Su-yi bent down, turned on the sink faucet, and cupped her hands to splash water on her face. Through the mirror cabinet above the sink, Sheng, standing in the shower area behind Su-yi, could see her face clearly. That face was fair and clean. Even without washing, it looked more radiant and fresh than many people's after a careful cleanse. "Why didn't you use the guest bathroom?" Sheng suddenly spotted a blind spot. "You asked too many questions." Su-yi turned to look at her. Sheng said nothing more, focusing on wetting her hair, applying shampoo, and working it into a fine lather. After washing her face quickly, Su-yi walked over to the bathtub, pulled back the shower curtain, and said, "If you don't use the bathtub for a long time, you need to clean it too. Otherwise bacteria and grime can build up." "I'm talking to you." "What?" Sheng turned toward the sound with her eyes closed, adjusting the water flow to a lower setting. She was too focused on washing her hair, the sound of rushing water drowning out everything else, and hadn't noticed Su-yi speaking to her. Su-yi turned back helplessly, only to find Sheng had already turned around without her realizing. Because she was rinsing the foam from her hair, she was slightly hunched over, and the collar of her pajamas hung loosely downward. Su-yi could see a large expanse of bare skin at a glance. Sheng was probably not wearing anything underneath. She stepped closer and said, her voice clear and cutting through, "I asked, did you wear anything today?" "No need when I'm at home, right?" Sheng murmured. With her eyes closed, the world was dark, but her other senses grew sharper. She could feel Su-yi drawing nearer and nearer. This sensation was like warm tidewater slowly washing over her skin. Silent, yet carrying an undeniable pressure that made her unconsciously hold her breath. "Suit yourself." Su-yi reached over Sheng's shoulder, grabbed the back collar of her pajamas, and tugged it backward, tightening the neck. Sheng felt as if the throat of fate had suddenly been seized for a moment, but her hands were covered in foam, making it inconvenient to resist. She asked, "What are you doing?" Su-yi looked at Sheng, who was completely blind and nervous, and suppressed a smile. "That halter neck style I mentioned last night. You don't need to wear it anymore. It's off the table." "What do you mean off the table?" Sheng took a second to process, then said, "You're looking again." "Who wants to look at you?" Su-yi let out a disdainful sound. That line sounded familiar. Then came the sound of footsteps fading away, and Su-yi added from a distance, "Remember to clean the bathtub if you don't use it often. Don't be lazy." A few minutes later, Sheng rinsed her hair, shook off the water droplets, dried it haphazardly with a towel, and walked out of the room. In the living room, Su-yi was still leaning on the sofa, her thumb scrolling up and down the phone screen, with an expression of browsing, occasionally pausing briefly before swiping past. "Why aren't you going for your run?" Sheng asked. "Can't exercise right after eating. Need to digest first," Su-yi said slowly and deliberately. Sheng didn't respond, just sat down on the sofa. Su-yi immediately leaned sideways and tucked her phone closer to herself. The movement was subtle, but "What are you looking at?" Sheng asked suspiciously. She hadn't planned a peek, but Su-yi's protective gesture practically screamed that something was fishy. Su-yi didn't answer. Instead, she smiled and picked up the fox ear headpiece from the coffee table, placing it on Sheng's head. Sheng instinctively dodged, but Su-yi said in a firm voice, "Don't move." Sheng had no choice but to put it on obediently. Su-yi reached out and fiddled with it, making the furry ears twitch twice. "Now can you tell me?" Sheng asked through gritted teeth. "I said I'd buy you pajamas, so I'm just browsing styles online first." Su-yi finally turned the phone screen toward her. "No need, really." Sheng glanced at the screen. It was indeed pajamas. "I brought 2 sets. That's more than enough for swapping. Don't worry about it. You don't have to pay," Su-yi said lightly. Sheng had nothing to say, but Su-yi stared at her wet hair and said, "What? I did. You call that dried?" Su-yi raised an eyebrow. "So careless. If you don't blow dry it, you'll definitely have a headache tomorrow. It can't be that serious. Stop making excuses." Su-yi put down her phone and stood up. "It'll help you blow dry it." "Huh?" Sheng was taken aback. "What are you standing there for? Go get a chair." Oh. Sheng had to get up and move a dining chair over while Su-yi fetched the hairdryer from the bathroom. Naturally, the fox ear headpiece was removed. Sheng sat down with her back to Su-yi. The hairdryer hummed as it was plugged in, blowing out waves of warm air. Su-yi's technique was surprisingly meticulous. She first squeezed the dripping ends of the hair, then parted the strands into small sections, drying them one by one with the airflow. Her fingertips occasionally brushed against Sheng's scalp, gently separating and smoothing out tangles. The warm air swept across her neck, tickling, and Sheng instinctively shrank her shoulders. "Don't move," Su-yi warned. "I'm not moving. It's a reflex." "Then control your reflex." "How am I supposed to control that?" Sheng muttered. She tried to scroll through her phone, but the hair dryer's noise interfered, making it hard to hear, so she turned up the volume. Sui patiently parted Yu Sheng's hair, strands her fingertips occasionally, grazing the wet scalp, carrying a faint electric sensation, both numbing and tingling. Gradually, Yu Sheng wasn't really watching the video anymore, her fingers just idly swiped up and down on the screen. Do you always cut corners like this? Sui asked. Your hair doesn't get frizzy even with that kind of treatment, Sui remarked, as if both praising and criticizing. You need to be more careful in the future or it'll eventually go wild. Got it, Yu Sheng replied, casually changing the subject. Do you go for a morning run every day? Yeah, training for the school sports meet. What about at home? I run there too. What if it rains, hey? We have a treadmill at home.